like it, certainly for a sim racing event. This is huge. I'm super excited to be here. And I think we're in for a great race. Lots of new things to look for that are different this year compared to previous years, but the extremely high level of competition that we've grown used to in this event over the years, that is here to stay.
And of course, we've got an extra class of competition joining the fun here as the GTP era is not just getting underway in the real world, but the virtual world as well. Let's talk quickly about the iRacing special event and the schedule that lies in front of us. After this, it's the journey down under to the Bathurst 12 hours before we return to the World Centre of Racing for a race that I know Andy McEwen is looking forward to, the Daytona 500. Highlighting, though, these iRacing special events are 4 VCO Grand Slams. It's something that started back in 2020 with the virtual competition organization partnering up with iRacing to bring a little bit more of a special feeling to these top split events, because Andy, it's not just about bragging rights here today. Our class winners will walk away with some rather cool trophies to show for their results after 24 hours.
Yeah, that's right. As if achieving a victory or a podium in an event like this wasn't enough, they've got something real and tangible to fight for now. What a fantastic calendar of events that is, though. This is the thing that I love about iRacing. Doesn't matter what form of motorsport you're interested in, you can find it on here. And if you fancy exploring a new avenue of sim racing, you can do that here as well. And that event, that list of special events really shows that perfectly. It's going to be a cracking season, that's for sure.
We do thank you, by the way, for joining us wherever you are around the world, live on RaceSpot TV, on the VCO social media channels, as well as on iRacing's Twitch. Do let us know where you're watching from here today as we get ready to get underway. Let's talk about the history of this event, because this is the tentpole event for the iRacing special event. Started back in 2015, and it has been a Coanda stronghold since then. 2018 did see the Radicals Online 6 Sideways team take the victory, but mainly because Coanda was not participating. But throw your mind back to 12 months ago when the Apex Racing team put the pressure onto Coanda Simsport and forced them to break. It was a sterling drive from the Apex Racing team. We saw Fire Simsport break out by grabbing the GT3 victory as well. But in a race that's seen both 2 and 3 classes over the course of the 7 or odd years of the event, Andy, we returned to 3 classes, and this time, for the very first time, we have 2 prototype classes that are going to really shake things up.
Yeah, that is a real game changer, I think, for this year's event. The introduction of the BMW M Hybrid V8 in the GTP class, that is going to change things completely, because like you say, we've got 2 very quick prototype classes now, not only the GTP cars but the LMP2s. Now the teams and drivers who are used to competing in LMP2, well, they're used to being the top dogs. They're normally the fastest cars on track. They only really have to worry about negotiating those slower GT3 cars. This year they're going to have to watch their mirrors as much as they're focusing on what's ahead of them. And that, I think, is going to throw up a few surprises along the way. And then, of course, you throw in the brand new car, teams and drivers perhaps still getting to grips with that BMW. Yes, they've got 24 hours to try and do that, but I think it's going to be a very competitive class, and how they interact with the other 2, that could be the difference between winning and losing.
This event has more than quintupled in size since 2015. We had more than 16,000 drivers across of all 4 time splits back in 2022. Very curious to see the numbers that have shown up here in 2023. I did note a number of real-world drivers back in contention and a handful doing their very first 24-hour race here in the virtual world. Let's talk very quickly about the cars and the BOP that we have in store for you today, because as always, iRacing has tried their best to make it as equal as possible. In GTP and LMP2, it's pretty simple. 1 class in each of those cars. We know what we're in for. 5 manufacturers represented in the GTDs, though, with the Ferrari 488 Evo getting a 10-kilogram ballast adjustment, along with the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. It's the Porsche 911 GT3R, though, that gets a 2% power cut as well as a 1% fuel reduction. I do think, though, that we're in for an interesting race when it comes to these particular cars in GTD. A lot of Audis in the mix. Mercedes going to be represented, of course, by some of their customer teams with Williams and the Urano Esports team. BMW will have BS Competition trying to fly the flag for them, and then we'll have a handful of Porsches in the field as well. It's good to see, Andy, that we do have a handful of manufacturers in the field.
That is what GT racing is all about, and that GTD class is going to demonstrate that perfectly, I think. And I'm not convinced that there is one particular car in that class that is set to have a huge advantage. We've seen Porsche run well at this event in the past. The Mercedes AMG should be a competitive package as well. But over 24 hours, you throw in the strategy, you throw in that balance of performance, that's going to alter a car's performance as you move through the race. Certainly the weight increase to some of the cars, that will have a different effect in the daytime than it will at nighttime. And that is going to keep us guessing, I think, right down to the final few hours.
We've asked you where you're watching from. Do let us know in the chat who you are rooting for, who you think is going to win. Do remember that live timing is available for today's event using timing71.org. You can follow along with your favorite team and drivers and dive into the race using their world-class suite of analysis tools. Let's talk a little bit about the track, and let's talk about what the drivers are in store for. This BMW M V8 Hybrid sounds spectacular. And Valtteri Alander of BS Competition took us for a lap here at the Daytona International Speedway to show us what it's all about.
Hello, my name is Valtteri Alander. I'm a sim racer for BS Competition. Today I'll take you on a lap around Daytona International Speedway road course with the BMW M Hybrid V8 prototype car. We are approaching the start-finish line. You go up on the banking and then try to widen up the entry into turn 1, which allows you to carry a bit more speed through the corner. Quite tricky overall. Turn 2, easy to flat out. International horseshoe. Easy corner overall, but you just have to be really patient with your inputs. Then we go towards turn 4, flat out corner, and then we approach the second hairpin. Easy to slide the car here, so you just have to be careful with your inputs. Short straight before turn 6, which is bumpy but very important. You have a long straight coming up, so really good exit required here. Then second banking during the lap, which opens up with the back straight. And then we are already approaching the hardest corner combination on this track, which is bus stop. You have to carry a lot of speed while trying to keep your line and avoid the off track. You can so easily get there. We don't have those too many in the race. Then the last banking on the lap, and the track opens up back on the start-finish line. And the bits are on the left-hand side. This is a lap around Daytona International Speedway road course.
It was almost like Kimi Räikkönen was taking us for a lap at Daytona. Thank you to Valtteri for giving us that insight and for showing us around. Quite impressive that some of these drivers are able to talk while driving that quickly, because I know for a fact that I am incapable of doing so. 50 cars are in the field here today, split across the 3 classes. We have 17 in each of the prototype categories and then 16 in your GTD category. We mentioned this already once before, as Valtteri Alander shows us the treachery that is the bus stop chicane. But with 3 classes of competition and with 2 of them being prototypes here, Andy, it's a very different situation to the last time that some of these drivers would have experienced 3 classes in an IMSA sanctioned event, when it would have been the LMP2s, the GTE, and the GT3. That overlap between the prototypes and the speed that they can carry versus the GTD does mean I think we're in for a rather treacherous opening hour of the race.
I think you're right, Arjuna, because a lot of the problems that arise when it comes to lapping other cars is when you've got a much quicker car coming up to lap a much slower car. Now, back when we used to have 2 different GT classes, actually the speed differential between those 2 classes wasn't too bad. So when the prototypes came past them, it didn't really matter which kind of GT car it was they were trying to overtake. It was always going to be a similar overtake to execute, whereas now they're going to come up against these LMP2 cars that in certain areas of the circuit will be almost comparable in speed to the GTP car. So that is certainly going to throw up a few surprises, and really traffic management here at Daytona is key. You would think up on the high banks that there's all of this space, it should be easy to find your way around the slower cars, but as Valtteri was saying there are certain parts of this circuit where it's really tight. There is only one quick line, and going into places like the Le Mans chicane, for example, you've got to sort it out in a hurry.
Le Mans chicane. I mean, I know you're right, but it does still feel a little bit weird. Do remember, by the way, if you're watching on VCO Twitch, that you can use the VCO Command Center to follow along with VCO LFM Flex Stream. We have 3 splits of competition going on in that event. It's also the only place where you can go multi-view and follow both the top split of this iRacing Daytona 24 hours, but the second split as well. We will carry 6 hours at the start and 6 hours at the end of that second split of competition. Peter Mackay and Zach Sweeney will take you through the first handful of hours on that second split, so do make sure that you follow along. Qualifying, though, will start, and I always say that in an endurance race, qualifying is important, especially important here at Daytona, because that first pass through traffic, Andy, is always the one that will split up the field that little bit more. And unlike in real IMSA competition, or like in the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship that we ran at the end of 2022, there are no safety cars to bring you back into play over the 24 hours.
Yeah, that's right. Track position is crucial in an event like this, and we see it every year. We saw it in Raw a week ago, as you said. That first time they come across the slower traffic, that can split the pack, and it can take you hours then to regain any lost time. So starting the front is crucial. We're also expecting, I think it's fair to say, a fairly lively start to the race here today. So the further towards the front you are, the less likely you are to trip over somebody, to get caught up in someone else's moment on cold tyres. It would be absolutely awful to see some of these top teams who put months of practice and preparation into this event really come a cropper at the start of the race. So they'll be hoping for a clean start, and qualifying near the front is the best way to achieve that.
So on the left, you see the split liveried BS Turner machine. Always great to see that combination of BS competition and the IMSA team Turner Motorsports, who are big fans of sim racing. Right side of the screen, you see defending race winners, the Apex Racing team, back to defend their crown at LMP2. They do not have an entry in the top GTP class, instead focusing their efforts on LMP2 as well as a multi-car entry into GTD, looking to go a little bit further than the one lap that one of their cars was able to survive going on 12 months ago. That one has Michele Costantini, Stanley Deslandes, and Owen Carl as 3 drivers, but the man behind the wheel right now is the young Elvis Rankin. Won the Skip Barber Racing Series on iRacing last year. That gave him a partial drive in the Skip Barber Racing Series in the real world. He took that opportunity with both hands and went on to win the championship. He did not win the Skip Barber Racing Series, sorry to be clear. He ended up finishing in second behind Mikkel Gard, but very much took that opportunity. Has raced quarter midgets around the US as well. Young driver, as many are in the world of esports, but somehow they also have a level of maturity, Andy, that I know I did not have when I was 15 years old.
Absolutely, and that's one of the misconceptions, I think, sometimes of young racing drivers. I experienced this in the real world. You get these youngsters coming in and sitting in a real racing car for the first time, and people discover that they've got a background in sim racing perhaps, and they sort of discredit them immediately as being hot-headed. They're going to crash a lot, they're going to make mistakes, but actually you can hone those skills in sim racing. And as we see more and more often these days, it's the youngsters who are rising very much to the top, and that is really fantastic to see, actually. And events like this, a great opportunity for them to really showcase exactly what it is they can do.
It's not just going to be Elvis Rankin, who is one of our real-world overlapping stars in this race. John Bennett, out of GB3, is racing along with Race Clutch in GTP. Lewis McLeod wanted me to mention that as the voice of GB3 and GB4. Time starting to come in, beginning with the GTPs. They're at the 1:30 kind of a benchmark. It's Obsidian Racing that currently has the top spot with Pedro Sanchez Albert. LMP2 about 3 seconds slower as we wait for more times to come in. Elvis Rankin seems to think that lap number 1 is his fastest lap. He's already bailed for the rest of qualifying, and across the line comes the R8G Audi as Ollie Steinbraten gets in a 1:43.659. It is good to see Roman Grosjean Esports out in the GTD field because, of course, Mr. Grosjean himself racing in a Lamborghini in the 24 hours next weekend as he builds up to a potential run with the GTP LMDH cars along with Lamborghini, as the future of sports car racing and prototype racing gets a major shakeup here in 2023. Not much of separation between GTP and LMP2, which is part of the reason why that we're talking about, Andy, about the difficulty that we're going to see with traffic management.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all about, you know, the certain parts of the circuit where they are comparable individually through individual corners where there isn't a huge speed difference. That's where it's really difficult to try and find a way through. BS Turner jumping up into second place now in the GTP class there, and now to pole, in fact. So BS Competition, a 1:30.517 by half a tenth now clear of Obsidian Racing. This is what we expected, Arjuna. Nothing to choose between the cars in that GTP class. LMP2 close as well, and that is what you expect from a single-lane class.
When it comes as well to the prototype classes, in fact for all of our classes, let's point out the elephant in the room. No Redline, no Coanda here today. It's going to be a slightly different picture at the front, but of course they had some other priorities last week and I think are enjoying some well-earned time off. Don't forget as well that this is a busy period for sim racers, as there is no off-season for sim racing. Things are just beginning to pick up once again. Here's one of the Williams Esports contingent entries in the GTP as well as the GTD class. It's Alessandro Bico that's currently provisionally in 5th. It is BMW Bank and Rainer Talvar that have gone to the top, though, at least momentarily. We wait for the rest of the times to come on in. But BS Competition on top in 2 categories right now. What's the bright green machine going to do? Mercedes expected to be strong over the 24 hours. It's a 1:43.659, about 2/10 off the pace, but good enough for second for Bico.
Yeah, 2/10 off though, and now, in fact, Apex Racing Team jumping up into second place. That's more like it. Another 43.4 and only 100th of a second or so away from the pole position time. So tightening up now in all of the classes. It now leaves LMP2 as the one that has the biggest margin between first and second. Apex Racing Team, the only team, in fact, into the 1:33s in that class, and are now 2/10 quicker than the Havu number 79 car that's just jumped onto the front row of the grid. It'll be a very congested start to that race. Even if you're in one of the lower classes, Arjuna, there is the chance, isn't there, you could run into some trouble into that first corner. So even starting at the front of those classes isn't necessarily the safe haven you might imagine.
No, absolutely. And to illustrate how close the margins are here is Williams Esports Chill Blast, and Alexander Spets grabs pole position in GTP by 2/10 of a second. The top 3 in GTD split by 1/4 of a 10th of a second. That's the margin that sees Rainer Talvar in front of Alejandro Sanchez and Johan Harf. Here comes Ate Kauppinen in the Mahler Racing Team LMP2 car run by Williams Esports. We're going to get a little bit confused. We're going to talk about the confusion that sometimes they bring to us with the love triangle that is Mahler, BS Competition, and the Williams Esports team. But Williams Esports Mahler able to go up into second, still 2/10 off the pace and still not into the 1:33s. It illustrates what an impressive lap it was from Elvis Rankin in the 1:99. But can Enric Andre spoil the party? No, with a 1:34.6. It's only going to be good enough to see him get up into what would have been 11th position, but invalidated his lap at some point. No qualifying time on the board for Race Clutch. Go Fast time, though, is in the books. We spool 24 hours up onto the clock, and we get ready to go racing once again for the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO. And it's no surprise to see Alexander Spets on pole, with Williams expected to be the favorites in this GTP class, but Valtteri Alander only 2/10 off on what is his major debut for BS Competition. He has Pedro Sanchez Albert in the Obsidian Racing number 6, along with Jarl Tyne in the BS Turner 96 behind them. John Bennett goes from real to virtual, will line up inside of Dominic Hoffman on debut for Urano Esports. Back in 7th, the first of the SRC Movano Corsa contingent, with Pure Sims Esports half a second off the pace on the outside of row number 4. Wave Italy Racing Team and Race Clutch will round out the top 10, with SRC Movano's 369 inside of TS Corsa Esports and Hayata Asaga, with Maniti German Sim Racing, Simsa Esports, Urano, and Hydro Race Geodesic rounding out the 17 GTP contenders. Meanwhile, in the LMP2, the young Elvis Rankin puts Apex back on top as they look to defend their crown in LMP2. Ate Kauppinen will challenge on the run down into turn number 1 in the Williams Esports Mahler number 15, with Havu and Gordy Much in the Apex Racing Academy car. SRC Movano Corsa and then Calce Racing Team in the iLiveries designed Spanish car will start in 6th. Corentin Gunes, the first of the Sim RC contingent, as he swaps front wheel drive out for some downforce. Arturo Melgar set up shop, sees Premislav Lemonek in 8th, with Sim RC and Fira Academy rounding out the top 10. Boost and VDS by Undercut Black will line up in 11th with Ricardo Rico and Zenith Esports alongside. Chit Chat Racing and Ronin Simsport share row 7. The final cars with lap times on the board: Init Motorsports Blue, Carbon Simsport, and Race Clutch Black, with Enric Andre unable to get lap times set. Then over to the GTDs, where 16 are ready to rumble. Team BMW Bank and Rainer Talvar will bring us to the green alongside Kevin Ellis Jr. Just 6,000ths the margin between them. Johan Harth will try and link up with his Apex Racing teammate and bump like they did to round out the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. Vasilius Belitsiotis for Williams Esports Razor lines up in 4th, with RHG sole entry in 5th. Alexei Nesov in the Mercedes AMG Urano car rounds out those front 3 rows, with Josh Thompson making a guest appearance for Team PGZ. U-Race BR Redragon by Reich in 8th, with Mercedes AMG Williams and Antiohola in the Door Esports entry completing the top 10. Altus in their Porsche 11th, Williams Esports BenQ alongside half a second, then splitting the top 14 with Mercedes, Urano, Apex Academy, Saybolt Esports, and the Beeler Racing Team looking to do some work from the very back of the field. It's a big field getting ready to go, Andy, but my word, the tension is high, the excitement even higher.
I am so looking forward to this. 24 hours of racing around one of the true great racetracks in the world. All sorts of new and fascinating storylines to follow over this year's edition of the iRacing Daytona 24. Arjuna, I cannot wait.
And there's already a bit of drama. About 900 laps, what we're getting ready to go for. We'll talk about the drama in a few moments' time, but the iRacing special events are all about accessibility in motorsports. We're ready to go for the biggest sim race of the year. We're racing at the World Center of Racing. Alexander Spetz immediately storms to the lead on the run down to turn number 1. Pedro Sanchez Albert will look to the inside of Valtteri Alander. The other two classes, racing as well, 3 wide in the LMP2 class as they funnel into turn number 1. They work off of the banking and onto the brakes. They manage to tiptoe their way through safely, as now we turn our attention over to the GTDs. Rainer Talvar getting a bit of a shove from the Apex Racing Team duo, and that's going to force him wide. Apex will take the lead. Talvar tries to hold on to a spot in the top 5, but already a spinner. Major drama as Altus is off into the grass. Looping around is Luca Kita in the Urano Esports Mercedes, but somehow all 50 still pointed in the right direction.
Oh, drama for Urano Esports then, one of the teams we expected to be contending at the front. Miraculously, though, I think only 2 cars directly involved in that, and they both continued without too much obvious damage, so that could have been an awful lot worse. I was about to say that you can tell we're watching some of the best sim races in the world here, because when the LMP2 field went into the first corner 3 and 4 wide, you'd have bet a lot of money on that ending in tears. They got through cleanly. It was the GTDs who had a small tangle, but already the overall race leaders coming towards the end of the opening lap.
I'll correct myself. It was not Luca Kita who spun around. He did have to go off track. I believe it was the U-Race BRE Dragon by Reich car that was the Audi that had spun itself around. Vasilius Belitsiotis in the Williams Esports Razor car, the big loser, losing 15 seconds running off the track. Alexander Spetz converts the pole position to the lead at the end of lap number 1. That's about 6/10 back to his main rival right now, Pedro Sanchez Albert, who is a hungry young driver in that number 6 car. LMP2's across the line with Arturo Melgar set up shop, trying to go the long way around on an Apex Racing Team and Apex Racing Academy 1 and 2. Is Lemonette going to be able to do it on Elvis Rankin? Enough space being left, and bold confidence at the start of this race for Lemonette to take the point.
Yeah, that was interesting. You could see that the 2 teammates were quite content to run nose to tail. In these early stages, it's quite important not only to stay out of trouble, but to try and manage the fuel. You save fuel in the draft around here quite well, and they were quite content to work together, but Lemonette was working on a completely different plan. He went to the outside, and I think at the start of lap 2, the Apex drivers realised it wasn't really worth fighting that one too hard. They settle in behind him, and we have our first lead change in LMP2.
In GTD, Rainer Talvar was able to slot back into 4th. It's Apex, RHG, BMW Bank, which is the BS competition entered numbers 7 BMW M4, and the Mercedes Urano that rounds out the top 5. I will just remind you, Apex domination in the final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, on board with Elvis Rankin, who is actually racing from the Apex Racing Team facility in Corby. From what you can tell, you see the rig set up behind him as well. And that Apex Racing Team facility that they first used for a major event 12 months ago, being used once again. It's not just for the drivers, it's for the engineers, for the people working behind the scenes on the strategy as well. We get some looks on board and inside that facility over the course of the 24 hours. 4-car breakaway starting to form. It's already a bit of a gap being built up behind, but what do we always say, whether the racing is real or virtual, Andy? You can't win the race at the start of a 24-hour race. You can definitely lose it, though.
Yeah, you just have to stay in touch with the lead group at this early stage, and by in touch, within a few seconds, really, of that leading group. But with the power of the draft around here, it is important to stay perhaps that little bit closer. If you do lose the draft, that will cost you quite a chunk of lap time, and you might find yourself having to work together, temporarily at least, with the cars around you to close back in on the lead group. There's Gordy Much turning his way through the western horseshoe, back towards turn 6 and out onto the banking, and he is concentrating, sitting in third place in the LMP2 category. Gordy, one of the up-and-coming British racing drivers, and he is operating right at the top of his game here at Daytona. For the time being, I think probably quite happy with where he is. Yes, the Apex Racing team have temporarily found themselves under assault here from Arturo Melgar, but they're quite happy to be in the lead group. He's got a teammate directly in front of him. He'll be feeling pretty comfortable, I reckon.
Yeah, Gordy actually used to race with RAG Esports, left the team at the end of 2022. Not sure if Apex is his new permanent home, but we'll see how he gets on in that Apex Racing Academy car. He's got some interesting teammates to talk about as well. Manuel Torres, Will Redford, two notable names, but maybe most interestingly to me, Brandon Treno, multi-time 500-mile race around the Brickyard winner. Yes, we're going to dodge around the name of that one. As part of that lineup as well, they got Ate Kalpinen pushing them behind. The train's starting to break up a little bit more in GTP, though. It's closed back up in this LMP2 with all the draft. But meanwhile, in that GTP with the brand new BMW M Hybrid V8, looks like 6 cars have already pulled about 1.6 seconds to the train that is building up behind. And of course, we should give a big shout out, not just to BMW, but of course to Dallara, Andy, for their cooperation, continued cooperation. Here's a look first at the race start, and that's how it all came to blows. Beliziotis got into the back of Gobbianchini in that bright red Audi, and from there, a bit of chaos really ensued.
Yeah, that really all started ahead of them, though, didn't it? We talked about the little schmozzle that went on between the leaders into turn 1. They sort of held each other up, and as they were rejoining, that created some extra congestion going through the S's, and ultimately 3 cars into 1 is very, very difficult to do through that section of the track. You can do it out on the banking, but at certain areas on that infield, you really do need to get yourself in order as quickly as possible, and with a few cars running at different speeds there, that was always quite likely to end in tears. But as I said at the time, I think they got away with that pretty lightly. No major damage done, really, and it certainly could have caught a few more cars up in that on another day.
We are looking at the first pass-through of traffic happening in about 3, maybe 4 laps time. It's going to be quite interesting to see how your GTP contenders navigate their way through this. The GTD contending cars that currently work their way back onto the banking. Do you remember, if you're not following along on timing71.org, left side of the screen will flick between the team names and the driver names so you can see who is in the car through the course of the event. We're on board with the Frenchman Johan Harth, who's going to be splitting his time between his home in France, but also focusing on a campaign in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup that will get underway in just 2 weeks' time. And this is what the main talking point is going to be in GTD, the bump drafting that maybe is going to mean that you want teammates to work together with, and that's why Apex will be pretty happy right now, Andy, with about 8 minutes bled off the clock to already be out in front and controlling the tempo of the race.
Yeah, this is essential, really, particularly in that GTD class where you can lock bumpers pretty effectively and with a slightly lower risk than would be associated with the other classes, certainly. You've just got control of the race. 2 teammates at the front of the field pushing each other along. They're saving a little bit of fuel in doing that as well, and that really gives them an all-round advantage, I think, in these early stages. But it is fraught with danger. You only have to get it slightly wrong, and one or both of you are going to be steering towards that outside safer barrier very, very quickly indeed. I was quite surprised, actually, riding on board with Johan Harth there at how hard he hit his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. That was quite a robust bump draft at this early stage of the race. Got to be careful not to damage the front of your car doing that too. So definitely an advantage to do it, but there are risks associated for sure.
And the main difference, thinking back to the end of November when we closed out the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship here in Daytona, is that these GT3 cars have had a major overhaul in the build in December. New tires added, but of course the new damage model added to these cars as well. We're going to see some body parts fly quite spectacularly off the cars. We saw, I think, the rear wing on Beliziotis' car go for a bit of a ride in that turn 2 lap 1 shenanigans, and I have no doubt that as we get set for the first pass through in traffic, it's going to definitely be interesting as well. The bus stop / Le Mans chicane, depending on which name you want to give it, is the place that I am going to be the most scared about when it comes to the traffic encounters, because the difference in speed, especially down into there, is so significant. Not just on entry, of course, Andy, but through the mid-corner and off exit as well, especially with those hybrids that are going to really just spool up out of the corner.
Yeah, and you cannot go too wide through there, or you can, but it's extremely risky. So you can imagine the situations where perhaps we get 3 classes of car all sharing the same bit of real estate going into that chicane. They're all braking at different points, they're all carrying different levels of speed into the corner, and that's where the drama can be found. And we might be about to get a graphic representation of that, because the GTP cars have caught the GTDs, and already you're starting to see what the story of the next 23 hours and 50 minutes will be. Traffic management, not losing time, but more importantly, Arjuna, not making contact.
And this is where some cars are going to take more risks. This first pass through, already Spets has built up almost a 2-second buffer back to Obsidian Racing, and this is causing a bit more chaos. Biela Racing team were pushed wide through turn number 1. They didn't lose a spot, but that's also split them from their main rivals. You can already see, just looking to the Biela car that runs in 10th, 2.8 seconds now splits them from the Mercedes AMG Team Urano number 90 just through the course of the infield. There is a good place to catch traffic, and that is here on the banking. When the prototypes can go up high, the GTD cars will maintain the shortest distance down on the yellow line and make it as easy as you like. On board with the youngest winner in ACO history, Gustas Grimbergus, driving for Simsa Esports. We'll run in P14 as we work into the bus stop for the first time in traffic, and you'll just see how patient and how tentative these cars are going to have to be. And now the hybrid will kick in and really thrust them out of the corner and all the way around the banking as well. All 2.5 miles of the banking basically used here at this Daytona road course configuration. And I know, Andy, that despite the fact that people may know you as the voice of British GT, like I said at the start, the race that you're most looking forward to in the iRacing special events is the Daytona 500.
I cannot wait. I had my first competitive taste of that last year. I actually made 2 attempts to finish the Daytona 500, and neither of them particularly successful, but I had an awful lot of fun. And yeah, that event is just one of a kind. Either the real world event or the iRacing version, it's just got a special sort of vibe about it. But I think that does translate into the Daytona 24 as well. This is my first time experiencing the virtual example of it, and it really does have that special feeling about it, doesn't it? There's a certain star quality when you come to racing a place like Daytona, and that was very tight indeed coming through the Western Horseshoe. You mentioned, I think, the key word a moment or two ago, Arjuna, patience. Ooh. You've got to have patience, and some showing more of that than others right now.
It's Graham Saunders who is in that Hydra Race geodesic racing car, going to take it 3 wide. Gustas Grimbergus will follow him through. But my word, you could not tell this is the start of a 24-hour race. It seems more like a traditional iRacing IMSA Series race of just 45 minutes. Those are the moments where you've got to pick your moments. And to be fair, Gustas was not doing anything too wrong. He was trying to be as patient as possible, and has already now lost about 1.7 seconds up to Graham Saunders in the geodesic racing number 62. Just illustrates how quickly things can turn around through the traffic. My word. If you're also wondering where you may recognize Andy's voice from, it's from when he incorrectly identified a VW Polo as a VW Golf, when somehow that car managed to find its way onto the track at Brands Hatch. That was one of the interesting conversations that we did have during that iRacing Roar, which very much kicked off the celebrations here at Daytona, Andy. We had GT4, we had touring cars, and the wonderful Toyota GR86, one of the newest base content available for free to all iRacing members. It's just 2.4 hours, solo effort, no driver changes, but we had a lot of fun.
You know, it doesn't matter what I achieve in my commentary career, that will forever be my legacy, I think, that day at Brands Hatch. You're right, though. The Raw was a fantastic event, actually. It was very eventful. Of course, the slightly shorter nature of the race, like you said, 2.4 hours, you've not really got that time to work the strategy to sort of gradually and carefully pick your way to the front, and that meant that it was an all-out brawl, really, right from the get-go. I wasn't necessarily expecting the same feeling from the opening hour of the Daytona 24, but this is not that dissimilar. They are really going for it in these early stages. It is a fight for track position, and the moves that you make in this opening hour can have a real bearing on where you are in the 24th and final hour. So there are some similarities between this and the Raw, but you're right, that event a week ago, that really was kind of the start of the iRacing season, and now it is pretty full on over the next few weeks, special event after special event, and what a really special time of year it is to be involved in sim racing.
John Bennett, GB3 driver in the real world, will fire it down the inside of Valtteri Alander in the Race Clutch versus BMW Team BS competition battle as they fight their way down through turn number 1. Already in GTP, by the way, Pedro Sanchez Albert finds himself 4 seconds adrift of Alexander Spetz in the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry. Did mention at the start that the Williams car was very much expected to be the favorite. They have just managed to find something in that car that some of the others have not been able to find, according to some drivers. But strategy is going to be so important in a race like this when, especially in those GTP cars, fuel stints going to be maybe 35 minutes, maybe a bit longer if you are saving a bit of fuel. Change in your LMP2 lead as Elvis Rankin is going to hit the front once again as Przemysław Lemonek tries to hold on to the race lead. Oh my word, it is a party here. Lemonek side by side with Kauppinen, so now Apex Racing run 3rd and 4th instead of 1 and 2 like they started. To the outside is going to look Gordy Much. Don't think you really want to be there through the international horseshoe. He's going to be forced wide. Kauppinen will get back down the inside. Elvis Rankin trying to defend from Ivan Perez and the Culture Racing team. Spanish flagged adorned car. Absolute madness going on right now, and these are cars that are likely going to catch up with your GTPs in another 2 laps time or so, at which point they will have to get in a single line and figure it out.
Just want to check, our wonderful producer Hugo Luis has put the right clock on the top left corner of the screen, hasn't he? This is a 24-hour race, everybody. This is fantastic stuff. Hey, I'm not complaining though. This is really good wheel-to-wheel racing and clean for the time being, he says, touching wood. That could very much have changed through the first few corners there, but some very aggressive driving. Gordy Much trying around the outside and now goes below the yellow line down the back straight. It is a dogfight here in LMP2, and it looks as though that number 9 Apex Racing Academy car, for the time being at least, has hit the front again.
I'm not sure if you... Oh, well, you can see how long the train is, by the way. It goes all the way back to 8th position, and then there's a 1.7 second gap to the peloton that's trying to chase them down. But surely you don't want to be leading right now, and surely some of these drivers will be thinking smart about what they can do in terms of fuel saving and still positioning them in the right place at the right time. That is not what you want to see. I'm sorry, Elvis. You know I'm a big fan of yours, but less than 15 minutes or just about 15 minutes in, you don't need to cut down that aggressively to the apron and make it almost 4 abreast. We need a little bit more cool heads rolling on right now as Ivan Perez is going to try and squeeze himself past Gordy Much. He's going to get some contact there. Much goes around. Rankin squeezes his way on past, but it's Przemysław Lemonek that is now 1.3 seconds clear, and you could tell that was brewing.
Almost like we saw that coming, isn't it? That was in the post for a while. I think the reason they're being this aggressive is because it's not lost on them that once the GTP cars catch and start to overtake this LMP2 field, it's likely to split the pack up a bit. So I think that's why there's been this real scrum to get to the front and stay there. But yeah, I really think it's worth taking the risk of losing a few seconds when the quicker cars come through over getting involved in contact, getting damaged, spinning around as we just saw. And I really feel for Gordy Much. Here's the replay. Up the inside, the attack came, loses the rear under braking, and Gordy unfortunately was collateral damage there.
Crazy battle, and yeah, just not much, I think, intelligence being used by some of the drivers there, unfortunately, to just be a bit blunt, but you've got to keep a cool head around you, and that's why Apex won this race last year. Was not just their pace, but being able to execute even when they had some dramas, keeping cool heads And now we'll see how things will develop. A look on board from Kaupanen's perspective, as you can just see Perez sliding. You see the smoke, you fire it to the inside, and the iRacing-powered Williams Esports car finds its way up into the second spot, as these cars will start to work their way past the last bits of the lap traffic now as well. There are your contenders in GTD that they are starting to squeeze their way on past. As they ramp through the infield, this is the corner that I think GTDs are most scared about being passed at, is this run through the kink. Round the outside, tried the Apex Racing LMP2 car, did get a little bit sideways and squirrely, but Elvis Rankin not allowing Corentin Gunes the opportunity to get on past. A little bit further up, it's been a roaring start to the race for the number 17 Inet Motorsports blue entry that has Harold Cretin behind the wheel right now. No qualifying time put down. They've gained 12 positions to run in third with less than 20 minutes done in the race.
Wow, that is seriously impressive, and that is an example of where that controlled aggression can be useful in a race like this, because if you start at the back of the field in 17th and you languish outside of the top 10 for the first half an hour, you may completely lose touch with that lead group. So he knew, I think, that he had a job to do, had to try and get towards the front of the pack at least, and Harold has driven the stint of his life, the 20 minutes of his life at least, to get himself into a podium place. And you can see the benefit of being there, because now they've started negotiating the GTD cars. It has started to separate these LMP2s, so that was a good time for him to reach the front. He avoided the collision down at the International Horseshoe a lap or two ago. He's reaped the rewards for sure.
And interestingly, the traffic has really not split the GTD cars maybe as much as I thought they might. Yes, right now there is a 1 second gap between second and third. Still Apex Racing running 1 and 2 with RAG in third. We got a train that goes all the way back to 9th position, basically, that we see the LMP2 cars starting to cut their way on through, which is, I think, what a lot of these contenders would have wanted to see. In terms of manufacturer, it is an Audi lockout at the podium, but then you've got a BMW, 3 Mercedes, a Ferrari, another Mercedes, and a Lamborghini that run through the top 10 as they stand right now. Nice to see a healthy mix of the cars, not just because in the case of some of the BMW and Mercedes entries, they are official manufacturer representatives, but because the cars do seem to be relatively equal, and see how that all fares out. Onto the brakes for a moment. I think that was the Sim RC number 76 just trying to avoid running into the back of some of the GTD traffic. And it's good to remember that there are 2 pedals, Andy. There's the loud pedal and there's the quiet pedal.
Yes, and that just because you've got to run on someone doesn't mean you have to go for it. And as you say, that contact in the braking zone and through the chicane as well, it's all kicking off through the Le Mans chicane. The number 2 Mercedes off across the grass. That's Cody Deeth in the Williams Esports BenQ car, and he was running solidly inside the top half dozen or so in GTD, but he was not the only one in trouble there, Arjuna. 2 or 3 separate bits of contact through the chicane. You highlighted that as a trouble spot on the racetrack, and that's proven already to be true.
I do think that in the case of Cody, he was the one that actually got into the back of the Havu entry. It was Josh Thompson, I think, in the PGZ Williams, the PGZ Ferrari that had the moment. Not sure exactly who that was with, and now we'll have to pick up the pieces with Cody Deeth in that bright purple Williams Esports BenQ entry. Here will be a better indication as they work themselves off of NASCAR Turn 2. You can see the Ferrari hold its position. Havu goes to the inside and then fades up the track as the LMP2 car on the outside fades down low. And yeah, I don't think that Cody can really have too many complaints about that one. I think that was mainly on him.
Yeah, he just misjudged, I think, the speed that he could take through the Le Mans chicane, expecting the LMP2 car that had just passed him to be carrying more speed through the chicane than he could. But actually, that LMP2 car was being held up by other cars in front, didn't carry the speed that he was expecting, and ultimately they sort of met in the middle. So a couple of little clumsy moments there going into that Le Mans chicane.
Sorry, Andy. Valtteri Alander has now come unstuck in that BMW BS competition car in GTP. Remember, started up inside of your front two rows and is now down on the very outskirts of the top 10. How quickly things can shake up. We've been saying that it was a relatively clean start. It's starting to get a little bit more brutal. LMP2 still has two cars at the front, albeit now split by 1.8 seconds back to the final step of the podium. But it really has, in the last 10 minutes or so, started to get more intense as traffic starts to play its part.
Yeah, which we sort of expected, but I didn't expect it to happen to the race leader, so we'll try and dig out exactly what happened there. In LMP2, we've still got this really close battle for the race leader. Arturo Melgar setup shop car in the lead, the Williams Esports Marla car right with them, and they have now started to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. The same kind of true in GTD, where it's still pretty close. The GTP field already starting to hit the first few twists in the story. Perhaps we're not even half an hour into this iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and already there has been drama aplenty, a much higher aggression level, I think it's fair to say, in this first half an hour than I expected, certainly, and it was almost inevitable, I suppose, there would be a few casualties.
Do you remember, if you're watching on the VCO Esports Twitch channel, use the command center to follow along, not just with top and second split in the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona powered by VCO, but as well you can follow along with 3 splits of competition in VCO LFM Flex Stream. Lewis McLean and Ewan O'Leary walking you through the action in the top split of competition in that event. Here's a look at what happened to Valtteri Alander. And Andy, I did tell you this was something I was worried about. This GTP car is very, very tricky under brakes. Valtteri Alander locks up the rears and spins himself around.
And that's quite a bumpy braking zone as well into turn 6. He was offline too, which didn't help, tightening his angle into the corner, and yeah, just locked the rears and around he went. We're going to get another lead change here, I think, in LMP2. The Williams Esports car trying the high line into turn number 1. And is this going to work for Atte Kauppinen? Yes, it is. Into the lead he goes. And so car number 15 now hits the front for perhaps the first or maybe second time in this race. I've already lost count, actually, of how many lead changes there have been in LMP2. But really made that move stick and carried good speed through the first couple of corners, and that gives him a few car lengths advantage as he heads towards the dogleg.
Yeah, this LMP2 battle, by the way, has started to close back on up. Even Elvis Rankin, after having to take avoiding action after his teammate was spun by Ivan Perez, finds himself on the back of this leading train. And to give you a Gordy Much update, runs in the 11th spot right now. I'm trying to calculate, do mental math, and I will always say never trust the commentator's math. I think he's about 7 seconds adrift from your race. Okay, I was 2 seconds off, 9 seconds adrift from our race leader, Hugo Luis, on the turntables for these opening 6 hours on production. Connery Maddock will be stepping in for the next 6 hours, and then 12 more hours for poor Hugo Luis. And down in Brazil, they are busy for this iRacing Daytona 24, because in the same building, in the same apartment as Hugo Luis, is Rafael Sank, who is controlling the production for that second split broadcast. So don't forget to go follow with Peter Mackay and Zach Sweeney as well, who are guiding you through the action. B.S. Turner still up at the front after seeing Valtteri Alander's issue. It's now on the shoulders of Jarl Tyen to work his way in the split liveried machine on the back of Race Clutch and John Bennett. Jarl Tyen, one of those old school drivers who seemingly has been around for donkey's years, Andy, but also, infuriatingly, seems to be able to race fast in whatever you put him in. He's raced in eNASCAR, in what is now the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. I've seen him in all sorts of road cars, open wheelers, tin tops. Seen him do some dirt as well, rallycross competition. I wish I had a tenth of his talent.
Yeah, I think I'd second for that as well. It is incredible when you see drivers capable of doing that, and that really is something you can only do in the sim world, realistically anyway, jumping from disciplines as different as NASCAR and rallycross, for example, and then straight into a prototype. It's when I was a kid, I used to dream of having a video game that would allow me to do all of that on one platform, and it never existed. I never thought it would exist, and as I said at the top of the broadcast, that is really the big selling point for me of iRacing, and it applies not only to these, professional esports competitors we're watching here today, but you at home, if you're interested in getting involved in sim racing, iRacing is the place to do it, because you can explore the entire motorsport world. You can either find a form of racing that you really gel with and stick with it, or you can try and branch out into other things. It is just so much fun. It's highly addictive, and I cannot recommend it enough.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot emphasize just how much the diversity on iRacing makes it so exciting. I mean, I grew up with Formula One and WRC. Those were the two things that we had on TV in Singapore that were relatively easy to watch. But now I've been to the Indy 500. I'm going to be going again this year thanks to iRacing. I've commentated on the iRacing World of Outlaws World Championship, the iRacing Rallycross World Championship, on the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. I've commentated on the iRacing Daytona 500, and I've done all sorts of road racing as well, all because of the diversity in iRacing and its special event calendar, and you can catch that exclusively here on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Twitch channel as well. Back over to the battle inside of LMP2 as they've been passed by some GTP traffic, the prototypes, the faster prototypes working their way past. It has allowed Ate Kauppinen in the Williams Esports Marla car to build a 1.7 second buffer. Still, Inet Motorsports, Arturo Melgar Setup Shop, the Apex Racing Team, and SimRC all fighting their way through. Have seen that there's been a bit of drama, by the way, for Ronin Simsports through the second of the hairpins. Also involved Miniti Racing in the GTP. Oh, it started actually at the first of the hairpins. A little bit clumsy once again, and this time it was two different prototype cars coming together. GTP on LMP2, Murray.
Yeah, I think that was the Ronin Simsport car of Filip Mitrevsky, who got punted around at the International Horseshoe, and I don't think either driver really knew where the other was going there. I think the GTP car assumed that the inside line was going to be left open, whereas the LMP2 car started to turn, and I think that Filip has just taken that Ronin Simsport car into the pit lane as well, so the LMP2 car involved in that incident, sadly sustaining a little bit of damage as well. Riding on board now with Corentin Guinez, bit of a wipe of the window there, bit of dirt and grime perhaps accumulating on that very small windscreen. He's got the slipstream of dreams across the line and goes to the outside.
Sorry, there's now another issue for BS competition. BS Turner in GTP going very, very slowly on the track. When it rains, it pours apparently, and oh no. Oh my days. Y'all, what were you thinking there? The benefit that you have here in iRacing as well is you have an automated spotter that is telling you when you're clear and when you are not clear. There aren't many excuses that you can have for clearing yourself on the nose of a slower class car.
Especially at that point, that was through NASCAR turn 3 and 4, I think. It really is not the end of the world if, as the quicker car, you have to run around the high side of turns 3 and 4 for one lap. It does not matter. There's no need to try and cut down to the bottom of the track. You're not going to save a lot of time. He wasn't even really involved in a close battle for position within his class at that stage, so yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. And again, at this early stage of the race, you don't expect that. In 20 hours' time, when all of the drivers are a bit sleep deprived and they're kind of just logging laps, trying to get to the end, that's when those lapses of judgment perhaps can occur. But inside the first half hour, that is a little bit inexcusable.
Yeah, I mean, I've been accused of being very biased towards BS competition before. I don't think you can claim I was too biased towards them then. Side by side in towards that Le Mans chicane, as I will force myself to call it. It's the race clutch number 87 with Enric Andre that's able to get past the 76 of SimRC, and now it's going to be around the outside for the race clutch GTP car trying to take advantage of that situation. Another car diving down on towards the pit lane. That's one of the SRC Mavanos, 3 wide with Valtteri Alander trying to fight back from his mistakes down on the apron. My days, you'll get on past that race clutch car, but not without causing more heartbeat raises across the board.
That is going to go wrong at some point. I've seen a few people doing that, going below the apron. It's something that perhaps the NASCAR part of my brain just doesn't like for obvious reasons, but I think even when it is legal to do, it's just a risk that's not really worth taking. I know that lifting loses you momentum, but you could lose your entire race if you get that transition on and off the banking, or off and on the banking, I suppose, a little bit wrong. But thankfully, they live to fight another day after that one. They negotiate the slower LMP2 traffic, and we've got quite an entertaining battle here between these two GTP BMWs as they make their way back out onto the banking with more traffic on the horizon.
Yeah, and that is, by the way, an officially sanctioned BMW manufacturer represented car in the form of the number 89. So to track their progress over the course of the race, especially now as they try and fight back from Valtteri's mistake in the early stages. I want to very quickly just talk a little bit more about SimRC, but about the 176 that has Corentin Guinez behind the wheel, as we see Alander now getting a bit checked up off of corner exit will allow the opportunity for Enric Andre to get the hybrid boost off of the corner, but then as it cuts out, he stalls out and he's going to have to tuck back into the draft and see if he can fly his way in towards turn number 1. But for SimRC, Corentin Gunes, along with Kieran Harrison, 2 of the finest, if not the finest drivers of touring cars here on iRacing. There's not much similarity between a front-wheel drive machine and these LMP2 beasts that have a lot of downforce. I'm very curious how they're going to get on as we jump over to them, a bit of 3 wide as they fight off the International Horseshoe.
Yep, towards the dogleg they go. They're going to sort it out just before they get to this flat-out left-hander, which is good news. You don't want to be hung out to dry there on the outside line, but this number 32 car, which seems to have been in the thick of most of the battling so far in this race. Elvis Rankin applying the pressure, Corentin Gunes, as you said, right behind, but yeah, absolutely no similarities. A fundamentally different driving style required between this and a front-wheel drive touring car. These cars don't move around as much. They're very twitchy, very sharp in the inputs that you have to have. Whereas a touring car, you kind of have to grab it by the scruff of the neck, back it into the corners, and yeah, very different driving style. I will always be envious of drivers who can jump from one to the other and be equally as competitive, because I really cannot understate how hard it is to do that.
And a lot of people, I think, assume that touring cars, because they're front-wheel drive, understeer a lot. But a fast touring car is a loose touring car. So, like you say, these are very, very different. They're not going to be moving around as much. You're going to be trying to rely on the aerodynamics as much as possible to even into a braking zone go as late as possible by virtue of the downforce that you have. So, see how they get on over the course of the race. Elvis Rankin still on the back of Przemysław Lemonek in that Arturo Melgar setup shop entry, as in front of them it's Urano, and SRC Movano that are going side by side. Jonas Wallmeyer able to slide on past Eduardo Leo just about before they get through the flip-flop chicane. Very much battles up and down, even though in GTP especially, the field has very much been splintered up as they've made their first couple of passes, not just on your GTD traffic, but now on the LMP2s as well. We're not far away from seeing them dive onto the pit lane as well as we get done. The first 35 minutes of this race, expect to see the pit stop window opening in about 5 minutes time or so. You remember, if you want to follow the strategy over the course of the race, timing71.org. Break out their world-class suite of data analysis tools. That's the likes of Radio Show Limited use in the real world. Thanks to the hard work of James Muscat, we have that available for us to use here in the simulator as well. And talking of hard work, let's give a big shout out to 2 people who are going to be doing a lot of work here today as we see the battle for 11th position on the run in towards the chicane. Ruben Luque and Reese Carl, the 2 newest members of the VCO content team. We're going to be working through splits 1 and 2 to provide images for all of the teams to be able to throw on social media. If you want to see the result of their work, head on over to VCO Esports on social media, but also go to photos.vco-esports.com to check out the entirety of the VCO content database and see everything that's happened in the almost 4 years now that VCO has been around in the sim racing world and doing all sorts of weird and wonderful things that we can only do here on iRacing. So the battle for 11th with Maniti Racing, Red TC, Corsa Esports, and Simsa Esports just outside of your top 10 spots right now. They find themselves about 2.5 seconds off the back of the top 10, where Graham Saunders still runs by himself, has managed to gain 7 positions so far in this race. And we started with 50 cars, Andy. We've already had 5 require a trip down to pit lane, and we're potentially looking at 4 retirements already, 3 of them being in GTP.
Yeah, which I don't think was that unexpected. We thought that that class was going to have the highest attrition rate just because it's the new class, isn't it? They're the cars that perhaps the drivers have the least seat time in, and the other drivers in the other classes don't really know how to interact with them. So we kind of anticipated that, but a shame always to have your race ended in the early stages. I mentioned earlier on that these teams, they don't just rock up on the day and give it a go. You know, these top teams in the top split practice for months ahead of time. That was a close moment. Ferrari rejoining and just finding a gap in the traffic to do so. That was Josh Thompson, team PGZ Ferrari, having I think his second moment down at the Le Mans chicane, that time thankfully avoiding contact with anyone else. But yeah, the amount of practice that these teams put in, makes it all the more heartbreaking when they fall out of the race in the early stages.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's hours and hours of prep and getting the setup right, then the strategy as well, getting data by doing just lap after lap and stint after stint after stint. Apex will have multiple strategists working behind the scenes. Talk about that in a little bit, because 3 wide as GTP split an LMP2 down the middle. Still trying to carve their way through cleanly in this battle for 11th. And the LMP2 car is giving just enough racing room to allow that to happen without too much drama. Handling this quite well, I'd have to say, at this point right now. I did mention at the start, about 38 odd minutes ago, that there was already some drama that had developed. I just want to bring it up so that people are aware of what's happening. Alexander Spets has managed to infuriate a handful of his rivals already, because the one thing that you're not really meant to be doing here at Daytona, especially through the banking, is cut down below the yellow line, and Alexander Spets did that through the entirety of his qualifying lap that saw him grab pole position, which is, as you may already expect, Andy, riled up some of his competitors.
Yeah, that's been one that's always interested me, actually, because, of course, I mentioned this earlier on, as we're getting the leaders in. We'll cover that in a moment, then, because Alexander Spets is in the Williams Esports Chill Blast BMW. So, too, from second place is Pedro Sanchez Albert and John Bennett from third. So, Dominic Hoffman will take the Urano Esports car into the race lead. So, one more lap at least for him. But quite a few of the GTP cars making their way into the pit lane, and a couple of tyre changes going on as well. It'll be interesting to see how much separation this causes now as they continue to pour in at the top end of pit road.
And about at the same time, LMP2 cars have entered as well. The Inet Motorsports Blue Team, along with Culture Racing in their 19 with Ivan Perez, followed in by a handful of others. There are a handful that have been able to extend, including Williams Esports Marla, who now enjoy almost 4.5 seconds of a buffer back to the pole position winner, Elvis Rankin, in the 199 for the Apex Racing team. Cars already rolling off. And do remember as well that in that update back in December, that saw the GT3 tires get a major overhaul. All 3 of these classes will now change tires at the same time as changing fuel. So I don't think we're in for as much of a differentiator in terms of tire strategies. It's all really going to be about how much fuel that these competitors will elect to take. B.S. Turner still stationary on the pit lane, have been there for over 10 minutes and counting after Jarl Time self-cleared himself and then cleared himself up and into the wall and sustaining major damage. 40 minutes, though, the magic number in GTP and then in LMP2. Just like in LMP2, a handful of GTP contenders being able to stretch it out. It's Dominic Hoffman on debut for Urano Esports in the Hiking Media entry that will bring the 190 down to pit lane for the very first time today. And with stints of about 40 minutes, Andy, I think the expectation that we probably have, especially since there's no real concern about how long that drivers have to do in terms of tires, I would expect triple stints for drivers in the prototype classes, because it works out to about 2 hours every single stint.
Yeah, I think that's about right. That's a reasonable length. Of course, many of them capable of going longer if they wanted to, but inevitably, as you go into that third hour, that is perhaps where a bit of fatigue starts to set in. So it makes sense. They've got a top lineup of drivers to choose from that they would change at every stop. This is, by the way, the entirety of the rest of the GTP class coming in, because we have once more got the Williams Esports Chill Blast car into the race lead. Alexander Spets still 4.6 seconds clear of Pedro Sanchez Albert. So that gap staying about the same as it was. And yeah, the first of the pit stops coming after roughly 24 or 25 laps, depending on which of those laps you were coming in. And it's very close on pit exit there.
Yeah, we may get a baby GTP in about 9 months' time. Still trying to sort it out as we work into the horseshoe. That's SRC Movano that will get out of Valtteri Alander, who now gets to the inside of that Urano car. And we'll try and challenge Jonas Wolmar momentarily. Is going to be SRC Movano that's going to squeeze Alander wide, and he'll have to compromise himself for the time being. Haven't really talked about ERS and battery management in these GTP cars, but of course that is something that they are going to be dealing with. It's a very similar system to what those that have driven the Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula 1 vehicles on iRacing will be familiar with. I would expect for the most part that these drivers just keep it in the balanced deploy map and allow iRacing to manage the deploy for them. Very different to what we used to have in the golden age, as some will call it, of LMP1, where basically it was all manual deploy and drivers basically had to figure out lap after lap after lap how they wanted to manage their battery reserves. The main thing that these drivers will be trying to make sure, Andy, is that they maximize the regen when they're actually on the brakes, because that is the one thing that you can make a difference with. It doesn't really increase in terms of how much energy that you recoup into the battery once you get past 50% braking. So there's quite a bit of, I think, logic trying to figure out the optimal strategy around a lap.
Yeah, and lots of places on the track where you can do that. It's all about these big braking zones here into turn 2, into the 2 dog legs, and even down into that Le Mans chicane. So, yeah, that is just an extra headache in a way, isn't it, for the drivers to deal with? Another thing that they've got to think about, as if they didn't have enough to deal with already. They're duking it out wheel to wheel for positions here in the opening hour. They're ducking and diving through traffic. They're thinking about their fuel strategy. They're thinking about perhaps executing a driver change at the next pit stop. As we get into the night time, of course, visibility then also starts to drop too, and then you throw in that hybrid system that they've got to manage as well. So that's perhaps another reason, I would say, for sticking to 2-hour stints for drivers, because their brains are going to be pretty frazzled, I think, by the time they get out of the car.
Back on board with the LMP2 battle, here is the Fire Academy number 14. That has Luke Reimer at the wheel right now. Through the phase of the pit stops, by the way, Gordy Much has been able to leapfrog his way back up into 6th. He finds himself quite separated from the train up front, but at the very least is trying to bounce his way back. It's going to be one of those long races that we see. Here's, by the way, a major moment for your race leader that would have seen Alexander Spets very close to, I think, needing a new change of underwear, because the Biela Racing team car got into the back of one of your bright red Audis, and, well, that almost ended in tears for a car that is dominant right now. I'm trying to see if there's any damage on his machine. Last time by did a 132.946, because what once was a 4 or 5 second lead is now down to about 2.8 and continues to shrink as Pedro Sanchez Albert continues to try and apply some pressure.
Yeah, he has just gone through the bulk of the GTD pack, so I would attribute at least some of the slow lap time to that. It'll be interesting to see if they ever do find some reasonably clean air, what the pace is. But it was a reasonable hit, I think, down that left-hand side. Wouldn't be surprised to hear that perhaps the aerodynamics have been affected ever so slightly, and that will have a pretty sizable effect here around the high banks at the World Centre of Racing. So we'll monitor that situation over the next few laps. But those moments, Arjuna, are where, you know, it's the flip of a coin, isn't it? That can either work out okay for you and you get away with it, or it can end your race and it's completely out of your hands. That's the terrifying prospect here. There's nothing at all there that Alexander Spets could have done differently. He went to the outside, the car got sideways to his outside, and it's then just pot luck as to whether you get away with it.
Give a bit of a shout out to some of our contenders who are back on track after incurring some damage and showing some true endurance racing spirit. Sometimes we don't get this often enough in the world of iRacing. Ronin Simsport back onto track, 2 laps down from the field, but continuing to do what they can, as we see the Altus Porsche 911 diving their way down onto pit lane. They are 8 laps down, had been pounding around with one of the teams I was about to shout out. We do have BS Turner back out on track after about 12.5 minutes of damage repair. They are 8 laps down from your leader. Cody Death and that Williams Esports Ben Q car spent 7.5 minutes in pit lane. They are also back out and racing, 4 laps down from the rest of the field. While Brandon Hawking in the SRC Movano number 3 in GTP, 9 minutes of repairs, 5 laps down from the field, but back out onto track and doing what they can. Over to the GTDs, because we haven't talked about them much, but this, I think, is what we expected. It's about as calm as you could have wanted inside the Apex Racing team facility. Kevin Ellis Jr. off of the banking and talking with the rest of his team as they try and coordinate this bump drafting that has seen them build almost 4 seconds to those trying to chase them down. It's Reino Talvar in the BMW bank entry that currently runs in 3rd in front of Quintin Violate for R8G. Urano, Williams, Urano 5th, 6th and 7th in the customer racing Mercedes AMG entries. But, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this right now with about 45 minutes done in this race. It's really now going to be a case of Apex trying to make sure they don't trip up over themselves and someone doesn't trip up over them.
yeah, we did expect this teamwork. We expected it across all three classes. If 2 or 3 cars from the same team could get to the front, work together, they'd have control of the race. I don't think this is the only class really where we've seen that be a success. In all of the other classes, it's just been so manic and unpredictable that they haven't really been able to execute that. But yeah, you're right, the Apex Racing team absolutely nailing this so far in GTD. It has been Kevin Ellis who's led the whole way as well. They haven't bothered swapping over for fuel mileage. They've been quite content to stay in this order. Johan Haag is a good pusher, and you saw him chatting away there on the in-sim camera, if you like, and it requires a lot of communication to do this, to tell the other car when you're locking on, when you're letting go of them. If you are the pushing car, then you're going to have a much better view of what's coming up behind you as well. So you need to notify the lead car whether you need to move out of the line to let a quicker car through, as they did coming across the stripe that time. So yeah, they are definitely getting this strategy right in the Apex Racing team, and they'll be hoping that continues. 4 seconds to the good now.
The only thing that I would criticize is that those are identical liveries. There is no way to tell the difference other than the number plates, and if you're very, very eagle-eyed on the side of the car, what position the LED number board would tell you. I tell you what, let's see, we saw the Altus Esports Porsche back down onto the pit lane. Let's see if we can dial up Tristan Iglesias, who I think is standing by. Tristan, talk us through what happened in the first 40 minutes of this race.
Yeah, hello guys. Well, I just, well, some people bumped into each other into turn 2, I think. I'm still not sure what happened, because I just looked at what happened to myself, and yeah. Like, when I saw a bit of smoke, I tried to start lifting and braking a little bit, and then I saw a car start spinning, so I decided to go to the grass, and then suddenly there was another Mercedes that appeared there, and we had like a very little contact on the side, and unfortunately that broke our car somehow. I'm still confused about that, but yeah, that's really unlucky.
Thanks for stopping by, Tristan. Always good to hear the thoughts, and sorry for how your race went. While we were talking with Tristan there, change for the race lead. We did wonder if there is some damage on Alexander Spett's car, and I think we are seeing that borne out right now. Just look at the overspeed from Pedro Sanchez Albert, working to the start-finish stripe. And before they even got to the line, clear for the lead. And as they work down the back straightaway onto the run, into the bus stop chicane, Andy, 7/10 the margin between the two.
Yeah, I think Spets is clearly down on straight line speed, isn't he? I'm trying to see that. I can't see any obvious damage down that left-hand side of the number 1 car, but I suspect there must be some, because remember I said that, you know, we'd monitor the gap, we'd monitor the lap times when they were in clean air. Well, they've been in clean air for the last few laps, and he's been consistently lapping slower than Pedro Sanchez Albert, and that is why the gap came down from 4 seconds to 3 to 2 to 1, and now it's back out to 1 second, but with the number 6 car starting to streak away, so that could be a pivotal moment. It'll be stuck out there with this damage for a little while, and they may have to choose to spend a bit of extra time in pit lane at the next stop to get the car working, because he cannot continue to lose a second or more a lap for the rest of this race.
So just a reminder of why they are so slow. There was that moment where the Biela Racing Team car had a bit of drama with the U-Race BR Redragon by Reich Audi R8. That was into the second of the hairpins in the infield. It saw Biela get a little bit squirrely and into the side of the Williams Esports car. Now, just looking at the data, from what I can see, it is costing Williams quite significantly in a straight line, where they are down anywhere from 5 to 10 kilometers an hour, depending on at what point of the straight that you're looking at. So that's why they're struggling so much. The question will be if they can get that damage repaired when they dive back down onto the pit lane in what will be likely 16 odd laps time. It's going to be a painful 16 or 17 laps for Alexander Spets at the wheel of that number 1 car. Now already 2 seconds back from the Obsidian Racing entry. We check back in though with LMP2 fighting. Sim RC and Corentin Gunes showing that, well, front wheel drive may be a good base for LMP2. He's up into 3rd in front of Ivan Perez and Elvis Rankin, who are now getting past that Biela Racing Team Lamborghini. Been able to battle quite nicely, but all this has really done is allowed the front 2 to break away very slightly. Still Ate Kalpinen that leads by 2.7 seconds from Harold Cretin in the Inet Motorsports Blue entry. Then a further 2 seconds to this battle that we're watching now, and it's so easy to get lost in these fights, Andy. I can tell you from personal experience, you think that you're fighting like it's the end of the race. all you do is hurt your chances of being in the right position at the right time at the end of the race.
And often that mindset is affected by what the other drivers around you are doing. You might go into this first hour of the race with every intention of just riding around, just logging laps, not fighting people too hard. But as soon as somebody makes a slightly risky move on you or takes it 3 wide into the chicane, something like that, it sort of riles you up as a driver and you think, right, well, if that's how you're going to race me, then I'm going to do the same to you, and it just starts to escalate in the end. So again, great fun for us watching, but perilous in the extreme. Thankfully though, I haven't seen too much out of the LMP2 class, at least, that I haven't liked. It's just been really good, clean racing. We had that contact earlier on, of course, at the International Horse Show involving the number 19 car of Ivan Machado Perez. But apart from that, they have been keeping it clean, very, very close indeed, and as they work their way through the traffic, any one of these lap cars could present an opportunity to make a move on one of your competitors. If they stumble in the traffic, that loses the momentum, and that is the best way to make an overtake.
Coming towards the end of an hour, and now in towards what will be a GTD pit cycle. RAG and their Audi getting a bit spooked by some sends in the Culture and Apex LMP2 cars, giving a bit of room but not really losing too much time. And a few optimistic sends, but nothing too bad overall through the course of the race so far. A lot more egregious stuff that's happened over the course of the previous week as drivers got set for this race in the official iRacing IMSA series. 45-minute races every 2 hours. And it's a good opportunity to get some traffic management practice under your belt in a way that you can never really do in the real world, Andy, being in a race situation with a lot of the same drivers that you'll be in for the 24.
Exactly, and that is crucial. You learn a lot about other drivers the more time you spend on track with them. You learn, how they're going to race you. If they're in a different class, then you start to learn whether they're going to get out of your way, whether you're going to have to force the issue a little bit more. And that's another advantage really to the sim racing world, is that you can have almost an unlimited amount of practice really, for certainly a significantly cheaper cost than it would be in the real world.
And this is a pit stop 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Is this the realization, at least for us in the commentary booth, that these GTD cars are not capable of going a full hour, which means that we really have to start talking about the very end of this race and the final splash and dash that teams and drivers are going to have to contend with. We'll get back to this, by the way, in a moment's time, because Alexander Spetz continues to bleed time, has now dropped behind John Bennett and that race clutch number 11 GTP car, as that Williams just continues to be on the struggle bus before we even get to the second cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, he's got another 2.3 seconds over Dominic Hoffman, and then another 7 back to Maurizio Caro in 5th, so might be able to settle in probably in 4th place by the end of this stint, I would imagine, which is not that far away in the grand scheme of things, probably about halfway through this second stint of the race for the GTP cars. But this is really unfortunate. I think it's one of those bits of iRacing damage that probably don't even show up visually, but has just done something to the aerodynamics of the car. Hopefully, therefore, it won't be a particularly long fix in the pit lane. Even if it's 20-30 seconds or so, that's not the end of the world in a race like this, I suppose. But as you said, no safety cars, no full course cautions in the iRacing Daytona 24, and so anytime you do lose, you've got to get back all by yourself.
I think we're going to get pit stops for your leaders in GTD, and indeed Apex 98 and 99 come in synchrony together, and I think that's the story of what to expect over the course of the 24 hours. You do see, at the very least, in the 91 Mercedes-AMG Urano Esports car, Alexei Nesov able to go an extra lap and trying to get close to the top of the hour, although he is going to likely fall short if he comes in this time by. And again, as the weather cools off, it's only going to get more difficult for drivers to extend stints here, because of course cooler track conditions mean more grip available, more time spent on throttle, more time spent at full throttle in particular, and traditionally you will see the fuel mileage drop off as we work our way through. Although having said that, not like we are talking about the warmest track conditions in the world, Andy, because even though we are in the Sunshine State, we are in the virtual January here in iRacing, so track temperature is only about 31 degrees Celsius, likely to cool off during the night to probably about 23, 25 degrees Celsius, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah, normally I'd agree with you that that's cold, but my PC tells me it's 1 degree and I think starting to snow here in northern England, so that sounds pretty toasty to me. You're right though, for Daytona and for Florida, that's reasonable, isn't it? And that should help not only with outright performance, but tyre management as well. You know, we mentioned that they're going to be changing tyres every time, this new tyre build, particularly within the GT classes, meaning that the tyre wear rate is significantly higher than it used to be. Well, a slightly cooler track temperature will help you a little bit with that. I also think we might see these fuel numbers change a little bit as we get deeper into the race. It's a lot harder to save fuel in the opening hour or two, because as we've seen, they're all on top of each other practically the entire time, battling door to door for position. As things settle down, you perhaps get yourself in a little pack of cars who are willing just to work together for a stint or two. That is perhaps where you could save a bit more fuel. So whether you can save 5 minutes worth of fuel awaits to be seen, but already we are seeing some teams doing that a little bit better than others.
Yeah, I see someone else, I think, based in the UK in our RaceSpot TV YouTube chats asking for Florida to send the weather over to the UK. Yeah, again, it's not all summertime, especially in the US. People seem to think that California is all, it's called the Golden State, so therefore it must always be warm. It was about 1 degree Celsius when I woke up as well this morning, Andy. So as someone who grew up on the equator, anything less than 25 degrees Celsius is cold to me. So I recognize I'm very odd in that regard, but I prefer being hot and humid than cold and dry. Now, Urano have, in that GTD class, in the 91, come back out of pit lane, or are coming back out of pit lane. They are going to emerge, I think, just in the front of that queue that's building for third on back, so it's going to see them rise to the final step of the podium as Elvis Rankin will fire it down the inside on that run down in towards turn number 1, just getting his way past the Sim RC entry. Small smile on Elvis's face, usually based out of, or somewhat close to Indianapolis. But of course, back in the UK for this race, and I think that's a really nice thing to do. Porsche and Coanda did it last week when they came together for their 24-hour race, including our producer behind the scenes, Hugo Luis, who's returned to Brazil specifically for this event. But to be able to have that team environment, Andy, it's something very unique to what a lot of other sim racing teams will experience over the course of this. Because a 24-hour race, as much as this is a competitive experience, it's also a social experience, because you need to be working with your teammates well over the 24 hours, not getting too irritated with them. And I think the camaraderie that you can build by being in person and chatting after a stint, it's invaluable in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think it puts you in the right frame of mind too. I found personally, from when I started working in sim racing as a commentator, you're doing it from your office at home, and you're often, you don't have to get dressed up and look presentable necessarily to go to work. You can sort of relax a bit and take your cup of coffee upstairs, you sat there in your pajamas, you do your work, and you go back down and sit on the sofa again. I think there's something about travelling to an event and being around the team, being in that team environment. It just keeps the level of professionalism as high as it needs to be. Now, with the kind of drivers we're seeing on show here today, I'm sure that's not such an issue for them. They are doing this very much professionally. They know the significance of being professional and doing a good job. But I think it does just kind of put you in that mindset. And I think it would make me perform better, knowing that my teammates are right there with me. Not only are they cheering me along, but they're also going to see any little mistakes I make, and that would probably just make me concentrate that little bit harder. So I think it's absolutely a great move, and I commend the teams that are making that step, and it's nice to see more of them now starting to see that as an option.
It does mean that you need your drivers to be professional in that environment. You can have your fun, but you need to be professional. Hugo was telling me about some stories of his experience at the Coanda Esports facility, where one of the drivers had opened some food that was for the broadcast team, taken a bite of a burger and put it back in its wrapping and back in the bag. Those are the type of things you don't want to be seeing from sim racers, because it does live up to the reputation of the fact that sim racers don't touch grass a lot of the time. That's the insult that's thrown around nowadays. Go touch grass. I do think as well, it was great seeing the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series have a in-person finale for the Championship 4 at the end of last year. The thing with sim racing is that, well, if, for example, this number 55 car accidentally bumped the 912 in the wrong way and crashed it out, there would be no discussions had immediately afterwards, except the ones that they'd have in the DMs on Discord. Whereas if you crash someone out in an in-person event, there's immediate retribution that may be served.
Oh, exactly. Look, we all know the online culture these days. You can say what you want online with reasonably little in the way of repercussions. If you've got to look another driver in the eye who you have just taken out of a race, intentionally or otherwise, that perhaps will make you think twice about doing it. And it just adds to the realism as well. And again, perhaps I see this in a different way, transitioning from real-world racing into sim racing rather than the other way around. But that is something that perhaps is lacking a little bit, that emotional kind of interaction that you have with your competitors. I think the more you have to interact with them in person, the more you see them as people, not just another car on track that you have to beat at all costs. That is an actual real-life person who you might have to go and talk to after the race and explain your actions to. And I think that can only be a good thing, really. It heightens the level of realism, and it just makes you think twice about how you treat people out on the track.
To be fair, I think in a lot of ways, sim racers are more cognizant of the fact that you always have to leave a little bit more room for the other driver. But at the same time, I think real-world drivers, especially seeing them in the sim world, are a lot smarter at sometimes recognizing, okay, if I went around the outside in this situation, yes, maybe I would survive, but it may not be the smartest thing in the world. And I think that's the thing that sometimes sim racers don't think about in the same way as real-world racers. Moritz Lohner made the transition from virtual to reality, going to compete in GT4 machinery. His first weekend was at Monza, and he found out the hard way that you don't want to be on the outside coming out of the Retofilio, the first chicane, because you are just going to be forced off and into the gravel. Here's the battle, though, for what is now for the fifth position, Quintin Violate is going to be passed by Daniel Pastore, who bullies his way on past as that Audi starts to look like it's struggling a little bit relative to the Audis that run at the front of the field. Apex Racing still lead by 3 seconds from the 91 for Urano Esports, but after leading earlier, Quintin Violate has slid back outside of the top 5.
Yeah, that was interesting actually, because we've been riding on board with Daniel for a little while. He was quite content to push the Audi along through the banking, but when he saw his opportunity through turn 2, he didn't waste a moment in slipping up the inside. I think that Quentin just got sort of forced offline a bit by the GTP car. That opened the door and the Mercedes wriggled through immediately on the inside line. So opportunistic stuff there, and that is sensible at this stage of the race. Sit behind someone, work with them, don't take any risks. But yeah, sure, if you get the chance to go up the inside of them and you can do it in a relatively risk-averse way, we are in a motor race after all, so you kind of have to go for it, and you can see the benefit. He's already starting to pull clear now from the Audi, which now begins to fall into the clutches of the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano car of Luca Kita.
Almost 3 wide on the dive down into the chicane, as I think the GTP car, that may have been the Pearson's one, had to get out of it initially. I just noted a comment in the chat from Bo Albert, the winner of the iRacing Roar in the Toyota GR86 class. Commentary in Crocs is the real strat. You can get away with a lot, but I don't think you could really get away with that one, especially if you're going to tell people about it.
Should be a sackable offence, I think, quite frankly. There is no excuse for Crocs. I don't care who you are, where you are, what you're doing. Your life will always be better without them, I'm afraid.
Absolutely. Alexander Spetz, by the way, is down on pit lane. Early pit stop, but I think this is the earliest they could come in to assess the extent of the damage. Spetz is going to jump out, and Arthur Lehook will be the next driver in if they are going to be able to roll off in short time without needing a lengthy pit stop. But after putting it on pole position for Alexander Spetz to be taken out by no fault of his own, he's going to be a little bit frustrated. I think a few of these LMP2 cars are going to get frustrated at the sends from the GTP. Last year, I dubbed LMP the Let Me Pass class. GTP, I think, is taking it a step further. It's the Got to Pass class.
I think you're right, and this is the point we've been making all along. These LMP2 cars are no longer the fastest cars on the track. So, in a way, I'm sure there are some GT drivers who are thinking, well, okay, you're getting a taste of your own medicine now. This is how you've been treating us over the last few years. But it is tricky for the LMP2s. They're trying to pass the slower GT cars, but also have to look in their mirrors to see when the GTPs are coming. And then trying to calculate the fact that GTP cars have the hybrid system, they're going to be quicker out of the corners than the LMP2s. Yeah, perhaps that's an argument for the GTP drivers exercising a bit more patience. They know they've got the superior top speed, they know they've got the superior acceleration out of the corners as well. Perhaps there isn't such a need to make those big lunges in the braking zones.
You'd think, but sometimes behind the wheel, you don't think. At the end of the day, 42 seconds of optional repairs. The story for Arthur LeHook and the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry. Regular full-service pit stop is about 33-odd seconds. They were stationary for 1 minute and 5. So it looks like they've taken 32 or so of those seconds in the second stint of the race. Second pit stop of the race, to be more specific. And we'll see them likely get the rest of those repairs in another 40-odd minutes' time when they return down to the safety of the pit lane. Scrolling through various things, by the way, don't forget that, of course, much excitement for next weekend with the Rolex 24 getting underway. IMSA TV is going to have full coverage in sound and vision with a great team at Radio Show Limited on commentary. You'll get the one and only Peter Mackay as part of that commentary coverage as well. He is currently on the broadcast for the second split of competition, and you'll see him in about 50 minutes time alongside Andy to walk you through the next 4 or so hours in this top split of competition. But that's not the only major thing that's going to be kicking off here in January. It's time to get underway with another year of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. On January the 31st, get ready for the clash at the Coliseum as we get a exhibition event to take the stress out of the drivers as they can focus just on having a little bit of fun. Of course, 2 weeks after, February the 14th, they'll get started with the first points-paying race at Daytona. Bit of an interesting schedule in many, many ways, though, Andy. Of course, I think the Milwaukee Mile, in addition, that many, many drivers are excited about. The trip over to Monza is also one that I think has been circled as being quite intriguing for the drivers in this new generation of NASCAR stock car machinery.
I had my first go actually at Monza in an Xfinity car a couple of days ago, and that was an eye-opening experience. I cannot wait to see the sort of competition we get there, but yeah, really excited to follow along with that championship this season. Actually, it's going to be, I think, really competitive, as it always is, and yeah, nice to see them doing a few things that are a little bit different, don't necessarily mirror the real life series, but that's okay. That's what sim racing can be about. We can do things here in the sim that you just can't do in real life, either for financial reasons, for safety reasons perhaps, whatever it may be. You can still do it in the sim. I'm really excited to see them go about their business. I will say though, it still sounds a bit strange to hear the words clash at the Coliseum. That might take a few more years for me to be fully sold on, I'm afraid.
I think, though, it gives some excitement for the fact that we can do these new things with the series as well and go to markets that maybe have been traditionally underserved. Second place sees a swap around as Elvis Rankin finally gets his way back forward onto some podium spots. But now, about, 6.5 seconds adrift of Ate Kauppinen in that Williams Esports Marla-powered entry. Not ideal in terms of the race situation. But again, given what happened down at this corner about, just under an hour ago, I think they'll be quite happy in that Apex Racing 199 camp to still be damage-free and in contention to defend their win from 2022. And hopefully we get a chance to chat with a handful of the Apex Racing team drivers over the course of the event. I still think the most memorable bit of content that was produced in the entirety of the sim racing world last year was when Kevin Ellis Jr. broke into the Apex Racing TV studio, which is on site at that Corby facility, and gave us a weather report, Andy, which is not something that we're really, I think, too worried about this year, with rain not being a factor for these drivers. But as we move forward, weather and having someone that can read the signs is going to be even more important at the top level of sim racing.
talk about a game changer. That is going to completely revolutionise the way that these races run. I think it will be interesting to see exactly how that will work. I've no doubt, this being iRacing, that it will be implemented in the most lifelike and accurate fashion possible. I really hope that you have some way of seeing the weather coming in, predicting roughly how long it's going to take, some sort of data maybe that you get in to tell you roughly when that rain is expected. But yeah, that is, I think, getting closer and closer, and it's something that I am personally excited about. I think, certainly from a commentary perspective, I'm not quite sure how I'd feel about it as a driver, but hey, these sim racers, they've had it far too easy on iRacing for far too long. It's something that all racing drivers should be able to deal with, that sudden change of conditions, and I can't wait to see them having to tackle it here on iRacing.
Of course, we've seen already the windshield wipers in effect here today. A handful of weeks ago, rain tires were mysteriously added and then removed from a certain Porsche 992 Generation Cup car. So all the bits and bobs are coming together. Of course, iRacing is such a dynamic system with so many components working together. The surface model, the tires, it's all going to get major updates as we build to that next evolution. On board with the race clutch number 8 as Rick Yonk goes up the banking to work his way past some traffic. Too much drama in this prototype train that has both the GTPs and LMP2s commingled for the time being. You see the SRC Movano car get checked up off of the exit, and much like we saw earlier, even though the race clutch machine got a better exit, as soon as the SRC Movano car was in the draft and stabilized, it was able to pull away again and work its way forward. I think one major thing that we're not really talking about when it comes to the prospect of rain is the fact that you have to build a car that works both in the dry. Ooh, that's a big power slide for the Inet Motorsports LMP2 car. They're going to drop behind the Culture Racing team, so they go from 2nd to 4th in the space of about 3 laps. But you're going to have to build a setup, Andy, that works quite well in the dry. And then if you do get rain, without maybe... Whoa! Ooh. That's Corrington. Excuse me, that's Marvin Strell as the rear wing goes for a slide. The new damage model gets a workout here. Not for the first time today. Now, how exactly did that happen on the run to turn number 1?
Well, let's see if we can find out, but that is a car that will be spending a lot, in fact 2 cars, look, that will be spending a lot of time in the pit lane, both with near identical damage. The rear wing knocked off. Here is the replay and contact through the tri-oval, and actually there was a 3rd car involved there, Arjun. I didn't quite see who that was. That car, I think, got into the back of the 76, put it in the wall, and it was a chain reaction accident going into the braking zone, but the contact actually happening a lot earlier than we thought.
Oh, it's a bright white LMP2 car, so not going to be the easiest to pick that. Oh, no, excuse me. Yeah, no. That's a big old contact, and it goes back to the point that I made earlier. You've got 2 pedals. You've got the loud pedal and the quiet pedal. Sometimes you need to stomp on the left one.
It's one of the GTP cars, isn't it, that just, it's almost like they didn't realise the other cars were there when they were directly in front, ran plumb into the back of the number 76 just there. That all looks a little bit odd, Arjuna, and I wonder whether maybe there are some technical issues that have perhaps triggered that in some way, because that's beyond clumsy. That is almost as if cars couldn't quite see each other properly going into the braking zone, and either that or a complete miscalculation under braking that has led to, well, probably now 3 cars having to make their way down to the pit lane for repairs.
So it was the German sim racing car that had Lucas Lippert behind the wheel, and I think if we can get another look on board, we're going to come back to that in a moment. What's happened to Gordy Much? Not the first time he's had an issue today, and he's slow on the timing screen, and I think at the same point that he's already had a bit of an off. Straight to the replay machine, and, well, Maniti Racing, I'm not exactly sure what was going on there, except plenty of brake issues.
Yes, and Gordy Much had left room on the inside line, no doubt about that, and just gets punted straight off the track, and that might have done some damage to the right rear corner of the number 9 car, I think. He just can't catch a break today, can he, Gordy? He was dragging that car back into contention. You can bounce back from one issue early in the race, but I think 2 bits of contact, particularly that second one, which was a bit heavier, I think, than the first, that might well derail your race altogether, and we'll see whether or not he has to dive for the pit lane. Just a quick point as well, Arjuna, to make on the erstwhile race-leading car. Now it has Arthur LeHoux at the wheel, so that was a driver change for the number 1 Williams Esports Chill Blast car, but the pit stop was about the same length as everybody else's, so I don't think they took too much time to repair the car. Perhaps they've decided to leave it how it is for now.
I got word that they had actually done all of the damage repair, so even though they were only about 30 seconds longer than a regular stop, they were seemingly able to get 42 seconds of repair done and dusted in the limited time. Got nervous again as through the international horseshoe they run. To go back to the incident with SimRC, by the way, I just had a little bit of a look on board with the German sim racing car to understand. What it seems to be is SimRC lifting off to try and maybe save a bit of fuel, and the GTP car not recognizing and not having, to be fair, not having much time to recognize what was going on as well. And so as the SimRC car slows itself up, the GTP car still trying to accelerate into turn number 1. That caused the chain reaction that ended up having, I think, the Ronin Simsport car, Ronin Simsport car, I think it was, having their issue as well. The bright white LMP2 car that was just in front of SimRC. Into another cycle of pit stops, though. Obsidian Racing, Pedro Sanchez Albert, after inheriting the race lead, has not put a foot wrong, it's fair to say, and he brings the number 6 down to the safety of the pit lane. Although already in this race, we are starting to see some GTP cars able to extend the stint further than others. Both Race Clutch and Urano in the 190, along with the BMW BS competition, the 191 for Urano, Race Clutch in the number 8. They all go 1 lap longer.
And interestingly, actually, that was 1 lap shorter that time for Obsidian. They did 25 laps the first time round, 24 that time. So it might not sound like a lot, but for some reason, going a little bit earlier into the pit lane that time around, and of course it was at least a double stint for Pedro. We'll wait and see whether or not he stays in the car this time. But already seeing a little bit of variation, although 24 laps does seem to be the very minimum that all the cars can manage them. So that now means that the number 11 car of John Bennett, the Race Clutch white car, takes over the race lead by 4.8 seconds over Dominic Hoffman, and we would expect them in, I would imagine, next time round.
To add more colour to the story, by the way, on the incident with SimRC and the German sim racing car, it does look as though technical issues in the internet for the German sim racing car maybe was not even aware of how close he was to those around you. Very, very dangerous situation for everybody. Unfortunate to see such a big incident take place as well. Into the chicane. Ascends forthcoming as expected from your GTP contenders, but they do it in a relatively safe way this time by, without really causing too much, I think, drama to anybody in particular. Just a reminder as well, as now it's the number 11 for Race Clutch that comes in 1 lap later, with Urano and Dominic Hoffman being able to go an additional lap beyond them. If you're watching on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, hit the Watch in Command Center button to go multi-view. You can watch both the top and second split of this iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona powered by VCO. You can also follow along with 3 splits of competition in VCO LFM Flex Stream. Pit stops also, by the way, now getting underway for your LMP2 category. And maybe one thing that the 199 Apex Racing Team car is going to be thinking about is what they can do in terms of strategy, because already Ate Kauppinen in the race lead has come in with the Williams Esports Marla number 15. Elvis Rankin, along with a handful of others, able to extend 1 lap longer as we see Fira in the 14 dive on in.
Yep, down the pit lane they come. Very careful to get down to pit lane speed limit in time. You're carrying so much speed off the banking off NASCAR Turn 4. Very easy to just misjudge that ever so slightly. But yeah, if you can save even a lap of fuel at every stint, then that ultimately, by the end of the race, particularly in the prototype classes, could save you a pit stop. So that's why it's significant to start thinking about fuel, even at this very early point in the race. Saving a lap each time could be critical. The longest anyone in the GTP class went in the first stint was 26 laps. It'll be interesting to see if anyone can stretch it to a 27th maybe this time. That might be asking a little bit too much, but we shall wait and see. There is the 89 of Valtteri Alander coming around the final corner, and he will indeed peel below the yellow line and make his way down pit road.
So, is anyone going to be able to go 1 lap longer? I don't think so at this point in the race. I'll be very curious how the fuel windows play out as we get closer and closer to getting under pitch black conditions, as dark as it's really going to get. Do you remember, of course, that Daytona has lighting all the way around to illuminate the great American race, the Daytona 500, but to ensure that teams, drivers, and the cars themselves are actually reliant on the headlights, the lighting capacity is turned down to basically 20% of their maximum brightness, meaning that you are still having to pick your way through. It's not as dark as some of your other iRacing special events, but it's definitely darker than some. So Valtteri Alander with a 31.2 second pit stop, one of the shortest that we've seen in this juncture of the race, but not that much shorter, given that the longest is about 32.5. You'll note that, of course, going back a couple of years, the pit limiter release line a lot further back than it used to be to accommodate for the RFID scanning that Michelin added to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship a handful of years ago. Just a choke point that actually allows the RFID scanners to work, rather than with the traditional pit release line that we used to have, where you might have cars 3 abreast as they tried to funnel off into that very tricky pit exit. And I think some drivers will be glad that the limiter line has been moved, Andy, because I know from personal experience it's quite easy to crash on pit exit, especially on cold tires, as Valtteri Alander is trying to prove.
Yeah, that was a big moment for Valtteri. Saved it well, but now might be under a bit of pressure. Oh, we're going to see almost a bit of bump drafting in the GTPs. Didn't expect that, and perhaps sensibly backing off, coming through the bank corners. But that cold tyre issue, that is only going to get worse as we go deeper into the evening and ultimately through the night. We see that all the time here at Daytona. You pop out of the pit lane, you're straight into that technically demanding infield section, and you just don't really have the tyres in the right operating window for the first half a lap to a full lap, even potentially at night. So that will be something to watch out for. We've seen already how easy it is to loop these BMWs in the braking zones, and cold tyres won't help with that either. So wouldn't be at all surprised to see a few teams getting caught out by that as the rest of the race goes on.
Again, if you're watching on RaceSpot TV, on VCO's YouTube or Twitch, or on the iRacing Twitch, do let us know where you're watching from. Delighted to have so many of you from around the sim racing world and across the globe watching us here for this iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, the biggest sim race of the year in terms of participation. We had more than 16,000 drivers in total last year, and I have no doubt that we have probably hit similar numbers here in 2023 with so much excitement around this upcoming year in sports car racing. It has been quite painful, I must say. I have some friends who, Tyler Maxson, who works with us here at RaceSpot, he is getting ready for another season in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge in the real world, and so he was sending some videos from trackside of the new GTP cars. Yeah, I'm very jealous that I'm not actually going to be there, Andy, because boy, those things look spectacular.
And what an exciting time for endurance racing in general all around the world. I think that top class of prototype racing is just going to be so exciting to watch over the next couple of seasons as more and more teams, more and more manufacturers start to get involved. And yeah, they look the part, they sound good. They're quick as well, which clearly is important, and I think this could really turn into a proper golden age of prototype racing around the world, and it is so nice to see that being incorporated into iRacing as well, and I'm sure we will over time start to get more of those cars on the iRacing service as well, so that we can all have a little taste of what it's like if we don't have the opportunity to attend or indeed compete in one of them, which most of us won't. We can do so on the sim. But yeah, the Daytona 24 Hour definitely high on my list of events that they're on my list of bucket list events for sure. I need to get to Daytona at some point. There is another event at Daytona that's probably slightly higher on the list, but the 24 Hours right up there as well, because it's always a good race. This is the thing. I enjoy endurance racing, don't get me wrong, and I'd love to go to some of the big summer events, for example, some of the summer 24 Hour events. But there's something about Daytona, the level of competition is just that much higher, isn't it? Something about the layout of the track, the IMSA format as well, it just keeps things nice and close, and you're guaranteed an exciting race for 24 hours, as opposed to just pockets of activity that ultimately get fewer and further between the deeper into the race you go.
I also think that it's no longer the first 24-hour race of the year, that is the 24 Hours of Dubai, but it is very much the event which signals the start of another year of endurance racing. eyes from around the world get focused in, and yeah, it is just one of those events. I will also say I had a great experience working with the team at IMSA for the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, so I wish them the best of luck as well as they get set, because I can only imagine behind the scenes how much has had to be done, not just logistically, not just from an engineering to get the BOP for this new class working the way that IMSA wants it, but so many people working hard behind the scenes to make this happen. And IMSA continues their partnership with VCO and iRacing through these Grand Slams, and delighted that we have trophies on the line for the winners in this top split of competition. About 90 minutes now going to be in the books. Bit of a rundown as they sit right now, with pit stops officially complete for your GTP and LMP2 classes, but starting with the GTP, it's Obsidian Racing and Pedro Sanchez Albert that run at the front. They inherited the lead about 30-40 minutes ago after Alexander Spetz in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car took some damage. Pedro Sanchez Albert has picked up that spot and is the fastest car on track right now. Leads by over 10 seconds from John Bennett, the GB3 driver, crossing over into the virtual world and racing along with Race Clutch in the number 11. He's being hunted down by Dominic Hoffman on debut for Urano Esports in the Hiking Media car. A further 13 seconds back, you find the first of the Pure Sims entries. Ash Sutton will be watching on with great delight to see his team getting on so well in the top split of competition. They are in a battle with the recovering BMW Team BS competition. Valtteri Alander had a bit of a self-spin, locking the rear wheels up after qualifying up towards the very tip-top of the field. Was on the outside of the front row to start, back up into the top 5, and now working to try and get past Mauricio Cuero in front of him. Another 3 or 4 seconds down the road, it's the 191 with Jonas Walmar, and then a gaggle that has SRC Movano's first entry with Sasha Gorla behind the wheel of 369. He's in front of Race Clutch and Andrew Dawson, Graham Sanders in the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing entry, trying to close them down as well. Simsa Esports round out the top 10. Valtteri Alander now officially in front of that number 16 car. There, though, is the former race leader. They are not a lap down by virtue of their early stop, but they are compromised on strategy. And we'll see exactly how the Williams Esports Chill Blast team gets on from here. Still, though, one of the fastest cars on the track. Let's move on over to the LMP2 class, and what a rip-roaring start it was for them. The action very much was intense, and maybe too intense. It has allowed Ate Kauppinen to take advantage of the chaos to build what is a 4-second buffer in the Williams Esports Marla number 15 over defending race winners. Elvis Rankin in the 199 car sits 4 seconds back and trying to hunt him down. 199 looking well poised in terms of strategy. How exactly will they fare out? We'll have to wait and see. Culture team, Ivan Perez was the instigator of the chaos that saw Gordy Much have his first spin, but they still run up in third position for the time being. Behind them, the Inet Motorsports blue car that started at the back and has run as high as second, currently up 11 spots in fourth. Simarsi and Corentin Gunes through the top 5, then down to Gordy Much in 6th spot. And another issue through the International Horseshoe with the GTP class about 20 minutes ago, but still 6th in front of Race Clutch, in front of Fire Academy, in front of the Chit Chat Racing team that has Sean Campbell, one of Racebot's favorites, behind the wheel. SRC Movano. Scott Michaels, one of our competitors in the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, completes the top 10. Over to the GTDs, last but not least by any means. And it's Apex Racing domination once more. They dominated in the final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship here at the World Center of Racing. And they're using identical strategies, although this time in Audi R8 GT3s. Kevin Ellis Jr. leads from Johan Harth, while in third position, 6 seconds adrift of the leading duo, is Alexei Nesov in the 91 for Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. He has been caught by a bit of a train behind. BMW Bank started at the very front, were pushed wide into turn number 1, had to drop backwards. They sit in 4th position, Reina Talvar still behind the wheel, with Daniel Pastor in the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car in 5th, Luca Kita for Mercedes AMG Urano in 6th, and then Quintin Violate in the R8G Audi that runs in 7th spot, the last of this peloton, trying to hunt down your race leaders. Other cars in the top 10, Bila Racing Team and Sven Haase. No qualifying time for him. He's had to try and bounce his way back, but only to 8th so far. The U-Race BR Redragon by Reich, number 5 in their bright red Lamborghini, had a bit of a spin through the opening section on the opening lap. They recovered quite nicely with Go Vanchini in 9th position. I think the question for many who watched last year is that, will Go Vanchini do 10 hours in a row to start this race off? Well, you'll have to wait and see. Rounding out the top 10 in GTD is the Apex Racing Academy car, and that is your rundown through the 3 classes with 90 minutes in the books. And to be fair, Andy, we missed so many of the storylines that we haven't talked about in that bit of a recap there.
And there's just been so much going on. You kind of expect that, I suppose, in the first hour and a half. But this year, more than ever, I think, was just action aplenty in that first 90 minutes. Perhaps now things starting to settle down a little bit, by which I don't mean we're not seeing any good racing. We're seeing here a good fight for 3rd place in LMP2, for example. But people are now starting to break off either on their own, as we're seeing at the front in GTP, or into their own little clusters of cars that are capable of running about the same speed. They're engaging in their own battle. They're not coming across, you know, an entire group of slower cars at once. They're now picking them off in 1s and 2s and 3s, and it just becomes that little bit easier now to just sort of survive log laps and really figure out where you are in the running order, because you know, those first 90 minutes were so hectic. People were gaining 3 places a lap, losing 3 places the next lap. Things now just starting to settle down into a little bit of a rhythm, and it finally, after 90 minutes, starts to feel like an endurance race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're getting into that rhythm now. Do remember as well, by the way, that we're watching LMP2s on screen right now. If you raced in the LMP2 last year in the iRacing Daytona 24, the car's a little bit different. It's been slowed down, less power, in line with the real-world changes, of course, as well to this category, with the GTP cars, of course, maybe not being as fast as the previous LMP1 cars that were the previous quote-unquote golden era of prototype racing. Although I think in hindsight, while the racing was spectacular between Audi, Porsche, and Toyota, and Peugeot as well when they were there, the reality is we had really at best 2 top-level teams, depending on what manufacturer they were, whether it was Audi versus Porsche, Audi versus Peugeot, Porsche versus Toyota. We never really had more than that, and now we're looking at a situation where BMW, Porsche, Peugeot, Ferrari, Lamborghini, I can keep going on with these manufacturers, Cadillac, Acura. So many manufacturers have committed to what hypercar and what LMDH represents in terms of an ethos for manufacturing a prototype car and for designing a prototype car. And I truly think you cannot compare what we had in LMP1 with what we've got in store for us in the next handful of years.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're right, really. We look back now at the previous era of LMP1 racing, and it was good, don't get me wrong, and it was probably an improvement on what we'd had for the preceding handful of years, but not really quite getting to the point of competition that we had in the sort of late 90s and early noughties, for example. And I really think that's where we're headed now, with multiple manufacturers, as you said, coming in and committing wholeheartedly to this, and manufacturers that we haven't seen racing in this kind of racing for several decades, they're seeing that this is the time to come back, and that really should tell us that they've got it right with these regulations to be attracting manufacturers back who haven't really seen sports car racing and certainly prototype class racing as a valid place for them to go and spend their money, ultimately. For them to now come and realise, okay, we're going to do that now. There's clearly something in those regulations that they're liking, and that's why I'm quite hopeful that this won't only be, you know, a high level of competition over a couple of years. I'm hopeful that it will continue to be the case over a number of years. And hey, you might remind me of this in 3 or 4 years' time and I'll regret what I'm saying, but I really do hope that that's going to be the case. And I think there's every chance that that could be, in which case we're in for a treat.
I hope we're in for a treat. Knocking on the wood around me. RaceSpot TV issued block of wood as well is something I think that we do have to be looking at, because, well, do you believe in the commentator's curse, Andy?
Oh, I have been guilty of it several times.
Good.
I can no longer deny its existence, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Lewis McLeod seems to still deny that the commentator's curse does not exist and it's just bad driving, which there is definitely an element of that. But yeah, I've lost track of the number of times that now I have experienced, or I have given the commentator's curse, and so I very much believe that that is something that RaceSpot TV needs. Standard issued blocks of wood to make sure that we're not cursing people. 23 minutes to go to the top of the hour. Probably about 13 or so minutes until we see GTD pit stops get back underway as well, so keep an eye out on that. Going to be interesting to see how teams have been able to save in the second stint of the race compared to the first stint of the race. A couple of cars kicking up some grass through that Le Mans chicane as well. This track is not as bad as the other track that I'm commentating on this today as part of VCO LFM Flex Stream, where Spa-Francorchamps, literally every corner at that track has multiple names for the most part. I think the only corners that have defined names that don't change: La Source, Eau Rouge, Radion, and Blanchimont.
Well, yes, although there is the debate, the great Eau Rouge debate, is there not, as to which bit of that corner
Yes.
exactly is Eau Rouge. So even that we can't agree on. But yeah, corner names are a fickle thing. There was a period through the 90s, I think, in particular over here in the UK, where companies would sponsor a circuit and they'd give them money to have their name associated with a corner. And so as that sponsorship changed hands over 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, you'd turn up at a track every year and it would have a different name every year. And that was just too much for my brain to cope with. I'm glad I wasn't a commentator back then. I could just turn up and enjoy the racing. But it is funny, isn't it, how we mentioned this with the Le Mans chicane here at Daytona, how we grow attached to a name like the bus stop, and we really are reluctant to accept the new one. But hey, regardless of what the corners are named, they're all challenging. Here at Daytona, that's certainly the case. And what's in a name after all?
I think the one that is the most tricky to so many is at Monza, where it is no longer the Parabolica, it's the Curva Alboreto. I forget what the full name is. Curva Alboreto or something along those lines. I still think the best way to do it, I know the Nordschleife is a special case because you've got 170 corners, so you've got enough corners to go and rename if you do one every year, but or you got enough corners to name if you did one a year. But you know, when Sabine Schmidt passed away, I think it was great what they did, which is that the left-hander that brings you off the GP loop and onto the Nordschleife, which never had a name before, it's only fitting that they dubbed it the Sabine Schmidt curve. I mean, sometimes it just works out perfectly like that, and I can speak to my own personal experience. I fell in love with the Nordschleife, I think, first because of Sabine and her enthusiasm and passion for the track and to thrash anything and everything around. I think most people have seen, Andy, the classic lap of Sabine in that Ford Transit somehow tried to get down to a 10-minute lap.
Which was just astonishing to watch. That was actually my real introduction to the Nordschleife. I couldn't tell you exactly how old I was, but I perhaps wasn't fully aware that the Nordschleife was still a thing. I think I'd read about it and I knew of its prior existence, but I don't think I realised that they still used it, let alone raced around it. And it was through Sabine that, and her antics on television that I became aware of exactly what it was and exactly how active that circuit still was, and now the Daytona 24 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours, excuse me, is among my favourite races in the world. I mean, that's just a different level of crazy, the Nürburgring 24, and I really love that we can still have elements like that in motorsport, things that in a way are a little bit outdated, but they still kind of work, and they still really work. And yeah, that's a hugely exciting race and a lovely tribute to Sabine as well, to have that corner named after her. We had a similar thing with Justin Wilson when he sadly passed away, and there was a corner renamed after him at Snetterton. And funnily enough, no one had an issue with that at that particular occasion. There are certain times where I think we can all agree it's crucial that we have these tributes to people who sadly are no longer with us, and that's a beautiful name for their beautiful way for their names to live on forever. Yeah, and I think just talking about it was a rough start to the year for many motorsports fans, specifically in the off-road world. Starting, of course, with Ken Block's passing, which there are genuinely not many celebrities that I've cried after hearing of their passing. Neil Peart, I grew up as a Rush fan, and so when Neil Peart passed away, I shed a few tears. When Ken Block passed away, I shed quite a few tears. I distinctly remember when I first found Ken, and it wasn't watching him on Gymkhana on YouTube like I think so many people did. It was playing Dirt 2, and it was Ken's voice that welcomed you into the game. And Dirt 2 still has maybe what is the best motorsports racing game soundtrack, in my opinion.
it nailed what I wanted as a little kid, just trying to figure out what rallycross and all of this stuff was about. And then you got Dirt 3, which was even better as a game, and it was all really about Ken, because you had Gymkhana added for the very first time. And I still remember spending hours and hours and hours in Battersea Park, not for any purpose. I was just doing weird and wacky things and recreating my own Gymkhana stunts, you know, in the virtual world. But Ken's passing had such an impact. WRC have retired the number 43 for this year. Nitro Rallycross are going to retire that number permanently. Speaking of Nitro Rallycross, Travis Pastrana is going to be running a tribute livery, which was Ken's actual first racing livery, back on the very old Subaru STI that he used to thrash around. Then you had Robbie Pierce, I think it was, off-road legend, who passed away as well. The thing that I think sometimes we forget is that life is precious, Andy, especially in the world of motorsports, right, where safety has gotten so good that I think we kind of just always assume that we're going to be okay, but it's not always as simple as that, unfortunately.
Absolutely, and I think that we start to think of racing drivers as indestructible, and sadly we've had reminders over the years. Look at Michael Schumacher, you know, we think of him as a racing driver, therefore he's going to live forever because racing is safe. Well, life isn't always safe, and you know, you never quite know what's around the corner. So yeah, the loss of Ken Block earlier this month hit, I think, all of us. I was very lucky to have met Ken once as a teenager whilst spectating at Wales Rally Great Britain and during his stint in the World Rally Championship. And honestly, you know, they say don't meet your heroes, it's the old cliche. I'm so glad I met him. He was everything I hoped and expected him to be. He had time for everybody, and you just got the sense that he was loving life. He was enjoying what he was doing, and that really summed up his entire existence, I think. He just loved life, and he wanted other people to enjoy life as much as he did. I kind of see him as you know, our generation's Colin McRae. You know, he did sort of take over from Colin as that kind of slightly weird and wacky guy from rallying who actually just had a completely different outlook on life, and I think we could all learn a lot from. And yeah, the world is not quite the same now without Ken Block.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned Colin, Ken being our generation's Colin, because Ken, I think one of his most memorable moments, I was watching a clip when he was talking about, Ken was talking about some of his X Games highlights. One of the major things for him was being able to race against Colin in one of those first X Game rally events. And so, yeah, I think it's quite interesting that you say that. And of course, there's that tie-in with the Dirt franchise as well. Bit of an issue, by the way, for SimRC and Corentin Gunes. We saw the 176 lose the rear wing earlier. This is more of a self-inflicted mistake from Gunes, who just went off into the grass and then ran deep into the braking zone. And another rear wing has been damaged, and that's going to be a new rear clip for SimRC. They'll be glad that they don't have to pay for both of those.
Yeah, I can imagine they cost a few pounds, don't they, or dollars, or whatever your currency of choice is. That's for sure. But that was an odd one, wasn't it? He did just seem to miss the corner. I'm sure there was a reason, and he would have perhaps had a better view of it than us. But I suspect maybe the traffic ahead just putting him slightly offline, and that was ultimately what sent him off the road. Close battle for second place within your GTP class at the moment. John Bennett and Dominic Hoffman running pretty much nose to tail. Well, about a second between them now at the end of that lap. And Dominic Hoffman in that Urano Esports car looking to try and close in on John Bennett. But they're both 10 seconds now behind the race leading car. So that is quite a sizable gap now that's been built out by Pedro Sanchez. Albert, we haven't seen him for a while, Arjuna, and that usually is a good sign. It means that he's staying out of trouble and just starting to build that gap nicely.
It means we can't give them the commentator's curse if we're not looking and we're not talking about them too much, which I think for at least this next phase of the race is going to be the major thing. Of course, 24 hours of racing. You split it up basically into little chunks and you go as hard as you can with each individual driver. In the case of that Obsidian Racing team, we've seen Pedro Sanchez Albert show his speed and his quality across a whole handful of cars. He's paired up with Ade Koba Lopez. Those that watch RaceSpot Primetime will know that Koba Lopez is as adaptable as they come and as fast as you can get in no matter what car you throw him in. Pablo Espez and Pablo Lazar will be the other two drivers behind the wheel for that number 6 machine as they will come across the line to finish lap 68 and on to lap 69. Nice. check in with your GTD battle, by the way, because Johan Hart and Kevin Ellis Jr., I'm not sure if they're actually looking to swap around or if maybe that was just a bit of a blip on the timing screen as they get swarmed by a bit of traffic once again. 5.5 odd seconds clear of the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports car, with Alexei Nesov still trying to hunt them down. And again, the Apex team will be glad that we're not talking about them too much, but they're executing on the game plan, and I do think it's going to be interesting when they don't become teammates anymore, if you know what I mean, because it would be very simple for them to run in formation for 23 odd hours and then battle in the final hour. But you get the sense that yes, they're working well together, but they've also just got a fast car underneath them, and they may honestly be the quickest cars on track without the bump drafting as well. So at what point in this race, maybe as the sun's beginning to rise with maybe 8 hours to go, is that when they'll go, or are they going to be a little bit smarter than that, Andy?
Well, look, it's highly unlikely that they will stay together for the entire 24 hours. That's just not how endurance racing works. There will, I think, be something that separates them at some point. You know, they get separated by traffic, one of them has a slow pit stop, something like that. And if that's the case, then that sort of doesn't matter anymore. But yes, if theoretically they end up in this position in 22 hours' time, you know, they'll all want to win. And I'm sure that conversation has been had as well. You will work together until a certain point. I really think, though, that if they can keep doing this for another 22 hours, they don't have to think about that until the final 10 minutes or so. There is no point racing each other with 6 hours to go, however long. I think that only loses you time. It runs the risk of it going wrong and you ending up making contact, and the likelihood is they won't be that far away from the rest of the pack. I also noticed that Luka Kita up into 5th position. He's only a couple of places behind his teammate Alexei Nesov. So if those two Mercedes-AMG Team Urano cars could hook up, they might be able to do the same sort of thing we're seeing from Apex Racing teams. So as much as they'd like this to stay simple and straightforward for 22 hours, I don't think it will do.
Yeah, Luka Kita, by the way, up 8 positions. Started down in 13th, up to 5th. See how much more forward he can charge. Mercedes are looking pretty good, but the Audi's looking strong as well. Still have Rainer Talvar on that BMW bank car running in 4th, trying to work with Nesov in the 91. 3 manufacturers still in contention with about 2 hours done in this race. Pit stops starting to get underway in GTD, by the way. We had the Bila Racing Team Euronics, the U-Race BR Redragon by Reich, as well as Team PGZ, all down to the pit lane last time by. These cars at the front going to be able to extend a little bit further as they recognize that we're in for a splash and dash at the end of this race, and their one major task is going to be trying to minimize how much time they spend in the lane as much as feasibly possible. To your point on the Apex Racing team cars, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Hart probably pretty comparable in terms of speed, if we're being completely honest. And as much as I think some drivers don't like us to talk about this, the reality is at this level of sim racing, while there are a lot of drivers who are just as fast as one another, even within the top ranks of sim racing teams, from track to track, from race to race, you are going to have minor variances. One driver may be faster than the other. If you're curious what the lineups are in these two cars, for the Apex Racing team number 98, Kevin Ellis Jr. will be paired with Luke McEwen, Alejandro Sanchez, and then Peter Berryman. So, in the case of Sanchez and Berryman, World Championship staples. Luke McEwen, someone that we've seen here on RaceBot TV, be pretty rapid in GT3 cars. Then in the 99, the Frenchman Johan Hart behind the wheel right now. He'll be sharing with newest recruit to the Apex Racing team as they steal yet another member of the MSI Esports team. Sal Batalans joins his former teammate Alejandro Sanchez at the Corby crew. Jamie Fluke and Michael Yanni are going to be the other two competitors in what is Michael Yanni's first appearance for the main Apex Racing team after getting promoted from the Apex Racing Academy car. Of course, the Apex Racing Academy relaunched back in 2022, a program that back in the late 2016s, around that time, saw the likes of Sebastian Joe, Kevin Ellis Jr., Zach Campbell, and so many more graduate to become World Championship staples. And it's good to see them focusing on the next generation of drivers once again. Seeing more pit stops underway, and now in GTD, as we get to the end of the second stint of the race, we are starting to see some driver changes taking place as well. Team BMW Bank gets Rainer Talvar out, Ryan Barneveld in. RAG Esports will have Quintin Violate jump out to be replaced by Ole Steinbraten. And I do think about 2 hours at a place like Daytona, Andy, is a pretty good stint distance to then switch a driver out and get someone fresh back into the car.
Yeah, especially in the GTD cars, I think, because they are just a little bit harder to drive in a way. They don't have the aerodynamics and the braking capabilities of the prototypes. You know, you're fighting the car that little bit more, and over a couple of hours that does start to take its toll on you, even in the sim. So yeah, I think that's a good time to get a driver out. The drivers, like I said before, are more than capable of going further than this, but it's just about keeping them in their prime, and I think 2 hours is probably the window to look at for that.
I think we have another retiree potentially here. See that the U-Race BR Redragon by Reich. By the way, some of these team names just need to be simplified down a little bit, because that's a mouthful to try and shout out when something exciting is happening. But I do think Govankini has taken a toe back to pit lane. Not sure exactly why. We'll spool up the replay machine, and it's into the bus stop.
Ooh.
Too hot in and sliding wide, but that shouldn't have been race over. Is that just the accumulation of frustration? Because, of course, they were around on lap number 1.
Yes, and perhaps incident points as well. I wonder if maybe I can't imagine they're getting close to their limit, but you never know. And if a penalty was incoming, perhaps they've just lost patience with it, or maybe the car was carrying damage which led to the spin, because whilst that is a commonplace to have a moment, we haven't really seen that much of it in this race so far, so maybe there was damage that sort of led to that. 2 of the GTD cars failing for the pit lane here together, and as you said, we are right into this window now for GTD pit stops, and again they're kind of averaging 31 laps for this second stint, 1 or 2 of them going 32, but not many, so it does look as though that 1 hour per pit stop is simply unattainable in the GTD class, and that means that we are going to see fuel mileage become a little bit of a factor if they're pitting every 55 minutes or so.
6 minutes to the top of the hour, and now we wait for GTP and LMP2 pit stops to get underway for their cycle as the Apex Racing duo file their way off. It is Salva Talons into the 99, it's Alejandro Sanchez into the 98, and so the former teammates are reunited under the stable for the Apex Racing team, and now we'll get to see exactly how they play things out. They're actually going to, I think, figure out who wants to lead from who. Alejandro Sanchez emerged second off of the pit lane by virtue of a shorter pit stop time for the 99, but they've already swapped back around, so it's 98 in front of 99 once more. Sometimes you practice as well, right? Because the Apex Racing team are very clearly committed to their bump drafting strategy, Andy. And so clearly what they're doing here as well is one team has practiced being the pusher, and one team has practiced being the pushy.
And some people will be better at one than the other. I do not enjoy being pushed when I'm out there in a stock car. I don't like being at the front of the line, because your fate is entirely in someone else's hands. If they mess that bump draft up, then it's all going to go wrong. And in fact, I suffered quite an embarrassing moment with 2 teammates in a TCR league that I was running in last year, where we were 1, 2, 3 at Monza, starting the last lap. We dominated the race. We'd had control of it from the get-go. We came across the line, and the car in second gave me a push. He was a fraction too far to the right, and we all ended up in the pit wall. It can go wrong so quickly. There is a real art to this, and I think really the skill lies in the pusher. We're seeing it here from Salva Talons, just sort of gradually coasting up behind the number 98 car, and it's that connection speed. If you just ram into them, that will unsettle both cars. You've got to accelerate towards them in the draft and then just lift off just before the moment of contact, couple up as smoothly as possible, and then you're good to go. Don't move the steering wheel too much. The lead car needs to hold a straight line as well. It's so difficult to do. And yeah, some drivers will find that they're better at being a pusher, and some will find that perhaps that being in front is the place for them. And it'll be interesting to see how these two handle that over the coming laps.
Salva Talons is already gotten equipped with some team merchandise, but you can see from his onboard camera is not racing from the Apex Racing team facility, at least for today. See how he fares in the upcoming season of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Gets underway in just a handful of weeks' time. Very curious to see how they get along in the 992 generation Cup car, with now a year under their belt in the car, and therefore all the knowledge that comes with it as well. On to lap 24 at the very front of your GTP field, about getting ready to see them diving on in. Here's the look on board with Alejandro Sanchez, who, believe it or not, can actually get quite animated behind the wheel. We've seen that before, but you couldn't tell right now, about as calm as you would like, trying to minimize the steering as well, which is of course so important when trying to avoid scrubbing too much speed through the high-speed bus stop. And we're about to see them link up once again, shot to the back bumper. This is definitely a sight that you're not going to see. Not the bump drafting, but the fact that there are two Audi R8 GT3s out at Daytona. Of course, unfortunately, Audi Sport Customer Racing has very much pulled back their efforts in the US, despite the fact that the Audi R8s have been such a successful GT3 car around the world. It is also a GT3 car that is very much has a reputation for requiring a professional driver to get the most out of it. We were having this conversation, I think, Andy, last week for the Roar, where with Lamborghini introducing a new Evo kit for their GT3 car this year, with Porsche and Ferrari coming out with new GT3 cars, the main goal isn't always just to make the car faster, because BOP is going to limit how much you can really get a benefit from, as we see Pearson's down onto pit lane. But a lot of the times, what manufacturers are working on behind the scenes when they're trying to improve their GT3 machinery is, how do I make a car that's easier for the gentleman driver to get the most out of? Ferrari has always been known for being maybe one of the most gentleman-friendly cars, but also, since endurance racing does often involve a little bit of banging and crashing, how do we build a car where we can make it as quick as possible to repair things when they go wrong? Of course, Audi, with the LMP1 program, were able to change gearboxes in, 10 or 15 minutes time. Ferrari, with their brand new GT3 car, for example, have actually attached the part of the exhaust system to the rear clip of the car. So if they need to change the exhaust system, it should be relatively simple, because hopefully all they have to change is the part that's connected to the rear end of the car.
Yeah, really, there are two big things that a manufacturer is looking at when they build a new GT car these days. One is drivability, and one, as you said, is repairability. You need a car that the gentleman driver can jump into and pretty much immediately feel at home in, and there have been some very quick GT cars over the years that won everything there was to win on an international level, but at a domestic level where it is customer racing, they weren't as successful because they were just not user-friendly enough. And then, yeah, as you say, that repairability, how quickly can you repair things, and actually how often will you have to replace things? If you can have a car that, you know, is going to remain more reliable over a 24-hour race, so that when you put those professional drivers into them, you know they're going to absolutely hammer the curbs, they're going to be really aggressive in the braking zones, they're going to be aggressive on the gearboxes, because their job is to extract the maximum performance out of that car. So you need a car that is going to survive that. And so they're really the things that they're looking at. It's not necessarily outright speed. As long as you're at least on the same level of performance as the outgoing car, that's fine. There is a lot more, though, to building and designing a new GT race car than simply outright performance.
So we see driver changes starting now in GTP. Here's a look on board with one of the most interesting people in all of sim racing. Sean Campbell's mouth is going crazy. He's only got one office chair behind him today rather than the 3 or 4 that he usually has. You can still see Nicolas Cage's face on one of the office chairs, watching over his shoulder as Sean Campbell gets past the Fire Academy car on that run down into turn number 1. He's currently running in 3rd, although with pit stops still very much underway in this class, we will wait for a bit of a shake-up to happen. But yeah, GTP driver changes forthcoming in the Obsidian Racing race leading car, or former race leading car now with the pit stops underway. It's Pedro Sanchez Albert out, Pablo Lazar in your second place car, the one that's hunting them down. It's John Bennett out and Florian Kruger jumping into the machine. It's right around what I kind of expected as well, Andy, where 2 hours is 3 stints in this GTP car, and given that you are flying your way past traffic, seems like a good time, just like with the GTDs, to get someone else in.
Yeah, you calculated that pretty much spot on, actually. Of course, the one exception to this is the number 1 Williams Esports Chill Blast car, which has been pitting, or had pitted, at the second stop a little bit earlier than the rest of the class because they had that damage to repair. So, presumably, for the rest of the race now, that car is going to be a little bit off sequence. They had that 17-lap second stint, and now they're back out to 25 again. So apart from that car, everybody else, roughly it seems, on the same sort of pit strategy. But that is going to be one of the big storylines to watch over the coming hours. Can they drag that number one car back into contention? We'll find out once this round of pit stops is done exactly where they lie in the running order, but I'm not writing them out just yet, Arjuna. I think they've got half a chance, if they avoid any further dramas, getting back towards the front.
So 50 cars started. We are down to 42 still left out there and running. 2 hours in the book, still under 22 hours to go. You're watching RaceSpot TV on the VCO channels, on iRacing's Twitch for the coverage of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, powered by VCO. I'm going to sign off for a little bit. I'll be back for the final 4 hours along with Andy. I'm going to be jumping over to VCO LFM Flex Stream. So again, if you're watching on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, hit the command center button to watch what is basically 5 different races all going on right now in the world of VCO Esports. For now, I will leave you in the very capable hands of Peter Mackay and Andy McEwen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Arjuna. Been a pleasure to call the opening 2 hours of this iRacing Daytona 24 Hours with you. What an action-packed first couple of hours it's been as well. We have crammed an awful lot of drama, incident and intrigue into those first couple of hours of racing, and Peter Mackay, who joins me now, I think we're slowly starting to get into the portion of the race where the drivers are settling down, getting into their rhythm, reminding themselves that this is a 24-hour race after all, and this actually is the part of the race I particularly enjoy, because we can start delving into strategies, delving into lap times, and really figuring out who the favourites are.
Yeah, we absolutely are. It's really getting a feel for how these cars all coexist with one another as well. I mean, the BMW M Hybrid V8, the GTP car, is quite new to the iRacing platform and isn't due to make its competitive debut in the outdoor world until this time next week. So it's very much a voyage of discovery here as well. But great to see the very best drivers in the sim racing world taking their first kind of steps in a big race in this car, and I think they're acquitting themselves very, very well. Yeah, it's the level of we certainly had a tiny rate of attrition in split 2. How have we had in split 1, Andy?
Much the same, really. The first half an hour in particular was very, very dramatic, and we had a couple of the high-profile cars, in particular the number 96 BS Turner LMDH car, which sort of self-cleared itself going through the banking, turned across the nose of an LMP2 and put itself pretty heavily into the wall. One of the other front-running cars, at least within its class, that has had some strife so far in this race with the LMP2 has been the number 6 car, Gordy Much, at the wheel of the Apex Racing car. He's been tagged twice into a spin at the International Horseshoe, both times when he was running at least towards the front of the field. So we've had a fair bit of action, no sort of enormous multi-car accidents, but quite a few who have fallen by the wayside, that's for sure, and that's to be expected, I guess, in a race like this. I know that we like to wax lyrical about how it's a 24-hour race, you need to be a little bit patient, but that is a lot easier said than done.
It is, and I think with the level of competition that we have in this top split, I think it's got to be the most competitive ever. And it's always the same, you know, when you've got a big base of participation, the peak is always going to be higher, and it just continues to rise all the time. So I don't think at any point, if you want to win this 24-hour race, you've got to be on it all the time. And the thing as well, it's definitely worth mentioning, I think, Andy, is also the fact that, you know, in the real life Rolex 24 at Daytona, you've got safety cars to give you chances to catch up, whereas here it is a 24-hour flag to flag race. So if you do drop back, any time you lose, you've got to fight back to gain it back again.
Yeah, that's it, and we touched upon this inside the first half an hour when questions were being asked as to why the LMP2 cars were going 4 wide into turn 1 on the third lap of the race. Well, because they understood the importance of maintaining that track position, because once you start getting into the lappery, the LMP2 cars lapping the GT cars, of course, also being lapped by the GTP cars throughout the race too, it's very easy to just be on the wrong end of that and lose touch with the lead group, and it really is that traffic management that can make all the difference in a race such as this one. The last time we met, Peter, we were spending a lot of time discussing traffic management, faster cars negotiating slower cars. It's a part of racing, it's a part of multi-class racing, and it's something I particularly enjoy watching.
Yeah, definitely. So do I. Although these cars are maybe a little bit more exotic than the cars we were commentating on last. Smart cars racing against Genettas. It was quite bizarre, but very fun nonetheless. Our broadcast colleague David Haynes has said he saw a Porsche 914 on Wednesday, and he said he needs some fun facts. Well, of course, the Daytona 24 Hour is the jewel in the crown of the IMSA Championship. The first ever IMSA race was at Virginia International Raceway, and it was won by Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood in a Porsche 914.
It is like having walking, talking motorsport and automotive encyclopedia next to me when I've got Peter Mackay in the commentary box. How you store this information in your mind, I do not know. But Porsche, of course, with this incredible heritage in endurance racing. A shame that I don't think I've seen a Porsche within the GTD class in the race here today. That's a car that traditionally has gone very well here at Daytona, but within GTD, I think a lot of people were expecting the Mercedes AMG to be the dominant car. Actually, the situation we've got is an Apex Racing Team domination of the Audis, and Audi's looking particularly strong at the moment on iRacing, aren't they? Do you expect the AMGs to be able to peg them back as we go deeper into the race?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, certainly AMG have got they've got strength in numbers, don't they? I mean, they between the Arano team, Williams, etc. These are now effectively contracted Mercedes AMG teams, although they'll have to fight with their fellow front-engined German machinery, the BMW bank car, the ever-present BMW bank car. I don't actually think you can have a iRacing special event endurance race without that BMW bank car. It's so that team must have hundreds of thousands of miles under the wheel of that car now.
Absolutely, and it has closed in on what is now the third-placed fight within GTD. So you've got Alexander Teeb in third place. He's the number 91 Mercedes AMG Team Urano car. He's got the Team Williams Mercedes of Louis Nasser behind in car 55. Then Sam Kuita, the second Team Urano Mercedes, and then, as you said, the Team BMW bank car of Ryan Barneveld, which we ride on board with. So 4 cars nose to tail here, fighting for third place. This group, incidentally, Peter, running nearly 10 seconds adrift of the Apex Racing Team duo. That gap was about 5 seconds, I think, when we went into the last pit window, so they've gained more time in the pits. Is there an argument to say that the 3 teams we've got represented in this third place battle perhaps need to communicate with each other to work together at this stage of the race to peg back the 2 cars out in front? Is that something you think is commonplace in events like this, or do you expect them to keep on fighting for position?
Well, that's where good team strategy and good team management comes in, I think. It's certainly, definitely, I would agree with you. I think it makes real logical sense for them to try and work together to try and make their way through, because it appears that that's how Apex Racing, with their 2 cars working together, have pushed their way forward in GTD, like quite literally pushed each other along in those 2 Audis. And I tell you what, Apex Racing Team, they've always been up the front, always in top level virtual motorsport. But ever since they built their sim centre at Corby, where they've got their drivers living, or most of their drivers living on site, they seem to have found an extra gear. That facility, I think, is definitely showing a performance benefit, would you say?
Yeah, we had this conversation about an hour or so ago about the benefits of having the whole team around each other, and I made the argument that I think it just puts the drivers in a different mindset. It puts them in that work mode almost, that professional mindset of, right, I am here to do a job. I'm not just jumping into my bedroom and going on the sim for a couple of hours to have a bit of fun. This is my job, this is potentially my career, and I'm surrounded by the people who are going to allow me to do that job to the best of my abilities. The lines of communication are clearer and quicker, and you've got that social aspect as well, which I think is a big part of being in a racing team. And it's something that perhaps some sim racing teams don't take full advantage of, but that social aspect between the drivers getting to know each other, is really quite important, I think.
I agree. I think that's a great way to put it, that sort of professional mindset, definitely. And also Apex Racing Team, Peter Berriman, who's a former top-level snooker player, and he's been teaching Kevin Ellis how to play snooker in the snooker halls of Corby. I'm reliably informed. So time for a bit of fun as well. But the Mercedes definitely pushing one another along. The number 91 Urano car, driven by Alexander Teeb, the world's fastest physiotherapist, with Louis Nazar right in behind in the Williams car. And there, yeah, I think there is definitely some, what should we say, coordination, and definitely a common message here, how we all need to work together if we're going to run down these Apex cars.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. The Williams car had an opportunity there, if it wanted, to pull out of the draft and try to take third place for itself, but decided not to. So, yeah, I think they are all on the same agenda here. Louis Nasser just sitting in behind Alexander Teeb there as they come out through the Western Horseshoe back towards the Daytona banking again. Interesting there, you mentioned snooker. I'm not going to bore everyone with a 20-minute lecture on the benefits of playing snooker, but it is my second favourite sport. I really think there are lots of similarities between being a racing driver and playing good snooker. Very tactical games, lots of it looks like you're just sort of going through the motions, but then suddenly you have that opportunity to attack, and you've got to try and punish your opponent when those opportunities arise, and we have seen elements of that already in this race. You work together, you follow each other around, you save fuel, you use the draft to try and find good lap times, but if that opportunity arises to gain some track position, you've got to be ready for it, and that's a lot easier to do 2 hours into a race, Peter, than it is 18 or 19 hours into a race, when that fatigue starts to set in, those reaction times, that cutthroat ability to just go for it when the opportunity arises is not always that easy to come by.
No, it's not. Definitely not. It was interesting, actually. I was chatting to Kevin Ellis Jr. from the Apex Racing team about that, mind management in sim racing compared to the real world, because they've been working with Adam Smalley, the Porsche GB Junior, who races in the outdoor world, who's been really enjoying getting involved in the sim, and the mental aspect is different in the sim because you don't have the stimulation of the G-force of the car or the noise or anything like that, and therefore you're much more on your own with your kind of thoughts, if you like. So, and they've actually found that playing snooker has really helped with that kind of mind management as well, which is fascinating. There you go. So play more, if you want to be faster in the sim, play more snooker.
I could not agree more with you, Peter. I think a lot of people don't realise that being a racing driver, be that in a real car or otherwise, is almost as much about what's going on in your mind as it is your physical capabilities, to press the pedals and turn the wheel and do everything physically you need to do. Clearly that's important, but if you're not in the right mindset and if you don't have that mental fortitude to deal with certain situations, particularly in endurance racing, where, like you said, you're in the car for so long, making 1,000 decisions a lap for 2 or 3 hours at a time, then you really do need to have that mental strength, and it is such a huge part of being a successful racing driver. Speaking of successful racing drivers, we're seeing lots of success here from the Apex Racing team. We've mentioned them a few times recently. There you can see the two Audis continuing to run nose to tail. Alejandro Sanchez has led the entirety of this stint, with Salva Talens quite content to push his teammate along, and the gap is now out over 10 seconds. They are doing this pretty perfectly so far, Peter, but I don't think it's going to be easy for them to stay together for an entire 24 hours. What do you think?
Very difficult, yeah, very difficult, because look at just what's going on right now. One LMP2 car coming through, and that can just create a little bit of a split. That's the Mala car, which is leading in LMP2, just cutting its way through there as well. That Dallara machine looking brilliant in the Mala colours. The Mala Piston Company that have been on every racing Porsche in history. That's quite a boast. I mean, if you there's not many cars, high performance cars and racing cars, that don't use Mala pistons. I would think the Gibson engine in the middle of that Dallara uses them as well. But they're looking very strong at the moment. Our Williams Esports Mala, they lead by 5.5 seconds from, guess who? Apex Racing Team. They've certainly brought the big guns out here, haven't they?
Yeah, they're going really well. There was a time when it looked like they would snatch 2 pole positions for this race, but Michael Constantini's second place then. There you see him coming through the Le Mans chicane. The LMP2 cars hopping and bouncing over those curves with real precision. His lap times pretty comparable to Moreno Sarica in front, but 5 seconds back, needs to find a bit more time, goes past his teammates. That's a nice little team photo for the Apex Racing team as they come out of NASCAR turns 3 and 4 and head across the line. Now, we've got a situation developing, I think, here, Peter, in GTP, where Obsidian Racing, who have had a driver change at the most recent pit stop, Pablo Lazar now at the wheel of car number 6, are being caught by Dominic Hoffman in second place. Now, Dominic is entering into, I believe, his third stint now in that car. He stayed in the number 190 car, the Urano Esports car, at the last stop, and he is taking chunks of time here out of the race leader.
Yeah, very strong indeed for them. Obsidian 135.0 last time by, like as you say, 131.6 for Urano, so it is game on there at the front in GTP, and that the way that these cars make their way through traffic, very, very important indeed. And certainly in second split earlier on, we saw 1 or 2 drivers just coming out of that West Horseshoe, particularly a little bit of lock on, ask for the power, and whoosh, it all comes in at once, and these are difficult cars to handle.
Wonder if, and I think there must have been a moment for Pablo Lazar on that last lap. I hadn't noted the lap time. I assumed it was a gradual loss of time. It wasn't, was it? It was 4.4 seconds lost on the previous lap. So Lazar has had a moment somewhere. I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and say that traffic had something to do with it. And we'll see if we can dig out a replay maybe of what happened to that Obsidian Racing car on the most recent lap. But on this lap, he's starting to respond. The gap back out to 2.4 seconds again. So that at least tells us there doesn't appear to be any damage done to the Obsidian Racing car out in front. I also promised you a while ago an update on car number 1, which Williams Esports Chill Blasters had an interesting race. They were leading early on in the race, had a small amount of contact with a GTD Lamborghini going into the Western Horseshoe, sustained a small amount of damage, and they had to pit a little bit off sequence for their second stop. We've been, generally speaking, seeing 25 laps or so. There is the moment for Obsidian. They tried to go to the outside of an Audi into turn 1. Dirty side of the road, Peter, and these GTP cars notoriously tricky under braking.
They are, yeah, because you've got the, of course, there's no ABS, of course. Carbon brakes, big downforce, well, normally big downforce, but of course at Daytona you're running as low downforce as you can. But of course it's the regen as well, the MGUK, Bosch MGUK unit that delivers the power, but also the battery, the WAE engineering battery that these cars have. Always a difference. And it was interesting hearing some feedback from the Rolex 24 pre-tests, is that the drivers who have been in Formula E before are finding the car's systems much easier to get on with than those who've raced the much more kind of rudimentary DPI cars in the past.
Yeah, that's interesting actually. It is a completely different way of driving the car, not just under braking, but as you said, acceleration out of the corners as well. So interesting to see some drivers clearly getting to grips with that a little bit more quickly than others. We are about just under halfway through the latest stint for those GTP cars, so we don't expect them back in too soon, but as I said, the exception to that may well be Marco, who in the number 1 car, he is on his 21st lap of the stint, and we've seen 25 laps, generally speaking, be the stint length, so expect that car number 1 in for too much longer. Back to GTD though, and we see the battle continue, but now, Peter, a bit of a change for 4th position, because we do now have the second of the Urano cars into 4th, ahead of Williams Esports, and a little bit detached actually from the lead Urano car in 3rd.
Yeah, it's just starting to shuffle out a little bit in GTD. The gap hasn't come down. In fact, if anything, the gap's only grown ever so slightly from the second Apex Racing car to Alexander Thieben, the Urano Mercedes. I mean, those 2 leading Apex Racing cars, it's kind of like, that's more like one 8-wheeled car than 2 4-wheeled cars. It's been so strong, the pace that they've set at the front, and last time by they were 0.4 of a second quicker than Thieb in 3rd, and in turn 0.9 of a second quicker than Coitert in 4th. So Apex Racing, they really are in a great spot in GTD at the moment.
About an hour ago, I think, that I made mention of the fact the Urano cars were, at the time, 3rd and 5th, but with about 3 seconds between them. They finally got together then now in 3rd and 4th, and they will surely now start to deploy the same sort of bump drafting technique we're seeing from Sanchez and Talons out in front, because whilst we did have, I think, a temporary truce call between the 3 Mercedes, I'm not convinced that the Williams car was really pushing Alexander Teeb along quite as much as he would have liked, whereas now, with a teammate behind, I'm sure they'll have practiced this, and the Urano team might just be able to start taking some time back out of Apex Racing. So I'll make a note of it. It's 10.8 seconds at this point, with 21 hours and 38 minutes to go. And we'll watch over the next 20 minutes or so to see whether or not they can bring that gap down. They're certainly working well effectively here, aren't they, though, Peter? Gapping the 2 cars behind. We're seeing now, I think, the immediate benefit of that bump draft.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, for sure. It's a really helpful tactic if you can get it right. However, it goes wrong. It can go pretty spectacularly wrong. As high speed knocking into one another. But that big Mercs, is a little. Now that is one thing that can happen there. It's easy to get a bit of aero wash and run a bit wide. And Sam Coiter had a bit of a moment there on the brakes into the International Horseshoe. Of course, these GTD cars do have anti-lock braking as well, and getting on top of how that system works is important. These guys, to say they're on top of it would be an understatement. You're looking at the very best virtual racers in the world competing in every class. It's not as if like the top guys are in one specific type of car. It's very balanced across all 3 classes.
Yeah, absolutely, and pretty equal numbers as well. We had 17 GTP cars take the start, same in LMP2, and then 16 of the GTDs, and you're right, each field stacked with talent and stacked with some of the top teams in sim racing, so that's why we're expecting this high level of competition across all 3 of the classes, and that is for sure what we're seeing. It's actually, strangely, LMP2 that so far has the biggest lead margin, 6.2 seconds between Moreno Sirica in the lead of the class and Michele Constantini in second. As we mentioned, we're focusing though quite rightly on this scrap for 3rd on back in GTD, and that gap that I said Urano had built up over the Williams car in 3rd starting to disappear. They're all back together again, and the team BMW bank car of Ryan Barneveld with them too, so that little escape they were making not necessarily continuing. Actually, they dropped another second to the Apex Racing team Audis that lap.
Yeah, it's definitely going in the favour of Apex at the moment. I would think that Team BMW bank car is one to keep an eye on as well, driven by Ryan Barneveld. Just set personal best lap of the race, 1:43.475, but is doing so whilst saving quite a lot of fuel. 3 big honking Mercedes right in front. Perfect way for Ryan Barneveld to maintain that speed, but also do it with much less fuel usage. So we could see that BMW really moving through the pack. Maybe not necessarily by outright speed and overtaking, but by fuel economy. Of course, remember the Mercedes has 10 kilograms added to it on the balance of performance. The BMW does not, and that's bound to help with not only fuel use but tyre usage as well.
Interesting you mention fuel mileage there. One thing of note, perhaps, is that as they scatter with the LMP2s, this could get messy down into the Le Mans chicane. There's one of the GTP cars in there as well. Got to sort it out into the braking zone. Hold your breath. Yes, they all just managed to get through, but there was a lot of ducking and diving there. I don't think the GTD cars quite knew where they should go with a sea of prototypes approaching at varying speeds, but they all did quite well to survive that, and it does give the Urano cars once more a small advantage over the others. The point I was about to make is that cars 90 and 55, which are the second of the Urano cars and the BMW Team Williams car, they managed 33 laps on their previous stint. Now, most of the other GTDs are topping out at about 31, which is taking you about 55 minutes or so. 33 laps gets you closer to being able to do an hour per stint. Even if you can't stretch it to the full 60-minute stints, Peter, the closer you get to that, ultimately the shorter that final pit stop may be. And if you can continue doing that over 24 hours, that can be the difference.
Yes, it can be. Yeah, for sure. Well, we've got the the slightly off-sync Williams Esports Chill Blast GTP car in the pit lane as well, taking service. It's just dropped off the lead lap, having that pit stop. So hopefully we'll get back onto that lead lap once it shuffles out. Now, just that melee there with the LMP2s coming through at the Le Mans chicane has actually just given the Urano cars an opportunity to try and make a bit of a breakaway here. The gap from Sam Cloyter back to Louis Nazar's 1.1 seconds. If they can ace this bus stop chicane here, the Le Mans chicane, I knew I was going to do that. The Le Mans chicane, formerly the bus stop. Is get another dive bomb from the prototype, shuffles the Urano cars back again, and that will immediately bring Louis Nazar back into the reckoning. Yes, it has straight away. It's now down to 7/10 of a second, which will give them a draft. So traffic gives, traffic takes away. Take that one off your bingo card.
Well, that's kind of the point I was about to make. It's why you need to have that patience, and it's why you need, I think, a slightly different mentality to be a successful endurance driver over a successful sprint race driver. Because if this were a 20-minute sprint and you lost 2 seconds because you had to bail out of the way of some traffic, as we get a change for 5th position there, the Team BMW bank car diving up the inside of the Williams Esports Mercedes, so put the BMW into the top 5 for, I think, the first time since the opening few laps of the race. That car was at the front on the run into turn 1, ran wide, rejoined outside of the top 5, and has finally moved back into 5th position. But yeah, if this was a 20-minute sprint and you lost 2 seconds in traffic, that's game over. You're not going to gain that back. In endurance racing, though, Peter, you could lose 2 seconds one lap and gain them straight back on the very next one. So it is important not to panic in that situation. If you have to brake a bit early, pull out of the way, let a prototype through into the Le Mans chicane, there's a good chance you'll get that time back at some point further down the road.
Yeah, exactly, you will. And it's just trust in that, trust in the car, trust your teammates as well. So Obsidian Racing, they still lead the way, and they pulled 0.8 of a second out of Urano Esports Heineken last time by. So the gap is really fluctuating quite considerably at the front in GTP as the drivers work their way through traffic. And I guess the higher up the iRacing ladder you go, the higher the standard goes, the tighter the races are in each class, and therefore the more difficult it is to make your way through traffic cleanly, because the two GT cars having a battle over position, they're not going to care a jot if they hold up a GTP car.
No, they certainly don't, and in a way that's a good thing. As soon as they start actively trying to get out of the way, that makes them a slightly more unpredictable target, doesn't it, for the quicker cars? So just to continue on your line, continue your race, and let the quicker cars get on with the overtaking. Interesting situation, though, developing here. The Team BMW bank car of Ryan Barneveld has cruised up onto the back of the Team Urano Mercedes and has very much dropped to the Mercedes AMG of Louis Nasser in 6th place. So for whatever reason, that car now starting to lose pace, whereas the BMW almost appears to be getting stronger the deeper into this stint we go. And it will be interesting to see whether Ryan decides now to try and move past the Urano cars or not, Peter.
Oh, there's a GTP car there, absolutely. That's the race leader. Race leader, Obsidian Racing, 4 wheels on the grass at the kink. Well, what were we talking about? GTD cars not worried about the GTP car has to go around them? Well, there we go. Oh my word, that was incredible stuff from Pablo Lazar. I'm not entirely sure how he got that car turned. Let's have a look then. So, riding on board with our race leader, number 6, Pablo Lazar, Obsidian Racing. So the door is open. The door is all of a sudden not open. Oh, they're onto the grass. That's remarkable car control there. He managed to turn the car on the grass and managed to get it back again. The road's going away from him. That's unfathomable. I've no idea how he's done that. Pablo Lazar, well done, because that could have been a race-ending crash there.
Yeah, 100%. That was really close, and you could kind of see how that came about, because he was expecting the GTD cars to stay left for him, but of course the racing line requires them to move to the right down that straight, and just a bit of a miscommunication ultimately. That is the second miscommunication Obsidian Racing have had with a GTD car in recent memory, and it means the gap once again down under 2 seconds briefly between they and the Urano Esports Heineken Media car in second, as the group battling for third in GTD continue to squabble, now getting held up behind another GTD car, and this is something we haven't seen much of yet, Peter, but we'll inevitably see more of as the race goes on. Cars lapping other cars within their class, and that is even tougher to do because you don't have that pace advantage over them. Unless they're going to make your life easy and pull out of the way, it's easy to get stuck behind them for quite a long time.
Can I have permission to doff my tin hat for a second?
Go ahead.
So, the car in first place in GTP is Obsidian Racing. Car in second place is an Urano Esports car. Which car was just put onto the grass by an Urano Mercedes?
I see where you're going with this.
You see where I'm going with that? Am I putting two and two together and making 15 though? I wonder. It all happens so quickly, I don't know if there's time to calculate such a thing, but I think if you see your teammate's car in another class come up behind you, you're always going to give it more room than another. Always.
Yeah, I think that's
without
true.
Even trying.
Yeah, for sure. And you're not going to go out of your way to make it easier for a team that you know other members of your team are fighting with for the class lead, so you might be onto something there. It seems that Obsidian just can't catch a break in traffic generally, though, because the gaps come down again, and this is the closest it's been for the race lead in quite some time. So Dominic Hoffman now only 6/10 adrift of Pablo Lazar, and crucially, Peter, that now means he's well within slipstreaming range. If you're within 1.2 seconds or so of the car ahead, you're going to get that draft on the banking, and it will be very, very hard for them to shake you.
Speaking of draft, Alexander Spets can hang on here to the leading pair. If you look at Alexander Spets' the team car's best lap, 1:31.1, you know, that's actually quicker than the Urano Esports best lap of a 1:31.2. So that Williams Esports car there at the back of shot, it is a lap down, just off the lead lap there. Now, has pitted, the two leading cars need to pit, so it's going to kind of shuffle back and forward across the day, but being able to tuck in with those leading two cars just for a brief period just gives a little bit of an edge there with the Williams, and I think Alexander Spets will be quite happy to just tuck in behind this leading pair. But this is what it's all about. GTP has arrived here on iRacing. It will arrive in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship this time next week, and can you imagine if you throw in, I mean, this is just all BMW GTP cars. Can you imagine, Andy, when we throw a Porsche in there, a Cadillac, an Acura? It's a mouth-watering prospect.
It really is. I'm really expecting this to be a particularly exciting season in sports car racing, that is for sure. Alexander Spets, I think, will be able to stick with the leaders. His last lap matched them. We've got a moment here on board with Jonas Wallmeyer, and he is about to move ahead of another GTP car that did not get it right through the Le Mans chicane, and that was Daniel Sivisabo in the Pure Sims Esports car. And he's moving up the banking because I suspect he's got a slowdown to serve. He went a long way off the road there through the Le Mans chicane. By pulling out of line, you start to slow down a little bit, and you can serve that gradually, the slowdown penalty, and that's the best way to do it, actually, so you're not having to jump on the brakes to serve the penalty all in one go. So 1 place gained there. Are we, though, about to see a place gained at the front of the field? Because Dominic Hoffman is asking all the right questions now of Pablo Lazar. Alexander Spets is indeed staying with them 1 lap down, but we expect these two leaders to be pitting anyway within the next 5 laps. So let's enjoy this battle while we can, Peter, because pit stops are coming.
They are, yes, indeed. And last lap by, Dominic Hoffman in second place was 0.4 of a second quicker than Lazar. So very interesting. Now, a lot of that can come on the back straight along the super speedway section with the draft, and the way they get through that bus stop is quite remarkable. You think that's in low downforce trim. So what are these cars going to be like at a Sebring, where you might be running a little bit more downforce? Or a Line Rock or Watkins Glen or something like that. It's going to, absolutely fantastic. Petit Le Mans, going down the S's in this car at Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta. My goodness me. Really special. Really, really special indeed. And look at that, just round the outside of an LMP2 car like it's no problem at all. Remarkable. Oh, that's a problem.
Oh, that was a squeeze, is what that was, going into the International Horseshoe, and that was an LMP2 car that was very nearly roughly knocked off the road there, but they just avoided making too much contact. Again, Hoffman just dropping a couple of tenths now to Lazar ahead, but that will ebb and it will flow as they continue to negotiate traffic over the next handful of laps. We've got 21 hours, 24 minutes left of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and it is getting very, very tight indeed within all of our classes. GTP really coming to life as we approach our latest round of pit stops. But it does seem, doesn't it, Peter, that Hoffman, he's got the pace on some laps, and certainly when Lazar loses time in traffic, the gap comes down. But when situation normal resumes and Lazar is in clean air, I think he's maybe got a couple of tenths over the second place man for now.
Certainly at this stage, but I think everyone's going to take their turn in the sun throughout the race. I really do. These cars are just so powerful. They're so demanding that there is going to be, I think, big fluctuations in time as well. Any takers for pit stops as we start lap 100? No, they carry on. I think we could see them in next lap around though. Of course, the battery is another thing you've got to think about with this car as well. It's got 3 modes on it, where you can have build, which basically builds the battery up to 100%, but without using it, of course. You've got balanced, which keeps it at around sort of 40-50%, and then you have attack, which will empty the battery if you let it, and you could, from sort of 50-60% charge, you can empty it in about 7 or 8 laps. So the management of that battery, I'd be interested to find out from the teams, if any of the drivers or teams come in to chat with us, Andy, of what mode they leave the battery in. Do they ever put it in attack? Do they ever put it in build? Do they just leave it in balanced? I would think that one thing for sure, they'll have figured out what's the optimum way.
Yeah, Arjuna mentioned this before, and I must confess I've not yet driven the new BMW M Hybrid V8 on iRacing. I really want to. I promised myself I was going to before this weekend, just never quite got round to it. But he suggested, did Arjuna, that they would be keeping it imbalanced for the race. But I do wonder whether there is a time, perhaps later in the race, where they might just up the ante on that a little bit, forego the fuel mileage a little bit, and just go full attack. That was close to an off-track for Dominic Hoffman as he gives it his absolute all through the Le Mans chicane. He stays down by the yellow line, so no slowdown received just yet. This will be to complete, by the way, the 23rd lap of his stint. The leader, though, I think that is ahead of us, is diving for pit lane. So Obsidian are in, and that was only a shorter pit stop, I think, shorter stint than we were expecting. 24 laps. They managed 26 last time round.
Interesting. Well, averages out, I suppose. They've certainly been in an intense battle where saving fuel would certainly be more difficult. Obsidian in then, up on the jack, so fitting new Michelin tyres to this GTP machine. Pablo Lazar appears to be staying on board for now. And Dominic Hoffman carries on then, interestingly, in the Arano Esports car, so goes a lap longer. He had dropped 0.7 of a second to Lazar on the last flying lap. Last bit of fuel going in then, so tyres are done. More fuel going in for Lazar, and off he goes, off into the race. Coming back to that on the attack mode, I think with 5 laps to go in the race, I think we'll see the teams put the cars in attack, because you want to really be crossing the line with 0 in the battery. You do not want to leave anything on the table, especially in that last lap battle. But yeah, for my testing, about 5 or 6 laps to go, you can whack it in attack mode and empty the clip, as they would say in Hollywood movies.
That's interesting, and there may be other points during stints maybe where they realise, okay, we're under a bit of attack, we're due to pit soon, maybe we can go on the attack a little bit more. I'm fascinated by this strategy then for Obsidian. That was actually a 25 lap stint. It did tick over. I think their pit box is just before the timing line, which perhaps was confusing me. It doesn't take that much, let's be honest. But when you compare their strategy, where they've been doing 25 laps pretty much every time, to Urano, well, they have been metronomic. This is their 4th stint of the race. Their previous 3 have been 26 laps each. 26 laps at the start, then another 26, then another 26, and I expect that they will once again go to 26 this time. So they're now just starting to separate themselves slightly on pit sequence with the car that they're battling for the lead with. There is the Urano Esports Heineken Media car, which has indeed gone through to start yet another lap, and either this time or next time around, they will, I suspect, dive for the pit lane, and that means, of course, the car number 1 riding behind them will once more be on the lead lap.
Yeah, we'll be back in the game. And I tell you, if any, even if you're if you're eking even just 1 lap a stint more than your rivals consistently, well, in a race where we'd expect, 25 to 30 pit stops, that makes a difference. So Urano in a really good position here right now. It does seem that on absolute blast out pace, Obsidian maybe have the edge, but on fuel mileage, Urano are on the go, and that's really fascinating as well. There's two ways to skin a cat in endurance racing. And do we see the Urano car come down the lane? No, that's 3 laps longer, Andy.
Yeah, so that is now 25 laps. So they're going to do 26 again, aren't they? So they should be in this time. But this is what I mean. Going 1 lap further than your rivals once or twice is neither here nor there. If you can do that every time, then suddenly that means you're pitting 4 laps later, pitting 5 laps later, pitting 6 laps later. Over 24 hours, Peter, you can save a pit stop. And if it turns out that they've got front-running pace whilst they've also got better fuel mileage, that really could be an almost unstoppable combination.
I think it could be. I think if they can keep this up, they'll be in very good position. In GTD, while Apex Racing continue their crusade at the front, they've opened up the gap from, well, last time we mentioned it was 10 seconds, it's now 12.3 seconds. And this pair of Audi R8s just forge on so consistently. Car number 98, the leading car, driven by Alejandro Sanchez. Salvatalen's right there behind, and they're just bumping and bumping and bumping. Proper NASCAR stuff here from the Apex Racing crew. They're looking very, very good at the moment. And I would think, though, Andy, they will do about half a stint each of being the lead car in order to not get out of sequence in terms of fuel usage.
You say that, that's not what they've been doing. I suspected the same, but no, Car 98 has been ahead, I think, pretty much the whole race. They have stayed in this order, even when they had driver changes, because myself and Arjuna were discussing that some drivers prefer to push, some drivers prefer to be pushed, and after the driver change, that dynamic may shift slightly, but no, they've stayed in the same positions, with 98 ahead of 99. So I guess that if you are in front and you're being pushed, then potentially you're saving fuel as well, but for sure, the car that's running in the draft has a slightly easier job of that. They're off the throttle a little bit more, they're lifting and coasting a bit more into the corners naturally to avoid running into their teammate ahead. And so, yeah, perhaps the second place car is having to pit a lap earlier than it otherwise could do in order to stay on sequence. But I think that's better, Peter, than having the second place car going that extra lap every time, because if you're pitting together, you can orchestrate it so that you leave pit lane nose to tail and pick up where you left off, whereas as soon as you start putting on different laps, that gets a lot harder to do.
So pit stops in the both the leaders or former leaders in LMP2 and GTP pitting. Michele Constantini pitted from the lead in the Apex Racing team car, and he is back out. He stayed on board. Driver changes at the front in GTP. Pablo Lazar has stayed on board the Obsidian car, but the Urano Esports machine, car number 190, Daniel Alves Lorenco, has taken over the wheel there as well. Race clutch white, they've put Florian Kruger in. Fabio Rauer for Simsa Esports. Kai Kishube now on board for the BMW M Team BS competition. And doesn't that GTP car look good in the zebra colours of BS competition? Wonderful. Really wonderful.
Fantastic looking car in any colours, really, the BMW, but that is a particularly fetching livery. Sadly, the other BS Turner car in the wall early on after a sizable shunt out on the banking, but this car running strongly still. Lead gap, by the way, after those pit stops, 3.4 seconds. So, as we've said, it's now Daniel Alves Lorenco who has jumped on board car number 190, and so it might take him a couple of laps just to get up to speed. It means that this car number 6 for Obsidian Racing, continues to lead the way in GTP by 3.5 seconds the advantage, and it was indeed another 26 lap stint for Dominic Hoffman in the second place car last time around, but we do suspect that perhaps the second place car is thinking rather more about fuel mileage than the lead car. They're going for outright speed, whereas in second, Urano perhaps trying to play the fuel mileage game. We'll find out over the coming hours exactly how that's going to shake out. There is the second place car back out in second place, and they have got, Peter, about an 8-second advantage over Race Clutch White in third, who are pitting, it seems, on about the same strategy as the race leaders. So those gaps not really changing through that cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, well, well, I think we'll now see a little bit of a different driver roster. You can see, in endurance racing, when you get these standout stints that can just make such difference in races. The one that always sticks out to me was the Nick Tandy quadruple stint at Le Mans in 2015, where, to be honest, nobody was expecting Porsche included, their third car, to win overall. But, the two full season cars, they hit problems, and Tandy, Hulkenberg and Bamber came through and won it. And a lot of that was to do with Tandy's quad stint in the night. Back, goodness, 7 years ago. But you really do get these standout stints. And I think at this level, it can make such a difference when you get someone who really just gets on it. It's Chit Chat Racing trying to make their way through the field. It's Marius Valiokas has taken over that car. Car number 69, excuse me. Chasing down car number 32, the R2 Melgar setup shop machine, driven by Przemysław Marek.
Yeah, that car even had been in the mix for the race lead in the early stages in LMP2, but somewhere along the way has dropped back and then has a bit of a close call with, I think that was the Urano Esports GTP car, wasn't it, coming through the banking. But the number 32 car in 7th place in LMP2, all of those cars also having recently made pit stops. We are, by the way, about to start seeing pit lane activity for our GTD runners. They are coming towards the end of their 31st lap on this stint, so expect the Apex Racing team and perhaps the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano cars to be diving for pit lane very shortly as well, as we are entering into that phase of the race, because all of the cars are capable of going, or the classes at least, capable of going different distances on fuel. There is almost a constant run of activity in pit lane as different strategies start to unfold, and that GTD one will be of significance. If Apex Racing continue their really strong pit work as well, then they are going to be very, very difficult to catch moving forward into the night.
Well, Salvatellans in the following car to Alejandro Sanchez has just set the fastest lap of the race in GTD, a 1:43.294. So that low fuel load really working nicely for those Apex cars. And they're just in a really strong position. There's obviously a long way to go, but they appear to be the team to beat right now. Question is, if they keep this up all the way through the night and into the morning, Andy, how do they decide? Do they let them go for it in the last hour?
I think they have to, don't they? If they've got enough of a lead that they're sort of guaranteed the win, then I think they certainly will be on board there with Salvatellans, and you can see the concentration on his face as they work together, that transition off the banking onto the backstretch. See how he just lifts off a little bit earlier to get away from his teammate, knowing that he'll close back in again in the draft out of the Le Mans chicane. And that really is an example of how the second place car, how the pusher, can save a bit more fuel than the lead car, but I do suspect we'll see them both dive for the pit lane this time around, even though Salva may have a bit more fuel on board. I think he will follow his teammate down below the yellow line, and here he comes. The lead car takes a bit longer to pull to the left, and then brake as late as you dare. He's very late on the brakes. Salvatellans, he's got an early pit box as well. For a moment there, Peter, that looked like disaster about to strike, but they had it all in hand.
I don't quite know how Salvatellans got that stopped in time. And that's the sort of thing, see, if you get a pit lane speeding penalty, forget that strategy, goes out the window. This has to work, but this is, it might say, oh, this is just easy, they're just pushing each other along. To be able to do this consistently for hour after hour is really hard to do. It's a very effective strategy, but very difficult to pull off. So is Salvatellans staying on board? We won't really get an impression once this car pulls away. If this car pulls away and he's not turning the wheel, we've had a driver change. At the moment, Alejandro Sanchez and Talons, off they go. Does he have his teammate behind him?
I think he must do. Yes, there we go. There's the answer. So they have now swapped, whether they wanted to or not. Salvatellans finds himself out in front. They are no longer the race leaders in GTD because the Urano cars did stay out another lap as we expected. And he will leave the pit lane with this later pit lane speed exit than we had a few years ago. It's just past the blue cones green cones indeed there. Now they get up to speed and they rejoin into a pretty clear bit of track. The LMP2 car clears them, and that means that even on cold tyres they can get to it. And look, immediately the change. So clearly Salvatore prefers to be the pusher, and they immediately redressed that and got him back in behind.
That's intriguing. That's very intriguing. And the fact that they appear to be using a similar amount of fuel would, I guess, indicate that Salvatore is keeping his foot in it, and basically that's where the pushing is coming from, where he's staying flat rather than lifting and coasting, which you see people do if they're following a car that's not their team car. They'll sit behind and, you know, lift their foot off the gas but still maintain the same velocity because of the slipstream. Oh dear, that's an Audi R8 twitch there for you folks. For Salvatore just asking for the power, and the big V10 giving a dollop of torque. So Louis Nazar and Alexander Teeb, they are in pit lane for their stops in GTD. Sam Coitert is carried on. So Sam Coitert, of course, was following his teammate Alexander Teeb. He's gone a different way around it. So instead of pushing his teammate on, he's gone for the fuel save. So where does Coitert play out in this when the fuel stops are complete? Does he then get a bit of a jump on his teammate, perhaps?
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Because I think when it comes to Apex Racing Team, I do think that Alejandro Sanchez Salvatore, is probably saving fuel behind his teammate. I just think that he's choosing to pit earlier than he could because he knows it's more important to stay coupled up with his teammate, whereas at Urano, yeah, the chasing car is going to be able to do an extra lap on fuel, but I think it's better perhaps to keep them on pit road together. It's an interesting one. I think Apex are just going for outright speed, and Urano perhaps really trying to play the fuel game. But anyway, whatever it is, Sam Coitert leading the way for now. We'd expect him into the pit lane this time around, most likely, and we'll see where he filters out in relation to the teammate car. But yeah, interesting that they are keeping their cars separated, whereas Apex doing everything they can to keep their cars not only latched together, but latched together in the correct order. They're willing to sacrifice, I think, that extra lap on fuel if it means they can keep working together throughout.
It seems so. It's very clear what their strategy is, that's for certain. So Coitert comes through, but where does he come through in relation? Again, still no pit stop there for Coitert. So at the moment he holds, Sam Coitert has a 50-second advantage. Pit stop wise, do you know, I think Coitert might pull quite a bit of time out of the Apex cars here if the pit stop all goes to plan.
Yeah, I'm just looking back, he has been going further. He did 33 laps on his last stint. The Apex cars have been at 31 on that previous stint, so he has been eking out an extra lap even over the Apex cars, which again tells me that he is saving fuel. Apex are not. They're just pushing, going as quickly as they can, and Urano perhaps just trying to play the long game, and only time will tell if that's going to work. I think the only way it can work, though, Peter, is if you can save yourself either an entire pit stop or at least make it so that your final pit stop is significantly shorter than your rivals, because you're dropping time on track. It sounds obvious, doesn't it? If you can save more fuel and have fewer pit stops, well, surely that's a winning strategy. Well, it is, but only if your pace is strong on the track as well, and that's the difficult thing to do, to go quickly but also to save fuel. And Urano, whether they're going to be able to do that or not, we might not know for another 20 hours.
Well, the gap is very much consistent from the two Apex cars back to those who have pitted, 12 seconds, which is what it was when they went into the pits. But where Coitert plays in this is really interesting. And might he find himself in no man's land here? He might find himself behind the Apex cars, but without a tow from his teammate. Let's see as Coitert comes into pit lane in the number 90 Mercedes AMG for Urano Esports. Menacing looking machine from afterback. The thumping great 6.2 litre V8 in the front. Into the pit lane he goes. Parks up. Now will we see a driver change here? Up on the jack, so going for new Michelin tyres there. Fuel going in. And it appears that Sam Coitert's going to stay on board here, so the multiple Dutch karting ace will... So again, the fuel's in, but down off the jacks. Fuel still going in, and we'll see number 90 Sam Coitert go back out onto the circuit. But where will he come out in return in compared to Talons and Sanchez, who, there they go, over the tri-oval. So the two Apex cars look like they are going to go into the lead of this race once again to reassume their lead once again. There goes Coiter, but has he pulled any time back on them? That's the question. I get an impression once he gets going. I tell you what, he's got to tiptoe on those cold tyres as well. That's something that really has been a difference in the last couple of months here on iRacing, Andy. It's that new tyre model where the car is a lot more twitchy on those cold tyres.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And he has to manage that not only in the pit exit, but probably for the majority of his outlap, certainly until they get out onto the banking. You were right in your hypothesis, though, that he was going to land in no man's land, which is exactly what's happened, because he's nowhere near the cars with whom he was racing before. You can see in the background the Team BMW bank car, still driven by Ryan Barneveld, just ahead of Louis Nasser, who stayed on board the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams car as well. Well, they're a couple of seconds behind him, and the other Urano car has dropped well back, hasn't it?
Something's gone wrong for Alexander Teeb at some point, because he was right there with Nasser and Barneveld, Coiter, etc. But something has gone wrong for Teeb. So Coiter all on his own now, and the thing is, the fuel safe strategy, well, it's a bit more difficult to do when you're on your own, without sacrificing lap time. So the gap between the two Apex cars, Coiter has, in that pit cycle, has shaved 2 seconds off the gap to the leaders, but can he keep that up now all on his lonesome? He needs a dancing partner. He's basically where I was at high school discos, just standing there looking around, hands in the pockets, going, oh dear, this isn't so fun anymore.
Yes, I can relate, I can assure you. You're not going to go as quickly on your own. It's as simple as that. You need somebody to draft with down those straights and or out on the banking in general. He doesn't have that. The frustrating thing for Team Urano is that they spent the first couple of hours of the race trying to get their two cars together, finally got them together for half a stint, and they've immediately been separated again in the next cycle of pit stops. So that has lost them a lot of time. We're hearing reports that nothing particularly has happened to Alexander Teeb. He's just lost time in traffic, so perhaps on his outlap didn't have the best of time in traffic, and that's why he's lost a few seconds. And given how tight the majority of that GTD field is, Peter, that's all it takes. Lose a couple of seconds on an outlap and it could cost you 4 or 5 positions, and indeed that's kind of what happened to Teeb. He dropped at least 2 or 3 over the last couple of laps.
The man of 1,000 screens, Hugo Luis, he misses nothing. On top of everything. Great spot there. But that has big repercussions for the way that Urano deal with this strategy. So Obsidian Racing, they still lead in GTP, 1.2 seconds to the good from Urano Esports, although we believe that Urano Esports do have a bit of an edge on the fuel mileage, certainly over the last stint or two they have. Obsidian going for a real hot pace here as well, and they're quite far ahead. Race Clutch are 18 seconds back from second place in third, so there's the leading two really in a bit of a division of their own at the moment. Race Clutch, they've only got 3 seconds back to Kai Kashubi and BMW M BS competition, so we've got 2 pairs at the front here in GTP.
Indeed, and that gap, as you said, down to 1.2 seconds now, so it keeps on ebbing and flowing, and it looks almost as if it just took Daniel Alves Lorenco a few laps just to get into the groove, didn't it? Whereas now he is lapping really, really well. A 32.2 on the previous lap was a couple of tenths slower than the race leader, but on the first part of this lap, it starts to creep down again. Just to finish off the theorising about what happened to Alexander Teeb, Hugo Luis is showing us what happened to Alexander Teeb. He outbraked himself. He missed the pit entry altogether, missed his pit box altogether. It looks like he's almost in the first pit box, and he didn't know that, so that was where the time went. When Hugo told us that he had to reverse in the pit lane, Peter, I thought maybe he'd overshot by half a pit box. It was a bit more than that.
Well, the iRacing system can effectively disqualify you if you reverse up pit lane, which of course is not advisable. Maybe not in that part of the pit lane, but yeah, I think that was he was very lucky not to be disqualified from the race automatically, because that was probably what, 4 or 5 pit boxes he had to reverse back.
Yeah, but they had no
Though,
choice.
it's not the first pit stop of the race, so surely you know that you are in the first. It hasn't moved. Very strange.
That is odd. And
but you do then have to brake earlier. Going into pit lane, you do have to brake, 100 metres earlier than your rivals, and that, of course, gives away time. So, yeah, they don't have a great pit box there, it must be said.
Yeah, so that was Alexander's first time in. So that was the end of his first stint. So in his defence, it was the first time that he had personally had to pull up in the pit box. But yeah, perhaps lack of communication, hadn't been told that it was the first pit box. That's possible, I suppose. If he hadn't seen any of the other pit stops that the team had made, then that could explain how he got it wrong. But if they were out of fuel, he had no choice but to reverse. You've got to sort of risk the disqualification, because if he didn't have fuel to do another lap, they were going to be out of the race either way. So whatever, seems to have got away with it. That's good news, and a bit of time lost, but could have been an awful lot worse. The GTD leaders there being lapped by our 5th place battle now in GTP. 3 cars running absolutely nose to tail. It's another Urano Esports car, the Data Group number 191 car, running in 5th place overall in the race. That car is being driven by Jonas Vollmeyer. We were riding on board with him a little bit earlier on. Sasha Gourlay and Daniel Sivi-Chabo right behind him, and they are going to do battle around the outside of an LMP2 car through the high banks at Daytona for 5th position as the sun sets on the first part of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours.
Well, LMP2, there is a proper heavyweight battle going on at the front there as well. The gap between first and second is 11.5 seconds, but the difference in lap time, last time by, there was 1/1000th of a second between leader Moreno Sirica and second place Marcos Nunez for the Caltha team. And the following lap, there was 5/1000th of a second between them. When you throw in the inevitable traffic interruptions, that's quite remarkable. How close it is on the timesheets at the top of LMP2.
Especially when you consider the traffic that they're having to deal with, it's particularly impressive that they're running about the same sort of pace. The Pure Sims Esports LMDH car here, running right in behind the SRV Movano Corsa car. 3 of the big hitters in sim racing these days, Urano, Movano and Pure Sims, all running together in this battle at the back end of the top 5 in the GTP category. They're about half a minute adrift of the race leaders right now. That lead gap, as you can see, top left corner of your screen, stable at around 1.3, 1.4 seconds, as again LMP2 traffic starts to be a factor. And this was one of the big questions, Peter, we had coming into this race. How would the GTP cars interact with the LMP2s? Yes, they are quicker, the GTPs, but under braking in particular, I don't think there's a huge difference, and that makes passing the LMP2 cars, many of whom are not used to being overtaken as well, that little bit harder.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the difference in lap time, the best lap of the race in GTP is a 1:31 flat. In LMP2, it's a 1:34.8, so it's at 3.8 seconds, call it 4 seconds lap delta between them. That's quite a difference in lap time, but as you rightly say, getting that pass done is not so straightforward. And it's different, of course, for those who have raced in the LMP1 cars in the past, the Porsche 919 Hybrid or the Audi R18 TDI. You can't just hit the afterburner button and zip past. This car delivers its hybrid exactly the same way as, there is no boost button. You can change the mode, as we've discussed, but that's only really for battery usage. So, yeah, very interesting. Yes, Daniel Alves Lorenco, only 0.3 of a second behind the leader Obsidian, and a big fuel save there, and he's got a run here, Andy. Here comes Daniel Alves Lorenco, hard on the back of the Obsidian racing car. We are side by side for the lead of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hour. Here comes Lorenco in the Urano machine. They are absolutely side by side through the tri-oval as well. Is Lorenco going to give it a go, or is he going to give best to the Obsidian car of Pablo Lazar? He's given best, but right on the back here as well. And if we think that, if our prediction that Urano are playing the fuel save game, he's in exactly the right place to do it, Andy.
Yes, he is. He's in the draft, but wanted to lead there, didn't he? So he's not interested in just sitting behind the leader and saving more fuel. Clearly confident that they've got the fuel mileage in hand either way, and if they see a chance to lead this race, they're going to go for it. So just past 3 hours into the race, and we've got our closest battle, really, that we've had for the leading GTP since the opening stages, because actually even in the early laps, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car built a handy little cushion before the contact with the GTD sent them into the pit lane a little bit early. So this really the most competitive we've seen it at the front of the field. They've got a 19.5 second cushion over the third place car, and they are free to do battle. Once again, out onto the high banks they go, and Daniel Alves Lorenco looking to try and do the same thing again as he did a lap ago when Pablo Lazar got held up in traffic through the Le Mans chicane. They're not quite as close this time to the LMP2 car in the distance, so they both get through the chicane unimpeded. But this is where that slipstream starts to take effect. You're riding on board with the Urano Esports Heineken Media car in second. The perfect position, Peter, to see the effect of that draft.
Yeah, this is... if we listen carefully to Daniel Alves Lorenco here, we'll hear that fuel saving, I would imagine. So there is a skill involved in that, because you hear him dipping the clutch, which on the iRacing platform is believed to be the best way to save that fuel. But the thing is that this GTP car, you then have to go down the gears quite quickly, and it's quite easy to lock the rears, and so to avoid the car doing that, it's quite a balancing act. It's quite a coordination to be able to save fuel without throwing big amounts of lap time away and not lock the rears and spin.
Lorenco there almost outbraking himself into the Western Horseshoe as well. He is pushing hard at this stage of the race to try and find a way through into the lead of the race. We're probably about 6 or 7 laps away from these cars coming back into the pit lane. So it was at this point in the previous stint, wasn't it, where they got themselves together. Of course, a different driver now on board the second place car, but perhaps a sign that that Urano Esports Heineken Media car is maybe set up to do a little bit better on lower fuel loads, do you suspect? Because it does seem that in the second half of the stint, regardless of who is in that car, it gets better. And setup is something we haven't really touched upon much yet, but it's a tricky thing to do, to set up a car for a 24-hour race, especially around such a unique circuit as Daytona, where you've got the high banked oval where you need the lowest downforce possible, but quite a technically demanding infield section. But also you've got to have a car that works just as well in the heat of the day as it does in the very, very cool nights that you get in Florida at this time of year. And it may well be that, again, we see the dynamic of the race shift as we move into the night, as perhaps some teams have tailored their car more around the nighttime running.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, I remember, goodness me, last year the Rolex 24, oh my goodness, it was so cold. It was actually hovering around freezing, with track temperatures at sort of 4 or 5 degrees Celsius, and Michelin, I mean, the Michelin tyre is not designed for that kind of temperature, but it lasted. There was no delaminations out of nowhere. It was incredible, the operating window of the tyre, but a lot of the teams actually had to scrub their tyres in practice, making sure they had almost every set scrubbed. Not all of them, but nearly everyone ready for putting on in the night, because if you put them on brand new with the stickers on, it is like driving on ice. But and a lot of the drivers, when you saw them, especially the prototypes, just no front end grip at all. Thankfully don't have to worry about that in the sim. It's again Lorenco just dipping that clutch, so he's keeping on pace with the Obsidian car here of Pablo Lazar. The question is though, Andy, I wonder if Lazar is really trying to push on to try and drag Urano out of their strategy. The harder he pushes, the more he can drag Urano out of that fuel safe game. Now we've got something here, because we've got a car in front that's giving the Obsidian car a draft. Urano popped to the outside. There's an LMP2 car that we'll have to be careful as well, right behind, and not run into the back of the GTP. But this is stunning stuff. Proper multi-class sports car racing at its best.
Yeah, I think that is the number 24 TC Corsa Esports car, which is about to go a lap down. Yes, it is. Hayato Asaga at the wheel. So another GTP, and they are the last car on the lead lap. They won't want to give that up if they can help it. Past the Apex Racing Audis they go. Another close call for the race leader as they continue to bunch up in traffic. This is definitely Lourenco's best chance to try and take the lead, is in traffic. It seems that maybe Pablo Lazar is either just being a bit less fortunate in traffic, or maybe as the race leader just taking it a bit more cautiously through the back markers. Whatever it is, that seems to be when Lourenco closes in. Out onto the banking once more, they will have some traffic at the Le Mans chicane, and it might just give Daniel Alves Lourenco the impetus that he's looking for to make the overtake for the race lead. And then it would be interesting to see whether he has the pace to pull away. On this occasion though, Peter, I think the traffic will work against him, because the Obsidian Racing car clears the LMP2 car before the chicane, whereas the Urano car does not.
Yeah, that's painful for the Urano car, and immediately the gap goes up to 3/4 of a second, which really puts the draft into very much a minimal effect. So Lourenco will now have to really push if he wants to stay on touch with the leader, if he wants to stay on touch with the leader, or might he settle back into his rhythm of keeping that fuel number down. They'll know exactly what fuel number they need to hit to be able to get their strategy to work. And again, just catches an LMP2 at just the wrong moment there, coming through those little flip-flop S's coming out of turn 1, heading towards the International Horseshoe. Now gets a bit of clean air, but already the gap is up to 1 second.
Yeah, that was just a bit unfortunate. Again, shows how the traffic can benefit you one lap and then take all of that time back away from you on the next. But he's still within slipstreaming range. I think anything within a second and a half or so, you'll pick up a bit of a slipstream out on the banking. And certainly if you're within a second, that's quite a sizable bit of a draft. So Lourenco will be hoping to use that now to continue to close back in on this next lap, which, by the way, is the 22nd, I believe, in Obsidian Racing stint. And remember, they pitted a lap sooner than Urano, a couple of laps sooner than Urano last time around. So we're perhaps 3 or 4 laps away from seeing the race-leading car come into the pit lane for another pit stop with 20 3/4 hours to go. Down through the Le Mans chicane then. For now, things just settle out ever so slightly in GTP. Quickly take a glance at the timing screen though, Peter, and there is an interesting development, I think, in GTD, because on this stint, the third placed car, again a Urano car, Sam Queetert, is matching the pace a bit more now of the Apex Racing team. He may be on his own, but actually his lap time's comparable with the leader. He's keeping the gap under 10 seconds and, crucially, not being caught by the cars behind him.
No, this is a great stint so far from Sam Queetert. The question will be how much fuel usage will he have, but he's built up a bit of a buffer over the last few stints, so we'll see if this is now where he kind of pulls the pin and gets on with it. But if he can slowly run down and keep the pressure on the Apex Racing team, you never know what can happen if they get split up in traffic, or if they get kind of pushed out by a prototype or something like that. All of a sudden he's going to be right on them, and then that what seemingly felt like quite a comfortable strategy of pushing each other along for the first 3 hours and 15 minutes, all of a sudden it becomes a different dynamic. So yeah, the Queetert is really playing himself nicely into this race. Dropped 0.2 of a second last time by, but running very, very well indeed is the Dutchman for Urano Esports.
Yes, he is. Here is the battle going on behind then for 4th position. Louis Nasr and Ryan Barneveld, who spent much of the last stint nose to tail. They continue to run together again. Mercedes ahead of BMW, but they're being caught now slightly by the Biela Racing Team Euronic car of Sven Haase, who I don't think we've mentioned so far in this race, but that gap creeping down under 2 seconds now, back to the number 450 car. So we could add another team into the mix, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's starting to happen just as the sun sets. Now you can see it's almost set below the height of the banking through NASCAR turns 1 and 2, and that means that it won't take very long for the track conditions to start changing. 25 degrees air temperature at the moment, track temperature a couple of degrees higher. Be interesting to see how much that starts to drop over the next hour or so as we race into the sunset here at Daytona. And I know it's a bit of a cliche to say this during a 24-hour race, Peter, but this, along with the dawn hour, they're my 2 favourite points in any 24-hour motor race. There is just something special about racing into the sunset and through the sunrise.
they're definitely milestones, aren't they, in any 24-hour race? That's for sure. Big bump draft there from Kai Kashube to the back of excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong BMW, from Ryan Barneveld into the back of Louis Nazar. Kai Kashube, his teammate in the GTP car for BS competition, is up into third, but we got our answer about Daniel Alves Lourenco. He's just set his personal best lap of the race, half a second quicker than Lazar last time by. So Lourenco has the pace in the pocket if he wants to use it. And clearly there, he did not want to see Lazar break away. So although Urano might be on a fuel safe game, they do have a bit of pace in the pocket if they need it. And that's exactly what Lourenco relinquished there and used. And the gap is now just a tenth of a second. They're right together again at the lead of this motor race.
Yeah, in fact, side by side, I suspect, on the banking, and we temporarily have a lead change. Now, is that one going to stick, I wonder? Lourenco looks to have done it now, so off-screen, Lourenco has taken the lead from Pablo Lazar. Urano Esports, Heineken Media take the lead of the Daytona 24 hours, and they did that, I suspect, with a nice drafting move around the banking, and we'll try and get a look at that in a moment or two. Meanwhile, the GTD battle continues to rage on into the Le Mans chicane, with the Williams Esports car just keeping the Team BMW Bank car at bay as we approach another round of pit stops. 125 laps completed by our overall race leader, and we are anticipating we will see Obsidian Racing, having just relinquished the race lead, perhaps pitting this time. So they almost held on until the end of the stint, and will likely have to pit from second place. We are seeing a couple of the GTP cars starting to come in. Here is the replay. It was on the banking, and it happened into turn one, where interestingly Obsidian didn't defend the inside as I think Urano were expecting, and that wide line opened the door nicely.
That was an after you, sir, if I've ever seen one. That's fascinating. So Lazar thinking, right, well, we're not going to be able to beat them on pace, so we're going to have to get involved in this fuel safe game as well. So Lazar just not fighting that one too hard, maintaining his line. And like you say, Andy, it could well be because just coming into the pit lane, so there's no point taking any risk and fighting that one too hard. So fascinating stuff then at the front of the field as Michele Costantini there in the LMP2 car for Apex Racing Team, right behind the Calza team of Marcos Nunez, with the Spanish colours on there as well. Very nice. I like that. It's like Racing Team Spain. I like that very much.
Indeed, and as they race through the banking once again, we are going to see, I think, the same situation between these two, where they are content for now to work together, having pit stops now though at the front of the field, and Obsidian Racing right on cue have pitted, and Pablo Espes has jumped into the number 6 car. We've also got Race Clutch White in. They've been pitting on the same lap as Obsidian all race long, so the second and third placed cars, as they were at the time, have pitted, and now we wait until Urano Esports Heineken Media dive for the pit lane, and we shall see whether or not they are able to hold on to the lead. Just caught a glimpse there of the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing car of Austin Young, number 62, also pitting on that 126th lap of the race, and it means that it's temporarily a 20-second advantage for Urano Esports out at the very front of the field. But when will they be pitting, I wonder? They, I think, will be inside the next 2 laps or so. We'll wait and see. And pit lane, as we've seen, Peter, is a place, even in the sim world, where time can be won and lost. You may not have a virtual pit crew who are prone to making mistakes, but the drivers on pit entry and entry still have pit entry and exit even still have a role to play.
Oh yeah, those in and out laps are very important, especially with the tyre taking a little bit longer to come in to full performance. Moreno Sirica for Williams Esports, Marla, former leader in LMP2, comes into pit. Brandon Treno also in for Apex Racing Academy, and Marcos Nunez and Michele Costantini, they go a little bit longer on their fuel in their Dallara P217 machines. Now, it'll be interesting this time to see our GTP leader, Daniel Alves Lourenco for Urano Esports. It'll be interesting to see how many more laps that car goes on top of the Obsidian Racing car this time, because I think Lourenco had to, he really had to open the afterburners there a few times to keep with the Obsidian car.
Yeah, he did. if they continue to do 26 laps, then he'll be on the 130th lap, or they're on lap 128 now. So in theory, he could do an extra couple of laps, but like you said, I wonder if the fuel burn was a bit higher in that stint. Of course, he spent much of it in the draft, though, and we heard from the moments on which we were riding on board with the Urano car, they were still lifting and coasting, so there was still some active fuel save going on, and they may well still be able to stretch it. We shall see. I think even if they end up pitting a lap earlier, though, that was still worth doing, because it meant that they did get the lead. They obviously had a quicker stint this time around. Perhaps they decided that this was the time to go on the attack. So in the middle of a pit cycle then in the GTP category, having made their pit stop, Obsidian Racing are in 5th position, 54 seconds back, and we know that a pit stop is in the high 40s as far as time lost, so likely that they will rejoin still in 2nd place as the ducking and diving through the traffic continues. And of course, the further into the night we go now, Peter, the harder that becomes. And actually, arguably, this time of day where the sun is setting and you get a little bit of sun glare almost off the track in certain points, visibility out of those rear view mirrors is worse now than it will be at any other point.
Yeah, there are things you can fiddle about with on the settings to try and help with that. Actually, turning the graphic settings down a bit can help with that. But yeah, it's you're right. If you have them on, it really can glare in your eyes there, particularly at the kink for some reason, where it's just where you really don't need it. The sun in your eyes. But we've had a pit stops then for in the top of LMP2 as well. The Marcus Nunez for Calfa team, he stayed on board. Costantini now comes into pit lane, going longer on fuel than anyone else in the front runners of LMP2. Here he comes then, the Italian, an absolute wizard in this type of car. And up onto the jacks for new Michelin tyres. Now, does he stay on board, Michele Costantini? Looks like he's going to stay on board then. So this is a bit of a marathon stint here for Michele. But yeah, but always difficult to prize him out of his beloved Lara P217. Fuel going in still there to that Italian built machine. Company that are just synonymous with motor racing. They had a moving floor wind tunnel even before Ferrari did. Always been at the forefront.
Yeah, indeed. And Michael Constantini going into his 3rd stint, and actually that is the plan, I think, for that team, because Elvis Rankin did 3 stints at the start of the race. Interestingly, though, the first stint for that car, 26 laps, then it was 25, and then since then they've settled at 24. So the pit sequence within LMP2, I think there's a bit more openness, perhaps, in the fuel strategy within the LMP2 class. But Apex Racing then pitting from the lead of that class. They still hold a 1-2 position in GTD. That hasn't changed, and they're now back out to over 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. Whilst at the front of GTP, it does seem that Urano Esports Heineken Media are going to get that extra lap once again. They're going to stretch this out to the full 26 lap stint that they have been doing, and hit on the 130th lap, which they have just started. So Daniel Alves Lorenco may be in. He is in on this lap, because as I say that, he dives for the pit lane.
He does, and that's those couple of laps extra per stint consistently is a real weapon in the pocket for Urano. And we saw that, you know, if he needed to unleash pace, it was there for Daniel Alves Lorenco. A great start to his stint behind the wheel of that Urano machine, as Kai Kashube brings the BMW M Team BS competition car in, the Flying Zebra. Sasha Gorel also in for SRC Mevano Course GTP. So at the front of LMP2, Moreno Sorica reclaims the lead then after the pit stop cycle is complete for Williams Esports Mala. They're 15 seconds to the good from Inet Motorsport Blue, and the Calfa team just 2 seconds behind them. So Pablo Espes now at the wheel of the Obsidian Racing car, and with a little driver change there, Andy. Oh, as we got here, they come. They're absolutely side to side as they come out of the pit lane, and Urano take the lead of the motor race. Then after the pit stops, So Pablo Espes, he's got to put the pressure on here hard and try and draw Urano into pushing on and using more fuel.
Yep, so they're on different fuel strategies, also different driver strategies, with Lourenco staying on board the race leading car, but Obsidian Racing now putting Pablo Espes into bat, and immediately he was into the 131s. We are not seeing that many 1 minute 31s at the moment, so he was going very quickly within half a second or so of the car's best lap of the race, and he's now in the slipstream heading out onto the banking, knowing that Daniel Alves Lourenco is perhaps still on slightly colder tyres. Espes' tyres should be right in the window. They go around the outside of the Apex Racing Audis, leading first and second at the moment in GTD. So we've got the battle for the lead in one class going past the leaders in another. Turn through Le Mans, and this perhaps is where the attack comes from Pablo Espes. 20 hours, 34 and a half minutes to go in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and it is nose to tail for the overall race lead. They come through the banking off turn 4 in the slipstream. Espes, there's no doubt about it, will be close enough to have a go here as they go into turn number 1. Will he choose to take the risk? Which side of the road will be left open by Lourenco? He pulls up wide, so does Espes, so for the time being it was a risk not worth taking.
I wonder here if whether Espes will have a go or whether he'll play Urano at their own game by pushing them into going full rich, and of course by being sitting behind the Urano car, be able to do so without using as much fuel. So this is really cat and mouse at the front of the field. They're 20 seconds ahead of the BMW M Team BS competition car of Kai Koshube, so they really are operating in their own division here, these top two teams, excuse me. Very strong. Now in GTD, while we have a very brief respite in GTD, well, Sam Coiturt's initial promise, where he got the gap down to about 9 seconds to Apex Racing Team, well, Andy, it's opened back up again to 12 seconds, and Coiturt now, Coiturt now has Barneveld right behind him in the BMW bank car. Now, do you think Coiturt might have actually dropped back purposefully to have a dancing partner and be able to do that, or are we adding 2 and 2 together and making 15?
Well, it's a bold call, but it's worth considering, I think, because his pace has dropped into the 44s all of a sudden, and whether intentional or not, this might actually end up being the right thing to do. There they go, look, out of the second corner. So you've got Sam Coiturt in third. He is the first of the red and black cars in this group. Right behind him, the Team BMW bank car of Ryan Barneveld, then Louis Nasser, and they have now been caught by Sven Haas and by Ole Steinbraten in the RHG Esports car. So all 5 of these GTD cars are fighting for position. None of them are affiliated to the same team, so it is a straight-up race unless they decide to form a temporary truce. But I think we'll get our answer very shortly as to whether this was intentional on the part of Sam Coiturt, because if he dropped back intentionally and the likes of Ryan Barneveld can see that that's what he's doing, then Ryan will work with him. But if that Mercedes is just getting slower as the stint goes on, well, Ryan won't want to get stuck behind him if he can help it. So if the BMW goes on the attack, that perhaps shows that the Urano car is starting to struggle into the second half of the stint.
Well, it's intriguing. This is endurance racing for you folks. Very enjoyable to watch and to try to figure out what they're all up to. I bet team strategists must get a right laugh listening to us commentators, Andy, because they must go, oh, you've not got a clue, guys. We've got so much up our sleeve that you just cannot see.
If they're only just realising that we don't have a clue, then they're a little bit late to that one, aren't they? We are. There's a reason we're commentators, not racing drivers or race strategists, that for sure.
I always say those who can't commentate.
You're absolutely right, and mathematics.
We make up for it in enthusiasm.
We do. We're enthusiastically wrong, and I think there is merit in that for sure. Urano round the outside there. They have caught this group of traffic where they didn't really want to. That's the overall GTP leader, so this could be a significant moment. They're going to nip up the inside of the GTD traffic, and there, look, Obsidian Racing losing ground again. It does seem, doesn't it, Peter, that whenever we come up against a significant group of traffic, it's the Obsidian car that seems to lose time. Oh, and they're on the grass. They're on the grass. Big moment into the Western Horseshoe, and they will rejoin.
The door there?
Oh, well, that was Obsidian against Urano again, wasn't it? Yeah, the Urano GTD car not making life easy for them.
Nope. for the second time in the last 2 hours. I'm not saying anything beyond that. I say that without extra context. That is interesting because that door got shut quick. Yeah, well, it's always good to have allies rather than foes out there.
I wouldn't mind seeing that again from the onboard of the Obsidian car of Pablo Espes to get a better view of what he saw of that, because that was a very scary moment. And look, it's not like the GTD cars are expected to put the indicator on and move over. They've got their own race to have, and in fairness, it looked as though the Urano Esports GTD car was simply holding its racing line, but it is interesting that has happened a couple of times in this race already. I also thought I saw a car off in the background at turn 1 when we were seeing that as well. So I think there are a few things starting to happen as we get into the beginning of the darkness phase of this Daytona 24 hours, and some of it revolving around our frontrunners in the GTD class, who once again, even though they lost 3 seconds out of that, Peter, did dodge a bullet.
They did, for the second time, dodged a huge bullet there, where that's now 2 Obsidian drivers who have had to take... I mean, if you get onto the grass there, how you get it back again, there is a little strip of tarmac, which is probably where you try and get on the brakes and try and slow the velocity down before trying to get back onto. But, I mean, I'm only guessing. I mean, that's 2 remarkable pieces of car control, and to have those lightning quick reactions, quite remarkable as well. So, but it has given a bit of an advantage to Urano. Now Urano can make they've got a choice to make here. They can either decide to try and push on and build a gap and burn up a bit of fuel, or they settle back into their strategy of building up a fuel advantage over Obsidian. Now with a little bit more of a fresh run of a clean run of traffic, we might see the difference in pace. I mean, last time, yeah, 2.6 seconds that cost Obsidian. That's painful.
Yeah, it was, and now they are out of drafting range as well. That's going to make catching the leader that little bit harder. And it sounds silly to say this, Peter, because we're still 20 and a half hours from the end of the race, but it is moments like that in 20 hours' time we look back on and say, well, that's where Obsidian lost the race, because they lost touch with the race leader and just never were able to get it back. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. There's a good chance that over the rest of the race, Obsidian can get back into contention. But just dropping a couple of seconds with this far still to go in the race wouldn't seem all that consequential. But sometimes that can be the beginning of that snowball effect, can't it?
Yes, it can. I think we're going to get a good idea the next lap on the difference in pace. I mean, again, last lap 0.7 of a second in the favour of Urano there, although the Urano cars just now hit a big pocket of traffic there. So last time by it was in the favour of Urano. It might come back to Obsidian now as the Urano car tries to make its way through a bit of, like I say, LMP2 traffic, which is almost worse than the GTs because they are similar in certain places, as the 721 arrival into Daytona Beach Airport comes in to land on time.
It does come in a bit quicker than I think it should be, that plane. That catches me out from time to time.
It's a stiff landing. It's a Ryanair landing, that.
It is indeed. And funnily enough, that has caught me out before when racing at Daytona, virtual Daytona, you understand. It's a flash of movement that you don't expect to see, and for a split second you think, oh my goodness, someone's got it horrifically wrong in front of me, but no, thankfully something that's happening over on the airfield, not on the Daytona International Speedway. So the situation then at the front of GTP, with the gap out now to 4 seconds, a second moment in traffic for Obsidian Racing in second place, meaning that they've lost the tow now. Kai Koshube running in third position for BMW M Team BS competition. He's got just on the 6 second cushion over Florian Kruger for Race Clutch White. So that has been a change then since over the last 15 minutes or so, because I seem to recall a pit stop ago noting that Race Clutch White were running third. They are down to fourth and some way behind the BS competition car now as well, with the second Urano Esports car, the data group car of Vlad Kimichev, running in fifth place within GTP. LMP2 still being led very comfortably by the the Williams Esports Marla car of Moreno Sirica, and he is 18.5 seconds clear of Leo Roussel in the Inex Motorsport blue car. He, though, is only 3 seconds ahead of a good fight for third in LMP2, which is between Marcos Nunez in the Calza team car and Michele Constantini in the Apex Racing Team car right behind him. So those two continuing to run close together, as they do in GTD with the Apex Racing Team 98 and 99 cars. They have never been more than half a second apart since the drop of the green flag, Peter, and I don't think they have any intention, from what we've seen, of separating anytime soon.
No, they've done a great job. So this is a look at the... That's an onboard of the Obsidian car from a few laps ago. And yeah, this is going to... Chopper cam, great work from our producer Hugo Luis, comes through. Well, it's interesting.
I can't put any blame on the Urano car there. I think they were taking their line, and it was quite an aggressive bit of lappery there from Obsidian. That's my first thought on it.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's a real heat of the moment stuff, isn't it? But every team is going to have a spotter, and or multiple spotters, and is going to say, okay, here comes this car, and they're always going to give that information. I don't know. It's definitely a possibility, and you got to think that if your team car's biggest rivals coming through, you're not going to be as friendly as you are with your own team car coming through. Discuss.
Yes, there will be discussions, I'm sure, between those two teams.
I bet you there is serious dialogue going on at the moment. But despite the little pockets of traffic, Daniel Alves Lorenco last time by, just he's obviously hit a bit of traffic there. He's a second slower than he was last time, but only 0.2 slower than Obsidian Racing. The gap is sort of hovering around 4 seconds. So since that little break up there, it's really started to play in the favour of Urano Esports. In LMP2, well, I tell you what, Moreno Sirica's put in. We talked about those influential stints. Well, he's been at the wheel for several fuel stints at the wheel of that Dallara P217. That gap's now up to 18 seconds at the front of LMP2. So Williams Esports Mala are looking really, really good in that very competitive LMP2 class. A lot of fast cars up the front there.
One fast car that is not at the front anymore in GTP, but is slowly getting itself back there, is car number 1, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, once more with Alexander Spets at the wheel. He did the opening couple of stints, then got out of the car and handed over to, let me remind myself, it was Arthur Lehouk for 2 stints, and now he is back into his, now 4th stint in the car. Now remember, this is the car that led in the early stages. It had about a 3-second lead, tangled with a GTD car, lost a bit of ground over the next few laps, and decided to pit about 8 laps or so out of sequence. So it's been off sync in pit stops ever since. It was about 45 seconds off the lead at one point. Well, it's now down to 36. So, okay, it's only 10 seconds over a couple of hours, but they clearly are one of the fastest cars on the track. Alexander Spets put that car on the pole position, remember, with, I believe, a slightly dubious lap in qualifying, where he may or may not have found himself the wrong side of the yellow lines at one point or another. But either way, qualified on pole, led early on, and they have just, Peter, moved into 7th place.
Good stuff. Well, we should expect some pit stops for GTD coming in the next 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll also have our own driver change here in the RaceSpot TV commentary box, continuing our uninterrupted flag-to-flag coverage of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hour. It will be Andy McEwen stepping out after a 4-hour mega stint, and then swapping out for a huge injection of energy. I can guarantee you that. DJ Clark will be stepping in to the co-coms seat, and as we know, Andy, DJ, he's going to be raring to go. He's going to be ready to drop the clutch and fire off into the race.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly how I felt at the start of the race, my first time covering this great event, and the buzz is real before the event. Let me tell you, it has been a real pleasure, and the first nearly 4 hours of this race have absolutely flown by. Action non-stop, but you really can't ignore the prestige of this event, and it really does feel like a particularly special event this year, I think, with the introduction of the GTP cars as well. It's brought this race right up to date and has made it feel particularly significant, I think, this time around, and we really do thank everyone on the various platforms around the world for watching along, and we hope you'll stick with us through the night wherever you are in the world. You will not want to miss a moment of this race, that's for sure, because it has been action all the way and highly competitive within all three of our classes. A bit of a lead in LMP2 at the moment for Williams Esports Marlin, but generally speaking, it has been nip and tuck right the way through, and we are about to head into the full sunset hour and into darkness. Quite a long period of darkness as well, of course, at this race, because of the time of year it takes place, Peter. The drivers will be under the cover of darkness for quite some time.
That they will. Yes, that's one of the real defining features. It's kind of one way or another, because we have a huge amount of darkness hours here at this wintertime race at Daytona, but you also have one of the best floodlight systems in the world. So it's you kind of, it is dark, but it's also not in some ways. It's completely different to Le Mans, where you're in the middle of summer and you have quite short darkness hours, but it is properly dark when you get out in between the trees as well. So I love that every endurance race has its own character, and all the better for it. And I think the motor racing world is really switching on to how special endurance racing is, and I don't think it's going to be long, Andy, until we get some real, blockbuster Formula 1 driver names in sports car racing. I don't think it's going to happen straight away, but I think it's going to be irresistible as things progress.
I agree with you, and especially with the way in which the sports car racing world is going now, with more and more manufacturer involvement at the very top level, that is only going to attract better talent. At the end of the day, they're going to have more budget to use, let's be frank, on getting bigger and better names into the sport, and just more seats to fill as well. For a long time there were only really a dozen seats perhaps at the very top level of prototype racing in the world. It was a very select group of drivers who were able to take them up, whereas now more and more opportunities, and therefore more chance of seeing some of those big names competing. And we see that even in sim racing as well, of course, these days. Not just real world endurance racing that is becoming more attractive, but sim racing versions as well. Following there, the number 22 Porsche, mentioned earlier on, we haven't really got that much Porsche representation on the grid here today, but the number 22 car of Seibelt Esports, with Jakub Majewski at the wheel right now, is running, I believe, a couple of laps, or maybe just over a lap off the class lead, but is, I believe, the only one of those Porsches represented on the grid in a field dominated by the other two, or three indeed, big German GT marks. Nice to have some Porsche representation, even though it's not right at the front, Peter.
Absolutely. Now, something we need to address. We did mention Ryanair landings there, Andy. Now, our producer Hugo Luis, he says he's a fan of Ryanair. He clearly hasn't lived in Europe he hasn't been in Europe much to realise the peril of. I kid you not, I had a flight that was meant to leave Bologna Airport at 10:30 on a Monday night, and it eventually I got onto the plane at 3:30 in the morning, then got back off the plane, then got back on it at 7:30, and it eventually took off. I obviously complained. 2 months later, got an email from Ryanair. We've looked into it, and we can't see that the flight was actually delayed at all. Oh, thanks, guys. So good. And then you can queue up to get a voucher to spend in shops that aren't open in the middle of the night in Bologna Airport. Thanks, Ryanair.
Yeah, the phrase cheap and cheerful is used quite often to describe...
Cheap and miserable.
Yes, they've got half of that right, haven't they? But there you go. One of the joys of sim racing, of course, we don't have to jump on a plane to get to virtual Daytona. We can do it from the comfort of our own homes, although, as we mentioned earlier on, some of the teams definitely committing to getting all of their drivers in the same place for the big race. Well, we are racing towards the 4-hour mark of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. It has been a race that has kept us guessing all the way so far. So much action out on the track, all three classes with plenty of twists and turns. And as the sun begins to set over the Daytona International Speedway, and we prepare for our second driver change here in the commentary box. We're going to do what we enjoy to do here at RaceSpot every now and again, I believe. We're going to take a very short immersion break in a moment or two and let you really soak in the sights and sounds of this Daytona 24 hours at what is, for me, my personal favourite time on the race. We're riding on board here with the SRC Movado Corsa GTP car of Edward Leo, and we'll let you enjoy the Daytona 24 hours without our dulcet tones for a few minutes, but we'll be back with all of the action heading into the night in just a few minutes. Guadaleo on board the SRC Movano Corsa GTP car, showing us around the Daytona International Speedway as we approach the end of the 4th hour of what has already been a fascinating 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 hours. The GTP category in particular has been rather unpredictable. A race that was led in the early stages by the Williams Esports Chill Blast #1 car. They had to pit out of sequence because of contact with a back marker. That handed the lead to Obsidian Racing, but in the recent past it's been Urano Esports Heineken Media with Daniel Alves Lorenco putting in a really strong stint, who has taken over the lead of the race. LMP2 being dominated by Williams Esports Marla, and in GTD it's been all about the Apex Racing team, who have been 1-2 with 98 ahead of 99 for the entirety of the race, pushing each other ahead of the pack. They have just pitted though, so for the time being Sam Coiter into the lead for Mercedes AMG Team Urano. We'll expect him in very shortly. So Andy McEwen here alongside Peter Mackay for a moment or two, but it is almost time for me to end my first stint on the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here for the opening part of the race. Peter will be joined though very shortly by DJ Clark, and DJ I think is with us now. DJ, what a fantastic opening 4 hours we've had. In the words of a certain Time Lord, I don't want to go. I've been enjoying this so much. I'll be tuned in over the next few hours to listen to you and Peter talk through all of the action.
Well, I have to tell you there, Andy, that I've been watching since the drop of the green flag. It's been fantastic action, and as you have said a little bit earlier, seeing these GTPs really entering into the fold, adding another layer here to the racing at Daytona, it's absolutely spectacular. It's been a little frenetic at points, but very exciting, and I can't wait to dive into this commentary stint.
Going to be fun for sure heading into the night. Time for me to sign off temporarily. I'll be back with Arjuna Kankapadi tomorrow morning to take you through the last couple of hours. For now though, I leave you in the very capable hands of DJ Clark and Peter Mackay.
Thank you very much, Andy. It's great to be here for this iRacing 24 hours of Daytona, just coming up to the 4-hour mark. Your leader Daniel Alves Lorenco for Urano Esports now 7.8 seconds to the good as we approach the next round of pit stops, DJ. And I tell you what, that little incident in traffic there for the Obsidian car, it does seem to have knocked them off their rhythm a little bit, DJ.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's maybe a little bit of getting them off their rhythm. There could be a little bit of hidden damage on the car. Obviously, a lot of aerodynamic effect that is built on top of these cars and underneath it, so it could be a little bit of column A, column B there for them. And we'll have to see how that plays out with Obsidian coming down into the pits. But an 8-second gap, it's not monumental. It's not something that they're going to have to really be massively concerned about, but it's something that I think is going to be in the back of their mind a little bit. And they're going to have to get their boots on here and start pushing ahead if they want to be back into the challenge for the lead of this race.
Yeah, a little bit of work to do, but so long to go here in the 2023 iRacing 24 hours of Daytona. This is the top split. Remember, we also have coverage of the second split, the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours of the race. You can watch that as well. So if you have multi-screen capability, maybe have one up on the one up on your television and the other on a laptop or a tablet or something like that. We've this is unrivaled coverage here on RaceSpot TV of the iRacing 24 hours of Daytona. And really over the last couple of years, DJ, this race has become the kind of blue ribbon event here on iRacing, the one that everyone wants to win.
Yeah, it's really become the big one that everyone is striving for. Obviously, it's pretty darn big here in real life. We've got multiple splits, though, on the simulator right now. And it really has become a calling card. And in a great way to kick off the year, it's always the sign that the racing year is back in swing, is that we have the iRacing 24 hours of Daytona, the Roar before the 24, and then the 24 themselves. And so it's a great way to start off the year. But for these sim racing drivers, as you said, this is the hallmark event. This is the one that everyone wants to be able to win.
It is, yeah, and it's become, you know, of course, this is the first of the 4 VCO Grand Slams as well. In GTD, well, we've got a change of drivers now in the Apex Racing train, the 8-wheeled Audi R8 that we've got at the front. These 2 Apex Racing cars have been absolutely glued together from the green flag. Was Salvatallon's there as well. Alejandro Sanchez in the other car. Now it's Luke McEwen who leads the way from Jamie Fluke, Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup star. And he's right in there behind. And their strategy all race long, DJ, has been flat out qualifying laps, but pushing each other along, not going for fuel saving, literally in many cases actually ramming each other forward, pushing that gap as much as they can.
And it's clearly a strategy that they feel comfortable with doing that bump draft and pushing each other ahead. I would be a little bit concerned about it. Maybe we've heard some updated damage models, things come in, whether it be with some of the diffuser damage maybe to the back of the car, but they clearly know exactly what they're doing. And this Apex Racing team, they always show up to play, so it's not surprising to see them up at the front of the field, but I am a little bit surprised that they've been able to dominate as much as they have up at this point. And I think for the rest of this GT3 field, they've got to be a little bit concerned. We haven't seen an answer yet for either of these Apex Racing Team drivers. And so if anybody wants to have a thing to say about this, they've got to hope for a little bit of misfortune here for either one of these Audis, as it just looks like they have got the pedal down, and they are not going to let up until the drop of the checkered flag.
No, definitely not. They haven't been flustered at all yet. Very much a change of the roster and drivers here in GTD. Changes all around. Daniel Lafuente now in the AMG Team Williams car in third. Konstantin Scharf has taken over the leading Urano number 90 car from Sam Coit. Rainer Talvar taken over from... They're taking over the Team BMW Bank car in fifth. So a little bit of a different look to things in GTD, but there is nothing new about that gap. That gap is now climbed up now through after that set of pit stops. It's now 15 seconds now back from this pair of Apex Racing GTD cars to Daniel Lafuente for Mercedes AMG Team Williams. And in LMP2, well, Moreno Sorica in the middle of a mammoth stint and has opened up a 22-second gap in the lead of the very competitive LMP2 class. But the glamour is definitely in the direction of GTP, DJ. We sit on the eve of a brand new era of sports car racing, one of the most exciting eras of sports car racing in a long, long time. And these GTP cars, very cool to see the car making its iRacing 24-hour debut a week before its Rolex 24-hour debut at an outdoor Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, you really hit the nail on the head there, Peter. This is a unprecedentedly exciting time for sports car racing, and particularly up in the prototypes. For years, I have been circling on the calendar 2023. 2023 is the year that this is all going to come alive, and now seeing it come alive here on the sim with the introduction of the BMW LMDH in the GTP category, as well as the multitude of manufacturers that we are going to be seeing up at the front of the field in a week's time. It really and truly is an amazing time to be a sports car racing fan, to be an endurance racing fan, to see all of this innovation, the new makes, the new models, the new manufacturers that are coming into the sport. It really is frankly unprecedented. We haven't seen this kind of explosion of manufacturers coming in many, many years. And so to be able to see this, to be a part of it here on iRacing, and we've got to commend once again the iRacing service for bringing this BMW here into the fold to be able to make this work. It just adds to absolutely everything. And if I may be so bold, the cars look absolutely gorgeous. They're just pretty.
Yeah, they look fantastic, and the thing is, they've I mean, I don't think they've been quite the bargain that was initially sold, but still incredibly much more cost effective than the LMP1 cars that we saw, the hybrid LMP1s, which were astronomically expensive. And you know, they use underneath there's a lot of things that the fan neither sees nor cares about that's underneath the surface of these cars that is available off the shelf, you know, and there's a lot of componentry that can be kept at, I mean, let's be honest, motor racing's never cheap. A racing program is not cheap, but just the personnel involved is high. But you know, these are based on LMP2 chassis, So the Dallara P217, there's a lot of that DNA underneath this BMW M Hybrid V8. The engine, well, it started life as a Class 1 DTM engine, a V8 engine, so there is a lot of common componentry. There's a lot of recycle's not the right word, but repurposed. And so actually we've got some, like you say, a really cool looking race car, but not costing the earth as well.
Yeah, and it's sort of the new model that we're seeing going forward in all of auto racing, trying to keep those costs under control to be able to allow as many folks as possible to be able to enjoy racing and to bring in as many manufacturers as humanly possible. And it really does allow, I think it is for the right combination. It's the right mentality to have about racing. You know, we don't want to see the days of just two manufacturers dicing up for the lead of the race and, you know, obviously we've always had a very, very healthy sports car field when it comes to the GT3s or the days of old in the GTE category. But now that we're having that same kind of diversity up in the top class, it just adds to everything and it makes it more exciting that you're going to have that diversity from the top on down, and it's going to make for a better racing product. It's going to make for better innovation for these cars, because let's remember, even though many of these parts are coming from the other spokes in the wheel of the BMW hub, if we're looking here at the BMW, there are still places to innovate and to find that speed. And so to be able to have that combination together, I absolutely applaud the organizers for being able to put everything together and to give us a package like this. It's I said it before, I'll say it again, it's a great time to be a sports car racing fan.
It is, yeah, no doubt about it. It's excited for next week then, I take it?
Oh, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Who's going to win? That's the question.
Everything I'm seeing looks like it could be the Acuras, but out of the roar, but we'll have to see. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. We haven't seen these cars go 24 hours fully yet, and so I think the other thing to keep in mind when we look at the real-world racing component of this is anytime you have a new regulation come on in, you're going to have mechanical gremlins that come in, and it's been a minute since we've really seen that up in the top-tier classes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if I was to put, I'm not a betting man, but apparently the Porsche has done 22,000 miles of testing, which is colossal, and they've done a 36-hour run at Sebring. So and that's become public knowledge. So I don't know, but it's going to be definitely have all eyes on as well on that. I just hope we get some of those cars, the Acura or the Porsche or the Cadillac here on iRacing. That would be fantastic to really get the teeth into that category. So the gap at the front, bit of a story emerging at the front. We are just waiting for the next set of pit stops to shuffle out. Urano Esports at the very front of the field have had a bit of an edge on fuel, it must be said. They are due a pit stop. But Obsidian Racing appear to have just dropped back a fraction. They have already stopped, but depending on how long Urano are in the pits for as well, Obsidian just dropping a little bit off the scent here, DJ. So that incident in traffic earlier on really did throw them off the rhythm, I think.
Yeah, I think it did, and as we talked about, could be a little bit of damage that we're not being able to see, but I think more importantly it is, especially early on in the race when you have that kind of kerfluffle that you run into, that rhythm can be so important around here, and especially because Daytona is a pretty unique circuit when it comes to running. You've got these two long, high-banked, for lack of a better term, straightaways where you're not putting a lot of driver input into the car, and it allows you to relax. So as a driver, you've got to be hyper-focused when you're coming down through the infield section, and then when you bring it on out, you're able to relax a little bit, and you need to be able to feel that give and take on the car when you can have the relaxation when you've got to be on it. And if you have something that throws you out of that rhythm, it can sometimes take you up to an hour to be able to gain it back.
So leader in GTP, leader overall into pit lane. Kai Kashubi also from second position comes down pit road. Daniel Alves Lorenco has had a superb stint in the Urano Esports GTP car, getting it up into the lead, and off he goes after a full set of Michelin tyres and fuel as Eduardo Leo comes into pit lane in the SRC Movano Corse car. So let's see where Lorenco comes out in comparison to his rivals here. Another pit stop done, so he goes on to his third fuel stint behind the wheel of this Urano GTP car, pops out just ahead of one of the LMP2s. So a nice bit of clean air to get those tyres up to temperature, and that's been a big talking point recently, DJ. This new tyre model on iRacing, the tyres take a little bit longer to come in, and they can be nasty on those opening lap or two until that temperature gets in.
Yeah, they certainly can. I can tell you, I was out doing some practice and some prep work for this race, and I was actually struggling a little bit through the cake on cold tires, down through into the out of the International Horseshoe going into the Western Horseshoe, and that's normally an area of the track that is absolutely flat out. But let's watch it for Race Clutch White. I lost the rear end of the car just coming through that flat out kink, and so you've got to be very, very careful on these tires. You've got to nurse them a little bit more, and it's just another thing that these drivers have to keep in mind. And I think what that's going to mean for the race in particular is these opening couple of laps, we're not going to get a better sense of where drivers are. You're going to need to wait until about the third or fourth lap of the stint when drivers fully have those tires underneath them and they're able to push a little bit more, and that's where we're really going to see what the actual lap times are going to be.
Yeah, it definitely does take till at least the end of the second lap, I think, to get that optimum performance. So now that the GTP pit stops are complete, Daniel Alves Lorenco still leads by 9.3 seconds. So from Obsidian Racing, Urano and Obsidian had been glued together for such a long time, but now separated a little bit. Question, and Urano able just to run that little bit longer stints as well, it seems. So do they have an advantage that they're building up, and will they use that 9-second advantage to get more of a fuel stint advantage, or will they try to build more time and burn up the fuel? We shall see. Kai Kashubi for BMW M Team BS competition, they're 26 seconds off the lead, 16 seconds behind Obsidian Racing. They're a little bit of no man's land. It's another 5 seconds back to the Williams Esports Chilled Blast car, which is, oh dear me, just got by the race clutch car, the black and red race clutch car, and that's about as far apart as we've seen those two Apex Racing GTD cars there when they got carved up by two GTP cars.
Yeah, they might as well be one car. You called it the Audi 8-wheeler earlier today. They certainly might as well be one car there. But there you see the differing lines coming out of the infield section as Race Clutch White just holding on to the back of that Williams Esports Chill Blast car as they come around the high banking now. And to your point about Urano, I'm going to be keeping my eye on them up at the front of the field. My natural instinct would be, if you've already got the fuel advantage here at this point, to try to stretch that fuel advantage a little bit more, because that's going to play out, I think, a little bit more safe than trying to just absolutely go for broke and build the gap as it is. But we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm going to be watching some onboards with them, seeing if they're going to be in a little bit of fuel saving mode or if they're going to be in rabbit mode where they're just pushing.
Yeah, that's the choice they've got to make, and I'm sure the strategists are working hard at it at the moment, thinking what's the best policy. But this really is top class motorsport here on the iRacing platform. The Daytona 24 hours race that everybody wants to win. This year, the 61st running of the Daytona 24 hour. And I think that's the more years that an event rolls on, it only grows in significance. I mean, the fact that we're running the centenary at Le Mans this year, DJ, we haven't had 100 runnings of Le Mans, but with the fact that it's the centenary year, it's quite remarkable.
Yeah, it really is remarkable, and especially when you think about just how much, I mean, you were mentioning it a little bit earlier, how much of a marquee event this has really become. I would argue recently in the past 15 or so years since the reunification between Grand Am and IMSA to be able to come together, which was ALMS at the time. To be able to have them come together, this has really become one of the marquee events for American endurance racing, and it's come alive, and we've seen some big names. I heard you and Andy talking about a little bit earlier that some Formula One drivers may start to come over and start to run this in the near future, and I think that's not out of the question. I mean, obviously, Fernando Alonso in his sort of Formula One sabbatical took some time to be able to run Daytona here and picked himself up a watch, and I think we're going to see more and more of that, because this is not only really the start of the motor racing calendar and something that we all look forward to, but it's in a perfect time for a lot of these drivers when they don't have anything else going on the track, that they're able to come over and race this. And I think as time continues to go along, we are going to see the 24 Hours of Daytona become a bigger and bigger race.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think the unification of Grand Am and American Le Mans series back in 2014 was key, absolutely key to that, to what we have now. Really important. A slightly slow lap there for Pablo Espes last time round. 133.9 played a 131.5 for Daniel Alves Lorenco. So the gap now up to 12.8 seconds at the front. That's really the greatest the gap we've seen so far. So Orano really starting to just take a stronger grip on this race in the last hour or so. And actually, Kai Koshube lapping very well in third, 131.5. So all of a sudden, Obsidian Racing, their place in the top two is not guaranteed. Kai Koshube for BMW M Team BS competition could really be on top of that battle for second place. In GTD, well, the Apex Racing Team continued to march on. Goodness, the gap is now up to 20 seconds, DJ. They are marching at the front.
Yeah, they really are.
Forgive me, they're giving the eight-wheeler theory even more muscle. Luke McEwen and Jamie Fluke, 143.982, both of them. That's remarkable.
Well, when you're in lockstep with one another, you are absolutely together, and that's what we're seeing there. That is, I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that, frankly, to be able to be putting in simultaneous lap times. That is very, very impressive. And Apex Racing Team flexing their muscle here. I think this is going to be a difficult hill to climb, specifically for Team Williams Esports or Team BMW Bank behind them. They have got to hope here at this point. And granted, we are still very early on in this race, so anything can happen. We can see some fuel strategy come into play or anything like that. But I think they've got to be hoping for misfortune. And that may be the only way they're going to be able to catch Apex Racing Team if they continue on the way they are.
Yeah, they're definitely on a march right now. So it's Daniel Lafuente who is in third position for Mercedes AMG, and he's got Rainer Talvar right behind him in the ever-present Team BMW Bank car, right there bump drafting away. He's trying to push the pace on as much as possible. They're probably all scratching their heads right now. Urano, Williams, Team BMW Bank, the Biela Lamborghini as well. The R8G Audi as well, don't forget about that. They're probably all scratching their heads thinking, how on earth are we going to beat these two Apex cars?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big question, and I think really what it comes down to is the fact that they have two running together, and they're frankly employing the NASCAR strategy of using bump drafting, and that's not only going to be speeding them up on the track a little bit, but once they have that massive lead, they're probably going to be able to do a bit of fuel saving later on in the race. So it's going to be a very, very tough mountain to climb for anybody to get up to them. And I frankly think at this point with the domination that we're seeing, if I'm Team Williams, if I'm Team BMW Bank, if I'm any of these other drivers, I may even be going back to my strategy department and saying, okay, we got to roll the dice here. We've got to figure out maybe an alternate pit strategy, something to get us into competition with them, not necessarily to be challenging for the win, but to just try to break those two cars up, because as the way they're going right now, you can't separate them, and if they're not separating, you're going to find yourself in a very, very tough situation going forward.
Well, Marino Surica in the lead of LMP2 has finally been prized out of the Williams Esports Mala Dallara P217. It's Atte Kauppinen who's now on board that car, and the gap continues to grow at the top of LMP2. 23 seconds is the gap back to Leo Russell for Inet Motorsport Blue. Marcus Nunez for the Calfa team, that's the Spanish liveried car. They round out the top 3 at the moment. Stanley Deslandes for Apex Racing Team in 4th, and Gordy Much, the Scotsman, in 5th for Apex Racing Academy, who had I hear a pretty interesting start to the race, but fighting back up into the top 5. That's great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff indeed. And just want to touch back on something we were saying a little bit earlier. We spent the last couple of laps on board with our overall leader in Urano Esports. They're not lifting here, Peter. They are absolutely going for it. So that is kind of getting one of our potential strategies out of the way, that they are acting as the rabbit here. They want to extend that gap as much as possible, and they are not worried about fuel saving.
That's interesting. That's definitely a flip of the switch, because they were looking at the fuel game earlier on, but they've obviously got to a position where they feel happy. And now, I mean, when you've got that gap, when you've got somebody on the ropes, punch them in the nose. That's that's what they've got, an advantage, and they're flaunting it. This is really an impressive stint from Daniel Alves Lourenço. I think this is his 3rd fuel stint now that he's on to, so he's definitely done his job at the wheel of this Urano Esports machine. Of course, very well represented, Urano. They've got their 2 GTP cars and 2 GTD cars as well, with their pair up with Mercedes AMG. So for a sim racing outfit to have 4 cars in a top split race, and of obviously having enough drivers to fill those cars at that level, it shows you the roster of drivers they have available to them.
Yeah, and I mean, they are very, very well becoming one of the names to keep an eye on here in all of sim racing. And so to have that big stable certainly does help them. And I think one of the things that they're most happy for is to have these 3 different categories to be running in, that they're able to sort of fix all of the drivers to where they want to, even though they're only running in the 2 right now. Yeah, it is an impressive mark here from them to be able to be in that position, to have that many cars to fill it. And I think the other thing is that it's got to be nice for them, because they're able to sort of make their super team, as it were. They're able to find the personalities that are going to gel most together, because that's the thing. You really have to have 3 or 4 drivers, or 5, or however many you've got coming into the car. You need to have personalities that gel well. You don't want to have people that are going to be kind of, nipping at each other's heels the entire race long and making snide comments and stuff like that. You need to have people that genuinely get along, because 24 hours straight is a very, very long time to be spending around a group of people in a high-pressure environment such as this.
No question about it. Yeah, absolutely no question. I remember speaking to Wayne Taylor, asking him, saying, you've won this race so many times as a team owner and as a driver too, but particularly as a team owner. I said, what's the secret? And he said, well, it's all about getting 4 really top drivers, but getting 4 really top drivers that understand they're not the superstar. Even when you've got an Alonso or a Jeff Gordon or whatever in the car, they have to understand that everyone plays the same role, and they can't be going for the fastest lap all the time and trying to be the guy. You're all equal parts in equal cogs in a wheel, and I think that's an excellent attitude, and why the team have done so well. And I think if you try to step out and be the superstar, I wouldn't want to get a telling off from Wayne Taylor. That's for sure. I think he'd be quite scary if he got angry.
Yeah, that is not something that's on my to-do list. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be to be in that position. That's for sure. But I remember also Jeroen Blekemolen mentioning it, that he said when they won Le Mans in LMP2 in the Porsche RS Spider, he said it was an all Dutch team, and he said just the familiarity. There's a lot of guys on the team, engineers, drivers, strategists, etc., who all knew each other from former projects, and that familiarity was hugely important to the kind of chemistry in the pit box, and that translated into the success on track, and also the lack of mistakes as well, because if people are under stress, they're going to make more mistakes, whereas if they're comfortable, likely to not make those mistakes.
Exactly, and you also brought up a good point there, which is the trust that you have to have in your fellow competitors. And I'm not just talking about the drivers in the car, but the trust that the drivers have to have with their pit box in particular, that they need to know without a shadow of a doubt the information and the orders that are being given to them by the pit box are infallible, that they are that they are the ones that they are the last decision, and that you can have a conversation about it in a healthy and productive way, but they need to be able to make sure that they know exactly what they're doing, and that you have no question when they say come into the box right now, the driver knows that that is the best call and that has been done by everybody else, and that it is the team's best decision.
Definitely. Yeah, it certainly is. Well, you're watching the iRacing 24 hours of Daytona here, 19 hours and 39 minutes to go in this motor race. And do let us know. It's great to see so many of you watching here. Great numbers here on RaceSpot TV. Do let us know where you're watching from in the world. Who are you cheering for? And most importantly, what in-race snacks have you got? Watching any endurance race, snacks are vitally important. DJ, I'll kick off. I've been having some Dairy Milk Orange Giant Buttons, and they are excellent.
Well, I've got my little thing of dried bananas that is my always go-to when I'm commentating. I know, I'm very Californian.
Are you going to be doing yoga in between your stints?
Oh, what makes you think I'm not doing yoga right now while I'm talking to you?
It's like, I'm downward dogging while commentating.
I've got the full headset, man. That's the way I roll. Is you've got to have full mobility, so I could be sitting here doing all of it.
I love it. I wish I could say the same, but I don't quite have the flexibility for that. But maybe I should. Maybe I should start it as well. I love it. So your leader in GTP. Really pushing the gap up more and more. Daniel Alves Lourenco has opened the gap up to 19 seconds. Lourenco's been lapping in the mid 1 minute 31s for the last few laps, whereas a 1:33.5 for Pablo Espes. I wonder if there's something not quite right. I didn't think of it at the time, DJ, but that thought that they might have maybe a little bit of underfloor damage, I think there could be something in that, you know.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the car right now as they work their way through. I'm not seeing any damage necessarily. The splitter looks relatively intact from what I can see, and so that's really the first thing that I would take a look at. But, yeah, I think there's a little bit of under-tray damage, potentially something like that that's just coming back to bite them here at this point, and, you know, that's not at all what you want to have happen, because especially with these cars, there is so much that is just that little bit that can throw everything off as they come down into Le Mans right now. Yeah, I think just a little bit of under-tray damage, and that could be causing them. The car doesn't look like it's mishandling. It doesn't look like it has any handling issues, but sometimes just the slightest bit of understeer that you can only feel in the car itself, that's enough to cost you a couple of tenths a lap. And, you know, looking at that last lap, they're 2 seconds off of Urano up in front of them, so something's clearly just not clicking in that car.
No, definitely not. And it's Pablo Espes. We've seen him. He can do 1 minute. He can do, you know, mid 1 minute 31 laps. It's not that his pace is in the 33s. Definitely not. Definitely not. So something's not right for Obsidian Racing. Hopefully, they can, you know, they can get it sorted at the pit stop. The problem is they just not got much time with each pit stop. You can do a bit of work as you're putting fuel and tires on, but that could just be the difference to allow Urano Esports to just pull away at the front of the field. Well, our producer Hugo Luis, he's he's having typical Brazilian food: beans, rice, fries, and a steak. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Mark Redford, he's cheering on Will Redford in the AEX, the Apex Racing Academy, number 9 car, and he's preparing a lovely chili for fuel. That's a good in-race snack. I'm gonna have tacos later, so it's similar lane.
Yeah, that is a good one there, chili, especially to be able to get everything nice and digested there. And as they said in the chat there, not too spicy. You don't want to be running one of these cars with some spicy food. That, no. One-way ticket to disaster on that one.
No. That's some Molly Hatchet flirting with disaster. That's we go for the full strong chili. I don't really get on that well with spicy food. I'll be honest, but just a little heat is fine. Well, the heat is certainly on at the front with Urano. Interestingly, Pablo Espes has just found a second of in his lap time there, 132.2. So maybe just a couple of laps where it's really unlucky in traffic, possibly, but still dropping 0.3 of a second to Urano at the front there as well. Williams Esports Mala, they are still building their advantage. It's now up to 25 seconds in LMP2 ahead of Inet Motorsport. Leo Russell at the wheel there, and Leo's got to look back just over a second behind him. Marcos Nunez in the Calfa team Spanish machine. In GTD, a little bit of a change in third position. The top two, still Apex Racing Team with their train. There they are, glued together. They should be sponsored by Prickstick, I think. They are that close together. But Team BMW Bank have moved up into third and have dropped the Williams car, which is now down to 6th. And Patrick Heinrich in the Biela Racing car and the RHE Audi have got by. So something's afoot at the wheel of the Daniel Lafuente Mercedes-AMG Team Williams car, DJ.
Yeah, not sure what happened there to them. I'll have to go back and take a look at it, but they have certainly fallen back here, and that Team BMW Bank machine starting to pull away, as you said, 0.8 of a second. Now, you're going to be looking at about 1 to 1.2 of a second to really where that is going to be the situation where you're going to be able to pull away fully and stay yourself out of the draft. I think the Biela Racing Team Euronics 450 Lamborghini, they're going to be relatively content to just hold behind here in about that 0.7 of a second gap. They don't want to tuck completely up behind the BMW, but if I'm right behind the wheel of either of those cars, that's something to keep an eye on. Talvar behind the wheel of the Team BMW Bank machine, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got the order from pit lane to get on the loud pedal and to really try to push here, maybe try to break that draft and give themselves a little bit of breathing room over that number 450 Lamborghini. That'll be a huge thing if they are able to complete that over the course of this stint.
Yeah, the Biela Racing Lamborghini of Patrick Heinrich, he looks up for it. He was 1/10 of a second quicker last time by than Reynard Talvar, and only sits about 7/10 of a second behind, and close enough to get a bit of a draft on the banking as well. So the Lamborghini getting close to that Team BMW Bank car. So it is, if you take the two Apex Racing cars out of the picture, the GTD is just changing all the time. I think DJ Jamie Fluke in second position in GTD is slacking off. He was, the leader, Luke McEwen, is slacking off. He was 0.02 of a second slower than his teammate last time by.
You know, that is utterly just unacceptable from Apex Racing
laziness.
Team. They need to get their act together. No, 0.02 of a second, the two of them running that close. I mean, if you ever wondered just how well of an oiled machine Apex Racing Team is, there is your example to be able to prove it. And that is a result, I guarantee you, of a lot of very, very meticulous practice. This was part of their plan. They knew what they wanted to execute. They're executing it here today, and now it is just a matter of keeping everything together so that you don't have any problems when something changes on the track state. If you get a little bit of an aggressive LMP2 or an aggressive GTP that comes on through, that's how you've got to respond, and that's what we need to be keeping an eye on in terms of Apex Racing Team.
Well, this is just incredible. They were 1:43.500, both of them, last time by, to the 1,000th of a second, exactly the same lap time. quite remarkable. And the thing is theoretically it makes sense, but to actually deliver it, can you? For poor old Luke McEwen, you've got literally it's a teammate that you know and trust, but you've literally got another car glued to your back bumper throughout, stint after stint. I couldn't concentrate with that. I would be so scared of making a mistake, or there's a big slide there for Talvar. Big slide for Talvar in the turbocharged BMW. And here comes the Biela Lamborghini. Patrick Heinrich in the draft. Now, is Heinrich going to try and make a move here, or is he going to go for his own bump drafting strategy? He's going to wedge that nose of the Lamborghini Huracan right into the diffuser of the BMW M4, into the Le Mans chicane they go. And Heinrich quite happy to sit behind Talvar's big BMW. And I tell you what, that Lamborghini, it fairly fits nicely under the big wing of that BM.
Yeah, it really does. It's kind of like they're almost made to be nice little drafting partners there. But I think that is a little bit of a show of the hand here for the Lamborghini and for Heinrich. I think that shows one of two things potentially. Number one, didn't necessarily feel the confidence coming down into Le Mans to make that move. That is a little bit of a high aggression move to try to make that pass down into there. If we had seen that slide out of BMW Bank coming out of Le Mans, for example, I think he maybe would have been a little bit more eager to make it. But I think the other thing is that we're seeing a little bit more of calmness, of control here for that Biela Racing team. They know where they are, they're happy where they are, and they don't feel the need to be able to slice and dice and push their way up forward. They're content where they are at this point. So that tells me a lot about what that team is, that they're still holding their cards pretty close to the chest.
Yeah, they could be they're right there in the fight for the podium, that's for sure. Although they have got a little bit split up, though. Just a couple of LMP2 cars coming through, and that's enough just to break the draft again. From the Team BMW Bank car to Patrick Heinrich in the Biela Racing team. That's 9/10 of a second now, just like that, for that gap between Team BMW Bank and the Biela Lamborghini. As you see, the third place in LMP2 Calfa team, the Spanish LMP2 car, Marcos Nunez. There it is. No prizes for guessing where they're from. One of the best countries in the world. Some of the best wine, best food, best weather. Perfect.
It's on my to-do list. I have not been able to make it over there, but it is certainly on my to-do list to be able to head to Spain. But yeah, definitely a pretty obviously liveried car, repping the national colors there. You kind of love to see it. And I've got to say, great field of liveries out here today. It is not the era of times past where it is all gunmetal and red. We're seeing a lot of different colors and a lot of different representation, and it certainly makes our jobs as commentators a little bit easier to be able to distinguish these cars from one another.
Yes, always happy with bright liveries, that's for sure. That number 19 car running very, very nicely, holding up national honour very well. And yeah, think about this: top Spanish drivers. You'd be here all day, naming them all. Would Alonso be the most highest profile, possibly? Carlos Sainz, Junior and Senior, very important. And then in the two-wheeled world, well, they make up, I would say, about 60 or 70% of the world motorcycle racing paddocks. Spanish riders. It's that good weather; they get to practice all the time.
Yeah, indeed they do, and I think I would flip a coin whether Carlos Sainz Sr. or Alonso would be the most famous on four wheels. Obviously, very happy to see that Carlos is good after a pretty nasty wreck that he suffered in Dakar this year. So very, very happy that he is doing okay, and love seeing him continue on to be able to just keep on racing in the same tenacity that he has always shown. It's always a treat to be able to watch him.
He's the man, isn't he, Carlos Sainz Sr.? Yeah, defies his age, that's for sure. Yeah, when I grow up, I want to be just like him. But I love the fact that Carlos Sainz Jr. Made the conscious decision not to go rallying. He wanted to really forge his... He has done, some sort of tests and stuff in rally cars, but he could have taken the rallying path. He decided to go the circuit racing route because he wanted to really create his own path and didn't want to be constantly referred to as Carlos Sainz's son, which I think is an incredibly wise decision for Carlos Sainz Jr. I just wish I could have his haircut. That would be nice.
Oh, it's just the perfect amount of
pure,
swoop. It's beautiful. It just has that sort of, you imagine a man from Spain, and it's amazing what it is. Because that's exactly what you think of when you think of Carlos Sainz. It is perfect Spanish hair.
He does. If you're just like kids, I want you to draw us a cartoon of a Spanish person. Here he is, Carlos Sainz. A question coming from Peterson. Is this the top split? Yes, it is. This is the very top split of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. There is live timing. If you have a look in the YouTube chat, our colleague Arjuna Kankapati has pinned it in there as well. timing71.org/racespot. You can follow along with how all of your drivers going. And just while we've been talking about Spanish haircuts, all of a sudden it's dark at Daytona.
Yeah, kind of amazing how that turns around. And I heard you talking about it a little bit earlier there, David, that one of the things that is unique to Daytona is the amount of floodlights that are around here, that when the nighttime does come, you really don't have that much change. When we talk about Le Mans, when we talk about other major endurance races across the world or across the states, Sebring, Road Atlanta, you do have portions of the track where you're going to run off into the darkness. But because of the floodlighting here at Daytona, you don't really have that problem. And what that means is that you don't really have to adjust your braking references. And that's massive for a driver. When you talk about running into the night at those other circuits, you've got to kind of figure out, okay, this is where I can sight during the day, and then when my visibility goes away, this is where I've got to sight that braking marker now a little bit further on into the night. At Daytona, it's all the same, courtesy of the floodlighting, and that's massively helpful for these drivers because it's just one less thing that they have to worry about, and it allows them to keep their eyes on the road and keep themselves focused in the driver's seat as much as possible.
Well, the Apex Racing duo at the front of the field still really turning the screw on the competition. Luke McEwen, 2 laps ago, set the fastest lap of the race in GTD, a 1:43.235. That's remarkably quick, and that's with no draft as well. Luke McEwen is the leading driver in this incredible formation we're seeing, this flying formation from Apex Racing team. Now, DJ, this the great thing we about the iRacing special events, especially here at Daytona, is the sheer level of participation. We have here the best virtual racers in the world, and what a show they're putting on. But the sheer level of participation, if you have an iRacing account, you get a group of friends together, you can go racing, and you will be put in a race with people of similar ability. I've got the numbers that have just come in here. 16,651 declared drivers, 4,191 teams. There are been 85 different races all going on at the same time. That is remarkable figures. Those are remarkable figures.
Newsflash, everybody, sim racing is alive and kicking here in 2023. That is absolutely spectacular, and you love to see it here. The amount of participation for iRacing as their numbers just continue to grow, and as we've said before, one of the reasons why this sim is so spectacular is they do not rest on their laurels. It was just a month or two ago that we saw the GTP make its debut here on the sim, adding that other layer into this new era for sports car racing and being able to recreate it here on the iRacing service. It's absolutely remarkable, and it's one of the reasons why I keep coming back to it. It is the best. There is no question about it.
Great comment come in from Nicholas Maz. Go Team Eurythmics. That's very good. Yes, of course, talking about Team Euronics, the Bila racing team, Eurythmics. Now, what was their... That was Final Countdown, wasn't it, Eurythmics?
No, that was Sweet Dreams Are Made of This.
Ah, yes. Great tune.
Fantastic. I actually sang that back once in the day as in my choir, so there you go.
A choir doing Eurythmics, that's very cool.
Yeah, it was some fun stuff.
I do like to do a bit of singing, a bit of K-pop karaoke rooms. It's great because I'm full of enthusiasm, absolutely zero talent. It's like my enthusiasm is entirely in reverse to the talent level.
Come out to LA at some point. I will take you to my favorite karaoke bar where everyone is the same way. It's absolutely fantastic. So many times in Los Angeles, you get people that get up to do karaoke, and you think, "Oh, I'm going to get an agent while I'm here." And I love this bar. You go to it, everyone's just like, "No, I'm just going to have a good time."
No, I'm going to blast it. It's all about volume and enthusiasm and stage presence. My favorite karaoke song is "Pour Some Sugar on Me." Def Leppard, because really it's not about the quality of singing, it's about stage presence. And this is a bit of a look there of the level of trust, and I'm sure the level of practice that's had to be done to get this strategy to work, DJ. I know we're labouring the point, but we do, because we just don't see this ever.
No, we don't. Not this level of teamwork with one another. I mean, we are nearly 5 hours into this race here, David, and we continue to see them working together. This is the kind of strategy that I would expect to see out of a 40-minute sprint race, or in the first hour or two of a longer endurance race. The fact that they've been able to keep this up for 4 hours and 41 minutes is nothing short of remarkable. And let's consider all of the things that are begging these drivers to split up. We just saw an LMP2 streak on by them. Faster traffic coming on through. They've still remained together. Pit stops. They've still remained together. This is an absolutely mistake-proof drive here from both of the Apex Racing Team drivers. And I am awestruck at it, is here we see another nice little bump draft. Now, they've got to be a little bit careful with that. I think that was a little bit too much more momentum there from Jamie with that bump, and that was let's call it more of a shove than a bump. Got to be careful that they don't pick up any rear diffuser damage. The front end of that Audi probably not going to be in dire straits there, but the rear end of the number 98, something to keep an eye on, is there. Nice and slow, nice build up to the back of it, again giving that bump, and that's going to help them move their way forward as here they come down into pit lane in perfect synchronicity.
That's remarkable. It's just remarkable. In they go, new tyres on, and time for a quick drink there for Jamie Flick. Nothing more exotic than water, but that does the job. And nobody in the mirror there, Jamie. No. Very smooth and clean. Cars come down at exactly the same time off the jacks. Last bit of fuel going in. Any driver changes? Not that I can see as such. Apex, nope. Luke McEwen and Jamie Flick. They have just completed their first stints there behind the wheel, and it's going remarkably well. In fact, they've set some great pace as the track temperatures begin to drop a little bit. It's now at just 26.1 degrees, and as darkness descends over Daytona International Speedway, that track temperature will begin to drop away, and so the conditions are pretty much perfect right now as well. And car 99, Jamie Flick was out ahead of McEwen. Now, so will we see Jamie Flick take his turn at the front of that Apex Racing train, or will we see, we saw it a few stints ago where the former leading car actually made sure the other car actually moved out the way to get the leading car in there. Will we see the same thing here? At the moment it's Jamie Flick who's going to take a spot at the front, and there's a yawning chasm between them now, DJ.
Yeah, I mean, that gap is up to a staggering 1.2 seconds here at this point. But I would have to imagine if I'm on the pit box here for Apex Racing Team, I think what I would command them to do is to have Jamie here be the lead car. Swap back and forth on those strategies of who's going to be in front, who's going to be behind, because what that's going to allow to do is now that Jamie's in the lead, he's going to be the one breaking the air, and behind him, that is where you're going to be able to do the fuel saving for Luke McEwen. And so now Luke is going to be in that position to lift off a little bit more, save a little bit of fuel, and if you're able to balance that back and forth over the course of the race, you should even out when it comes to fuel consumption. And so that would be the strategy, I would think. But rest assured, whatever Apex does, it is something that they have calculated out, and they may know better than we do.
So pit stop for our race leader. Daniel Alves Lorenko is in from the lead of GTP. We did see Obsidian, I think, pitting a little bit earlier than we might have expected and putting Adai Koba Lopez in the car. It's a driver change for Urano as well. Dominic Hoffman gets back into the car, and what a stint that was from Lorenko. A real race, landing the kind of hardest punch on the opposition so far in 4 hours and 45 minutes of racing. Kai Koshube comes down the pit road. Good stint for him as well in the beautiful BMW Team BS competition car with the zebra pattern. Off goes Dominic Hoffman already in the Urano car. He had opened up the gap really significantly in that stint at the Urano machine. Koshube appears to be staying on board that car, so a bit of a mammoth stint for Kai Koshube. Eduardo Leo in with SRC Movano Corsa, and he switches back to Sasha Gorley. So a little bit of shuffling around in GTP, a little bit of musical chairs going on there. Nothing changing in LMP2, the gap continuing to just grow and grow and grow. Atte Kauppinen up to 28 seconds ahead in the lead of LMP2. And, well, just like that, Luke McEwen back into basically the net lead of GTD. Alexei Nezov leads for now, but he will be due us a pit stop any moment now. So this is interesting. This is what Apex Racing have been doing all race long, DJ. The same car or the same driver has always been the one doing the leading, so they're not taking turns as such.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that, but clearly that just plays into the strategy, and it may be a situation here where Jamie just feels a little bit more comfortable being the pusher, that he just has a little bit more of, let's call it what it is, that NASCAR mentality of how to hook up on the rear end and give that bump draft, and so they're just playing to their strengths here at this point rather than having to worry about any back and forth.
Well, it's certainly an effective strategy. It's really, really working for them right now. Now, at the front of the field, Obsidian Racing are back into second position, but now 27 seconds back. I do think they pitted a couple of laps early there, I wonder if that was maybe to get a driver change done, or maybe just try and get a little bit of repair, just a little slithers of repair, whatever they can do. And Adai Koba Lopez on board, 132.2 on the last flying lap for him. So how will that compare to Dominic Hoffman? Dominic was very quick earlier on, so we'll see how that one plays out as well. Obsidian now only have 7 seconds back to Team BS competition. So, and Kai Koshube has been at the wheel of that car for a while. That could work one of two ways. It could be that he's in the groove, he's in the rhythm, and he puts in a hot pace, or could potentially start to fade with a little bit of fatigue given how long he's been in that car. We'll find out over the next half an hour or so between all of that. So you're watching the 2023 iRacing 24 hour here on Racebot TV. Brilliant to see so many of you joining in to watch this great motor race, and it's all the action really at the front of the field, DJ, in the top class.
Yeah, really and truly is, and a lot of intrigue there as to exactly what's happening with Obsidian. Now, I just took a look back at the pit stop times, thinking about maybe, Peter, if they had made a little bit of damage repair. They were in the box about a second longer than Urano Esports up ahead of them, but it's a 32.5 second pit stop. That's going to be roughly in line with everybody else. They were a little bit longer in the box cone to cone by about 2 seconds. So I don't think there was any damage repair that was done on that car, as it would have taken a little bit longer to go around. So if they do have damage that we kind of suspect that they might here at this point, it's nothing that has been repaired, so we'll just have to keep an eye on it. Now, the other part of it is that with Jacobo Lopez back in the car, that driver may be able to cope with the damage a little bit better. It may have been just a driver rhythm problem. We talked about that. It can certainly come back to bite you and be costing you the time that we saw. So still a lot of unknowns there in that number 6 machine, but we'll stay on top of this and try to figure it out a little bit more as the race develops.
Yeah, I think I think it could more be a driver rhythm problem, because at the first flying lap, or full load of fuel, remember, okay, fresh tyres, but full load of fuel, Jacobo Lopez 131.7. So that's pretty quick. I think the track is definitely going to get a bit quicker over the next hour or so, but Dominic Hoffman, his first flying lap, 131.6. So Urano really they've pulled the pin. They saved fuel for the first maybe 3 hours of the race, and then it's like they said, DJ, I'm a bit bored of doing this now, let's see what this baby can do, and they've really opened up the taps, lapping consistently in that 131 bracket, even through traffic.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. No fuel saving at all out of this Urano Esports number 190 up at the front of the field. They are absolutely going for broke here. And it's a strategy that appears to be working. I mean, if they continue to build this kind of gap, we could be looking at a situation by the time your and my commentary stint is done where they could almost have an entire pit stop in hand here. And if that's the case, that is just going to open up the strategy decisions that they are able to make. Now, granted, there's a long way between now and then, so they've still got to keep things together, keep it connected, but we're not seeing erratic driving out of this 190. That's the other thing. It's not like they are pushing to the absolute limit. They just appear to be in that rhythm. Dominic Hoffman, as he's now gotten back into the car, just appears to be in that pace that they're able to go, and he's able to keep this car pointed the right way and getting very quick lap times as he does it.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. Interesting there, 133 flat for Lopez, and that's not on the pace that he would want, so maybe just a little bit of difficulty in traffic, perhaps. So one thing that's standing out to me massively here, DJ, is that normally by this point in a multi-class endurance race we'll have seen prototypes coming through, nerfing GT cars into the wall, GT cars spinning and taking out prototypes, and there's been absolutely none of that. Quite remarkable, the coexistence between these cars. And again, it's a different mix. We haven't seen, the GTP cars are new, the LMP having that, the LMP2 car, which used to be the top car in this race, and then no GTE cars either. It's just GTD cars. So it's really a different coexistence, but it's worked really, really well.
Yeah, it really has, and it's a testament to the simulation that iRacing has been able to recreate here, obviously basing on what we are expected to see in a week's time, that these cars all just kind of work together in this beautiful sort of ballet that they're all doing around the track, and we're seeing the times being set down here by the LMP2s, by the GTPs, and seeing that separate out. I know there was a lot of concern when this BMW was first announced that it could be a little bit of a problem for the LMP2s in terms of speed comparison, but iRacing has got it right. I've been able to go out and test it many, many a time. I've got to say that my skill level is not enough that I'm really able to drive the GTP quite well, but driving in the LMP2s, it feels correct. The speed that you're able to get behind in front of the GT3s, as well as being behind the GTPs, it's really a good run for them as we watch the Race Clutch White working their way by one of those LMP2s.
Well, it's absolutely, I think you're absolutely right, DJ. I mean, just looking at the real life lap record in the race for LMP2 is 135.5, Paul-Louis Chatin, who set that last year. The fastest lap of this race, is 7/10 quicker than that, 134.8. So the fact that it's as close as that is remarkable. The GTP's 131 flat is the fastest lap of the race set by Obsidian Racing. That's 2.7 seconds quicker than the DPI lap record. Now, I think the GTP cars are going to be quicker than the DPIs eventually. I do. Well, we don't know yet exactly what it will be. And looking at the Roar lap times, you might as well look at our lap times, because the Roar lap times are going to be, I would think, quite different to what we'll see in the actual race.
Yeah, very much so. There's always quite a little bit of, what's the term? Sandbagging that is done to try to prevent any BOP things that come on in for a lot of these teams. And so for them, I think you definitely see a little bit of that. And I have to agree with you, as we continue to really settle into these GTPs a little bit more, we will see those lap times come down, because development will continue on in these cars, whether it's through the engine, tweaks here and there. Obviously, you still have to be working within the aerodynamic coefficients that is the new way of developing these cars in terms of areas that you are able to build on and add on downforce, but they certainly will continue to drop. I have no doubt of that at all.
Hello to Daniel Civi Sabo, saying that 190 Urano car is saving a lot more fuel. Yeah, it certainly was. It certainly was earlier on, and it really stretched out those stint lengths, but the last couple of stints has sort of changed that strategy around. They're really pushed on a lot more, and as you rightly said, DJ, watching on board with that car, definitely pushing on a lot more, and lap by lap is pulling time almost every lap consistently from the Obsidian Racing car. Just 2/10 last time, but 3 or 4 laps ago pulled a full second out. That gap is up to half a minute, so this race has really flipped when Urano decided to, you know, put the foot down and put the afterburners on. It really has changed the picture.
Yeah, it certainly has. And to your point, looking at those stint lengths over the last stint, Urano did a 26-lap stint. Obsidian did do a 25, but we're seeing scatterings of 25s and 26s. That is the range to be able to do throughout the field. So yes, Urano was able to eke out just a little bit more, but it's not like they're in conservation mode. They are doing that within the bounds of still running very, very quickly. And so I would not be calling this a fuel-saving run for them. They are definitely in a hurry up and run.
Yeah, definitely, and that has been a switch in the last couple of stints for sure. Well, we're nearly at the top of the 5th hour here in the iRacing Daytona 24 hour, and well, this is just going to rumble on through the night. I think it's Jesse Jones, number 912 RHG Esports, in their Audi R8. I would have thought R8G might have gone for the Lamborghini, given Romain Grosjean's new status as a Lamborghini factory driver. He's going to make his Lamborghini debut next week in the Rolex 24. Got a Lamborghini up front, though, the Biela Racing car, the Bieling Eurythmics car, it's been coined as in our Racebot TV chat. But Jesse Jones just dropping the throttle a little bit there and just settling in behind that Biela Racing car of Patrick Heinrich, who's been at the wheel for quite a while. Boom, big bump draft. We're seeing a lot of bump drafting here in this race on the high banks of Daytona. Now, is Jesse Jones going to try and make a move, or lift and coast?
Looks like it's going to be a little bit of the latter. Yeah, going to back out of it there. Probably a good call there for Jesse. You know, may have had the overspeed if they won it, but this early on in the race here, Peter, you really don't want to be pushing too hard. You can be okay to just hold up behind another driver, and that's really what separates the top split drivers here, is they recognize the fact that they don't have to make the move. They can just hold back in and behind. They know how much time is left in this race, and that it is plenty enough for them to be able to make their move when they want to make that move.
Yeah, apparently plotting how to look ahead. Lap times quite inconsistent for Obsidian Racing. They had got dropped back into the mid 1 minute 31s there for Adai Lopez, and then all of a sudden next lap 1:33.0. So Dominic Hoffman able to just get that little bit better lap time and maintain that really good stint length as well. It's quite a performance here by Urano. And this would be if Urano could pull off this result, they would be a huge boon for that team and really put them to the very top table of virtual motorsport and set a stall out for the rest of the VCO Grand Slam season, of course, including Sebring 12-hour, Watkins Glen 6-hour, and Petit Le Mans. And I always find, DJ, whenever I'm doing preparation for races, in the outdoor world, I always look at if a driver's won any of those races, because they are the blue ribbon events in not just American endurance racing, but global endurance racing.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they are hallmark events at some of the most historic and fantastic tracks in North America and throughout the world, that if those drivers have a win or even a podium, I would argue, at any of those 4 venues, it is something that you need to keep an eye on. It shows that they've got tenacity. It shows that they know how to drive. They know how to handle themselves. And obviously, the length of each race is different, which makes things a little bit dynamic when you come into the race. Sebring, obviously, a much more physical track. It's a much harder track to sort of master in terms of all of the bumpiness. Watkins Glen, the definition of old school, fast, flowing. You've really got to be as quick as you can be all around that 6 hour. And then, of course, heading to Road Atlanta, which it has a little bit of everything to be able to throw in there for Petit. So, yeah, if you have wins in any of those races, they certainly are able to be able to do that.
I think you've got to be special to win any of those. I think as well. My favourite, one of my favourite Petit Le Mans stories was 2008 when, if you remember, Helio Castroneves was driving an IndyCar for Team Penske, but he'd never raced at Road Atlanta. He'd driven there before, but he'd never raced at Road Atlanta. He'd never raced at night, and he certainly not at Road Atlanta. And he had his first court date for his tax charge hearing on the Friday. Brian Briscoe put the car on pole. Helio Castroneves gets on the Team Penske jet, arrives at the circuit late Friday night, and they win the race on the Saturday. Quite remarkable. In the Team Penske RS Spider, and of course he was later acquitted of those charges. But I don't know how you would do that, DJ, if you're staring 30 years in jail in the face and still manage to get the concentration to be able to win a motor race like that, especially with zero experience of the circuit at night.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show the caliber of a driver that is Helio Castroneves. I mean, there is a reason why he has received the accolades that he has throughout the years. I can't imagine it as well, but, I mean, look at the last couple of years that he's had. I mean, being able to win the 24 Hours of Daytona as well as winning the other events over the course of the year, the 500 as well. The man knows how to respond to pressure, and let's just say that lightly. Yeah,
very, very, very true. I remember when I asked him about that, I said, how did you concentrate? He says, do you know, it was what I understood. He says, I understand racing better than anything, and that's just that I'm in my comfort zone in a race car. Quite remarkable. Can he do 5, do you reckon, DJ? Do you think he can get that 5th Indy 500?
I didn't think he was going to get 4.
True.
I'll be very honest. I think this year at the 500 we're going to see competition like we've never seen, and the truth of the matter is I think he's got the ability. It's just a matter of if the cards play right for him. He's got the tenacity to do it, but at the same token, there's a reason why we've never seen a driver take up 5 victories at the Brickyard.
Yeah, and those who have got 4, they did so over enormously long careers. Nobody goes on a tear with them. That's for sure. Quite remarkable. And it's just so much that can go right or wrong through those 500 miles as well. It's quite a remarkable spectacle, as well as just an insight there of the GTD drivers, how there's always prototypes coming through. You've got to have eyes forward, eyes back all the time. Well, Dominic Hoffman continues to grow the gap. He's just done a 1:31.4. That's only 0.2 of a second off the best lap for that car. Gap is now up to 33 seconds. I see he's referred to by his teammates as the Hoff. I love that. So the Hoff is doing the job. Nobody is hassling the Hoff right now.
No, certainly not. And he's probably got if his nickname's the Hoff, he's probably got a good amount of time to talk to his car there and just be able to work it around.
Go Kit.
Go Kit, go. That's what we're going to have to start referring to the number 190 as here at this point. But yeah, I mean, it's an impressive run. And you know, what has particularly surprised me about it is we often talk about traffic given and traffic taken away, but his lap times have been so utterly consistent, working his way through traffic. He's had to deal with it on every single lap as he actually puts down one of the GTP cars. That's the TC Corsa Esports machine, the number 24, putting them a lap down. Just absolutely ruthlessly efficient and ruthlessly consistent here at this point as they drive around. No problems, no blips, even as he works through traffic. It's a real testament to the speed underneath that number 190.
Yeah, so this is a real mega effort there from Esports, from their whole driver lineup. Chit Chat Racing in their car 69. Oh, we've got a GTP, the SRC Milano car just poking up the inside there. Chit Chat Racing with their stars and stripes on the shark fin. It's strange when you see when you look at a prototype that didn't have the shark fin. You look at like the open top LMP2 cars, particularly from the American Le Mans series late 2000s, and then when they did start to put the fins on them, it did just look strange to begin with. But now you know, it would look weird without them. If they're definitely part of the prototype racing framework, and obviously they're very good for safety as well, to stop car having a rollover. Now in GTD, third place, Team BMW Bank is starting to take a stronger hold on third place. They're 4.5 seconds ahead of Daniel Affuente for Mercedes AMG Team Williams. Rainer Talvar on board that Team BMW Bank car, so they are in a little bit of no man's land. But if they can be the next car on from Apex Racing Team, they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're in the catbird seat from that, and we talked earlier about the fact that they may be hoping for a little bit of misfortune. You never truly hope for misfortune of your competitors, but that could be the way that they get themselves forward. But I think crucially here for Team BMW Bank, now that they find themselves getting that gap over Team Williams Esports, the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, they're going to be able to focus on the road ahead. They're not going to be having to drive in the rearview mirror, worried about what's going on behind them, and they're just going to be able to focus on putting in the fastest laps possible. Now, I don't know if that's going to be enough to be able to take down that gap to the two Apex Racing Team drivers in front of them, but it will at least be a card in their hand that they are able to play as they hope to try to be able to get their way up forward.
So, very good question coming in from C. Walsh, asking, why is it dark? It's lunchtime in Florida at the moment. You are correct, in the outdoor world it is lunchtime in Florida. In the sim, it's 5 to 7 in the evening, so the sim can be set up any time, you know, really to be any time to start you like. So we started this race, now you're going to make me do maths now, 5 hours and 8 minutes ago. So we started just in the early afternoon here in sim. So that is why we were under the cover of darkness, and we will be for the next 12 hours really before the sun starts to come up again over a virtual Daytona International Speedway. And I have to say, DJ, the sunrises you get at Daytona at around 6:45, 7 in the morning at the Rolex 24 are really special.
Oh, they're absolutely stunning. I mean, they are very, very pretty, very, very gorgeous to be able to behold and to keep an eye on. You get the sun peeking over the bleachers here, starting to illuminate this track. Obviously, with the landing strip just off the way, you get that beautiful view down the backstretch. It is a very, very special time, and one that is, once again, on my bucket list. It's one that I've got to be able to cross off, because I have heard riding the rides here at sunrise, nothing short of spectacular.
You need to bring your thermals to go up on that, going up on the Ferris wheel at Daytona. There wasn't many takers last year, that's for sure. I think it actually, if I remember, it actually stopped in the cold of the night because it just was too cold to be out there. Many people watching from the comfort of their motorhomes or from the comfort of some of the catering facilities, because it was hovering around freezing. I mean, I can't believe that it shows you how good the Michelin tyre is, that it's not designed to be run at 0 degrees ambient, but it worked.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's one of the things that really isn't talked about all that much when we talk about Daytona. We're so used to endurance racing obviously taking place over the peak of the summer where everything is nice and hot, but Michelin being able to provide these tires that can work down to the cold temperatures that they do get out on track, it's really a testament there to the tire supplier to be able to do it. And once again, modeled here very well on the sim. Now, we don't get nearly as cold of temperatures as we did last time out. I believe the lowest the sim can technically go is about 60 degrees Fahrenheit ambient temperature. And Peter, you'll forgive me, I don't know the conversion off the top of my head to that in Celsius.
Well, it was, I remember it was, I think 30, it was around sort of 30, 31, 32 at Daytona last year, which was 0 Celsius.
Yeah, I mean, it
thereabouts.
Just absolutely frigid out on track. And I remember speaking to a couple of drivers that I knew, and them all just saying that they said, this is a ski trip, this isn't a motor race, what's going on? We work in a fair weather sport, come on.
Yeah, they weren't ready for it, that's for sure. Some of the drivers sitting on the pit perches, they've got their helmets on 30 minutes before going in the car just to keep themselves warm. Normally they get their helmet on at the last minute, but it was very, very funny to watch. Just prototype traffic. The LMP2, there's a lot of LMP2s battling quite close with one another, and when they come through, they do shuffle out the GTD traffic a little bit. Rainer Talvar in third in GTD continues to open up this gap a little bit more to Daniel Lafuente in the Mercedes AMG Williams car. There it is, with Vila Euronics Lamborghini right behind, and indeed the RHG Audi not too far behind either. And this stint from Dominic Hoffman is just continuing to build the gap. It's now up to 34 seconds back to Kai Kishube, who's just gone past the Obsidian racing car. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, just in that last lap, he was able to make that move. I'm beginning to think more and more here. Now that we've seen a Jacobo Lopez in that Obsidian racing car, I think they're dealing with damage. I think that is what is going on with that car, because now it's been two drivers, and I think we can take out of the equation a potential driver rhythm problem, that we are seeing a consistently slower speed out of that number 6. I think they've got damage on the under tray.
It could be. It could be. I mean, Kai Kishube already has put 0.6 of a second into a Jacobo Lopez in the Obsidian racing car. So Team BS competition, they're now up into second place, and it'll be interesting to see if Kishube's pace is on par with Hoffman, or indeed if he can pull some time out of that Urano car. Kishube's been in the car for quite a while, whereas Hoffman is pretty fresh. So there's your new second place car, Kai Kishube in the split liveried Team BMW BS competition car. The Obsidian machine's right in there, and I tell you what, DJ, if Obsidian can sit there behind BS competition, this could actually be a workout in their favour and kind of get dragged along a little bit. If they've got that damage, having a tow from a car in front could be really, really useful.
That actually is a very, very good point there. If they're able to keep up behind and just take advantage of the draft here at this point, that could be enough to keep them into the game and maybe find themselves a little bit of time to try to get some of that under-trade damage repaired slowly but surely over the course of the next couple of pit stops. We'll have to see, though. 0.6 of a second already. That's not the biggest gap in the world, but it is certainly one that they're going to want to keep their eye on. They're not going to want to let that drift over about 12 seconds here at this point, because if it does, then we're going to run into some problems over 1.2 seconds rather, because if they do, then they're going to run into some problems of losing the draft, and they're indeed slowed up coming through Le Mans. That point is now negated. Obsidian find themselves about 1.8, 1.9 seconds behind BMW M Team BS competition.
Yeah, they matched each other on the timesheets last time by 131.6 for both cars, but this is going to be quite a bit off, I think. 132 flat for Kashubi. Oh dear, 133.4 for Adai Coba Lopez. And yeah, just had no option there but to lift off, let the 2 GT car go through the Le Mans chicane and then get back on the power. But still, Hoffman increasing his gap at the front of the field. And I say Obsidian have got to look behind the second Urano car, which we haven't mentioned much. The number 191 is only 1.8 seconds behind Obsidian. So Obsidian could all of a sudden find themselves off the podium here. And you got to think that the Urano Esports data group car 191, Vlad Kamichev, is not going to make their life very easy when he arrives on the scene.
No, I don't think they will. And look at the run from behind them as well there. I mean, we've got quite a few cars coming up. Race Clutch White is only about 5 total seconds off of the back of Obsidian, so they could really find themselves in a world of trouble here as we take a look on board that number 11 Race Clutch White machine. Talman driving right now. They could find themselves up into 4th before, I think, the end of not this upcoming pit cycle, but potentially the next one.
Yeah, very interesting. It's all just starting to shuffle around, and that battle for the podium is going to get very spicy indeed, I think, in GTP. And Obsidian, they had such strong pace. And yeah, as we see, Race Clutch actually going into the pit lane, so we are going to see some GTP pit stops over the next few laps, and then, well, we might see the order shuffle around even more at that point. Now, changing GTD, 4th place now goes to Patrick Heinrich for Bila Euronics. The Lamborghini has gone past the Mercedes Williams car of Daniel Lafuente, who drops back to 5th, and just a little bit further up the road, around 4.3 seconds away up the road, is Reynard Talvar for Team BMW Bank. The gap from Reynard Talvar in 3rd in GTD to the leading pair, Apex Racing Team, 32 seconds. So the gap is pretty significant there in GTD. Our leader in LMP2 is in the pits. Ati Kaupinen, William Esports Mala has just come into pit lane right now from a commanding lead in LMP2. And will he change driver? Kaupinen not too long. I think that's his first stint just complete after Moreno Sirica had a real mammoth stint at the wheel. So yep, indeed, Ati Kaupinen staying on board in LMP2.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call from them there. Keep them in the car. Keep everything as consistent as possible. If you continue to set in those good times, you've got a big gap up at the front of the field. You might as well keep it going. Is it indeed just a testament to how big of a gap that they have? They're going to come out in 2nd place here at this point. Granted, quite a few drivers around them. Apex Racing Academy 198 and Calcitine also coming into pit lane. It looks like the Apex Racing Team 199 is the ones that are going to stay out here at this point.
So Lafuente loses another position. The R8G Audi of Jesse Jones goes past Lafuente, so Lafuente and the Williams Mercedes there back to 6th place in GTD. And Adai Copa Lopez for Obsidian in GTP is in the pit lane. So the first of the top running GTP cars to pit. No driver change. Adai Copa Lopez got on board not that long ago, and well, hopefully the race could come back to them, because they were charging so hard earlier on. It just seems to be fading through their fingertips at the moment, DJ.
Yeah, it just seems like it's starting to slip by the wayside here at this point. Them coming in early. It does look like, from what I can see there, that that was a full stop for them. 26 laps on that stint. That's about the longest that we've seen anybody be able to stretch. They're obviously just a little bit off cycle here. We expect the next couple of drivers within the next 5 laps or so. That's when they should all be coming down into pit lane. Yeah, Obsidian just finding themselves the wrong way. That's not the way that you want to be here. You do not want to be losing time over the course of this race. You do not want to find yourself slipping down through the order. If anything, as the race continues to go along and your drivers build up more and more rhythm, you want to just continue to get faster and faster and faster.
So we've got 18 hours and 41 minutes to go in this race. In about 40 minutes time we'll be making a driver change of our own in the RaceSpot TV commentary box, and I must be honest, DJ, I have forgotten who's replacing me as well. It's Conroy Maddock and Terry Radford who will be taking over the next couple of hours, and we'll both be stepping out. So it's a double driver change coming up in about 40 minutes time here on RaceSpot TV.
Yeah, it's going to be very quick. It's going to be a very technical thing for us to do, to swap out those drivers up here in the booth. So keep an eye for that. And I know both you and I are going to be back a little bit later on in this race. I think we'll miss each other, unfortunately, Peter. We're going to kind of split the difference on when we'll be there. But we will both be back here in the latter stages of the race to cover everything as this race continues to develop. Want to give credit here, though, to the drivers. We haven't seen any sort of negligence. We haven't seen any sort of plays or passes that have really resulted in an incident from what we've seen. Everybody's been pretty collected here. Nobody's been sending any of the big dive bombs, even the drivers that are really trying to hustle these cars around. There's a lot of respect out on track right now, and it's making for a very entertaining race and keeping everything together in a way that is pretty fascinating.
It is, yeah. The driving standards, I think, have been excellent. Really good coexistence between all of the classes. Really, really good to follow. Really, really good to watch. The gap continues to grow at the top of GTP. It's now up to 36 seconds between Dominic the Hoffman and Kai Koshube for Team BMW PS competition. And the Urano Esports Data Group car, the second Urano car, is now up into third. We have seen, however, the Obsidian racing car take a pit stop. They're quite a bit off strategy to everybody else there, DJ. They've not quite been able to run the same fuel numbers.
No, they really haven't, and I mean, they've been able to hit their numbers. Their last two stints were 25 and 26 laps, which is normally what it is, but a short stint earlier on, I think, is what threw them off, and that's what sent them off cycle. Now, I don't know if they're counting back from the race and they're seeing something that everybody else isn't, but it's not like we're seeing them doing something that is, I think, going to benefit them here at this point. I think the way that they're running, they're just off cycle, and they're going to have to figure out how to do that, whether that's through a splash and dash or through some mega fuel saving later on in the race. They're going to have to figure this out if they want to get back onto the same cycle as the rest of the leaders, because there are about 5 teams or so, Race Clutch White, Pearson's, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing, that are all on similar cycles there to Obsidian. So we're really seeing kind of a divergence in strategy there between two groups, but it looks like up in those GTPs that the higher placed drivers, the higher placed teams, they're all on the later pitting strategy. So your battle for 4th place in GTD, these are your 3 cars battling for 4th. The Bila Euronics Lamborghini Patrick Heinrich with the RAG Audi of Jesse Jones. That car's really moved back and really moved up in this stint as well, and now into the thick of the battle. Daniel Lafuente giving up track position, but certainly not giving up much time. Has been able to run the pace of the 2 mid-engine V10 machines ahead of him. Of course, the Audi and the Lamborghini share the same V10 motor, 5.2 litre. It's an engine that, I'll tell you what, if you were to add up all the race wins for that engine across the world, DJ, it would be some number. Yeah, it certainly would. It is one of the heaviest of heavy hitters when it comes to engine builds in so many different cars that has been put in really across the spectrum, and obviously being showcased here in a couple of them here in iRacing right now. So very, very heads up. Little little bit of close running there, though, as they come out of Le Mans. This is that same battle that we've been watching here, but 3 cars now involved in it, trying to work their way ahead. You've got to be careful about this. It's the old adage in NASCAR, never push the pusher. That Audi, the R8G Esports team, pushing the iRacing team Euronics, but the Williams team, the Mercedes-AMG team Williams Esports doing the right thing, not trying to bump draft that Audi. Thought about a little bit of a look there, but it looks like they're going to stay in line as they come down into the infield.
Yeah, I think Lafuente has definitely reverted to a different strategy. Oh, Jesse Jones goes wide. Jesse Jones goes wide. Now, is Lafuente going to take that position? Going to try. Yeah. Leaves the door open for Jones, but that's given the Velo Euronics Lamborghini a really good break there. Patrick Heinrich, and now Heinrich not having to give any draft at all to either car. So is that going to give Heinrich an opportunity to maybe break away and chase after Rainer Talvar, who's 5.5 seconds up the road in third in GTD? I mean, at the front of GTD, well, the Apex Racing team domination continues. They've just set, and I say they, you'll see why I say they in a second, and you think, how can 2 cars set the fastest lap of the race at the same time? Well, that's exactly what they've just done, a 1:43.168 fastest lap in GTD. Absolutely identical between Luke McEwen and Jamie Fluke, and Jamie Fluke has just improved that lap time by 0.06 of a second again, so 1:43.612. That gap between Luke McEwen and Jamie Fluke, your leaders in GTD, 35 seconds back to Rainer Talvar in third. Absolutely dominant so far in the opening, coming up to the opening quarter of this 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour. Vlad Kamichev is into the pit lane for Urano Esports, and as is his teammate from the lead of the motor race in GTP, Dominic de Hoffman. Urano Esports Heineken Media into pit lane with a significant lead, well over half a minute, and it's going pretty well, DJ, right now for that Urano squad.
It's going very, very well indeed as the Data Group car, the 191, able to get themselves back out into what will be 5th place position. That may shuffle around a little bit. We've also got a pit stop here coming in from Kai Kashube in that BMW M Team BS competition machine, so they're going to be in the pits here as well. It looks like this is about the end of that cycle. Yes, indeed. I'm seeing 26 laps ticking over for both the 190 and the 89, so they're hitting the fuel numbers and they're able to extend that stint a little bit longer. And again, made all the more impressive by the fact that Urano Esports team, the 190, absolutely flying up at the front of the field with a truly massive gap, and they're still able to find just a little bit in these GTPs to just get the merest amount of fuel saving to stretch to that 26 lap mark.
Well, driver change, Kai Kashube finally is prized out of the BMW M Team BS competition car number 89. Nathan Lewis now on board that machine. Off he goes into the race. Onto the pit limiter, 50 miles an hour here. You can just hear him switching between first and second gear. That's a little trick of the trade here in iRacing, where it just gives you that extra half a mile an hour or so as you make your way down pit road. So, at the front of the field is Dominic Hoffman. Alexander Spetz has gone up into second, but will be due a pit stop soon. That Williams Esports Chill Blast car very much off strategy to everybody else. So the gap then back to your kind of net second place, Nathan Lewis for Team BMW BS competition, 34 seconds. So the gap stayed pretty steady there between our top 2 cars. The Rano Data Group are up as well, ahead of Obsidian, and yeah, Obsidian just with every pit stop are just falling further and further back.
Yeah, they just find themselves losing more and more ground here at this point. And looking up ahead to that Williams Esports Chill Blast team, I'm not sure where they're going to come out in regards to everything. So Obsidian may find themselves in 4th place, but for the moment, because as you said, Race Clutch White certainly starting to close in behind them. That's looking like it's going to be a little bit of a battle here in probably just a couple of laps time, as they are already within the draft range. We take a look here on board the number 199 Apex Apex Racing Team LMP2 entry. They're currently 4th in class, working their way down through Le Mans right now. Whew, scary little bit of oversteer that they had to correct mid-corner.
Yeah, it can bite you if you're not on top of it. That LMP2 machine, powered by that Gibson naturally aspirated V8. And well, time for a little bit of relaxing on the straight here at Daytona. It's Stanley Deslandis right up to the wall there. It just shows you how hard these guys are pushing. As far up to the wall as you can go, hard on those carbon brakes and tuck it in as well. It's quite remarkable how much corner speed these top guys carry. I just don't know how they do it.
Well, I've said multiple times that there are about 17 different lines you can take down into turn 1, and I am yet to find a single one of them when I'm driving myself. So massive amount of credit goes to these drivers that they are able to nail that turn 1, as it is such a difficult corner coming off of the banking down onto the flat part of the track. It's a late apex into the corner. Very difficult to get right, but they are able to carry so much speed through there. It's really what separates out these drivers is, as you said, that corner speed, just so impressive. We watched that LMP2 work their way around. Got a little bit of a battle, though, starting to form up here in the GTPs.
Yeah, that's pure Sims. They're in 8th position in class. Matt Emery at the wheel at the moment. He's got Jaden Munoz for Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing right behind. So right on board with Jaden. No fuel saving going on there going into the Le Mans chicane, and full commitment there as well. Let's get a look then, see how much the draft can make a difference, if it does here for Jaden. Just beginning to pick up a little bit of it now. That car in front, the Pure Sims BMW GTP, just breaking a little bit of the wind ahead. And yeah, here you go, you're now really starting to pick up a proper toe now as well. And Munoz, absolutely no hint of fuel saving there. Late on the brakes as he possibly can. He's wanting that 8th place, JJ.
Yeah, he certainly does. He is trying to push ahead here. Now, they've got about 9.5 seconds up the road to SRC Movano Corsa, the GTP 369 to be able to go. So I think here for Munoz, the faster he's able to get this position and move himself up ahead, the better he's going to be able to focus on that. But he's got to try to get by this Pure Sims Esports machine. Now they're going to come up against a little bit of LMP2 traffic off the apex there. Nice little pickup for Munoz. That was a good heads-up move.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a free kick there for Munoz, but he took full advantage of it. And Matt Emery doesn't fight it hard at all. Just decides to settle in behind. Now their difference in their pace, 132.4 for Emery, 132.5 last time by for Munoz. Interestingly, even with that toe. So maybe Emery might be able to hang on to Munoz here as well. Maybe wanting to try and save a bit of fuel. Use Munoz as a little bit of a front gunner. And Alexander Spetz lapping very well as the fuel load comes down on his Williams Esports chilled blast machine. A 131.5 for Alexander in second at the moment. But again, it is due a pit stop. A little bit off cycle to everybody else. But actually, you have to say, DJ, they've had their earlier difficulties. They really are pulling themselves back up into at least into the conversation at the front of the field.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's not a foregone conclusion here at this point. And obviously, Alexander Spetz, one of the quicker drivers here on the sim, a name that is known to a lot of us here that cover a lot of sim racing. Getting that gap down and putting in faster lap times than the Hoff up in front of him. Now, that's going to be something that Urano will be keeping an eye on. They still have 30 seconds and change to be able to hold on to it. But if Spetz is able to keep up these times and keep up this pressure, that could be a little bit of a concern here for Urano. And I certainly think that sort of unlike what we've seen back in the GT3 field where Apex is just sort of running away with this and there's not too much of a question, I think there's definitely some question marks that now exist over the lead for this GTP field.
Yeah, it's fascinating, this GTP battle. Dominic Hoffman, excuse me, for Urano Esports doing a top job. 36 seconds ahead of his teammate. So actually, once Spets comes to the pit lane, which shouldn't be too long now, it will be an Urano Esports 1-2. However, Nathan Lewis might have something to say about that in the BMW M Team BS competition car. He's just 0.8 of a second behind. So that battle for, at the moment, third place, about to be second place, is tight between Urano Esports Data Group, car 191 and car 89, Nathan Lewis. And just like that, Nathan Lewis, we get a ride with him in the number 89. Just about close enough to pick up a little slither of slipstream from the car ahead.
Yeah, just enough there to be able to get at the 89 here. Going to be pretty happy, I think, to be able to pick up a little bit of that as now they come down into Le Mans. Let's see how he's able to handle it. Nice and keeping it together there. That looked pretty clean. Probably going to be pretty happy with that as they continue to go. Now, the car up ahead of them, that is Vlad Kimchev that they are going to be picking up that draft from. That is a Battle 4 position. That's the Urano Esports Data Group car as they run. And so still plenty of time to be able to reel them in. Got to get a little bit of the draft there from the dual Mercedes in front of them as they now dive down into turn 1. And look at that, the gap coming down just a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, Kamichev got a little bit of a stroke of luck there where he actually got a bit of draft, ironically, from his teammates in the GT class. And just getting a little bit of draft in the GT cars just protected that run from the 89 of Nathan Lewis. So this is going to be real nip and tuck between Kamichev and Lewis over the next few laps. They're on very similar fuel strategies, so very similar tyre strategies therefore as well. So truly a battle on pure pace between these two. Kamichev last time by a 1:31.1. That's really red hot pace. That's right, very close to the fastest lap of the race, and just 19 thousandths of a second from that car's personal best. So as the track begins to just gently lose temperature, the conditions just get that little bit better. 25.6 degrees Celsius on the track at the moment, as we see Aurélien Talmon for race clutch. Race clutch white, but a red and black car, don't ask. They come through the Le Mans chicane, and that's really close with the Obsidian Racing car. So Obsidian Racing in 5th now, and could be about to lose that 5th position. So Obsidian, they really are fighting on. They did a 1:31.5 last time by, so they do have some pace. Whatever damage it is they have, if they have it, it's relatively minor, DJ, but you don't need to give away much at this level.
No, you really don't, and I think they recognize they've got something wrong with the car there. You saw them drift up the track. I thought they were going to be a little bit more aggressive with the blocking, the way that they were kind of flirting up and down with that apron line coming through NASCAR 3 and 4, but by the time they got to the tri-oval, looked like the writing was on the wall, and they let Race Clutch White on by. Now, hopefully what they're going to be able to do here at this point is they try to steal a little bit of a draft there from the Mercedes in front of them, is keep tucked up behind Race Clutch White, hold onto the back of them and not let them slip away, but that's going to be easier said than done here at this point.
Yeah, it is. It does seem that when they have had a car past them, they have struggled to keep with that car. Why that is, hard to say. Let's take a run then and see. Right in the draft here is Adai Koba Lopez. Only 0.4 of a second between them, and not really pulling much of a gap to the car in front. Okay, it is getting a little bit of a draft as you go past one of the sole Ferraris in the race. Through the bus stop as well, and actually might get a bit of a run here. There's maybe a slight hold up there maybe for the Race Clutch car, but Daikoba Lopez just not really getting as much benefit from the draft as you would expect. I wonder if they maybe just got a little, maybe a damaged wing element or something like that, and it seems to be their top end speed that just isn't there.
Yeah, I wonder if I think you're right that they probably just picked up a little bit of drag, and that's what's holding them back here at this point, that it's just on that top end speed. It looks like they struggle a little bit, and they're going to have it a very hard way here, even with the benefit of the draft losing some time as they ran. So that's not going to be a good run there for them whatsoever as they continue to try to go. So,
and even, yeah, there's not really any traffic to shuffle it around. Oh, a little bit of a good bit of fortune here for Adai Koba Lopez as the race clutch car gets a little bit held up from GTD traffic, but does he get by in time? Yes, just gets it in time there as well to just keep that race clutch car in view. However, it seems to me, DJ, that Adai Koba Lopez is having to drive, qualifying laps almost, qualifying braking points and turning to try and keep this race clutch car even just in view.
Yeah, it really is. He's having to push the car as much as possible, and that's a testament there to just something being wrong with the car potentially, as we've been talking about. They work their way through Le Mans. The gap has expanded about a tenth and a half here at this point. It's up to 6.5 tenths of a second as they work their way through NASCAR 3 and 4, hugging down on the white line, or the yellow line there. That is the fastest way through the corner, and you can see them, just those little movements there on the wheel, trying to keep as close behind as they can, keep the perfect draft up to race clutch white. So now they dive down into the corner again, late on the binders. They're really chucking the car in. Is Adai Koba Lopez trying to see what they're able to get?
I think they've got a top speed issue. I really do, because he's not pulling anything in the draft there. Is Adai Koba Lopez. So, of course, when the tyre goes on, they can just make tiny bits of repair at each and every stop. So it might get better through the night, and they've just got to try and survive it as best as possible. But ironically, those two trips through the grass where they found the door closed by a GT car has really seemed to have hurt them. I mean, the car looks perfect. They cannot spot anything, but there is obviously something. It's just not going their way, and of course that won't be helping their fuel mileage either.
No, it certainly won't, and I'm taking a look on board with them here. I don't see any steering damage, so that would be the first indicator that something is terribly wrong with the car. And it was a big check up there coming down behind that's the Williams Esports Mollet. That's the leader in the LMP2. That's going to cost them a fair bit of time. It doesn't seem like they're having a whole lot of problem here with top-line speed necessarily based off of the rev limiters on the car, as they are able to flick up through the gears relatively well, but I think it is just at the very, very tip-top that they may be losing 1-2 miles an hour under high speed.
Something going on in the front of GTD here. The two Apex Racing cars have done their pit stop. They've done driver change, so Sanchez and Talons are back on board, but look who's in there. Alexei Nezov is classified as second, is due a pit stop any moment now. There is also another Urano car in there as well. That is, that one is Luka Kita, who is a lap down, or multiple laps down, but this is by far the biggest gap we've seen between those Apex cars. So, is there tactics going on here? Is this, look at this big push here from Mercedes Urano AMG right all over the Apex car. Goes to have a look down the inside. No, can't quite do it. A little bit of mind games going on here in GTD, DJ. This is interesting as well. So we've seen those two Apex Audis glued together throughout the race. Now they've got two honking AMG Mercedes from Urano right in there as well. Now both of these red Mercedes will need to pit soon, but this is, if you've got that opportunity to try and ruffle the feathers, that's the only thing they can do to try and stop this Apex onslaught.
Yeah, I think you're right about that this is definitely a little bit of mind games. I don't think it's really going to amount to too much, as it does look like that fourth back Apex Racing 99 machine in line here certainly will be able to do it. Let's watch them coming into pit lane. See any real problems there for either of them. Oh no, there was. 99 missed the pit stall.
Oh dear. So that's in order to pull that strategy off, you've got to be perfect, and they've been perfect for nearly 6 hours. Let's have a look then again. So it's the second car. Yeah, just the time. Oh yeah, misses the pit box. Well, now this is going to be the question, DJ. Do they call to say to the leading car, back off, because once the Urano cars are away, back off and let him catch you up? Or is it game on now? Do they get on with it? It's because he's going to have to drop a couple of seconds to pick up his teammate.
Yeah, and crucially, with that 99 machine out of the draft, it's not going to work well. As here we see Urano actually working together. They're going to push ahead. Not seeing a lift here out of the Apex Racing 98. There it is. They're going to let them on by. There you can see the 99 machine just kind of streaking by in the back corner of your screen. That's going to be the question here, Peter. I'm not sure what they're going to do. I'm not sure what their strategy is going to be. It's all worked out beautifully according to plan here, but this is the first real wrench in the works that we've seen for them, and how they're going to respond is going to be very, very telling.
It is, yeah, you're right. Because at the moment there's 2 seconds between Alejandro Sanchez in the leading 98 Apex Racing car and a couple of seconds back to Salva Talens in the 99, and these two Urano Mercedes, they are due in very soon, so that will change. So at the moment, your leader in GTD is Alexei Nezov in car number 91 for Urano Esports. So it's really the first time we've seen any kind of change, but that will flip around shortly, because Nezov will have to come to pit road. But really, really interesting stuff at the front of GTD here as well. And it is just far too busy in traffic for the leading Apex Racing car to really do anything about this. And now there's a little bit of time now. There's now clear air between them. Does Sanchez actually, slow down here to bring his teammate back into that kind of bump drafting formation that they've made work so well, it must be said, up to this point in the race? Let's keep an eye on the lap times. Jamie Fluke and Luke McEwen were lapping all the time in the low 143s and the high 142s. 145.0 for Sanchez last time by, 144.9 for Talens.
All right, so those gaps starting to play themselves out here a little bit as we take a look at it right now. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the times are going to be a little bit thrown off, I think, as a result of dealing with some of that traffic. Only a tenth of a second difference in between the two. I think at this point, if I'm on the box for Apex Racing at this point, I would probably say just run your race. If you catch back up to one another, great. If not, we're still in a very, very good position. The other question is going to be is if that number 98 machine is going to have the outright pace to be able to keep themselves up ahead without the pusher behind them. To see if they just have the pace as a solo car, that'll be another real question that we've got to have answered.
It is. Well, top of the shop, GTP, Dominic Hoffman holds a fairly consistent gap to his teammate. 32 seconds is the gap in an Urano Esports 1-2 here in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. And they hold a 4-second lead back to Nathan Lewis, so that the Urano Data Group car of Vlad Kamichev has dropped Nathan Lewis significantly. 4 seconds the gap now back to the third place car, Nathan Lewis, for Team BS competition. Race Clutch White, they said, in fourth, and Obsidian not able to hold on to Race Clutch, just not able to stay in that draft. So they're back to fifth now, but they do have 14 seconds back to Sasha Gorel for SRC Movano course. So see how that gap moves over the next little while. In LMP2, it's still domination from Williams Esports Mala. They're 36 seconds ahead of Harold Cretin in INET Motorsport, with Calfa Team there in third. Pit stop for the Mercedes AMG Urano cars. Alexander Teeb gets on board of the 91 now. So this means then we've got 2.6 seconds between the Apex Racing cars. 144.0 last time by for Sanchez, 144.7 for Talon. So if anything, the gap increased last time.
Yeah, it certainly did, and so I think that goes to show here that there's not team orders, at least at this point, for the number 98 to slow themselves down, and they're just going to be trying to keep on racing here as best as they can be. But that is a huge development here, and that 144, by the way, for them is a very, very good lap time here at this point. Indeed, looking over the last laps for the GT3 field, it is going to be the fastest lap, I think, on that last lap, although very close to it was Thebe with that Urano Esports machine as they came in. So, yeah, clearly that number 98 starting to push here at this point, and no team orders being displayed for them to slow down.
No, not yet. Not yet. So a change in strategy then for, well, maybe a forced change in strategy for Apex Racing team. And their pace is still pretty strong. It's faster. The only other car that's able to do a 144 flat before was Jakub Kwiatkowski. But that was curiously 145.0 for Sanchez there. So all of a sudden a second of pace drops away. Problem is that Salvatallon's was a 144.9, so the gap still remains around 2 seconds. So will Sanchez maybe just get a big chunk of fuel saving done and let his teammate catch up? It's not something we really talk about in motor racing very often, TJ. A driver slowing down to let their teammate catch up. It's a bizarre situation.
Yeah, it's a very bizarre situation, but it's really been predicated by this brilliant tandem strategy that we've seen Apex Racing Team deploy over the course of the day. And so this is one that I'm a little bit frustrated that we've got to step away from the booth here in a couple of minutes here, Peter, because I want to see how this plays out. I want to see how these guys are going to do this to see if there is going to be a little bit of order to slow down or not.
Yeah. It's very interesting, very, very interesting as well. I mean, it's a pretty luxurious position to be in, and Apex Racing Team have deserved it. I mean, one tiny error in 6 hours is you can almost let them away with it, because the concentration, how they haven't drilled each other off every single time at turn one, I'll never know. But it's obviously a strategy. Don't try this at home, folks. Leave it to the pros.
Yeah, very much so. And let's remember that Apex does have a full crew on the box for them on the virtual pit wall to be able to call that strategy. And so those drivers, or those race engineers right now, are probably furiously taking notes, trying to figure out exactly where they need to figure out their time. As we take a look crossing over the line last time around, I think we are seeing a little bit of a definitive mark here for slowing down. Sanchez was at 45.7. Talons was at 44.8. So there is, I think, a little bit of the answer that we've been waiting for, is that I think that number 98 team has been given the order to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. And but the thing is, the great thing, you can do that while doing some big lifting codes to allow that to happen. So it's not all bad. And yeah, they're already down to the gap is under a second, and that's enough for Talons to start getting a draft from his teammate. So the tandem continues, much to the displeasure of the rivals. But I wonder, DJ, if we'll see some of the other teams maybe playing some different strategies to try and ruffle the feathers. You know, maybe do a little bit of a short fill back down to the end of the race and actually try and put cars in the middle of this Apex Racing duo, just to try and do something to close it down.
Yeah, I mean, I rest assured that if Urano was able to think out that strategy and kind of get themselves into that position, I think that is going to be something else that a lot of other teams are going to be looking to do, specifically those that have multiple affiliates in the field, if they're able to bring their way up forward. As I think trying to get yourself in between the 98 and the 99, whether you're on the lead lap or a lap down, that's probably going to be the only way that you're able to fight against these Apex Racing Team drivers here and really attempt to do anything with them to try to bring the gap down a little bit.
Well, a 146.0 from Sanchez, which is 2 seconds slower than his best since he came out the pits last time by. 144.5 from Talons, so 1.5 seconds between the two Apex cars, and they are back together almost as Pure Sims GTP car comes squeezing through. So Sanchez is probably thinking, come on, get a move on if we're going to get this tandem back going again. Fascinating stuff. It really is in GTD. Now that everyone's had their pit stops, Team BMW Bank are back into third in GTD, but they're 36 seconds back from this pair of Apex Racing machines.
Well, and I think there that 36-second gap is probably what allowed for Apex Racing Team to be able to give the order here to Sanchez to be able to slow down. They know that they've got the time to be able to bleed, and they know that they're going to be able to gain it back up much more and then more before everything plays out.
Yeah, interesting stuff at the front of GTD here as well. Salvatalen's number 99 whoosh. That gives you an impression of just how fast those GTP cars are coming through. Talon's trying to just get back onto pace with his teammate there of Alejandro Sanchez. And he's going as hard as he possibly can into that braking zone, trying to catch his teammate there. 144.612 for Sanchez last time by, 144.639 for Talon. So it's going in the wrong direction, DJ.
Yeah, they're starting to separate themselves out a little bit more now, and it's starting to move around just a little bit, but they are getting close together again. Would not be surprised if now the order is given to Sanchez to just go for broke and to drive his lines normally, and Talons, now that he is in the draft, should be able to pull up behind and make everything work for him. So certainly they're the way that we think they are going to be playing themselves out as we continue to watch here. Taking a look at Salvatalons coming down into the corner. And David, I've got to give him credit there. I can't drive without gloves on, and I'm always impressed by those that are able to do it. I'm just not used to the feel on my raw hands there. So credit to Talons for being able to drive gloveless, as there is that patented bump draft coming back into play.
I have to say, I'm a gloveless as well, mainly because I'm too tight to buy a pair of gloves, I think. Yeah, but I do go gloveless, and just like that, the Apex Audi R8s are back together again, doing their tandem speed. I mean, it was an incredible speed from Luke McEwen and Jamie Fluke. They were just hitting personal best after personal best. And here we go, ready, thump. Faster, faster, faster all the time. I wonder if they've actually tried different cars to see which car bump drafts the best, DJ.
I wonder that as well. I mean, the Audi's got a relatively flat front end as you think about it. It's not nearly the point that you have to deal with on the Lamborghini. So I wonder if that actually played into their calculus for choosing this car. Because the Audi's not necessarily one that I would have thought would have been the preferred car here today, but clearly Apex making it work there. We've got a little bit of faster traffic coming out and around as we wait for that LMP to get up to speed and be able to take off down the road. But yeah, I certainly think that it would be something that they have factored into their equations. As we've said, they are one of the most meticulous sim racing teams in the world, Peter.
They are, yeah. They've done a super job today, and just a little tiny error there as well, and it's been recovered already within a handful of laps. Here we go again, boink. There we go. It's a remarkable strategy, but it is really, really working for the Apex Racing team. The gap at the front in GTP is growing, although it's an Urano 1-2. Dominic the Hoffman is really stretching the gap now. He's just consistently lapping in those mid 131s. Pulled out 0.6 of a second on his teammate last time by, Vlad Kamichev. Nevertheless, Kamichev is pulling away from Nathan Lewis. That gap's now up to 6.5 seconds from second to third. So Urano are looking in a really strong position, and not only are they setting a great pace, DJ, they appear to be doing it with real fuel efficiency as well.
Yeah, doing a great job of it. We've seen those 26-lap stints be able to be turned in there and finding that perfect balance between speed and fuel saving. Always the key when you are talking about a long endurance race such as this. My question is going to be is hopefully for the rest of that Urano team, if Hoffman is going to be able to do if the rest of the teammates that are able to get in the car, if they're able to keep up this pace, keep up that fuel save, because that is one of the things here about endurance racing is that you've got multiple drives coming into the car, and those multiple drivers are going to be different in the way that they do everything, and they are going to have different characteristics about how the car is going to run.
So just coming up to the top of the hour here as well. We are at a quarter distance of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour. Your leader in GTP is Dominic the Hoffman for Urano Esports by 34 seconds from his teammate Vlad Kamichev, with Nathan Lewis rounding out the podium positions in GTP. Your leader now in the LMP2 category is Stanley Deslandes. I think, yes, he owes us a pit stop, so that would then put Moreno Sirica for Williams Esports Mala back into the lead. The Williams Esports Mala LMP2 car has been really dominant today. It's opened up a gap of just over half a minute, so I think once the Apex racing car comes into the pits, that will be situation normal with Williams Esports Mala going past. And in fact, there it goes, push straight by into the lead of the race, and with Apex Racing Team requiring a pit stop as well. So looking very good at the moment for Williams Esports Mala in LMP2. In GTD, well, we've just been watching closely the Apex Racing Team Car 98 leading from Car 99. That has been the case all race long for 6 whole hours. These two cars have barely been separated. The only thing that separated them before was a slight miss of the pit box, that leading pair have come back together again, and they are into this tandem strategy once again. They hold an advantage of 37 seconds back to Ryan Barneveld for Team BMW back. Daniel Pastor for Mercedes-AMG Team Williams is a further 7 seconds back in fourth. Patrick Heinrich rounds out the top 5 in GTD in his Bila Racing Team Euronics Lamborghini, with Ollie Steinbraten for RHG Esports right there in 6th place as well. We'll have all the action for you here on RaceSpot TV, flag to flag coverage, completely uninterrupted. We also we've broadcasted the first 6 hours of the second split of this incredible Daytona 24-hour special event. 85 splits, 85 races going on today. We're broadcasting flag to flag coverage of the very top split with the pro drivers, but also the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours of split number 2 as well. So we're going to take a driver change here in the RaceSpot TV commentary box. On behalf of myself, Peter Mackay, and DJ Clark, thank you very much for listening to now. And we hand over to Connery Maddock and Terry Radford to take you through the next few hours.
Well, thank you very much there, as we'll get ourselves all worked in. We are getting ourselves into the second lot of 6 hours here for the RaceSpot on this RaceSpot TV broadcast. And of course, we are going to be joining you very, very shortly, as we're going to be heading on to fan immersion. And well, we're going to pick a car to be able to do it with, and why not? Let's pick the number 1 car. So that is going to be the Williams Esports Chill Blast. They're currently running in 5th place in the LMDH class. Let's ride on board with Alexander Spetz for a couple of moments.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the 24 hours of Daytona here on iRacing for 2023. This is the Top Split broadcast. I am going to be your commentator for at least the next couple of hours. I'm Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Terry Radford for this portion of the broadcast. And, well, Terry, welcome to the Daytona 24. I believe it may be your first one.
This is, in fact, my very first one. I'm super excited to be here. I started watching the broadcast a little earlier. Really happy to call Race Spot at home and to be able to come in and not only work the top split, but I'll go over in the last little bit of the second split as well. And that's powered by PRL and VCO to continuously bring flag-to-flag coverage of both.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, well, this is the stage in the race where drivers tend to just get themselves settled in. They know it's still a very long way to go. 17 hours, 52 minutes to be exact. So this is, well, making sure you get yourself in the zone, perhaps. But while we're going through all this, we've got ourselves our LMDH pit stop phase here at the moment. There's BMW Team BS competition. The Zebras heading their way in and getting their car serviced in that number 89. They'll be off and away relatively soon, you would have thought, given that's just over 30 seconds tends to be the stop times here. Let's see, as they drop down off the jacks. Just waiting for the rest of that fuel to go in, of course, as we see one of the GTs come in. There we go, 32.3 seconds for Nathan Lewis and BS Competition off the way back out onto circuits. And, of course, having to hold the pit limiter all the way through towards the exit here. It's sometimes a little frustrating to do, but rejoining onto the circuit in towards the International Horseshoe has a couple of GT cars ahead. That's actually your leading duo of Apex Racing Team. So Apex Racing Team 98 currently leads from their sister car, Apex Racing Team number 99. So this is looking like a very positive race so far for the lads in Corby. But we'll have to see what the rest of this race holds for them, because you know, still a long way to go, still many mistakes and many incidents can happen. I'm not jinxing them by any means here, Terry, but they definitely will take this start to the race as a positive.
Well, I think it's always positive when you're racing your teammate. It means that you guys practiced good. You had a really good setup across the board, and you equally are as talented of who's behind the wheel of the car. They've been right here, and I mean, they have pulled away by a substantial margin. They've started lapping people. There's been a couple issues on the racetrack where we've had some drivers in the GTD class that are out of this race. You see one lap down back there for the 034 at Thompson, and all the way down below that is multiple laps down or out of this event. But what most people don't realize with the 24-hour races, there's 17 hours and 50 minutes to go. A lot can happen, a lot can transpire, and we could see a total flip-flop by the time I come back on this broadcast at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You could see these drivers at the back of the pack, and you see somebody who might have been a lap down early come in and go up there and catch them.
Yep, absolutely. We don't have the, well, some people might call it a luxury, but it depends on your point of view, I suppose. We don't have the luxury of full course yellows or safety cars or anything like that to try and bunt the field back up. So that is the main problem if you start falling behind. Either you have an incident or you have to do some damage repair or anything like that. So you're really going to be on the back foot, and you're not going to have a situation where you're going to be able to catch the train once again. So that's the only thing that we do have. There'll be a little bit wear off here in these iRacing special events. So it's always a struggle when you get yourself involved in those sorts of situations. But as the race currently runs, we'll do the top to tail of each of the classes here, just to give you a little bit of a better idea of currently what is going on in each of the three classes, and of course the teams within those classes. So here's the GTPs, the LMDH cars. We've got Urano Esports currently leading from Williams Esports Chill Blast from BMW M Team BS Competition. Then you've got Obsidian Racing there in fourth place with Race Clutch White in fifth. Of course, there may be a couple of pit stops here and there that we'll still have to be factoring in. We've got SI Vinyl Corsa GTP in sixth place with Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in P7. Pure Sims in P8 with Urano Esports Data Group in P9. Simsa in P10. Then we've got German Sim Racing Blue, Maniti Racing Red, and TC Corsa Esports rounding at the top 13. Everyone else, unfortunately, has decided to retire from this event. In terms of LMP2s, well, that's currently headed up by this car. That's the number 15 Williams Esports Marla, piloted by Morano Sarica at the moment. Then you've got the iNet Motorsports Blue in second place with Kelsa team in P3. Then you've got Apex Racing Team 199 and Apex Racing Academy 198. They are 4th and 5th respectively in the LMP2 class. Then you've got Race Clutch Black in 6th place with SRC Movano Corsa in P7. Outro Melgar in P8. Well, Outro Melgar setup shop. It's not just Outro Melgar, just himself. Then you've got Fire Academy P9, Carbon Sim Sport in P10. Harvu, Chit Chat Racing, and Houston VDS by Undercuts. They are in 13th place at the moment. Everyone else, again, has retired from the event. Then we have a look at your GTDs, your GT3 machines over the course of today. There's the 2 Apex Racing Team cars right at the very front of the field, working together, doing that bump drafting that's going to help them down the straights. They've got themselves over 30 seconds back to Team BMW Bank, who resides in 3rd. They've got Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports in 4th with RAG Esports in 5th. Bela Racing Team Euronics. Then you've got Mercedes Urano. Then you've got Sabelt Esports Team PGZ. Then you've got Der Esports rounding up the top 10 in GT3s. In terms of outside the top 10, Williams Esports, Mercedes Urano, the number 90 of that effort, and also the Apex 97. They are the last cars still running in terms of GTD. Everyone else, of course, down at the bottom have decided to retire. So that's the top to bottom of all 3 classes that we've got going on here in the iRacing Daytona 24 top split. This is going to be a very, very long evening for me, I get the feeling here, Terry, because I've already done a triple LMP2 stint in one of the teams in one of the lower splits, and I'm already pretty tired, so this is going to be a very interesting one for me.
Yeah, I feel that. I decided to go into work, right? So I woke up 5:30, got dressed, went to work, said, hey, I need to leave. I'm going to go call some racing. Come here, call this, go back to work till about 8 o'clock at night, come home, eat supper, do my deal, and by the time I get off that second race at 1:40 Eastern Standard Time, I'm ready to go back to the second split for the 3:40 in the morning till 5:40 a.m. So it's going to be a long night across the board, but congratulations. I believe you won the pole in your class, and what an absolute baller. We get somebody to come up here and call a race that just pretty much just left the track, right? You just get off the racetrack, you come up here, you run production and you run commentary. I think if that speaks volumes, that you can have somebody that just left the track and just have a giant country boy back here that gets to call the special event. But how was the car? How was the track? Was it starting to rubber in?
Terry, you don't have to stroke my ego that much. I'm fine with it as it is. Plus, I'm not the one that put it on pole position, so I can't take credit for that either. Yeah, things are going all right. Not ideal, but they're going all right with my particular team. So we're still top 5. So we've got that going for us at least. Yeah, we'll see how my team goes while I'm away from them, not able to do anything about it on this broadcast, and then I'm gonna have to go and have a bit of a sleep. But yeah, things are going all right, and it seems like for the vast majority of teams in this top split, things are going all right as well. Of course, we have had a good couple of retirements, some actually quite early on in the events, of course. In particular, you got ES Wave Italy there down in the last classified place, Williams Esports Razor, Altus Esports as well. So for those guys, it hasn't been a Daytona 24 to really look back on once this is all said and done. But for everyone else, I think after those initial fast and frenetic first couple of laps, it seems like everything has been rather okay in terms of retirements. But of course, there are cars that have had a couple of issues here and there, especially the twice occasion that we saw with instance between Obsidian and Urano. So let's hope they don't get into it a third time.
Well, they got a long way to do it. So we're looking here at this battle going on in, I believe this would be the LMP2 class.
This is GTDs back here as well. So we've got Williams Esports in 4th place with the 55, then we've got RAG and then Bila there also within the same postcode, which is pretty good going after realizing we're a couple of hours into this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these teams that are still close together. And this is something that I'm not necessarily accustomed to when it comes to the endurance racing side of it. Used to the smaller road races, but to see teams still together, 225 to 230 laps into a race. We're almost 7 hours into this event, and we still see drivers battling through the track, going through the bus stop here, nose to tail without making a mistake. And it's going to be a huge factor that's going to follow everybody along for the next so hours. Hey, you can't make this mistake. You also have to put fuel saving in this. You have to put a little bit.
Whoa, no! RNG Esports hit the wall. They got tagged around. They got tagged around by Bila. Oh, and careful with the rejoin, please. That's the risk tough. Of bump drafting, I'm afraid. Wow.
Oh, that's tough. Well, we were just talking about not making mistakes, Connery, and there we go. We'll be ready to see this in the special event for the Daytona 500, but we're expecting to see that
here. A little bit too hard, a little bit in the right place, in the wrong place, actually. And that's 2 of your mid-pack GTDs out. For all intents and purposes, there's going to be significant damage on both of those.
That's a ton of repair time that they're going to have when they come down pits. They come down to the pit lane for their stop. I would imagine that's taking them out of contention all the way through. Take a look here at this angle. Like I said, I would be more accustomed to seeing this on the high banks of the oval with the next gen car. Wouldn't expect to see the type of bump like that. Bam, hard in the wall they go.
There was a prototype coming in hot on that as well.
Oh.
That's narrowly missed it. Oh boy. Everyone knows the risks of bump drafting in these GT3s. That's something that can happen. You just don't expect it to, do you?
Well, I think that's, I mean, we can push this back and make a spin on it too, because if you look at what your leaders up top are doing, teammates are actually working together. They're working very well together. An Apex Racing team and Apex Racing Team 99. I mean, they have done this flawlessly all race long. They have been nose to tail, pushing each other, keeping themselves out of harm's way. You see right here, they're going to move to that outside groove, let the faster cars go. They're not going to put themselves in a position to go different. Then they're going to come down to catch that slipstream and try to get as much speed as possible. That's teamwork. I mean, that's putting yourself at the right place, right time, and it shows on this board here because they're 30+ seconds over the teams that are behind them, and they're growing it constantly. I mean, they're staying right there, bunched up. They're 36 seconds in front of third place here, and they're just very lightly getting a bump, getting a little bit of a slipstream here, getting a little bit of a draft. They're holding a pretty wheel.
That was probably one of the biggest incidents that I've seen in terms of high-speed incidents. That's well, broadcasting the Daytona 24 here on iRacing for many years. That's probably one of the bigger incidents that I've seen there. And yeah, it's like you said though, you know, it does relate to these leading GTDs here at the moment, because that, you know, bump drafting is all that they've been doing pretty much as they've been stuck together. I think that might just be a wake-up call of, well, if you get it wrong, it can be that catastrophic.
Oh, absolutely. And I would love to go grab the drivers in those Apex Racing team cars, in Sanchez and Tollins. I want them to come draft with me on the high banks in a couple of weeks and say, hey, come out here. You can push that good in these GTD cars. You come on over here and help me win, so I can put my name as a commentator / winner of the 500. But I mean, look how flawlessly they're doing it. They go right to that yellow line. They get right up on each other. You know you're in constant communication with your teammate, and this reminds me of tandem drafting from years back, when you had to rely on the person behind you to get that push, to allow the speed to continue, and they're picking up a ton of speed in the high bank portions in 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. This is how you maximize your time. You run the corners perfectly, and you move out of everybody's way. If you keep yourself out of harm's way, you have a really good shot of winning this race.
Indeed. And, you know, that applies to every single split, not just this top one. Of course, you need the overall pace to be fast in the top split. That is pretty much guaranteed. You probably need it for the beat fast in the top 5 splits. If you're in a middling split, if you're towards the bottom, just getting to the end in relatively clean fashion will actually result in a good finish. But you know, that logic is a little bit more challenged here in top split when you think about how competitive it is. You know, even in some of these hazards, even if you do just get to the end but you're slow, you're still going to finish dead last. So that's just the situation. As the GTDs here just get themselves all sorted, as a couple of the LMDHs are working their way through them. But yeah, that instance has kind of shook me a little bit. But there's the little battle going on there. E7 in the GTPs. This is between Williams Esports Chill Blast and Pure Sims Esports. Of course, Williams Esports Chill Blast having come down on towards the pit lane just a lap ago, I believe, being filed straight back into things. Yeah, and Spurts has been in this car. I believe this is the 2nd or 3rd stint that he's been in here for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. And then Pure Sims Esports, I believe this is maybe his 2nd stint in there. I didn't see a driver swap when he came down the pits. Yeah, Spets came down just about a lap-ish ago. Came back out here and is putting down a remarkable speed. I mean, you're starting to see the separation of the tires. It's a big mechanical grip thing in these cars. You want to be able to slow down, want to be able to go through the corner, get back on the acceleration as quickly as possible. I mean, not even giving them a chance to catch slipstream. That's a fast piece under Spets right there. Going on quite well indeed. As he exits the bus stop, we do have to be careful of incident limit related problems here. Not that these top split drivers would really be getting close to that at this stage in the race. Perhaps it's something for a little bit later on, but the drivers do have a first limit of 100 incidence points, which you would have thought, oh, that's a lot of incident points. However, here at Daytona, it's very, very easy to pick up one through the bus stop. It is going to be the main problem here for these guys. And there is a chance that a good couple of teams will get themselves close to that limit. It's not really a limit, because once you do get to it, you'll get yourself a drive-through penalty, and then after that, every 20 incidents, you get yourself another drive-through penalty. But you don't want to begin losing that time unnecessarily towards the end of the race, that's for sure.
Well, I know most of these teams are resting assured that I didn't throw my name as a racer in the 24, because they would have gotten a lot of those points. I promise you that. I did a 6-hour race here, and I ran the GT3 car for a charity event last year. And I said, man, I thought I was getting pretty fast. I sat there, I was driving around, and LMP2 caught me out of nowhere, and I was like, man, is that the other cars? I thought I was moving pretty quick. I was putting down good lap times. Team ended up finishing 9th altogether, and it was my first experience with this car. It was my first time I even tried to race Daytona road course, and sure enough, man, ended up finishing 9th with the team. I went a lap down because, you know, pace that back then wasn't really as fast as it is now, but these drivers here are at the top of the line for a reason. They go out here, they train, you know, tirelessly. Their teams are always putting down laps. They're watching telemetry. They're understanding the data that goes in to making yourself a really good road racer. And for this big event right here, and this is one of the biggest events in the world, they want to put 36, 72 hours in just consistently the week before. I mean, they'll go in and run 13, 14 hours straight on this and then come run the 24 just because. It takes a lot of dedication to be a road racer.
It is, and well, all of this part of the VCO Grand Slam, of course. So that is going to be very interesting to see how that turns out in 2023. This is the first event of that entire process. Thank you very much to VCO for bringing their sponsorship to the couple of the iRacing special events for this year in the form of the Grand Slam. And of course, we are streaming on their Twitch channel as well. We're live in a lot of places right now. Let's just say that. We're live on Racebot TV, we're live on iRacing Twitch channel, we're live on VCO as well. So lots of places to watch us if you do have a preferred channel. We're looking at the battle for 6th place in LMP2s at the moment. SLC Movano Corsa and Outro Melga setup shot. Currently in LMDH to split them. But this is turning out to be an intriguing battle. Of course, we'll have to, I think, potentially Outro Melga, depending on situations. My timing hasn't exactly refreshed because I had to reconnect a couple of times just to resolve a couple of issues I was having, so I don't have the up-to-date stop data for that particular team, but potentially maybe do a stop sooner rather than later.
I believe you are correct. You should be seeing the stops coming up momentarily for those teams. Take a look here at the 32 machine. We're going to down the line, I believe it would be about 5 laps if mine is correct. I'm sitting here reading this. We take a look at the 14 for FYRA Academy. Trying to make the pass here, going to the bus stop, pass on the outside, we're making up here to the GTD 1-2 punch of the Apex Racing team, guys. I'm telling you, I'm just absolutely impressed with what they're doing down here. They have so far, I mean, just they're wiping the floor. It's 34 seconds.
It's looking very good, isn't it? Very, very good indeed for Apex Racing team to be able to establish that sort of gap at this stage. He's on a good buffer zone, just in case things do go slightly awry. Always possible, especially as they are continuing the rub drafting attempts. But it seems like they've got this down to a T here at the moment. Definitely something that's been practiced time and time again in their practice sessions, no doubt. So they're making it work out. Although it does take just that one slip of the mind, that one sort of little fraction of a second where you're not exactly paying attention, and then you hit that leading car in the wrong spot, and boom, you're both probably out of the race.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about not just teamwork, but just the overall body of this. You could have somebody that you don't know behind you that tries to come up and gives you just a little bit of touch. And that's what we saw with the incident a little while ago. That small little bit of a bump. Maybe not expecting that bump. Maybe the driver was in front going, no, I'm fine. They're trying to pass me with the slipstream. They're going to go to the outside. We'll have a side-by-side battle going into one. But instead, you get that little bit of a jolt. And it instantly on some of these wheels, and I've noticed it watching more road racing and actually calling more road racing and even racing in it. Just the slightest amount of touch with a direct drive wheel, or maybe even a Logitech wheel. Sometimes it jiggles the wheel a little too hard. It's a quick knee-jerk reaction that can put you left or right. And it's just a quick jolt that you don't feel that is necessary at that moment. As we take a look here at the battle for second of the GTP class.
Yes, competition versus Obsidian Racing as they work their way through the infield here, having to deal with bits and pieces of traffic as things go. We are on the roof cam of Obsidian Racing. Pedro Sanchez Albert currently piloting that machine around. Of the final 2 steps on the podium moment. Of course, it's a little bit far out to be thinking about things like, oh, who's going to win this race and who's going to finish on the podium. Anything can happen, but you just got to do the best with the tools that you've been given and the situation that you find yourselves in. So Obsidian Racing have done really well. They're in 3rd place. And a little look to the inside there, just a show of the nose. Of course, there's no threat of any sort of move here down into the bus stop. That's more to just maybe try to unsettle the driver ahead, get inside their head a little bit. But a dive into the bus stop from this far back is not going to happen when we have 17 hours to go.
Yeah, but I tell you, that was a really good bus stop right there by Albert in the 6th. You saw a lot tighter in the corners, and then you obviously get on the high banks here at the Daytona International Speedway. I was just here, Connery, I was just here at the end of December, and I tell you, it looks pretty on iRacing, just as pretty as it does in real life. Can I be a nerd for a second and brag on iRacing?
Yeah, you can, but they're attempting to have a little bit of a side-by-side battle on their way in towards the horseshoe. Obsidian Racing maintain that P2, though, that they were able to gain. Now they're going to get stuck a little bit behind the P2 on the way into towards the second horseshoe. That's one of the Apex Racing team cars, but they're able to negotiate that okay. Just a little bit of a sketchy moment. It's always sketchy as a faster class approaching a slower class in through the kink there, because it's a very narrow portion of the circuit and people are going to take their own lines, and it can end in very many tears, as it did for a few people in my split that I'm running in.
Well, I thought right there for a second when we were taking a look at that 6 machine of Albert and Obsidian Racing, when you saw him go into the bus stop there and make that run, it honestly started to look like maybe he's getting a little bit more forward bite. He's able to stop on the brakes just a little bit better. He's able to rotate that machine a whole lot more stable than what the 89 of Nathan Lewis, who at the moment, I believe, holds the fastest lap of this race in its entirety with the 131.036. So a lot of speed back there for that 89 machine of the BMW Team BS competition. I'm very shocked to see that potentially the Obsidian Racing guys has more long-run stability in that car, and that takes a lot to build that in. That takes a lot of man hours to continue to sit there and go left and right here.
Through the kink. The kink once again, dealing with LMP2 traffic. These guys are experts enough to be able to deal with it, though. I'm only basing my reactions on what was happening in my split. But yeah, these guys are able to negotiate that just fine. Still sketchy, but just fine. Of course, these guys more concerned about those sorts of moves heading into the bus stop rather than in through the kink. I guess we've all seen the map someone drew on Reddit.
I have not. I didn't even know what Reddit was until about 6 months ago.
Wow, you boomer.
Yeah, I'm a. Well, yeah, probably. I'm more of a scroll through Twitter kind of person, but it's just me.
Yeah, but someone drew a map of where or where not to pass lap traffic, and it did it in
I
MS
need that
Paint.
map.
There's a few teams that across all of the splits that probably need that map. Let's just say that.
I will take any help in the road department as I possibly can get. I just started racing the IRO4s, and by the way, I appreciate you for putting the spin on blast there last week. That was the highlight. We saved the clip and got to play it a couple times. I showed the people at work. I was like, hey, you don't know how much Connor and Matic enjoys watching me wreck right here, slow mo.
I had to do it to you.
I know.
I had to do it to you. Ooh, muscling to the inside goes Mavano. Not entirely sure whether the Apex Academy LMP2 was quite expecting that forceful move down the inside of the horseshoe, but they're able to make it work without too many tears. And Mavano continue on unscathed.
See a lot of pit stops ensue here. You got the LMP2 class coming in. You got a couple of the BMWs that are rolling into the pits. Starting to become a very busy place here. As pit exits now going to become the most challenging part, because you have a lot of traffic that's going to come in and out here. You got to make sure you check your time delta, make sure your intervals are there, so you can get out and get a very clean lap. You don't want to be stuck in the slower traffic, especially when you're on fresh tires. With a heavier fuel load, you could run into a lot of issues here.
Yeah, fresh tires, but cold tires. That's the primary issue there. So you don't quite have to tiptoe it around on the first lap, but you know that your performance is just not quite going to be there on the first lap of things. So perhaps not trying to push 110% on an outlap is not the best idea. A little bit of a pit party still continues on. There's Obsidian Racing there, Pedro Sanchez Albert. We were watching them for a bit, but they've decided to head their way down and in and get themselves their next pit stop service done. Of course, no doubt the crew the commentary crew that took you through the first 6 hours would have covered the fact that, well, there's a bit of a rule change to align more with the real world here on iRacing. That the cars just take tyres the same time as they take the fuel now. So it does simplify the strategy a little bit.
Yeah, especially for people like me and Matt. It's not your number one subject in the world. But I'm looking up and down the board here on the timing. It's posted out there in the chat for the fans that do want to ride along with what we see with the telemetry and the stuff that we're going to see for the gap and the laps that are put down. The pit stops, the pit numbers are a whole lot skewed. So you got the leader here in the GTP class at Hoffman, only 11 pits so far. And you look all the way back there with Williams Esports Chill Blast, they got 14. So some differing strategies that are starting to ensue up here. And I'll be interested to see maybe 5, 6, 7 hours down the road, how many more are we going to see? Are we going to see a big change in the number? Are we going to start to even it out? Or are we going to continue to go further away from some of these teams that are pitting a little bit more?
For a lot of them, for a lot of those situations, it's just a slight difference in terms of the exact lap that drivers and teams are coming down in. Because if you can consistently go 1 lap longer than the people around you, you'll be able to pit 2 laps later on the second stop and 3 laps later on the third stop if you're consistently getting a lap extra per stint out of the field. So that's how the strategies diverge sometimes. Sometimes it is, of course, more intentional, especially as we get later on into the races, as drivers and teams will start to sort of back calculate the strategy from the very end of the race to make sure that they're not put into an unknown situation, because some of these teams, they might have to do a short splash and dash. Some of the teams, though, will want to do a full stint at the very end of the race. That requires a little bit of a different strategy call with the timings in the good couple of pit stops previous.
And you see this line behind here. A bunch of cars going into the bus stop here. All the smarts coming off here. iRacing really did a good job with all the physics and the scans of this track and these cars. It looks like, and I showed this to somebody at work earlier. She's about 10 back here. I showed it at work, and they swore up down. We were watching the 24-hour in Daytona on the normal NBC broadcast. Let's go live. They're like, man, that's iRacing? It sure is. It looks just as real can get.
Those are two GTD leaders, Apex Racing team continuing on their teamwork. Teamwork works the dream work, especially in Apex Racing, it seems. As their number 98, 99 currently maintain a currently 6.3 second gap over P3, but of course they have just 2 laps to go, come down on towards the pit lane, so that is not really a representative gap. We've got a couple more cars on pit lane. There is Hydro Race. This is Hydro Race Geodesic Racing on Botafoot, currently behind the wheel of the number 62 as he drops down off the jacks, waiting for the rest of the field to go in before he heads off and away, trundling down the pit lane. This has been a pretty relaxing affair so far. Of course, we had basically at the very start of our little 6-hour stint here, we had the big incident between R8G Esports and Bila Racing Team with their attempted, and I will stress, attempted bump draft down the pit straight, ended up causing severe damage to both of them as they got it all wrong and found themselves in the outside wall heavily. So that's the only drama that we've had so far in this particular hour of the broadcast, as we're seeing Apex Racing Team number 199. That's the second placed LMP2 deciding to come down in now.
Yeah, and you see him starting to come down. I wonder when the Williams Esports Mahal driver in the 15 is going to come down. They're looking like they're on the same sequence, but obviously, like you talked about, with being able to go 1 extra lap, there's an option here to flip-flop this and then go to the next time. So we'll see if that that 15 machine comes down next time by. It's new overall fast lap. 1:38.88 back there for Pedro Albert in the number 6 machine. Just put down an absolute blistering. It's the first one to touch the 130s in this entire race.
Track is getting faster, of course, as it cools off here in the evening. Pedro Albert proving that fact. Let's have a look at the track temperatures, actually. So we've got 24 degrees Celsius air temp, 25 degrees Celsius on track. We'll continue to drop bit by bit as the evening goes on. But I imagine the mostly cloudy skies really helped in the initial stints of this one, to try and keep the tyres in the right place. So Obsidian Racing, what's their situation here at the moment? It's quite hard to tell, given that we are in the middle of a GTP pit stop phase. So maybe we'll have a little bit of a better idea once everything cycles through for them. We've still yet to see Urano Esports, your current GTP leader and overall leader. We haven't seen ES Competition, Bevano 369. We've got Williams Esports, Chillblast, Urano Esports Data Group. They, in the GTP class, have not decided to come down in just yet. And in fact, Williams Esports, Chillblast, Alexander Spetz, is of course on a bit of an off-cycle strategy, so we won't be seeing him in for a while.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a good strategy to have. It's a lot of crunching the numbers, and they have basically what you would see, what you're going to see next weekend at 24 Hour at Daytona. Be a lot of people strategizing the race from start to finish. You'll have maybe 2 or 3 strategists sitting up there, calculate fuel, calculate numbers, understanding what the tire temps are doing. Or hey, you're burning too much on this side, you're burning too much on this side. Watching live telemetry, with a lot of them using the telemetry that iRacing has for the market for everybody to go for. There's a lot that's going to go into this to make this a more overall experience for these drivers. And like I said, if you continuously watch this from start to finish, you're going to see a lot flip-flop. You're going to see a lot of people changing their strategies, trying to maximize the opportunity out of the fuel, maximize the tires, and just continuously either grow their lead or chunk into the lead that has been grown on them. And it's the case in point with the GTD class, up here with the 15 machine, with the Williams Esports guys, and even with Urano Esports. I mean, with the 190, a 50-second lead of VS competition. That's a massive gap with a ton of speed, but a very skilled driver with Dominic Hoffman.
They have all the tools they need, don't they? But still a long way to go. Many things can happen, and the complexion of this race will completely change by the time we get inside the last hour, say. But it's all just setting the stage for that. Can't get complacent whatsoever. Even if you're Apex Racing team in the GTDs and you've got your 2 cars up in P1, P2, and you've got a 30-second gap back to Urano, or at least will do once the 30-second gap back to BMW Team Pank, which will be in that 3rd position once Urano decides to head their way down on towards pit lane for their particular stop. Again, you can't get complacent, so Apex Racing team might be having the good run of things now in GTDs, but once we get towards that checkered flag, it'll be a completely different situation.
Yeah, I mean, we can see anything. You can see it. You talked about the incident limits. It is super easy to get out of line here, to jump the bus stop, to just make a simple mistake. Maybe catch the slipstream at the wrong time when you're going into turn 1. Maybe catch a slower clash. You have to go off track just to miss them, or they go off track just so you don't hit them. You can catch an off track right there, maybe swinging it too wide, not necessarily calculating it. Especially for a driver that might just be jumping into this car in the wee hours of the morning and the time zones that they are in. This is a worldwide race. I mean, there are people racing this from all over the country, which in the globe, which is a massive thing. And this speaks volumes of the service that iRacing has. You have, I believe they said 85 splits, over 4,000 plus drivers have registered for this event. And race spots going 24 straight on multiple different platforms, and then going to do another 12 hours of another split. And the VCO's got a whole command center going on over here. So it's a great opportunity to tell people, if you're not on iRacing and you come on, you could be racing this event next season. You know, you can come in and practice these cars and get on track. This is a crown jewel for a lot of people. It's a crown jewel for me. It's been on my list of bucket list races to call since I got on iRacing. I was like, how do I call one of those? And here I sit, getting to call it with some of the greatest people in commentary and in production and all around broadcast here on RaceSpot.
Well, I'm not going to agree, because of course, like I'm very self-deprecating, but we just saw Havu have their pit stop here in the LMP2s. These do come pretty the turnover, the stints do tend to come pretty quickly here, given of course, you know, getting to maximum about 40 minutes on the stint. So it's you know, it's going to be fast and frenetic in terms of getting the pit crews out there and getting those cars serviced. Speaking of, we've got race leader in, so that is Urano Esports 190. Dominic Hoffman taking the stop. Seems pretty routine, if you ask me. 32.1 seconds on the stop, which is on the slightly slow side of things. But really can't complain. He's got in safely, now gets out safely. Where does he come out in relation to traffic, though? That's the important thing. Going to come out in a good bit of it, and immediately out into almost a side-by-side battle. In fact, I thought there was an overlap there with the Maniti car, but it wasn't so. Straight out into the thick of things. Chasing down a little bit of a group ahead. So we've got SRC Movano Corsa, the 369 coming down in as well. That means that Williams Esports Chill Blast is promoted up into second place. But of course, like I've already mentioned, they're on a bit of an off-cycle strategy with Alexander Spets behind the wheel of that #1 machine. So it's interesting that this has happened this early on into the race for them. I don't know if, as a driver, you would prefer one way or the other here, Terry. Would you prefer to be on a similar sort of strategy to everyone else so you can see directly how you compare? Or are you a fan of more of the theoretical gaps when you go slightly off-cycle?
Well, as many times as you have worked production for me on the RSR side, or maybe the PRL side, I'm a big fan of going completely off strategy with everybody else. If you spend 24 hours or 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds following that leader, following the driver that's setting the pace and setting the gap, you're going to spend the rest of your night and the rest of your day following that same person. If you go out there and flip the script, you look good if you make it work. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team, is can you make that alternate strategy work? Yeah. Can you consistently keep that car underneath the driver behind that one machine for the entirety of this race? Like, can you keep the string along and keep him in traffic and then work him back up when the pit cycle starts to occur to get him in that spot? I mean, his lap times are phenomenal. Best lap time was a 1:31.068. That's holding serve with what Dominic Hoffman's doing, and Albert back there. Obviously, Albert's in his own world with the 1:30.8, but consistency is key. And I look at Sector 1, Spets, one of the fastest ones on the racetrack. Sector 2, holding serve with everybody else. 3, looking great. 4 is great. Sector 5 is great as well. So if you put all of them together to make that one lap just as maximizing the lap as possible, this strategy might play out perfectly.
Yeah, of course, you know, the reason why they're in this situation is that they had early issues. They had, of course, a bit of a problem with a GTD machine. And they had to take the early stop in that aspect, and they've done very well to recover up into a P2 at the moment for Spets. And like you mentioned, seemingly on pace with the rest of the top runners in GTPs. So it's a very positive sign of things to come for Williams Esports Chill Blast. Whether or not they'll be able to overcome the deficit that they're now having to deal with as a result of that problem earlier on still remains to be seen. But it's better for a problem like that to happen this early on in a race. Remember, I'm still classifying it as early, even though we're almost 7 hours into this thing. It's still better to have an incident happen now than it is to have it happen inside the final couple of hours of this race, because if it happens now, you still have potentially a plan to try and recover a little bit later on, and the time to be able to do so as well.
I mean, it's like, I don't know if you watch football, right? But if you think of a college football game or a National Football League game, you think of something like that. Well, if you practice all week for a 3-4 defense, and they come out and run a 4-3 defense, well, you didn't know that, so you're going to call the quick audible. They had the issue early on in the race. They call the quick audible. They get off cycle. Well, maybe if we look at the Urano Esports team, if something happens to them and they jump off sequence, then, hey, I'm right here. We can kind of flip this, or maybe work yourself back into your strategy. I would rather work myself back up than have to chase myself backwards, just to try to keep it similar with everybody. But I mean, a 30-second gap, almost a 31-second gap, that's manageable. If the Urano Esports team has an issue and they get caught behind a bunch of slow traffic for consecutive laps and get caught in, or catch a slower car in the worst spot possible in this race, they have an opportunity to chunk into that lead very quick.
They really do. They really do. So you just got to keep your head in it, keep digging, and you never know, the race might come to you. Meanwhile, we've got ourselves a battle for P10 in GTPs. In fact, this has been sort of a thing for what feels like the last half an hour between these two here at the moment. German Sim Racing Blue, Simsa Esports are the two teams involved in this one. Of course, both of them are lapped down compared to the overall race leader here at the moment. But that's just naturally going to happen as the race goes on, given that we don't have any safety cars or code 60s. Oh, Simsa going for a gap that was only just about there. That was a little bit cheeky from them, and some might argue not entirely necessary given the situation. Here comes German Sim Racing Blue back on them around the outsides as they head their way in towards that very, very tricky turn 1. German Sim Racing Blue pushing out a little wide. They're going to be cutting back in as Simsa Esports make a whole meal out of the exit. This is an interesting battle between these two, and it continues on as they look to go wheel to wheel in towards the horseshoe, into the international horseshoe. Compromise line from Simsa will allow German Sim Racing Blue to come back at him, and you can see the frustration from the driver of the 67 there, feeling like he's getting held up, feeling like he's getting bullied somewhat by the Simsa Esports cars, and well, I'm not entirely surprised. You might even understand it given how that move on the banking was pulled off.
Well, I mean, that was a bit aggressive. I mean, you looked at it. You had a slower car down there on the bottom. It was doing everything possible to stay out of the way of this battle going on in the GTP class. And then you make a move like that, and then you go through the infield portion. You might have speed on this, on the oval part of this. You might be on the NASCAR circuit, and yep, you're fast. But in the technical portion on the inside, the infield, well, the German Sim Racing Blue team had it covered. They stayed on the back bumper. They went to the outside, had an opportunity for the switchback to go down to the bottom to make that pass. But for Simsa Esports, that was probably the most aggressive move we've seen so far. Other than the opening couple laps where we were 3 wide in almost every class and we took the green flag. But if you're German Sim Racing Blue, if you're that 67 machine, do you repay the favor and disrespect them back?
I mean, that's what they attempted to do by continuing on the battle for so long, and with the slipstream, it's helping them keep themselves in this one as well. I don't think there's going to be any love lost between these two by the time they sort this battle out. A good run through the international horseshoe for German Sim Racing might make things just that little bit more complicated. We'll have a little bit of a ride on board with them here. Here's Georgios Theodorudis I'm going to struggle with the names here today, unfortunately. But the driver of the 67 on his way through the end of the infield. This is a tricky corner. You're always having to wait a little bit in some classes to try and get the power down there and to make sure everything is settled before you head yourself onto the banking. They're going to get disposed of these two GTD cars in the best place possible around the outside. And now down in towards the bus stop. Still running on board with number 67, not closing in at this stage. Maybe taking the opportunity to save a little bit of fuel. It's always beneficial when you're talking big picture.
Yeah, I think the 67 understood that when the driver stayed on the back bumper up there and flashed the headlights and a little bit of sign of, hey, I didn't like that. But now, big picture, grand scheme of things, I got to keep this car one piece. You got teammates that are relying on you. You're 7 hours into this race. Everybody wants to have a stint. Everybody wants to do it.
Oh, they're having problems on the exit of turn 1 here, and now it's given the opportunity to Dermot Sim Racing down the inside at the International Horseshoe. As long as they can pick up the exit, they'll have this position back, and they do.
Having a hard time actually matting the gas. It just looks like the entry point of the corner is what's really tearing them apart in that machine, in the sense of Esports machine. Just when it goes into the corner, especially, like I said, on the infield portion of this track is where that car struggles the most. It's got a lot of speed, but the handle is just, it looks like it's off by quite a bit.
It does seem that way. And they can continue on their shenanigans, I think, here. Over the next couple of moments. They are currently not due on towards the pit lane anytime soon, so this one might continue on for a little bit. Let's thank you everyone for getting yourself all tuned into this broadcast on the Respot TV YouTube, on the iRacing Twitch, and of course on the VCO Twitch as well. Hello everyone. Currently getting ourselves towards 17 hours to go in the top split of the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. Part of the VCO Grand Slam, of course, as we see the battle for P10 in GTPs on your screen right now. Simpson Esports not going to capitalize on the run down in towards turn number 1. They've got a couple, they've got the GTD leaders right, well, not excuse me. Not quite the leaders, but they've got a couple of GTDs that are causing a bit of an issue here, perhaps, as away just for a moment. But it looks like they've been able to get themselves through on that relatively okay.
That actually got really scary. I thought for a second they were going to go into the back bumper there. They were going to wreck this group of drivers, and it. We talked about it a while ago, where the best place was to find slower traffic, and then the worst possible place to find traffic. Right there was one of the worst places that you're going to catch a slower car in this infield portion, at least. And now you see we get back to the high bank portion of this race course. What an interesting hour so far for us.
It's been interesting. Very interesting indeed. We have a visitor on towards the pit lane, though. That's Williams Esports Chill Blast, who have finally decided to head their way in. Of course, they are on the off-cycle strategy after having problems early on. But their recovery drive has been pretty stellar for the moment. And they're looking very good heading in towards the sort of middle portion of this race. Alpha P10 still rages on here in GTPs. Are sort of keeping half an eye on the other classes, but they don't really have anything that's as close as what's currently going on in the GTPs here at the moment. And, well, you might say, oh, wait, there's GTD race lead, but no, that is two Apex Racing cars basically pushing each other, so they're not really going to be fighting in and amongst each other. It's just that this battle for P10 has been the one that, well, has set off a couple of fireworks so far.
Yeah, for that, talking about the Williams Esports Chill Blast off the strategy, they have made a driver swap. It is Matt J. Farrow in that number 1 machine at the moment, so he'll enjoy the stint here for a little bit. This battle for P10, you're right, it has been the absolute barn burner so far of what we wanted to see in well, a 24-hour race. They've been going for the entire hour that we've been here live on this broadcast. we haven't seen anything else come close to what we see here as they continuously try to make pass after pass, attempt to save fuel in the process, and catch whatever little bit of slipstream they can get down these long straights, and then try to see if they can maximize every corner possible.
That might just be the plan. A little bit of an update on my team. Not that anyone really cares apart from me.
I do.
But unfortunately, we had a situation where we have to do 12 minutes of repairs. Okay.
Oh.
That's unfortunate. Once I'm done here, I'll go back and try to find out what happens. But that's a bit unfortunate. But it is what it is. That's the nature of endurance racing sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and you get caught up in problems. I mean, I caught up in problems myself on my particular stint. But yeah, that's just the way cookie crumbles sometimes. Meanwhile, battle for 8th in GTP has kind of started up here between the Urano Esports Data Group and Pure Sims Esports, and the GTP is getting in the way on the exit of the International Horseshoe. Is not exactly going to help the situation for Urano, and Pure Sims hanging it around the outside of all of them with the kink as well.
Well, it's going to hurt him in the kink here. You see, not really able to keep the power down, but it still gained. 16 to Pure Sims Esports started to gain there. And now you'll see if Urano can actually hold up here, continue this position, and maybe play a little defense here as the 16 continuously might be able to get him in the bus stop here, or maybe peek a little nose to say, hey, maybe move out of the groove a little bit, make a mistake for me so I can get around you.
Might just be the case. Of course, traffic management is an absolutely huge thing when it comes to these sorts of events. You can not quite be the fastest in terms of 1 lap pace or even 5 lap average on a completely clear circuit, but you can still be faster than someone like that if you're faster through the traffic. That's the situation. And a lot of people say, oh, traffic is largely luck, and of course there is certainly an element of it. As we see Geodesic and Williams Esports Chill Blast have their brief wheel-to-wheel moments there through the first couple of corners, and Chill Blast going to go down the inside. It's the Williams #1 car on exit. Oh boy, that could have ended so badly. A tag from the rear from Geodesic Racing, and that could have been Williams into the barrier and completely cut their race short. I'll have to have a look at the replay of that one. My word.
That definitely would have been a race over. It would have been race over real quick. It would have been just as bad as what we saw earlier. As you can see, down in there, ends it. Not clear.
No, definitely not clear. We're going to ride on board here with Geodesic Racing. Oh, yeah, that Williams car was certainly not clear coming off the corner. My word.
I mean, in the words of the great Kenny Rogers, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away when the dealing's done. And at that moment, that shows you one, the level of respect that a lot of these drivers have from each other. Because if that's 30 minutes to go in this race, you're probably not going to lift as much as you saw from that. You're going to keep it flat-footed. And I promise you, in the second special event for iRacing, in the Daytona 500, I will almost put money that if you're coming to the white flag and you make a move like that, what the one machine did, you're not getting lifted on either. You're going to get lifted in the air. You're not going to get a lift out of the person you're trying to make that move on.
Yeah, and well, there was an immediate flash of the lights from Geodesic straight after that incident saying, what the bleep are you doing? So it's... yeah, heart-in-mouth moment, absolutely. Not only for Geodesic, but of course Williams. I think if that incident did become a big incident, then Williams would have come off the worst, that's for sure, because they would have been completely speared into the barrier on the driver's left-hand side there, coming towards the exit of the International Horseshoe. But we've had one actual drama. We've had a couple of near dramas in the just over an hour that we've had this section going on for here on Raceport TV. Just gotta breathe for a bit. didn't mean it literally.
Oh, I thought we were breathing over here. I was over here thinking about when you said speared. I was thinking of maybe the 2020 Royal Rumble when Edge just comes to the ring and just starts spearing everybody. I was like, that would have been pretty cool. And then I just started singing Edge's theme song in my head. Let's get pretty excited here. We're going to catch a slower into one. That normally doesn't end well. Normally you get a little over anxious. You go send it in there, and the slower traffic doesn't help out. It definitely did not help out driver there in the 62 machine. Made check up just a little bit. Have to go a little over under here to get around there and play a little tic-tac-toe there for the Hydro Racing team. I'm not going to try to butcher that middle name.
I'm not going to attempt that. Alrighty then. So it seems like the GTP battles, at least the on-track battles, of course, the drivers and teams are always battling in terms of strategy. But in terms of actual wheel-to-wheel action, things seem to have fizzled out a little bit in GTPs. Sort of matches the current state of the situation going on in LMP2s and in GTDs as well. We're going to give LMP2s a little bit of love here, given that they haven't really had a lot of the broadcast time apart from being traffic for the LMDHs here at the moment. But currently there's a Williams Esports Marla that leads that particular class by 48 seconds over iNet Motorsports Blue. That is a quite healthy margin indeed. And, well, at some point, maybe in a couple of hours' time, they'll be at the point where they're just going to lap the entirety of their class, ideally.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time. I don't believe that would be the first time it's happened.
Definitely not.
Yeah, Williams Esports, I would imagine if they didn't have an issue in the GTP class, that team would be up there with the Chill Blast side, you know, right there fighting it out with the 190 of Urano Esports as well. It just this top split shows you the level of competition. It shows you where everybody wants to strive to be. It takes a lot of pace, takes a lot of talent, takes a lot of people to put this type of level of racing on, or this type of dominance in your class leaders. And then you go to the second split. That also takes a lot of skill, a lot of talent, a lot of people to put you in that split. The further you go, I mean, across the ranges of iRacing, the fact that 85 splits is a thing here for the iRacing 24 hours, that shows you the passion that comes in this service. It shows you the determination, the dedication that drivers, teams, friends. There's people that are attempting to race this alone for charity. I mean, there's streamers all over Twitch, all over YouTube that are putting down a ton of laps here for good causes. There's a lot of great people and a lot of great teams that have invested their time, effort, and money in here. We take a look here at Sam Michaels in that number 33, the SRC one. A lot of traffic in front.
It is, and diving down one of the Williams Esports cars there in the GTDs. I think it was the Williams Esports Grand Q, number 2. But the thing is, fortunately for Sam Michaels, the GTD traffic is over and done with, but that was a little bit of a sketchy situation on the way through the infields. That sometimes does happen. You know, there's sometimes these spontaneous trains of traffic that develop just due to the natural fluctuations in the gaps, not only internal to the class, but of course external as well. Sometimes LMDHs might catch LMP1 traffic and GTG traffic at the same time, and it can be a very, very sketchy situation indeed. There's still an opportunity for that sort of traffic snake to happen even later on in the race. Usually it happens where, you know, a couple of hours in, when the lapping procedure for all the classes sort of happens at the same time. But there are occasions where it can happen outside of the at the end of the first couple of stints.
Yeah, and that's going to be another key for a lot of these drivers to attempt to manage, is the fact that, one, you actually have to manage the traffic. You can't go in there and make bonsai moves on somebody because they're a slower car than what you are. You have to manage the track conditions. Since we've come on the air, we have dropped 1 degree Celsius. We were at 26 when we took this air an hour ago. The track's picking up speed. So that means the cars around you are picking up speed. You're burning a little bit more fuel with the faster racetracks. And now you have to manage that. And you have to do that for 24 hours. This isn't just, oh, I have to go out here and run it for just a second. If you take a look here for the battle for 6th in the GTP with Williams Esports Chill Blast and Hydro Racing. 62 just got passed there by what is now the much faster car on newer tires with the fuel load there, and most definitely has the speed to go up here and contend for this win.
Indeed, but it's quite a gap still. It's not going to be a very easy. I mean, win might be off the cards. Top 3 maybe, potentially, still possible. I mean, technically anything's possible, but just with varying percentage chances, I suppose. But with their current performance, Williams Esports Chill Blast, I mean, they're climbing the order slowly but steadily. But Geodesic is sort of locked onto the back of them here, on the way down in towards turn number 1. Of course, these guys had a little bit of a history, just a good handful of laps ago, when Williams Esports Chill Blast was trying to squeak their way by through the International Horseshoe, and a near catastrophic incident between the two happened. They were able to gather it up though, and in the end it was nothing, but I imagine the heart rate for both drivers spiked up quite high.
Okay, so somebody in the chat actually is going to help me pronounce this. Hydro Race Geodesic. Geodesic Racing. Boom. I'm not going to mess that one up, Michael Josephs. Thanks for helping me on that one. Not much. Obviously, you hear my southern accent, but sweet home Alabama education sure does do right with a lot of these names around here. But I will say, I wouldn't necessarily put it off the table for a lot of these drivers. I mean, yeah, at the moment they're 40, 50 seconds behind, but you know, we sell this race as anything could happen at any moment. Minute to minute, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what strategy is going to play. And for a lot of the fans watching at home, we're fans just like you. We're fans just like you that sit here watching this race and just enjoying this from a level of just pure awe. I mean, it's just I'm in pure amazement of how many teams and drivers came to sign up for this, and in awe of how amazing it looks on iRacing and how great it looks with the production level here on RaceSpot TV. But look at the battle going on here. The slipstream is perfect, but for him, what if the two leaders have an issue, and then bam, 5 minutes later, he could be looking, you know, mighty good, and could be a big contender towards the end of this race.
All things for a little bit later on, but right now, Geodesic, the ones that are making themselves look quite big in Matt Farrow's mirrors at the moment. Of course, hasn't been threatening a move just yet, and in fact, the better bet might just be to stay behind and hit a couple of good fuel numbers. But if they want to try and press on and gain track position, then that's their prerogative as well. A little bit of traffic further down the road that they might have to contend with here in a couple of moments. No, they'll just get themselves around the outside of the banking. That's absolutely the perfect place to be able to get that traffic disposed of. Compromises absolutely no one, and makes the bus stop entry and middle clear, so that they can carry all of the speed and all of the momentum through.
That's such a tough part of the racetrack is going right there in that bus stop. Racing in a GT3 car around here, that was the one spot that I could never figure the braking zone out. I could figure it out going back on to the racing surf, or back up to the oval side of the track. That one was, you know, okay, I have to back it down here. It's such a short zone to actually hit the throttle and be on the gas. But then when you come back around and you go into that bus stop, you're like, okay, 3, 2, 1, all right, let me try to maximize this here. And some of them even go past that marker to attempt to sling it into there just a little bit harder. And then you got to remember to shift. You got to remember to do all these other things around you, changing your brake bias throughout the time, trying to tell everybody, hey, this is what's going on, all in a singular lap. And that braking zone changes real quick when you're 10 or 15 laps on a set of tires and the fuel starts to get a little lower. You're like, all right, I'm going faster. Well, if you're going faster, you got to go slower in the corners.
Brandon Traino heading his way out the pit lane for Apex Racing Academy. Well, the name says the 198, but someone pinched their number, I think. So they're the number 9 in the session. Does happen sometimes, which is not ideal as far as the branding is concerned. In fact, they might not even have just said it in their team because there isn't actually a 198 in the session. So maybe an administrative error there on the part of Apex Racing team. The 9 car here in this particular session. Let's have a look back at GTDs because there's more Apex cars. Apex 98, Apex 99 currently leads, and you got Team BMW Bank. There they are, and well, they've got a pushing partner, haven't they? One of the Audis, attacks the wall actually, did that Audi.
Oh, yeah, he did. You want to maximize the corner. You want to maximize the sweep going there into turn 1. I mean, that was a little bit extra maximizing there. Wanted to see what the wall said.
It's Fankini behind the wheel of the U-Race BR, or U-Race Brazil, I suppose that stands for Red Dragon by Rick. That's a very interesting team name, very complicated, but number 5 car currently getting themselves back out there. Of course, they are currently, let's see, 191 laps down on the overall race leader. They are 125 laps down on the next car that they could theoretically pass for position, and that's the Apex Racing Academy number 97. What makes it not ideal for them, not only are they 125 laps behind the next car, but that the actual next car is still running. So it's a bit awkward. They can improve positions on PGZ and RHG, but they won't be able to get up to Apex Racing Academy, unfortunately. 125 laps, eh?
I was not driving the car, all right? This is not on me. I wasn't out here in the 24. Daytona powered by VCO was not I promise. If it was, I would be 125 laps down as well. This is an amazing form of motorsport, and next year, I'm going to pull a U. I'm going to race in this, so I'll throw my line and reel out there to somebody. If you're in the chat in all forms, you can find me on the Twitter and send me a DM and see if we can get to practice. And I'll spend 364 days practicing for this race to get ready to go. Just looking for a team out there that's willing to coach up a young Tennessean that wears boots and breeches all the time.
Are you just walking stereotypes at this point?
Well, I mean, I got my boots on right now. I wish I was on camera. I got my boots on. I'm in my work clothes. I got my hat on. Pretty much, yeah. Boots, breeches, and hat.
There we go. What we've also got is a battle for P11. Segway's better than Linus Tech Tips. Is what I'll say. But here's Maniti Racing Reds. They're currently bearing down on the number 66 car of Simsa Esports. So it's interesting to see how this battle has developed, because of course we saw German Sim Racing Blue have a little bit of a fight with Simsa Esports a good couple of moments ago. However, German Sim Racing Blue have been able to now establish a 16.3-second gap over Simsa. Of course, there is a slight difference in terms of the exact pit stop cycle between those two teams. Here comes Maniti Racing Red as well, which is on a much more similar strategy to Simsa. They angle it to the inside, in towards the bus stop, and well, Simsa Esports not going to fight that one. Perhaps the last thing you want to do is go side by side through that.
Yes. We just talked about it. Maybe 2 laps, maybe 10 minutes ago, if you go through that bus stop, with it being as challenging as it is, if you do attempt to go side by side in there, somebody's getting pushed off. And that's how you get your X's. That's how you begin to either A, hit the 100 mark, or B, get your pass-throughs, which nobody wants that pass-through to potentially ruin your opportunity to have a good run. You can be sitting anywhere. No matter where you're at in this field, you can get an off track. You can get an X by touching the car. There's a lot that's going to happen. I mean, we've got 16 and a half hours to go. By the time, I don't know when your next stint is. I'm not looking at the schedule. I know my next stint is way down the road. I mean, I'm going to go back to work, come home, eat supper, be back on the show. And by the time I'm back at 11:40 Eastern Standard Time, it's going to look totally different. Hopefully, hopefully the Urano Esports team or the BMW BS competition doesn't want to hear that. Doesn't want to go, nope, it's going to be the same. We're going to be leading this race. Will be 1-2. But for a lot of people in this field, we might come back and the person who was 3 laps down on our first stint could be in the running for it. Could be up there battling for a podium. I promise you, fans, don't tune out, don't tune away. Tell people, hey, if you're not watching this, come in here and do it, because what it looks like at 16:37 to go on the board may not be what it looks like with an hour to go.
Yeah, well, we'll have another little change of commentary team in about 40 minutes, and we'll get the very lovely couple of commentators come and take over for us, and then I'm back on about 2 hours after that, and then of course we'll swap things around once again a little bit later on. So that's the situation there. At least on track, Williams Esports Chill Blast about 0.7 ahead of Urano Esports Data Group here as things stand. Of course, you'll always have to factor in that they're basically almost exactly halfway off cycle compared to the rest of the teams here, our Williams Esports Chill Blast. And this is all stemming from a second stint incident where they had to come down in early because of a problem that they had trying to negotiate themselves around a GTD car. So that's why they're off cycle, and you can just see how this affects things a little bit later on, because as soon as you put off cycle, you're just going to have to deal with it for the rest of the race. And personally, I don't really like being off cycle, because I like actually having the gaps on track be vaguely representative of what they actually are, rather than having to battle a theoretical gap or a theoretical delta, so to speak. I find that a bit tougher to do.
Are you speaking from the commentary perspective, or are you speaking from the racer's
From the driving perspective, yeah. From the driving perspective, yeah.
From the commentary perspective, I see it from the driver's spot. When I go out and I race, and I know that one of my wins at Charlotte in the truck, I was on a completely different cycle, and everybody's over the radio thinking I'm going to pit. Well, I didn't have to. I brought out a yellow by spinning. Truck was too loose in the open set. I tightened it up, went out, ran the race, and won the race by 13 seconds because I was completely off strategy. I was slower than that. That was off strategy. From a driver's perspective, if I'm the one off strategy, I'm all for it. If somebody else is off strategy, I'm a little angry because I'm like, man, I should have thought about that. But I didn't. From the commentator's perspective, getting up here to watch it and actually talk about this, I love it when somebody does something different. I think it brings a different factor into this. It allows us more storylines to follow. It lets the fans stay tuned in because they're waiting on us to give that update of, oh, here's what this looks like. This is what the Williams Esports Chill Blast team is doing. This is the strategy we're gonna see here. Let's just break down more information. While it makes us sometimes overthink it, in case I quit myself, sitting over here trying to crunch some numbers and long division, which isn't fun. To see the traffic that driver's having to go through and utilize all the skills and all the tools that they have in their wheelhouse, it's a very impressive run so far.
Just noticed in the iRacing YouTube chat, Automatic Motorsports Weirds, that you Connery major respect to you after running a stint earlier. Yeah, that's my team. Making themselves known in the Twitch chat there, at least on the iRacing Twitch. Of course, we're on the VCO Twitch as well. This iRacing Daytona 24 is part of the VCO Grand Slam, heading our way through 2023. That's why you see a lot of the top teams taking this very, very seriously indeed. As there are more prizes on offer than there would be at a typical iRacing special event. And of course, we're seeing a couple of pit stops now. So we got ourselves TPS competition down and in. That's BMW's TPS competition. They're currently, well, phased through one of the GTDs there, but there's Nathan Lewis in the BS competition car deciding that now is a good time to come off of the pit lane. Fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, ready to go racing once again, and head back out there, and is going to do so in a pretty clear part of the circuit. That's exactly what you want for the first part of a stint, just to try and get yourselves your sights set, because maybe for the last couple of moments you've been having to deal with a light fuel load and worn tyres. Now the configuration of the car has changed, and you don't want to be fiddling around with stuff, in-car adjustments, and trying to get used to how the car's running in the middle of traffic.
Yeah, it allows you to heat the tires up, allows you to feel it out. Maybe if you made a driver's switch, per se, you go out there, you let that driver get acclimated to what the track temperatures are. Maybe that's not something that they practice during their stint with practicing, in which, it's kind of crazy to think, but there could have been a different weather dynamic thrown into it. Maybe they didn't see the track temp at 25 degrees Celsius, or the wind speed going in one direction or the other. I mean, it's 3.6 miles or seconds, or how you read that.
It's 13 kilometers per hour. So we're not going to use freedom units because our overlays, well, we can change them to freedom units, but that's not what we use here for the iRacing special events. Yes, we are in America. Perhaps there's a reason for it. Well, that's a reason that you could say for changing them, but most people would be familiar with the good old Celsius and kilometers an hour there. This actually became an issue in my team, because they were asking, what's the speed at the end of the straights for like the car ahead, and I quoted in kilometers an hour, and then they were like, that's not useful to me.
Well,
they had it in miles an hour.
It's like when I work at my first race bar show, we would put the stuff up, and I'm like, over here on my phone, I Googled it and was like, translate Celsius to Fahrenheit, and then transition this to this. Coming out there in our YouTube chat, we're second split stream. So first 6 hours and the second 6 hours, the final 6 hours are streamed on RaceSpot here. So that stream is over with. You can go, if you have iRacing, you can go to the iRacing session and go find that split and watch it live yourself, or you can tune back in with us for the opening part of the second split, which we believe in 10 hours.
The final 6 hours of the second split. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, that's the situation. You explained it quite well there. We're only doing the first 6 and the last 6 hours of split 2. Because we simply don't have enough people to cover all the 2 entire splits of a 24-hour race. So that's why we're doing it that way around. Of course, a lot of people have asked for a second split stream over the years, and this is the time that we can actually bring it to you. However, not the entirety of it, just the first 6 and the last 6 hours. But here at the top split, though, we are going to we're going to bring you the entire 24, and a little bit more if you include the pre and post race show. But things have been going along rather well for the vast majority of the drivers. They have different sets of circumstances that they've had to face over the course of the opening portions of this race. I mean, we're watching one of those cars that have had to deal with a lot of stuff happening. That's the Williams Esports Chill Blast, off cycle, but continuing to do a good job in recovering. Currently a P2, at least at this point in their stint. Of course, lots of drivers, lots of teams came down in just on the last lap or last couple of laps, which is why they've been promoted a little bit further up the order than we're used to seeing them. But I can't wait to see what the rest of this race has to hold, because these teams wanting so desperately to have that first round of the VCO Grand Slam, the first special event of 2023 here on iRacing. They want to have it in their trophy cabinet, and for those in podium positions right now, that is certainly going to be a possibility, but still 16.5 hours to go.
We got a long way to wait. I mean, I think for all of us, we got a long way to go. There's a lot of us that are going to work the overnight time. There's a lot of these drivers that are, resting up right now in their time zone, figuring out what people on their team can fit in aces and places is how you could put it there. There was a driver change in our GTP class. Our overall leader, Joop de Lit, is now the driver of that number 190 up there at the top. So a little bit there. If you saw the gap narrow back there to Faro in the Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, there's a driver change over there on that side, and then that compensated back for what the one when they changed the driver here, Faro in that car. But I'm actually impressed with the lap time. The pace did not fall off there for that 190 in the GTP class, but it was able to continuously keep the pace that you saw out of the previous driver that was there.
So we're just watching for a couple of moments there. Outro Melgar set up shop in the number 32 LMP2 efforts. Currently up behind the Apex Racing Team 199. Currently 4th place in class is that car. Owen Carroll behind the wheel of that LMP2 for the moment. Currently, they're 14.7 seconds behind P3 at the moment. That is, I mean, in any other type of racing, you think that was a huge gap. In a 24-hour race, not quite, because there's still plenty of time to be able to edge that a little bit more back in. We've got ourselves Apex Racing Team in GTDs. These are 2 race-leading cars. They have this come down towards the pit lane, and now they're off the way once again, stuck together like glue. I think both of these, both the drivers in these teams are going to know each other rather well by the time we have 24 hours done here.
Looks like you used some Flex Seal on the front bumper of that thing. That 98-99 has just stayed together like peanut butter and jelly, and that's what you want out of teammates. I mean, that's absolute team racing at its finest. While it takes a lot of practice and a lot of skill to go up, navigate traffic with that teammate, understand the clarity of what driver does to the other. You have to pick which car is faster getting pushed, which car is faster pushing. When you get to this position, as you see a little bit of swap right there. Cheney's going to jump in front of Berryman. Driver swap did happen there for your overall class leaders in the GTP portion. So Daney and Berryman in the 99 and the 98 are going to get passed by a faster machine there. And then they're going to continuously get together and say, okay, the team you followed, they'll come in and watch the last little bit of the stint. So once they wake up or enjoy their snack, maybe a cup of coffee or something, depending on what part of the world they're in to wake up to. Okay, this car was faster in the push portion. Okay, now we want this car to lead. We want to lead every laps in our class. And so far, so good. And even looks like what it was with the drivers there that got out of that machine. Push, let go through that horseshoe, and then reconnect yourself when you get right here to the corners.
Let's see if they're able to lock on. Yeah, just about. Having to do the lightest of taps, of course. Otherwise, we see a very similar sort of situation to, well, what we found out when we saw Beeler and R8G try to do bump drafting just about an hour or so ago. It did not end well. That is probably an understatement. R8G Esports, of course, out of the race as a result of that. Beeler Racing Team, though, they are still running, by the way. So they were the other car involved in that big incident that we saw sort of towards the start of this part of the broadcast, the second 6 hours. I'm surprised that Beeler is still out there, to be honest.
Oh, you got 24 hours now. That's just heavy impact, though. That's just some cosmetic damage. Take some Craftsman tools, maybe a little Bear Bond. slap something on it real quick. That thing looked pretty. I mean, you got 24 hours. You're sitting 6th. You're not too. I mean, you're not too far off the pace, but I mean, you're not on the pace. But like you said, if anything happens to the drivers in front of them, well, if you stick it out long enough, you can gain a couple positions. You can understand. I mean, you're a minute behind, but if anything, an incident, a bunch of off tracks, you start seeing drivers fall out. You start seeing drivers have mechanical issues with their setups. Something could go wrong. This driver and this team, for sticking it out, might look like an absolute genius at the end of it. Even with this significant body damage, I would go for it.
I mean, you got to keep yourself in it, don't you? If the car's good enough to maintain a line and isn't too slow out there on the circuit, then you're kind of compelled to keep on going, especially at this stage, because there's no next time slot now. We're well past the point of no return a good couple of hours ago, because of course if you this might have happened and people might be familiar with it from splits further down the pecking order here, where if you might have had a bad time in the early portions of your race, then you say, okay, we can back out of this race and we can go into the next time slot. But there's no next time slot anymore. That's slot 4 has already started, so you won't get another opportunity to try and redo your race here.
Well, and I think you bring up an excellent point though on that. So while you look at this machine and you think, oh my gosh, how can this happen? Like, how can this driver still be out here? I'm looking at lap times here for just a split second. The last time by was shockingly enough a 1:44.2. That's on par with what's going on around him in the GTD class. So still doing good.
It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. And that might be race leading pace in any other split. Who knows? But we're currently watching the battle for seconds in LMP2. So this is the Calsa team versus the iNet Motorsports Blue. I think this pass for precision might have already happened, because I certainly remember seeing iNet Motorsports Blue in that second place for the vast majority of this particular stint that we're on. So a little bit of a change in terms of LMP2 running order here. Let's see if they change once again, because they are keeping themselves within the same postcode here. For Calsa team, it's going to be, well, main priority is keeping yourself inside the slipstream of that number 19 car ahead. Some viewers who definitely tune into lots of broadcasts on Racebot TV and Racing Esports in general might recognize that Spanish livery of Calsa team. That was part of the VCO Cup of Nations broadcast that we did last year. They actually asked us for the livery. We were like, okay, not sure why you want it, but here it is, and they're running it here in the 24.
That's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. I will say, I'll go back to the point that I made about me racing next year in the 24. Whatever team I'm on, I only request one thing, well, two things. George Strait will be played the entire time. We'll listen to the 50 greatest hits of George Strait for the entire 24 hours while I'm in the car. And the livery has to be checkerboard for Tennessee. Those are the two requests that I have. You can set the car up, I'll race it, I don't care. I'm here for it. I want to look as good as the Spanish livery right there.
Let's check back in with, well, actually we'll stick with this for a moment, because they are continuing to really keep each other honest. Our Calsa team and iNet Motorsports Blue. Currently 16, 17 laps on their stints respectively, so getting into the latter portions of the run. No traffic immediately around either to be able to influence this battle. It's always a tough choice when you're the car behind in this situation, because do you decide to just sit behind and fuel save? Do you think that's going to lose you too much time because you feel like you're faster in terms of actual race pace and clear air? You know, that's quite a hard decision to try and make sometimes. It's not a very clear conclusion.
You could be impatient, like a lot of people, and say, no, I want to be leading this. Or you can think big picture, and we'll continuously say that over the 16 hours that's left, that patience is key to these endurance races. And you could be the 17 machine right here of Leo Rizul and the Intel Motorsports Blue machine and say, no, I want to go out front. I want to lead this train. Or you could think it and you can go, hey, I tell you what I could do. I can sit here in the slipstream. I can understand that I can go further. And I can maybe save a lap, maybe save 2 laps. Set yourself up to potentially leapfrog another competitor if another competitor was to have issues, or if they were to miscalculate their fuel mileage and potentially set themselves back, like we have seen with the one machine up there in the GTP class. They could have an issue, set themselves in a different ballpark, and then we could be seeing the 17 machine stay in this frame and maybe jump a couple drivers that potentially might not have been able to pass on pace, but could then pass on strategy alone.
Always a possibility. This little battle had to deal with a bit of LMDH traffic, trying to squeeze through on it, coming through the infield section. It's good to give a little bit of airtime to these LMP2 cars. They missing out slightly because there's been battles going on elsewhere over the course of the last couple of hours. It's great to see these guys now so close for P2 out there on circuit, but they are not the only battle that's actively going on. There's actually a 3-way fight for 6th place in GTPs here at the moment. So Urano Esports Data Group, we've got Geodesic Racing and Williams Chill Blast. They are all, well, they're all within, you know, covered by 2 seconds. So this one might be the points on the circuit where things may get themselves a little bit spicy, especially with Williams Esports Chill Blast having come down on towards the pit lane on the last 2 laps. They'll want to be trying to charge through on these guys.
You're going to see that. You're going to see that one machine charge up really quick. But for the Hydro, Desu's second racing team in the 62 machine, sitting in the sandwich, it's almost decision time, right? You think about it. Are you going to hold up that one machine? Or are you going to let the one machine by and you're going to use the slipstream to go up and catch the Urano Esports Data Group guys? I mean, the 191's fast. You have a half, 4/10 of a second gap that separates those two. But you could potentially use that one machine. You could, well, yeah, I'll say use. I don't care. You could just use them to get that position to go up and maybe, you lose one. You might stay in the same spot. You're going to stay in 7th regardless. But do you want to get around the Urano Esports Data Group driver in the 191, or do you want to sit there and just lose a spot without even trying to put a fight up on the infield portion here? Slower traffic ahead. Bad spot to catch, and oh, come on. That one machine almost got a little antsy.
Here we go, and he sends it down the inside at the second horseshoe as well. Is able to gain the position over Geodesic Racing. Next car down the road, Urano Esports Data Group, and Geodesic Racing will show their appreciation for the move with the flash of the lights. And in fact, it's Esports. See how they are on towards the banking here. Thought they were just slightly sluggish there, but that was just a trick of the eye. And now these 3 drivers, the latter 2 in the slipstream of the cars ahead. Let's see if Geodesic, that's never a move that's going to be on. I saw them show the nose down in towards the bus stop, but it's not going to happen ever, especially as we have GTD traffic sort of imminent on them.
Well, I don't know about that one, Connery. I promise you that we're coming to the white flag in this event, and you're sitting second for the overall win, or the win in your class. You have an opportunity to send it in there. That must not look pretty appealing to me. There we go in traffic, and that's a pit. Oh, got him.
Got him. Yeah, 100%. That was a big, forceful move from Faro. And he's been able to get 2 passes in relatively quick succession there. That's very, very great, good work from the Williams team. Of course, you know, helped by a bit of aggressive driving and a bit of traffic involved as well. But you have to take all the chances that you're able to get here.
Yeah, especially when you put yourself behind the 8 ball, right? We've covered this story with the one machine, in particular with the replay. Just a bit of an aggressive move here. Goes to that outside, sees the car in front, catches the slipstream, and then bam, dives it into one. I mean, just made an absolute bold move and made it stick and made it look kind of flawless too.
Yeah, absolutely no problems whatsoever. You saw Williams actually flash the lights there. There was a LMP2 that just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time on the entry to the bus stop. And look at the run it's given Urano Esports on the outside there. And they were able to catch back up that gap that they lost in the process of losing the position. And now they might be able to challenge on the way down in towards turn number 1. They're going to go for it. They're going to go and get the overlap across the start-finish line. We've got Geodesic Racing third partying in on this as well. Williams Esports going to hold the position for now. But it does just take that one bit of traffic and all of a sudden you're straight back on the defense.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to be that third wheel. I am normally the third wheel when my wife has friends over, so I understand. I feel you teams out there that are looking for to make a pass on somebody, but you know, just sits there third in line, waiting on the one in front of you to make that move. But you're right, catching a driver in a particular portion of this racetrack. We've talked about the potentially catch them in the International Horseshoe. It's an awful place off exit to catch them. Catching them into the bus stop right there, very awful place. Maybe catching them into turn 1, right in the apex of the corner. If you catch them there and have to burp it just a little bit for the exit to potentially change lanes and get around a slower car, you have that opportunity to accordion everybody back up together, which is something we saw on the initial start. Everybody going into 1-3 wide. You saw people having to brake check, having to miss the corner. Somebody missed the exit of it and almost caught the grass, went spinning in the back. There was a lot that happened, which also made this field a little bit more spread out than what it would normally get.
Yeah, there has been a bit of an attrition issue, shall we say. The teams that are running now, of course, have been able to avoid the most of it, and you know, to be able to still be running competitive laps at this stage is still pretty good going, especially considering things that went on a little bit earlier on in the race, which, of course, were quite aggressive on occasion. Did go back and have a little bit of a look, but of course, I was a little preoccupied with running in my own split at the time. But from this point forwards, should be, that's the key word there, should be relatively plain sailing, as long as you keep yourself out of trouble. However, maybe in a couple of hours' time, these drivers will be getting to the stage where they are hitting the fatigue. They'll be starting to get tired. Their muscles will start to ache, especially if they've been in the car for a long time. Maybe their feet might start to cramp a little. Their focus might not be quite there like it was at the very start of the race. This is where having team members from different time zones really, really help a lot of these teams, because some of these teams might only be from one country in one time zone, and they're going to have to do the entire 24-hour race amongst themselves, and someone's going to have to do the graveyard shift at like 4 a.m. Okay, but however, if you have 2 Europeans, 2 Americans, and maybe an Australian or a driver from the region of Asia, this is spreading those time zones out is going to be an absolutely massive help. So because you can make sure that everyone is racing at a reasonable time when it comes time to do their stints. But if you don't have that option, oh boy, someone's going to have to do it. Someone's going to have to really, really struggle late at night.
And that's what makes working at RaceSpot fantastic, because we're all over the globe. There is nobody pulling a ship that they didn't ask for. They know what time works best for them, right? I, at one point, was not on this time, and late edition, I come in, I cover this this portion of the split, which is super awesome. It's only 3:33 on my time of the world. But I did make a note at the 16 hour and 11-minute mark to go. Connery Maddox said it'll be relatively clean and smooth sailing for the rest of the way. So I'm going to jot that down, and I'll remind you of it the next time we talk.
You can't call me out on this in case we get like a silly hour, which tends to happen in endurance racing, where people just have really silly incidents. You're gonna call me out when that happens, right?
This is payback for the slow-mo on the PRL IR4 broadcast that's exclusively found here on RaceSpot TV all week, but Fridays and Saturdays. So don't worry, I got you. You know, you little slow-mo me wrecking at a very difficult racetrack. I got you. I got it in my notes. It's in the handy-dandy green notebook here, and I'll make sure that in my 11:40 Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to continuously watch this race throughout the day, and I'll quote this again to make sure that hopefully you're still watching. So that if not, I'll clip it for you. Don't worry. I got you.
I'll probably be sleeping by the time you're next on, so I won't be around to hear it. But.
It'll be clipped. It'll be in our Discord.
I'm sure of it. We just saw a little bit of a swap around for P4 in GTP. So this is Race Clutch White and SRZ Movano Corsa. John Bennett and Eduardo Leo, the two drivers involved in this. Of course, a little bit of a difference in terms of the pit stop cycle. Race Clutch White, they are due down on towards the pit lane pretty much any moment now. Meanwhile, SLC Movano Corsa are still pretty much midway through their stint. And, well, just about on cue there, Terry. I do know what I'm talking about. Race Clutch White comes in.
Yeah. I mean, watching everything turn red on your live timing, and which it's pinned in the it's pinned in the YouTube chat, and for the Twitch, it's ! live timing. You could find the same data that we're looking at here and see when these drivers are coming in for their stints. But on par, on cycle of what we've seen so far for a lot of these drivers, they're coming in still on schedule. This is very important. At this part of the race, it's very crucial to actually stay on course. You don't want to deviate from your plan that you have jotted down and sit next to you or sitting on somebody's desk while they're in your ear. As you look at the battle right here between Esports Data Group and Geodesic Racing.
No, you got it wrong.
Geodesic. Yeah. Geodesic Racing. They have continuously put on a battle here for that 6th place position in the GTP class, and they're catching this little bit of slower traffic. They have a ton of traffic in front of them, as we see if maybe the 191 has a bit of a bobble and see if that 62 can get it.
Well, we won't have to wait too long to try and find out, but I think Geodesic had quite the run out of the corner they were expecting, especially with the traffic being involved. They'll have to deal with another little bit of GTD traffic there before they hit the bus stop. Then they've got LMP2s ahead as well. But they're going to catch them at the right place, I think. There we go. Perfect place on the banking. High side they go. Geodesic continuing to close in. Whether or not this will result in a send down towards turn number 1 still remains to be seen. Not expecting it. Always a possibility. Geodesic just weaving in front of the LMP2 there. Not exactly sure what the animosity was between the two there, because the LMP2 flashed the lights as Urano Esports was heading their way through, and then Geodesic decided to weave in front of them. So I'm not sure what the problem has been between these cars.
A lot of shade being thrown so far.
Yeah.
Shade in the booth, shade on the track. There's a lot of shade getting thrown around over here. But this has been absolutely incredible. I believe this is the first time I've got to call a race with you. I've always had you production-wise, but to have
you still got me production-wise. I'm still running the stream.
well, yeah, I know. But first time I actually call a race with you. And where else do you find this? Where do you find two totally different personalities and two different sides of things when it comes to to language-wise of how we do stuff. But
apparently British English and American English are that different.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Southern English and British English is completely opposite of the spectrum, I promise you that. If somebody told the British like 50, 60 years ago that we would have language like this over here and say y'all and all that, I'm almost positive that somebody would be like, nope, that ain't right.
I don't know what we've gotten ourselves into. Thankfully, we'll have another set of commentators in about 4 minutes' time to rid the viewers of our shenanigans. But just to talk about the racing a little more, there's your Anno Esports Data Group and Geodesic Racing continuing on their, well, it's not quite a fight, but it's being in the same postcode, or the zip code if you want to talk about American English. A little bit of an update on GTDs. There's the two Apex Racing team cars, 99, 98. No matter what configuration they're in, they're still up there. They're still gapping cars behind. Team BMW Bank has absolutely nothing for them here at the moment. 35 seconds behind on the same pit stop cycle as well. So it's going to be a struggle for anyone not called Apex here in the GTDs to come out with the race win at the very end of the day. A little bit of an update further back, there's Williams Esports, the Mercedes-AMG team, Williams Esports, residing in 4th place in GTDs. And you've got Biela Racing Team Euronics, who is on a, well, again, like I said before, I'm very surprised to see them still out there. They had a very, very big incident with R8G Esports with a bump draft attempt coming down the pit straight, and or the tri-oval, as you would call it, in terms of the oval racing. They continued on despite the major damage. Meanwhile, R8G Esports, the other car involved in the incident, has decided to retire from the race. So two completely different situations resulting from the very same incident. In terms of LMP2s, well, we've got Williams Esports Marla currently leading the way by 15 seconds, and that gap isn't really representative either because we're still waiting for the Apex Racing team 199 to come down on towards the pit lane. Closest battle in this class is the Kelsa team and iNet Motorsports Blue in the number 19 and the number 17 respectively. They are on the same or similar sort of strategy here as well, so this is a representative battle.
Yeah, it is, and take a look here. A little bit on the same strategy, or attempting to be on the same strategy. I think it's going to be very crucial in the next couple hours to see how all of these drivers are able to fit in the same mold, to go back to whatever strategy they was on, and who tries to deviate from it, who saves the most amount of fuel to put themselves in a different box, in a different category, to potentially chunk into a lead that has just grown what seems to be at this moment with 16 hours left insurmountable.
My line, almost 16 hours left. We'll have to go RaceSports TV on board with one of our teams here. We did a prototype, or rather a GTP the last time around, and I think it might be appropriate to do it with an LMP2 this time around, and well, why not? Let's do it with the iNet Motorsports Blue car, the number 17, who's currently involved in the battle for P3 with Kelsa team, currently in a little bit of traffic as well. We're right on board with these guys, and we'll join you in a little bit.
Welcome back to Daytona. 1/3 of the Daytona 24 hours here on iRacing for 2023 is now complete. The traditional season starter here on the high banks well underway. We're under darkness and still nearly 16 hours remaining. The new GTPs, the new era in IMSA racing, but there's still the same names at the front. Urano Esports currently leading by 3/4 of a minute at the very front of the field. There is Joop de Ligt at the moment doing his job and doing it very well to pull away from the rest of the field. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Cameron Roger for the next couple of hours. It's the traditional season starter, Cam. We're a third in now. We've been commentating a little bit on Split 2 as well. It's one of the most exciting weekends of the year to be involved with iRating.
Yeah, it certainly is, and with this new era, as you say, with the new the GTPs, new BMW on iRacing, it is just a load of fun, and so many drivers, so many teams coming out for this one. It is a very exciting event to start the year. Start the year with a 24-hour race as well. It's awesome, and it's good to see that obviously the top teams coming out and putting on such a good show for us already in the first 8 hours of this race.
Williams Esports are also putting on a good show here in LMP2. Previously the top category, of course, it was last season anyway. Last year, for the last 2 years, in fact, this car has won the overall race. This is part of the LMP2's Williams Esports, who have never won this race before in any category, currently leading there by nearly a minute. You were on board with that battle for second place between the Kelsey team and Inet Motorsport Blue, Jose Soria and Lea Russell at the wheel of those two, and having a fantastic fight, I have to say. The number 19 has gotten back in front again after Russell briefly got in front last lap. So those two changing around with every lap as well as Apex Racing Team 1 and 2 in GTD, the only category that has really maintained throughout its now 9 editions of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. Apex Racing Team have never won this category. They've won overall last year, but they've never won this one. They dearly love to. They're 1 and 2 right now. And I have to say, Cam, we're 8 hours in, and I've never seen a race run quite like this before. Safety in numbers, teamwork to the absolute nth degree. Apex Racing Team are tackling this race almost in an unprecedented fashion.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous what they're doing right now. 1 and 2, but also they have 30 plus seconds behind them as well. Just absolutely controlling and dominating this field. And as you see, they're doing some just amazing team play. We've got the 98 there pushing the 99 along. And since I've been watching this broadcast for the last hour or so after coming off Split 2, they've been in this exact formation. They have just been sat there pushing each other along and just helping each other push that little bit further forward. When you do that, you go those extra couple of tenths a lap quicker, and of course over hours adding up, that would be seconds and seconds that they are adding to, or taking off, I should say, their race time. So really it's impressive stuff from them.
And 30 seconds may not look very close, but first of all, it's a long race. But also, I'd like to draw your attention to the class of the field we have in GT Daytona this year. Not that it's any different any other years, but it's a really, really stacked field. Team BMW Bank are currently in third with Rainer Talvar at the wheel. They won back in 2021. Talvar wasn't on the team then, but they did win in the team won back in 2021. Williams Esports have got themselves into 4th place right now, ahead of Urano Esports, rounding up the top 5. So Belt Esports are 6th, ahead of Biela in 7th. Then it's Dore Esports, another Williams car and another Urano car to round out the top 10. That's an outrageously stacked ETD field. Not that we expect anything different. Not only is Daytona one of the most exciting weekends of the year for iRacing, but it's also one of the most competitive, Cam, and this year is no different. You could make a case for GT Daytona being the most competitive. We've won some of the biggest names in iRacing in here once again this season.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, the levels of competition that are coming out. And you just before we came on, you were saying about how we're looking back at the history of this race, and just how, especially in the last couple of years since COVID, the amount of drivers that come and take part in this event is getting pretty serious, to be honest. And it's just, genuinely, in terms of the numbers of people who sign up to a single event, it's definitely the biggest of the year, and that is why it's just so special. So you get all of the top drivers coming out. And even in this situation, you see BMW Bank there, he was pushing along Govan Keeney, who's a few laps down, quite a few laps down actually, but he's still fast enough to just obviously pull the BMW Bank car along, just showing you that even drivers who are now laps down have so much skill that they can keep it up with the top guys. It's pretty incredible.
On board with Race Clutch, Aurelien Talmont at the wheel of the number 11 right now. We're on board for some mesmerising GTP action. This car has not been in iRacing for very long, and at the start it was a bit messy with these teams and drivers getting used to quite what a challenge that this BMW presented to them, but now they very much have it, I don't want to say under control, but they know what they're doing around here now. They've got the setup down and driving very, very strongly indeed. This is the battle for fourth place with SRC Movano Corsa just up in front. At the wheel there is Sasha Gore for them. Battle for fourth place going on right now, and they're not all that far away from the overall race lead, and that is because Urano Esports have pitted from the lead. Jupp de Ligt has now dropped down quite a long way, I have to say. He's now a lap down on the leader. I wonder if that was a long stop for them, because you wouldn't normally see them losing a lap in that fashion. We didn't see any particular problem for them on that last stint. 3-minute stop though. The face of this race has changed, Cam, under our noses. Jupp de Ligt has had a 3-minute pit stop, and all of a sudden it is wide open. We've got 5 cars separated by half a minute.
Yeah, we certainly do. Is this going to be a replay? This is the 190. Yeah, so this is the car coming through turn 5. He's got one of the SRC Movano cars, so he's going to go straight there into the Western Horseshoe, go way too deep, go onto the grass, and is that going to be just a silly slide? That is heartbreaking. The slowest crash you've ever seen has taken him now a lap down from being almost a minute in the lead.
And let's not forget, the new iRacing damage model is way more costly in terms of making contact with other things than it used to be. That kind of contact was barely noticeable really in previous years with previous cars, but this BMW is very, very sensitive, as it would be in real life, quite frankly. The aerodynamics so important. Takes a long time to repair them as well. As you said, the slowest crash in history, but one of the most costly that Jupp de Ligt has made. This is the view on board. He's going down the inside of the LMP2. He just misses his braking point by a small margin, and you see the way the road kind of cambers away there when you're on the grass. You're over onto when you're over the white line there, you're onto the grass. You're obviously sliding because you're on the grass, but also the camber and gravity kind of takes you towards the wall as well. And I don't think there would have been drastic suspension damage here, but any sort of aero damage in this BMW cam is really, really costly, because these cars are so dependent on aero. Prototypes always have been.
Yeah, we've heard of teams being up to 10 kph or even more slow on the straight, and at that point you might as well just pit, because you're going to be losing so much time from staying out. And I'm actually surprised at the amount of risk that he took there coming into the Western Horseshoe. There was a lot of things going on there. There was a lot of cars. There was all sorts of things to look out for. And he was sort of diving it down the inside. I'm not sure if that was really the right move to play when they were in the position that they were. As we mentioned, they're about 40-odd seconds in the lead at that point. So, yeah, sometimes you just have to balance that risk versus reward. And in that case, I think it was a little bit too much risk taken when you're in such a comfortable position.
To be honest, I don't even think he was trying to take that much risk. He just missed his braking point on the inside line. But certainly, I see what you mean. It's too early for ludicrous dive bombs. As we see this battle for second in LMP2 again, down the inside for Cussy. Team trying to, anyway, on the Urano Mercedes. Couldn't quite, and now they've got one of the GTPs trying to filter its way through here as well. I believe that's the 6th car of Obsidian Racing and Pablo Lazar, actually. Trying to go through. It is indeed on the high side through NASCAR turns 1 and 2. They'll make their way through before the bus stop chicane. You were referencing this, though, before we came to air as well, Ken, when we were chatting off air. The LMP2s, I've had a newfound respect, actually, for how quick these LMP2s really were. We didn't really appreciate it when it was them versus the GT3 is GTD as it was last year. They're really, really quick, the LMP2s. We speak all the time about GTP being a stratospheric category that's just outrageously quick, but the LMP2s are not slow at all.
Yeah, they're certainly not. They're about 4 seconds a lap slower, give or take. And if you work that out sort of per meter of the lap, it's a very long lap around here. And considering the amount of straights as well, it really isn't that much time actually. And there's a lot of places where the GTPs can't actually get past the LMP2s, especially in this mid part of the lap, because they are just so similar. It's really when we get to obviously the main straights that a little bit extra power comes, and the high speed corners like the Le Mans chicane as well. So yeah, definitely a very fast car is this LMP2. And that makes it that little bit more tricky for the GTPs, because when you have two classes that are very close together, it just sometimes gets these little awkward moments where you're not quite fast enough to overtake, but you're also too fast that you kind of just get held up and tread on each other's toes.
Absolutely, the hybrid system, of course, helping in that BMW. Wonderful car, and absolutely delighted to have it in iRating here for the 2023 edition. Out on the back straight for this battle for second place. Not the only battle going out on the circuit, of course, but it is the highest position that's being battled over in any category, but also in LMP2. They're about 53 seconds behind the Williams Esports leaders. Mike Partington at the wheel of that Dallara for the moment, and very much in control of this race. We see a small mistake for Yannick Kahn, just allowing a little bit of a gap to open as the overall race leader comes into the pit lane. Matt Farrow for Williams Esports Dual Blast is into pit lane, comes to a stop now, and Pablo Lazar will take the race lead. Prior to that though, Cam, the top five were separated by less than half a minute. That is unbelievable really, considering we're over 8 hours in. We really have a race on in GTP now.
Certainly do. The gaps are staying a lot closer than I think some of us were expecting, especially with the, as you mentioned, the chaos in the opening few races that we saw with this car, also around this track as well in other championships. So it's definitely a case where the teams are starting to learn. They're starting to get hold of it. They're starting to get confidence in the car. And when you put so many top-level teams, top-level drivers together in a spec chassis, at the end of the day, they're going to work out to be very close on lap time. But here comes Farrow out of the pit lane, down into 5th place as it stands. And of course, there'll be some other pit stops coming around for the teams ahead of them.
And awkwardly comes out behind 4 slower cars as we go on board with the Williams Esports driver right now. Try and follow this LMP2 around the outside of the Porsche. They're going to try and duck down the inside of somebody into the West Horseshoe. Tentative on the brakes. Make sure you don't go too deep in, and Apex Racing Team won't want to be split apart either. This kind of thing makes their drive, by the way, so far today so much more impressive. The fact that traffic can split you up, but they haven't been split apart by traffic. They've got safety in numbers, and they're running nose to tail throughout the entirety of the day. See them getting passed by a few more in the background. That's very close. Just saw to the right hand side there. My goodness, very wide as one of the GTPs a bit further down had to go through the middle of everybody there. These kind of moments, very, very common indeed. In fact, it looked like it might have been an LMP2 actually. Oh no, it was Urano going through the middle of absolutely everybody there. Dylan Scrivens who's trying to catch Matt Farrow for the moment, but Sebring Esports have got themselves onto the back of Apex Racing Team's train here, and that might not be the worst idea at all, given the way that these two have managed to drive so far. They've got half a minute over Rainer Talvar and Team BMW back there. Realistically, their nearest challengers.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're just Apex going to be continuing this on, but how long can they do this for? Because when things like pit stops come into it, when traffic comes into it, as you're just mentioning, if they get split up, I wonder how that changes potentially the course of this race, because I'm sure they're saving fuel this way and overall being faster. So it's really a top strategy that they're doing at this moment, and it's just crazy to see that the team has the ability to have all the top-level drivers to do this. But surely at some point it's going to stop working. I don't know if they can do this for the next 15.5 hours.
Well, if we were on the start of the race together, I would have agreed with you there, but since they've gone a third of the distance, they've shown that it's sustainable over a long period of time. We're 8 hours 20 into this race. this is a sustainable strategy over a long period of time, and it's still working. It's really crucial, though, for them both to qualify really well. They ideally need to knock out the front row of GTD, and we often talk about qualifying in 24-hour races being really not that important, but if you're trying to execute a strategy like this, then it really is important. We always talk as well about teamwork being so important in terms of having multiple cars in a category. I didn't quite expect a team to ever take it quite this far, but the Apex Racing team really have. And they have got the 1 and 2 at the moment in GT Daytona. In GTP, SLC, Movado Corsa and Race Clutch are still battling it out. It is Sacha Gull and Aurelien Talmont still battling it out, and they will do until they get out the cars, probably. These two have stayed pretty glued together so far as they try to pass the Apex Racing team LMP2. By the looks of things here, another onboard shot with Talmont, who's I think tried to go through on Movado, but not desperately. He's just kind of taking in the extra fuel that he's getting from sitting behind the car in front of him, which is sensible.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a few times so far in the opening parts of the race, in the opening third of the race. Sometimes when you're in this position, it can be beneficial to sit behind, even if it's just for maybe a few laps, 5 laps of your stint, just to save that extra little bit of fuel, just to not sort of have too much risk in your driving, just have a nice few laps and then go for the attack at some point. It looks like, though, getting closer and closer through NASCAR 3 and 4. They're putting out of the slipstream, not wanting to get too close. As we, actually coming back into it, I don't know, it's a bit difficult, maybe trying to work out what they're trying to do now, going to the outside. As we come across the start-finish line, is this going to be some sort of attacking move around the outside for Race Clutch? Yes, it is, just about at least making Movado think about that one.
Very late on the brakes from Gall. Now, won't have to defend here because they're going past 2 of the Mercedes right now. There's 2 of the Williams cars, actually. I don't think they're for position right now. They're not. They're laps apart, but I think they are helping each other, bump drafting in a similar way that Apex are at this stage. So yeah, it does seem that Race Clutch do want to go through here, but it's difficult on the outside line at turn number 1. And it was very interesting to see Talmont use the banking in the way they did. We don't often see that in motorsport, really. Unless NASCAR ovals, but not on Daytona particularly. You don't see the ovals, the banking being used, and not in road racing really. You don't see the banking being used in that way. But Talmont did seem to want to kind of slingshot off of NASCAR turn 4 there, and have a go into turn 1. He just had the traffic in front of him, which really prevented him from making any move.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused what he was trying to do, because initially I thought he was pulling out of it, but sometimes it can just be to make sure you're not too close too early. Because with the slipstream, you kind of want the slipstream for a long period of time. So by the time you get to them, you have a lot of overspeed. If you have it for a short period of time, even though you're in the same position, your overspeed is a lot less, and it's a lot harder to overtake. But this time around, just sitting there nicely, coming in towards turn 1, and not trying to do anything. So maybe he was just a little bit too close on the last lap and wanted to just use the extra room. The reason why is because keeping it. The cars have so much grip now that the NASCAR 3 and 4 is not a corner to them, it's a straight. So therefore, you want to take the shortest line possible, because therefore that's how you're going to get the extra speed, the extra time, I should say. So that's why you want to hug the inside as close as you can, but it's not always easier to do that with traffic.
There's the mistake. There's the mistake from Movado Corsa, and Race Clutch are not going to pass up that opportunity to go up into third place. It was just a little bit too late on the brakes going into the West Horseshoe there, and now it's going to be Gall's turn to get onto the back of Aurelien Talmont and try and do the same, although judging by those last few laps, it looked like Race Clutch were the ones with a slight pace advantage at this stage. Running down towards the bus stop chicane. A couple of prototypes just up in front right now. They'll probably be able to slipstream off, running down towards turn 1. And so Race Clutch may well be through for good here. We'll see over the next few moments whether they are actually quicker or whether Movado Corsa can grab the slipstream and stay with them right now. But early signs are that Aurelien Talmont was the one who was stuck, and now he's been freed. He'll be able to get away.
He certainly is getting past those P2s, trying to drop in between as well. That's our battle for P2, I believe, actually, in the LMP2s. And just managing to get past them nicely, putting some traffic in the way as Mavana there diving down the inside of turn 1. That's always a bit of a sketchy move, but manages to make it work into turn 2 as well. And just breaking up that battle for P2 in the LMP2s as Calche hold on to that one as it stands, with iNet having to sit behind in that third place. And interesting how they got past, then they went back again into third, and then they haven't been able to really attack again. So maybe they are actually just a little bit slower and being pulled around.
Yes, it's difficult to tell. This is the problem with watching races at Daytona. It's difficult to get a real handle on quite who is quick and who is not out there on the circuit. We know what the score is in this battle, really. Second place in LMP2. Calce team versus iNet Motorsport Blue. Jose Soria versus Lea Russell, and not much doing really. Russell can't really get close enough to overtake, and/or doesn't want to overtake anyway, and he's just ducking in the slipstream, and they're waiting for the next pit stop. Racing at Daytona always very, very difficult to be a part of sometimes, because some stints you can't be behind someone that's roughly a similar pace to you. There's absolutely no point in overtaking, but it is frustrating just staying behind someone you're ever so marginally quicker than, but you won't be able to get away from, because Daytona does provide that little bit of a safety net for those who are slightly slower. You can use a bit of the slipstream to catch back up and stay with someone who's theoretically quicker than you. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, for sure. It's not ideal. Sometimes you just want to be alone on the track. You want to just have your own space, do your laps. But unfortunately, in multi-class racing, when you've got 40-plus cars on track, you definitely have to try and find your space. And sometimes, just with the way it works, you end up spending a portion of your race next to the same car, and especially if the same driver stays in the other car as well. They don't do any sort of driver swaps, then your pace is so consistent, you just have to sit there for a couple of hours. But that isn't necessarily the worst thing. And look at these Apex guys, even in the pit lane, pushing each other.
Well, these two give it a rest. Goodness me. This is absolutely ridiculous. Apex Racing Team are taking teamwork to a whole new degree. 98 leads out the 99. Peter Berryman leads out Michael Janey at the moment. And what a bizarre situation. I have honestly never seen this to this degree in a large, big-scale endurance race, whether real or virtual. I have never seen this before. It's absolutely remarkable. And if Apex Racing Team can take this the whole way through, it will be remembered for a very, very long time. Absolutely astonishing stuff. They can't even resist pushing each other in the pit lane. They've just pitted, as you've seen. They're now down to third and fourth, by the way. But Rainer Talver and Daniel Pastor will have to make pit stops pretty soon, you would imagine. It's quite unbelievable. The battle for second goes down towards turn 1. Nothing doing quite there. But now these two are at least on the same team. There's at least a chance of something happening between these two. So there's at least a chance of an overtake here. Absolutely no chance of an overtake for the lead in GTD.
Well, we did see the overtake in the pit stops, though. They did swap around their place, although actually I think on the live timing they've gone back. Janne is back into the lead of that little battle, as Rainer Talver has come into the pit lane as well for the team BMW Bank entry. And yeah, just interesting to see the slightly different pit stop laps that we are seeing. And as the race goes on, obviously the discrepancy between some teams is getting bigger and bigger. When we get towards the end of the race, that is going to be an important factor. But it also is the traffic, and there goes iNet back up into second place after one of the GTPs there definitely didn't help Calche anymore. But iNet there trying to hold on to this second place now, side by side through NASCAR 3 and 4, and past one of the Williams Mercedes as well, up towards the Le Mans chicane, still side by side. Who's going to break later? iNet have to back out of that one.
Well, it seems then that Calce are maybe quicker in a straight line in that case, because it was pretty much a good race between the two, and in the end Calce's team won it. So second place again. I think iNet do want to get through here and get on with this, but they're just finding it difficult to get through at all, and then very difficult to hold on to a lead as well, if ever they do get there. Let's see again over the line and towards turn 1. They're not quite going to be able to get alongside. This has got to be really frustrating. I think, though, we've got our answers a little bit there, Cam, based on what we saw into the bus stop there. Calcio team look quicker in a straight line. Maybe they've got a little bit less wing on their LMP2.
Yeah, that would make sense, because what we saw when iNet got past, got through a few laps ago, they straight away swapped back places on the next lap. So that would make sense that they don't have enough top speed to hold on to that place. But in some ways, it's actually working out quite well, because now with the slipstream, they've got more downforce in the corners, but then they're also being pulled along in the straights. So it's not necessarily a worse position, but unless some sort of gap comes due to the pit stops, it is going to be difficult for them to hold on to that place. But the 19 there just sliding a little bit, coming through 6 and 7, so definitely pushing each other along. But let's see what iNet can do this time along the back straightaway.
Yeah, let's see. A lot closer this time is Leo Russell. But there, even in the slipstream, he's not quite gaining. As is Soraya with a little bit more, and now he just gained a bit. Maybe there's a bit of lifting off happening there. Certainly, if I was in that iNet car behind, I would be lifting off a little bit and saving fuel, because it just seems that any efforts to go through here are coming to nothing right now. Falling on deaf ears, if you like. And Soraya not really staying in third place for very long. See, up towards the line this time. Soraya's going to come in, and Russell's going to follow him in. These two can't leave each other alone either. They're going to pit together as well. Soraya skating on the brakes. Let's hope he got it stopped in time.
Yeah, we have seen a few speeding penalties up and down the grid, and multiple splits as well. Is that the race clutch car? Yeah, Talman also into the pit lane. Those definitely some pit stop times as we've gone into the final 15.5 hours. So 8.5 hours done in this race. As we've seen Perez get in the car there as well. So a couple of driver swaps going on around here, as looks like Roussel is staying in the iNet car.
There he is. Either shares the name with the 2017 Le Mans, European Le Mans Series champion, or he is. I don't know. I can't work out if it actually is him or not. Either way, he has now gotten through. iNet Motorsport Blue will be in a second place when it all shakes out. They've managed to jump Calcio team in the pit lane. Ivan Mercedes Perez now at the wheel there. And I'd imagine that is as a result of the slight fuel saving that has been done by iNet Motorsport behind. It didn't look like they were doing an awful lot of fuel saving, because it looked like they were trying to overtake for most of that. However, clearly there had been at least some done.
Yeah, as long as you save even half a lap compared to your opponent, that might be that extra second of fill-up time, and therefore you've already got it in your tank, because you don't have enough fuel left in the tank to do a whole lap, but you still have those couple of litres in there, so that could certainly be a factor. And also exactly where you stop in your box and things like that, that can always have a little bit of a factor. But either way, iNet are through. Let's see how long they can hold on to it, though. If we are correct in our suspicions that they have a bit more wing, they might not be able to hold on. But the gap as it stands is, I'd say, big enough that they can definitely hold on to this for a little bit. Just depends how the traffic works out as well.
I think the draft from the Harvu LMP2 as well might just tow them along and might help them enough here. Let's see, into the bus stop chicane. There goes Russell. Oh, he's pushing as well on the exit there. Really had his arms and elbows all over the place, trying to hold on to that car. He's going to get a bit of a draft. He's going to get the hints of it, but so's Ivan Mercedes Perez here. Around NASCAR 3 and 4. He's going to continue into turn 1 as well. The advantage, and this is really saving Russell, I feel. The advantage they've also got, if we're correct, iNet have got that little bit on the infield to gain some time as well. Use that extra wing. And Mercedes Perez there has just had the Harvu car pull up in front of them as well. They're going to be slowed up by the lap car, flashing the lights. Now they're going to go down the inside at the International Horseshoe. And will they be able to stick with iNet? It's going to be difficult with that Lamborghini in front as well.
Also, Perez has only just jumped into this car. He's got to get up to speed straight away in quite an important battle for second place in class. Diving it down the inside there, of maybe one of the Byler cars actually, and really making it work, staying with the iNet car. And I think, to be honest, he's actually now well in the slipstream, and Perez should be able to get him. So that was quite a crucial few corners there to not lose too much time. And let's see how much the slipstream pulls him along this lap.
Yeah, very crucial for the Calcio team to stay with iNet Motorsport there. So around NASCAR turns 1 and 2. I think iRating Motorsport know, Leo Russell knows, that is an important one, and a lap car in between in the form of BS Competitions GTP. Adrian Lander, the overall race leader, going through the middle of these two. And he will go through, but it will create a bit more of a gap. And once again, it will also create a bit of slipstream for iRating Motorsport. It's not quite like having an LMP2 in front of you like he had last time. But Leo Russell is going to be helped by that GTP, although the Kelsey team at Dallara is coming over the line. Are they going to be able to just duck down the inside? Not quite. I think he decided against diving and decided to lift off instead.
Yeah, that was an insane slipstream that he got there. I mean, so many car lengths back, and definitely has a massive advantage there. So I wonder how long this iRating car is going to be able to hold on. Probably not very long, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because the iRating car can still save a bit of fuel then again behind and try and do something a little bit later on. It just seems the next part of their race is going to be surrounded by this Kelsey car, and there isn't really too much they can do about that unless a mistake or some sort of difference in the pit stop comes around.
Yeah. It's difficult to see that changing. See though, out of turn 6 they go, and onto the banking. Kelsey team certainly close enough here to really benefit from this. Although we were talking about this like it is the battle for second, it's not. It's the battle for third right now, because Michele Costantini, for Apex Racing Team is still yet to pit the reigning champions in the LMP2. Daytona 24 Hours, which they took with 2 cars on the podium, of course, against Commander. Pretty sure they had 2 cars on the podium. They certainly won the race. This Kelsey team just swing high now onto the banking, and that now they use that speed they'll get from the banking, helping with gravity helping them, and go down to the inside. Well, that's going to be a controversial one. And iRating Motorsport didn't want any part of that at all, as Ivan Martina Perez goes down to the inside below the double yellows and takes the position in that fashion. Well, I don't think iRating Motorsport are going to be best pleased about the way that happened.
Yeah, that's dangerous, and also not really what they are supposed to do. So certainly, as you say, slightly on the controversial side, even as one of those things, it is kind of academic, but still, the car's got to be in certain places of the racetrack, and below the double yellow is obviously not one of those. So I now need to try and follow and try and make it come back, as we have one of the cars in there, the geodesic car in there, 1 lap down with Graham Sanders there in the number 62.
Yeah, that is Geodesic, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. So a new title sponsor for them in this race. This is a long stop. There may be an incident for us to show you in a few moments' time. Just in behind you see Michele Costantini pulling into his box. And this is why Graham Sanders is still down on pit lane right now. He looks like he's going quite slowly already here. I think he could have damage already in this clip here. Although I could be wrong. Let's not forget. Out of turn 6. Just looks below speed to me, Cam. We haven't seen the incident, but yeah, something definitely wrong here. Pulling onto the apron. Geodesic have had some sort of problem. It sounds like they've had some sort of problem there.
Is it hardware?
Yeah, is it hardware? Is it gears? Because he's already going kind of slowly here. I wonder whether he's got a problem shifting gears in his setup, actually. Let's see. Second gear here. Just listen in here as well.
There's
well,
definitely some sort of issue there, because he had sort of a failed upshift. Again, stuck in second gear there, so there's potentially an issue with his steering wheel, which would be quite a big shame. That is certainly one way to go out, but if he has got back to the pit lane, at least they could do a driver swap.
Sounds like fuel, that does to me, Cam. You see now, it sounds like it's out. And there it is, yeah, Sanders, they were out of fuel. They were out of fuel. Well, he was off throttle there, so maybe not. It sounds to me, though, like it was sputtering already. It's fine here now. He's already short shifting, he's realised. And out of the West Horseshoe, it starts to just cough and splutter a little bit. Let's have a listen. There it just starts to cut out a little bit. Starts to not work. It sounds to me fuel related, that does.
Long time since I've seen someone run out of fuel. It is easier said than done in some ways, but often you've got so many teammates, and even teams have strategy engineers with them as well, reminding them when to pit. So such a tough one. They are back out into the race. It says they're 1 lap down, so they haven't lost too much, but of course that is just enough to really take them out of the major points and prizes towards the front of the field. So that's going to be a bit of a difficult one to come back from.
Yeah, I've actually got them 2 laps down actually on the timing screens right now, but they're definitely in 9th place with a minute to the car in front and a lap to the car behind. They're quite lonely out there on the circuit right now. Still plenty of time remaining in this one. Just around 15 hours and 18 minutes and change to go in this race. Still a long night ahead, the longest of the big 4 24-hour endurance races. This is by far the one that contains the most darkness. I think this year in real life, the real life Daytona 24 is tying with the Dubai 24 that just happened last weekend for longest periods of darkness in a 24-hour endurance race, a global 24-hour endurance race so far. Well, in 2023, it's always close between the two. And to the exact minute, they've got the same amount of darkness this year. I think it's... I don't know if it's... It must be more than 10 hours, I suppose. Is it around 14 hours at this race? I think it could be.
I mean, it must be, close to 12, to be honest, with what the darkness is. Don't know exactly where it is in terms of north and south, how far to the north and south is, but definitely in Europe, yes. It's close to sort of 12 hours, which is quite, obviously quite long, and that is quite important for things like the track temperatures and how that affects the car during the night as well. And obviously just in general, driving at night is a completely different experience, and some drivers actually prefer it.
Yeah, I can't see why, but yeah, some people do. You see these 2 Apex Racing Team cars working their way through the bus stop chicane. We've got just 10 seconds to Urano and Nicholas Laubis. They tend to pit a little bit early in the cycle compared to the likes of BMW Bank and the ART cars themselves. Williams Esports tend to run a little bit longer than Urano do for whatever reason. Sebring Esports, that is, trying to get involved with Apex, and that's never going to work out for them. Although they are going to dive to the inside now. This is a risky one, and I don't think the Apex Racing team cars will be very much enjoying this, because now they're slow on the exit and they've created a real big mess for the GTP, especially in behind trying to get through. They'll be absolutely hating this.
And they better be fast enough to pull away, otherwise this is a bit of a waste of tension and energy for everyone. But the 22 there gets past, but certainly not in the nicest way, having a big slide there, way too tight. Coming in towards turn 1, and I understand why they would have wanted to get past, but don't really want to be messing around with the leaders, especially when they're in such a formation like that. But just look at this slide that he's going to get out there in the braking zone.
Wow, good save from Jakub Maszewski there, but did cost them all quite a bit of time, you'd imagine. The gap now down to 8 seconds to Urano Esports. So point proven there, really. But they are quick enough to pull away, as you can see there. So justified, I think, just about, in their move. Race leader Valtteri Alander now into the pit lane and back out again in 5th place for BS Competition. We're not far away from Team Movado Corsa also make their way down pit lane, but not so sure that wasn't a slightly longer stop for Valtteri Alander there, because he has come out behind Scrivens and Pablo. Well, maybe it's actually all right. He's absolutely probably fine. He's ahead of Race Clutch. So I don't think that was out of the ordinary at all. But there is Valtteri Alander, new recruit for BS Competition, who have been recruiting in the off-season, as have everybody, to be honest. Been one of the craziest silly seasons we've ever seen in sim racing, probably the craziest since it became so professional in the last few years. been absolutely madness. Unfortunately, Alanda's previous team, coveted, came to an end in the latter portion of 2022. Their drivers now have been snapped up. Valtteri Alanda, one of them, who's gone to BS Competition. He's gone with Ascari Rene. And I think that's a couple of great signings for BS Competition, to be honest, Cam, because coveted was such a tight-knit bunch, mainly Finnish drivers, and drove very well together, of course, in various competitions throughout iRacing and throughout sim racing. And it's a good idea to keep them together a little bit as much as you can, as much as they can't, because the team's not there anymore, but keep some of them together at least. And BS Competition, I think, have made a couple of very smart signings there, signing both Alanda and Rene together, so keeping them together, but also getting two very good drivers for themselves.
Yeah, this is what we see in other esports, where you see drivers move around in sort of pairs or trios to different teams. And we haven't really had that so much before, as you're saying. This year, the silly season has been a little bit more crazy. And I think this is something going forward that we're probably going to see a lot more. You are going to see these pairs or trios sort of move around to different teams, because at the end of the day, especially in endurance racing, that a lot of leagues are nowadays, and a lot of competitions, you need to have the trust and the I guess the drivers of similar ability together. So if you find 2 or 3 drivers that work really well together, it is good to try and snap them up as a pair, because you know straight away coming into your organization they're going to be on it straight away, they're going to be comfortable working together, and they're going to start giving you results.
Yep, and Alanda hoping to provide one for them in 15 hours time. We'll see how that pans out for for BS Competition in their quest to win this race, which they have never done before. In fact, in none of the categories that have gone before. Currently looking at Pablo Lazar, by the way, in the Obsidian Racing GTP. This is going to become important because he's only 4.5 seconds away from Matt Farrow, only 2 seconds ahead of Dylan Scrivens. Farrow's going to become the overall race leader again very soon, and so the gap for the race lead is going to get very, very small very, very soon. And I think you alluded to it earlier, Cam. It's remarkable that this distance in, we've got such a tight leading battle. I thought that it was going to be a lot more spread out than this by the time we got into the commentary box.
Yeah, we've seen this so many times over the course of some races last year as well. I remember, I think it was the Sebring 12 maybe. I did the final 4 of that, and they were already so spread out, and we're into that time range, but compared to obviously to this, it's so much closer. You know, the fact that we have literally seconds between and not laps between some of these top positions is pretty crazy, and just showing you how well these teams are getting on top of these machinery, and just how, I guess, professional these teams are nowadays. They are able to be so consistently good towards the front. And here is Sasha Gole for the SRC Movano Corsa in the number 369, coming through the midpoint of this lap. They do have a car right behind them, but don't be alarmed just yet. That is not a car they're fighting for position, as Farrow behind is 15 seconds. As we said, we are still waiting for Gole to make the pit stop in this sequence.
Yeah, about 25 laps on a stint roughly for these GTPs, well, for all the prototypes, it seems. I think that's Sims or Esports who are just behind them, by the way. Currently in 12th position, 4 laps down on the overall race leaders, although I can't be sure at this stage. It's a good 16 seconds that Gole has right now. Movano Corsa have been around for a very, very long time in iRacing. Prototype team back long time. I remember them winning things good 8 years ago in iRacing. They know how to win a race like this, no doubt about that, although they haven't previously. They've not won the Daytona 24. Scrivens back on his way again. It's for Urano Esports. The team have things fall apart for them just a little bit over the last hour or so. Joop de Ligt was leading this race by about 50 seconds earlier on at the 1/3 distance. There's Joop de Ligt. He's dropped back to 8th. Dylan Scrivens in 6th place. So they've got 2 bullets in the gun cam, but neither of them are really challenging for that top spot anymore, like Joop de Ligt was earlier. He had control of the race not so long ago.
He certainly did, and if any of you watched the Raw last weekend, Urano were absolutely dominating that. They got a 1-2-3, if I'm not mistaken, and they even had the top 5 at one stage. Scrivens eventually winning that one with his teammate Luca Kita, pushing him to victory that time around, I think, from Nicholas Laubush, if I remember rightly. So certainly they've put a lot of effort into this Daytona, and they obviously wanted to come out fighting, and they were, as you say, they were leading by about 40 or 50 seconds, but it's difficult to keep that going when you have some little issues, and it does look like they might be able to come back to fight for that podium, but they definitely need to put in some good laps, and just how good these top drivers are in the GTP, it's going to be difficult to do that. But we've seen in the last hour or so a lot of little issues starting to creep in.
Yep. It's the kind of thing that happens. I mean, we're not... It feels like we're quite far into the night by watching what's happening on the screen, but I guess that's just winter, isn't it, really? It's, you know, only 10:30 in Western Europe, 9:30 here in the UK. It's the middle of the day still in America, and in Australia and the Far East, it's, you know, sort of time where some drivers will be starting to wake up now. So this is kind of the point in the race where most people are awake at this stage. But tiredness might not quite be setting in just yet, unless you have driven literally the first 9 hours on your own. Tiredness, I don't think, will be setting in quite just yet in this race. That's when the real night shift and the real graveyard shifts will come in. That's where things really do get fatigued, or people do get fatigued a little bit later on. Sassigol has managed to get his outlap over and done with. He is 5th position, a good 4 seconds behind Aurelien Taubon, who looks quite considerably quicker than him right now. And I have to say, Pablo Lazar looks a little bit quicker than Matt Farrow right now as well. 3.3 seconds, the gap for the race lead. It's not out of the possibility that we could get a leading battle happen very soon.
We certainly could. Last lap around, they had the same time to the 10th of a second as well. So very close laps. Obsidian are definitely very much within a shout. Williams haven't got this one completely covered off just yet. And of course, there's quite a few cars sort of in the region behind as well, should any issues happen to these guys. So definitely a very exciting middle part of this race coming up for this Daytona 24. And Obsidian there just 3.5 seconds behind, as you say, and trying to work their way up to the Williams car. So what we also need to see as well is, I guess we've seen it a little bit by now in this race, but when the teams put different drivers into the car and how that potentially affects the speed, and maybe, as you say, when the fatigue comes in, that can always be a big factor when a couple of mistakes start coming in here and there.
Yeah, it's a good point, but then again, these two were in the car for the last stints, and the gap was holding very similar. Now it does seem that Lazar has been able to just close down a little bit. Seems that traffic may be affecting this battle. Speaking of traffic, we still have 38 cars out there running, maybe 37 out there right now. That would give us 13 retirements. Yeah, 13 retirements at most in this race so far. Some of them happening not even that long ago. But we started this race with 50, and we always see in these endurance races the track finally reaches a comfortable limit for the amount of cars that it wants on it, and it seems that in the high 30s it's pretty comfortable right now. As you can see, track temperature, ambient temperature, pretty comfortable for these teams as well. But not too many. It's not a really busy race circuit out there anymore, Cam. We started with 50. It's quite a lot for this circuit. The high 30s seems very comfortable now for all of these. It's maybe the speed at which we've reached the comfortable number of cars is maybe a bit quicker than we've seen in recent years and in recent events.
Absolutely, for a track that's, you know, knocking on the door of 6 kilometers long as well, it's certainly a very large track, so the cars naturally have a lot more space. If you put all of these cars onto, say, Laguna Seca, you're obviously going to have a lot less average distance between the cars, and that can always make it that little bit more chaotic. And also, you just lap the cars much quicker, so you just come around to the next car, the next car, the next car so quickly, whereas here, obviously, the lap's a lot longer. It takes a lot longer to see the same car again, so it is a really nice race for the traffic in many ways, actually. It's not so bad, just because of the amount of space and the amount of time on the straights that you have as well. So yeah, good to see that. Obviously, that's been translated into the sort of enormity of this event and just how many drivers sign up. There's definitely reasons for it.
Absolutely. Really, really highly participated in event. Let's not forget that back in 2017, only 13 splits of this race were actually put in one go. And over the 6 years now, after that, it has just absolutely boomed. One of the an absolutely huge event in the sim racing calendar, and once again delivering a very good race indeed. Coming up towards the end of another hour, and right on cue, Matt Farrow comes into the pit lane of Williams Esports. I have to say, these GCPs pit with such frequency, it's quite hard to get a hand on who might actually be leading, because I think we've had about 4 different leaders in the last half an hour. Yeah, they seem to be quite a lot off strategy. It's almost like half a stint now, and that is obviously going to be a big factor for when we get to the final pit stops, but we won't talk about that just yet, and plenty of racing to go before then. But certainly it is interesting just how much the offset has become over the course of the race. I did see that, yeah, was it the car number 1? So is that the Williams car? They had I've just seen on the notes, they had a shorter stint way back many hours ago now. So that is one reason why they obviously got there having an incident with a GTD. So it's certainly obviously opened the door, but they still, despite that, they're still sort of potentially leading the race. So I don't think it's actually worked out too badly for them. Oh, new fastest lap of the race entirely. Dylan Scrivens on an absolute mission at the moment. He wasn't quite able to jump Matt Farrow there, who's come out in 5th place, but in 6th is Dylan Scrivens, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. To be doing that this far in, to be doing that with this many cars out there on the circuit at the same time is absolutely unbelievable, but a testament to Urano Esports and how they are not out of this race by any means. And that also probably indicates that the track is coming to the drivers as well, because I noticed, well, quite a few laps ago, but Costatini in the LMP2's also set his personal best and almost the fastest lap of that category as well. Way faster than what everyone was doing. Sort of similar at the time. So the track is definitely coming there, and as the cars DNF, there's more space on the track. You can definitely get more clear laps to be setting these fast times. But specifically, as we're saying to Urano, they definitely haven't given up, and they're under a minute off the lead. That could very easily come in their favour if they start putting in some really good laps. Absolutely. Not out of it whatsoever. I mean, Urano Esports, such a strong team, of course, but there's some very strong ones in front of them. Williams, Movado, of course, Race Clutch, BS Competition and Obsidian ascending order in front of them. And once again, another fastest lap there, is it? Oh no, it's not another for Dennis Scrivens. He's second down there, but still quick. 31.8. He went very quickly at the moment in this race. And well, staying at the same distance, really, to Matt Farrow. Hard to compare, because Farrow is on an out lap. But anyway, they'll be staying relatively close for the moment. So top 6 in GTP, top 7 we'll say, covered by just over a minute, with Pure Sims Esports currently in 7th place. Daniel Sivisabo at the wheel of the Pure Sims car right now, and that rounds out the top 7. In LMP2, Mike Partington is leading there. 15 hours to go. He's got 47 seconds now ahead of Ivan Michele Perez. The Kelsey team have picked up the pace just a little bit, and they're starting to make some inroads into this Williams Esports Marla car. And we've got the iNet Motorsport Blue near ourselves driven car. And it's Apex Racing team, Michele Costantini, looking to defend their LMP2 victory in the Daytona 24 hours. Apex Racing Academy rounding up the top 5. SLC Movado Corsa are also splitting their efforts into a couple of different classes. They're in 6th place. And in GTD, just to complete the set, we've got the 2 Apex Racing team cars leading there, of course, out of Team BMW Bank, then Williams Esports and Urano, rounding out the top 5 in that category there. So that's still almost as you were when we came to you about an hour ago. We'll be with you for another hour before handing back the microphones and so on. But in LMP2, not that much has changed. The gap was just over 50 seconds an hour ago for Mike Podgington. It's now down below that to 45.5. But I don't think it's anything Williams Esports are going to be particularly worried about at this stage. It's later on where they've got to be worried. And after all, Kelsey team have to keep up this pace for quite some time before they actually catch Williams Esports.
Yeah, that's a rather large gap for Williams, considering there's no cars in between it as well. Very comfortable, and of course a very strong team. So Williams have there as well. So Perez has done a good job though to pull away from the iNet car and not have them right on his tail. You just see them just in the background of the shot there coming into turn 1. We did see that. We thought that maybe iNet were sort of being held up a little bit, but since Perez has got in the car, that entry, the number 19, has just sort of increased their speed over the iNet and have been able to hold on to that 2nd place. But it just depends if they are going to have enough speed to do anything about that 45-second gap. It's going to take some hours to get it back, but they need to do something about it. Otherwise, they'll just be here for the rest of the race.
Yeah, hard to see that staying the same. Although, saying that, the LMP2 race last year had a battle with Apex Racing Team and Coanda involved. It was Apex Racing Team with 2 cars, Coanda with just the 1. 3 of them were split by less than 30 seconds at the line. It would have been less than 20 seconds at the line, actually. But it was just one of those races that just never got too far apart. The 3 teams just never got that far apart. I understand it's a different situation this time around, but the LMP2s do seem to be encouraging that kind of racing. They have been, or this Dallara anyway, has been involved in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours on 3 occasions now. This is its 3rd occasion. Coanda Simsport winning the first in 2021, Apex Racing Team last year. Who knows this year, but Michele Costantini was one of those involved in the winning team last year. Peter Berryman, who's 2nd in line here, was part of that winning team overall last year as well. I don't believe anybody has won in more than one category in the Daytona 24 Hours. Obviously, Richard de Jong's won 6 times, so we've had multiple winners. We've not had anybody win in 2 different categories. Peter Berryman would dearly love to be the first, but he's weirdly going to have to topple his own teammates to manage that at this rate.
That is an interesting stat. You are right. I don't think someone has won in different categories, which is a bit of an interesting one because we see so many drivers now cross category. They're so versatile. So it's just a bit of a weird one. But I guess when you have the likes of Coanda winning so often with such a stable lineup like they had for years, it obviously becomes a lot more difficult for other people to then get the victories at all, let alone in multiple categories. So yeah, that would be a nice one to tick off the list because this Daytona 24 is slowly but surely turning into a staple of the sim racing calendar, no matter what sort of platform or anything that you follow.
Yeah, it's been a staple for a long time. It's been fantastic to watch in previous years, fantastic to be a part of now as well. I have to say, from a personal level, it's one of the best events in the sim racing calendar on every year. This is now the 9th edition, by the way. We started all the way back in 2015, and you guessed it, Coanda Simsport won overall. That was back in the HPD days. And somewhat remarkably, Mitchell de Jong won back then in 2015, and he'll still be taking wins in 2023. High-level wins as well. I have no doubt about that. Keep your eyes peeled to see where he next pops up, but I bet he'll be up the front whatever he's doing. Seems to be competitive in almost anything he's ever driven, but not at this race. Unfortunately, the 6-time winner. That'll be a record very, very difficult to beat. in terms of overall wins. Bump drafting again through NASCAR 1 and 2 here for the two Apex Racing Team Audis. There's Yanni leading Berryman right now. And it's Audi at the front of a major endurance race in iRacing. It's a little while since that happened as well. I'll have to do some digging and find out how many times, if this car has ever won this race, because it has been out for a while now. But it's not been that competitive in iRacing somewhat in recent years, but seemingly at Daytona, Apex Racing Team have found a way to make it work.
Absolutely, then they're doing a very good job. It was the same in the Split 2 stream earlier as well. We were mentioning how the Audi is certainly seemingly quite good around here. Obviously, it just depends on characteristics of the track and the BOP, how it sits for each event. But certainly, there seems that the Audi is working, and that's good to see. We saw it quite a lot as well yesterday in the IMSA iRacing series on the Friday night prime time on Race Spot TV as well. So certainly suiting it around here. As we come back to the front of the GTPs, Pablo Laser here for the Obsidian Racing has the lead as it stands, 13.5 seconds. And certainly looking to be in a rather nice position as it stands. But we do know that the pit stops are a little bit all over the place, and it's going to swing and flow different ways when the different pit stop cycles come around.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to remain like this for a very long time, I would imagine, in terms of not knowing who's really at the front of the GTP field. We said this, I guess, a little bit for the other two categories, but it really does apply here, because even if one of them falls away, you've still got a number of other teams who are right up there and, you know, ready to pounce. And I wonder if this is a little bit of the effect of the fact that Coanda aren't here. We normally have those, you know, really dominant teams really pushing the race on and you know, taking control of the race from very early on. But the fact that we don't have necessarily a one defined big favourite going into this race has meant that it's really, really wide open, and that's being reflected at this race right now.
Yeah, no Coanda, no Red Line either, who definitely took control of quite a lot of the special events last year from memory as well. So definitely there's those extra sort of handful of teams that would have been here, but they're not. And as you say, that opens up the opportunities for the other teams to take advantage of that and really use their opportunity to get themselves known and, known more. I guess they're all popular teams here on iRacing, of course. But to win a special event and to get the VCO Grand Slam underway is certainly a very major point for some of these teams.
It is. Round on the NASCAR banking again, picking up the 32 LMP2 right now. This is Arturo Melga setup shop, trying to catch SLC, Movano Corsa, and Scott Michaels, who I believe has not long made a pit stop there, possibly. I think he has. Oh no, maybe not, to be fair. He could well be in the middle of a stint, exactly where he was before. Certainly behind the two Apex cars, Apex Racing Team and Apex Racing Academy. But they are both over a lap in front of him. He's embedded right in a bit of traffic. You can just see in front of the 32 here. Can't quite see it from this angle, but there it is. A real clump of traffic, and we're going to see this a little bit more as we get towards the dark hours of this race. Traffic seems to clump together for whatever reason. If you're a prototype driver, it always seems to just happen all at once. You have to overtake 6 cars in one corner and then no cars for a lap. It never seems to space itself out nicely.
And sometimes the traffic, as you say, just clumps up because, I guess it's just the maths of probability and all that of where the teams end up on the track at the same time, and that is where it gets very difficult. Actually, when you have one car to pick apart, it becomes a lot easier to read the situation. When there's a lot of cars, there's a lot of different people making decisions, where they're braking, where they're turning in, what mirrors they're looking at certain times, and that's how you end up with these interesting situations. But as soon as the prototypes go past, they just explode out once again, and all of a sudden the track looks empty. It's quite a weird phenomenon.
Yeah, very weird. Yeah, slightly unsettling as well, I guess. Looks like he's made a bit of progress here in the 32. Now the gap below 2 seconds for the first time, as we have a pit stop for Daniel Civisalvo there from 7th place in GTP. But he will probably stay there, given the gap he has behind him. The top 7 very much getting away from the rest. There he is, making his way out in the number 16 BMW. Quite a long way ahead of the Urano Esports car driven by Jupp de Ligt right now. So will stay in that position. He still has a minute ahead. And Aurelien Tarmon also into the pit lane, up on the jacks as well. Looks like a tyre change here. Generally, we've seen, I think, 3 stints on a set of tyres for these GTP teams here, which normally equates to a driver stint, but it looks like Tarmon is changing tyres and carrying on here. We'll see if the Calce team indeed do either of those things, as even Macedo Perez makes his way into the pit lane as well. These prototype pit stops do roll around very quickly.
Yeah, they do. The laps go by very quickly indeed, as we're seeing that battle there for what was the battle for P2, at least in the LMP2s also coming in. But I do believe we've pretty much been seeing actually is it single stints though throughout the race so far. I just seem to remember almost every time we look at the cars, they're up on the jack. So certainly enjoying that, but maybe there are some double stints and stuff like that coming the way as the track is getting cooler. Maybe the tyres are coming into the window for that, as you say, for Talman there. Definitely was new tyres and going again. We did see some interesting strategies, as you say, in terms of the amount of stints that people do. Often you end up doing sort of an even amount of stints. It might be 2 or 4, but we've seen a lot of maybe 3s and even 5s go around. It's quite interesting how some of the teams are approaching this race.
Yeah, I sort of meant triple stint in the drivers, to be honest, in terms of that. But I think what was going on in my head was different to what came out of my mouth there. So sorry about that. But yes, lots of tyre changes being made, and I'll ask you your opinion on this as well, Cam, before we get much further, because I want to go back to GTD just a little bit. We've seen a lot of changes in iRacing with the GT3s now with the new season. You're now allowed to change tyres and do fuel at the same time, more in line to what the IMSA series does with its championship, having fuel and tyres done at the same time. Do you like that as well? As a driver, obviously, you always want new tyres, so I think I know the answer there. But as a spectator, when you're looking for a strategy option, you think that is really a good idea or not?
Look, there's different ways of doing it. When you have it like this, as you say, that's one of the major reasons why we're seeing the single stints, because they are simultaneous. So you might as well take the tyres during the time that you're filling up the car, like you would have to anyway. Whereas if you have to take them afterwards, then we will obviously have to you have to calculate if it's worth taking the extra time or if it's worth then having the older tyres. As we're seeing, Simsa there. Potentially they're having a long stop, so they might have had some sort of issue a little moment ago. Let's have a look.
I thought it might have been, I think it's with the LMP2 race leaders here. Let's have a look. Down towards the International Horseshoe, because Mike Parchington has had a long stop here as well. He's lost a bit of time, so let's see here. Is there any issue? Side by side into the kink. The LMP2s are so quick nowadays. The GTP spins in front of the LMP2 race leader and loses its rear wing, actually, for Simsa. That's why... Oh, it's back on again. That's why they lost so much time. But I'm convinced that Partington had a long stop there. Apex also had problems. Now, I did spot this in GTT, but wanted to talk about tyres first. Michael Jenny, the leader, I think it's going to go off somewhere here, surely. 8 seconds between the two now. The bump drafting has gone away, and its teammates clashing at the West Horseshoe. Apex Racing team have been running the picture-perfect race so far, but it all unravelled a little bit there Peter Berryman getting into the back of his teammate. An Apex Racing team have collided. Here it is on board. Push to the rear, and that is going to be a very awkward conversation down there.
They had that covered for literally hours now. They were in formation for so long, and that just shows you one little lapse of concentration. So easy to do as well. Spins the teammate, and Michael Ajane there going for a spin. Not the nicest way that Apex would be wanting to do that. There's nothing that the 98 can do now than just push and try and lead the race themselves. The issue is they are obviously now not going to be able to save as much fuel. They're going to be slightly slower from the lack of the bump drafting as well. So this could change the complexion of the next part of the race. And no doubt a little bit of damage potentially on those cars as well.
Well, that is something I wasn't expecting today. I thought they would get split apart through natural causes, through traffic or pit stops or something like that. I never expected them to make contact. Peter Berryman, race winner overall of this one back last year, reigning champion, I suppose, of this race, if you want to call it that. Getting into the back of his teammate, splitting apart the Apex Racing team cars, possibly splitting them apart for good. BMW Bank are now pushing somebody else in their quest to try and catch them at this stage. 7 seconds, nearly 8 seconds is the gap to Michael Ajane. It looks as if, and it still does look as if, Apex Racing Team have such a monopoly over the GTD field, but realistically, BMW Bank are not really that far away.
Yeah, they're certainly not, and that is Govan Keeney in the car, in that red Audi just ahead for the U-Race BR entry, and he's obviously doing a good job there, doing some good speed, and the BMW Bank car is deciding just to push along. We did see this a little bit earlier as well. They slightly split up, potentially because of the pit cycles, but they're now back together and just trying to use each other to go faster and faster. And I guess for BMW Bank, they are happy to sit there because even though they're in a good place, in third in GTD, only 8 seconds off Apex now. They want to just be pulled along there if Keeney's got some good speed.
Certainly. And Govan Keeney, not a slow driver by any stretch of the imagination. It is weird to see them back out there though, because they're 14th in that category and miles down, 200 laps down on the race leader in that category. So, oh, sorry, not quite 200. It's quite a long way though. It's about 160 laps down. It's a long way. Either way, yeah, 160. There it is. I was doing the maths, didn't need to. Team BMW Bank though, very happy to work with them now, as you can see, over the line, down towards turn number 1. And it probably is quicker, to be honest, to stay behind Govan Keeney through the corners and push him around the banking. I mean, as I said, not a slow driver. Team BMW Bank will be thankful for the slipstream on the straights as well.
It's certainly a weird situation. I hadn't quite actually read how far down they were. I didn't realise there was that many laps. So interesting that they are continuing from that position, because it's literally going to take them hours, even just to get back ahead of loads of the cars that have DNF'd in the meantime. I mean, they're 90 laps behind an Eric Andre for Race Clutch, who DNF'd as well. So yeah, that is pretty crazy, but it's obviously working out for BMW Bank as it stands, getting those extra few tenths every lap with the slipstream.
And yeah, very much benefiting from it as well. Things have gone back to normal in LMP2, by the way. I was worrying a little bit about a slow pit stop from Mike Partington, but that didn't really happen. I guess he only had to slow down just a little bit for the spinning Simsa GTP that happened in front of him. 41 seconds is still the gap, so he did lose a bit of time, but then again, even Majeda Perez has been bringing down most of that gap. An Apex Racing team, after making that last stop, Michele Costantini, now inside the top 3. He's also a reigning champion of that category, winning the race last year in 2022. Now back there again in contention here in 2023 as Govan Keeney makes his way down towards pit lane, and Team BMW Bank will be left on their own now, but So that was one of the more bizarre situations. I mean, I don't understand maybe if they were teammates and they were working together like that, but Bikini to be so many laps behind and working together with a front runner like that is really odd, to be honest. But BMW Bank won't be complaining.
Yeah, they certainly won't. It's working out well for them as it stands. As you mentioned, I believe it's about 8 seconds. Yeah, we're now 7.3 seconds even behind Michael Yanni there for the 99 Apex Racing team. So they are catching up. And with that inter-team issue for Apex, that's certainly going to be quite an interesting point of the race for them to get that race back under control. But here is a battle. We got Carbon versus Havu there, coming out onto the back straights once again, getting very close, in fact almost touching there on the exit.
It's kind of quick in the wrong area there, was Havu. Not the Havu car was. At the wheel right now is Matthias Vittikainen, and he's just behind Owen Lucas Liskowitz right now for Carbon Simsport, who've been racing elsewhere in sim racing today, and a very busy weekend in the sim racing world, not least because of this event that has pretty much taken over well, the internet, or this corner of it anyway. A huge event as always. In the slipstream for Havu, having their sights set on 8th position through NASCAR turns 3 and 4. And is it going to be a bump draft? Is it going to be a pass? Well, nearly neither there. I think Havu just lifting off, going over the line there now, and they will break it towards turn 1. Absolutely fine. I think Havu there weren't particularly interested in going through. They weren't even interested in bump drafting, and I have to say I don't blame them based on the fact they're in the LMP2.
Eden, I was just talking about LMP2s actually, just seeing Costatini setting the fastest lap of the race for the LMP2s. Purple across the board with a 34.730 and is certainly showing some really nice pace there. Third place as they sit right now in the 199 entry for Apex Racing Team, and they are currently 10 seconds behind Kelsey and 3 seconds ahead of Inet as well. So they're bringing themselves back into it. And I was mentioning a few laps ago, Costatini was also doing pretty much the fastest lap of the race at that time. He's now consolidated that, so certainly showing some really good pace and maybe bring themselves back into contention, because realistically they're not too far off the lead if further things were to happen to Williams.
Yeah, you never know as well. There's Valtteri Alander up on the jacks, back down again. He'll be on his way soon. After about 30 seconds in the box. Sigole with not a big lead over Matt Farrow at all here right now, and Pedro Sanchez Albert is not too far away from Matt Farrow either. Dylan Scriver's not far away as Valtteri Alander gets back going again. We have the top 4 separated by 11 seconds, more than 9 hours into an endurance race. This is getting quite honestly ridiculous. It's absolutely fantastic though. The iRacing Daytona 24 hours delivering again. Less than 2 seconds for the race lead right now. I know that Sossi Movano, of course, are due a pit stop fairly soon, and that will allow Williams Esports Dual Blast into the race lead. But you can't say this is not interesting. It's an absolutely fascinating race situation we find ourselves in right now.
There's an immense fight between a lot of these drivers, and that is exactly what we want to see. And it's just pretty crazy how you add in another class of racing, and all of a sudden the race just becomes even more alive as well. So much action, so many overtakes that we've seen, so many strategy calls as well. It's has been certainly a great addition. Great addition to the service, and we're going to very much enjoy it over the course of 2023, how this IMSA style racing is going to continue.
It certainly is, and a new era of prototype racing in real life to enjoy as well. I'm sure we will. Into the pit lane for Simza, who are still not out of the pit lane, so it's not a new entry to the pit lane, but still there. I can't do the maths of how many minutes that is, but it's 750 seconds for those of you with a lot of fingers. That's 12 minutes. Thank you. Long long time, and many laps as well, I'm afraid, for Sims at Esports. So I'm afraid not the result they'll be or they were hoping for at the end of this race. There's Matt Farrow, who's very much in contention for a top result. Still second place, 2 seconds away from Gullet in the lead, and a lot of traffic to negotiate just up in front as well. I'd have to say, Cam, having not raced in a 24-hour myself, and certainly having not been involved in the race win in a 24-hour either, obviously, I don't know how leading teams really feel about leading gaps like this at this distance in the race. I don't know whether it's an excitement or whether they're just kind of getting on with the race and just doing the laps, and it doesn't really matter how close it is right now. I wonder if they're getting as worked up as we are about this kind of gap.
It is an interesting one. I've done quite a few 24 hours over my driving career, won a couple of them, but the gaps are never this close, and the fighting was never this intense as they are getting closer and closer now. A second between Williams and SRC Movano there. Of course, these are more professional drivers as well, so they're used to handling this pressure. They are used to being in these situations where every 10th of a second counts, and it's certainly a different experience racing here and say racing down in split 50 today, where the driving level and the gaps are going to be so much more spread out. It's going to be less intense, and the top drivers being able to cope under those pressures and intensities is certainly going to be, I'd say, one of the biggest reasons why they are able to fight like this for so long, because they're a lot more calculated than your average driver.
Now then, how have these two managed to fight each other again? Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Hart are together again. But yeah, the question is how, really? Has there been a long stop for one or a short stop for the other? I have a feeling... okay, long for the 98, I'm hearing. I would have suggested that they went short on the car that was behind just to catch them up, and then just sit them in the slipstream of the other car and just save them, fuel for stint after stint until they're back on cycle again. But that's clearly not happened for whatever reason, and they've gone for a long shot. I think that's quite a risky call, though, to be fair, Cam, because the leading car will have had to drop back 8 seconds, and everybody is caught up 8 seconds as a result of that. So, it's kind of a risky call, really.
I think. That's a huge send down the inside by the Williams, and that is the Williams car there of Farrow, who is obviously second in the race, chasing down SRC Movano and taking some risks there into turn number 1, split up the Apex cars just a little bit, and that's why you see the flashes there on the exit as well. But I think for Apex, this is probably, in my opinion, the smartest thing to do, though, because there's probably a little bit of damage. Maybe they had some optional repairs, and they did it for the exact time that they needed to for both cars to exit the pit lane at the same time, is going to be my guess. And I think that's probably the best. Yes, they overall lost time, but they did anyway because of that spin. And in this case, when you have a pair like this, you can only go as fast as the slowest driver. So they've had to basically eat up that time, and then now they're coming back into formation where they have more control over the race, and they can they can just continue as they were rather than being two individual cars.
Yep, very much so. And they clearly think that it will go quicker in this way as well. They are going to have to be careful that they don't let the likes of Urano and Team BMW Bank any closer. Admittedly, BMW Bank have seemingly fallen further back anyway, for whatever reason. They're now 18 seconds behind at this stage. New fastest lap for the overall race again. This time Jupp de Ligt in the other Urano car, so not Dylan Scrivens, who's in the higher running of the two. It's Jupp de Ligt, who previous race leader, with the fastest lap this time. It's Dylan Scrivens, speaking of him, just come down pit lane as well. Pace at the front of this race, absolutely remarkable. Top three overall currently separated by 3 seconds. Movano Corsa leading Williams, who are leading Obsidian at this stage in the race. Still 14.5 hours remaining, but I can't remember being this excited about a 24-hour race with this distance to go. It's really remarkable. I know we keep saying it, I keep saying it, to be fair. It's very entertaining though. Normally we're talking about hash browns or something. But we're talking about the racing with this amount of time gone and still this amount to go, because it really is still so exciting.
Yeah, it is, and it's great to see it's not just in one category as well. It's in all the categories. They have some fights for top places, which is just insane considering we've had 9.5 hours of this race so far. So there's been so much potential. We're coming up to almost like Petit Le Mans time. Look back at a lot of Petit Le Mans and how spread out they can be at the end of the race as well. Certainly a very good race we've had so far here at the Daytona 24 for 2023, as we're seeing someone in the pit lane. That's Sasha Gore for SRC Movano, so they go away from the race lead. Williams go back to the front. Of course, they are sort of split on their strategy.
They certainly are. It's kind of all over the place in GTP. You just have to tune in for the next 14.5 hours to find out quite what happens here, because it's not quite set in stone just yet. These two are catching the race leader in GTD, though. Lewis Nasser is currently leading there for Williams. About 13.5 seconds now, below 13 seconds now. You can see that it's definitely a good idea for these two to get together and work together, because they are starting to pull away from the rest. Two cars always better than one at Daytona, and Apex Racing Team have certainly proven that with this. They've shown that, despite having to cost one car 8 seconds, it is much quicker, and they'll gain that time back probably in the next few moments. Really, it won't take them very long to gain that time back once again. We see very different racing in the GTP category, although just as close. Pedro Sanchez Albert 2 seconds away from Matt Farrow right now, and questionable whether he'll get this LMP2 into turn 1. I think he will just about.
Yeah, should do. Going on the high line, will have enough overspeed, but that's just an example there that the GTPs are quicker, but they're not just absolutely freight training the LMP2. So you do have to think about it a little bit. And of course, as we get towards the morning, when some tiredness comes in, hopefully everyone is still judging those things to perfection. But we've seen a lot of these drivers actually, a lot of the teams swap around the drivers very well. So hopefully they're giving them a lot of rest, as Yoptalik there, after setting the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, is coming in for another set of boots, as one of the Williams cars there shares the pit box.
Yes, we do often see that in the larger fields, of course, of which this is one. Looking for words now. Out of the pit lane goes the Urano Esports car driven by Jupp de Ligt right now, and it'll be over a minute to the car in front. Long day ahead for them, but I think they can take some comfort in the fact that, and this is going to sound weird, they can take comfort in the fact that their incident cost them 3 minutes, because it doesn't take a big mistake for someone else to lose minutes just like they have. So by no means are they out of this race just yet, even at 1 lap down.
Oh no, there's no cautions, but that doesn't mean too much. You can definitely come back when other people start having issues. You saw how easy a couple of these mistakes happened. The slowest spin of the century can happen to anyone, to be honest. It was such an easy mistake to make at that point, that with so many cars going around that point of the track. So there is definitely an opportunity, but with how competitive we've seen this field so far. In fact, on the last lap, the top 3 drivers plus Dylan Scrivens as well, all doing a 31.2, and then even you had other people like Talman doing a 30.4 as well. So literally tenths of a second between these drivers, and even some of them on the same tenth of a second. The consistency and the pace is just absolutely ridiculous.
It certainly is. Talman was the quickest of the top 4, as you say, with 32.1, but the top 3 all within a tenth of a second of each other on that previous lap. And you mentioned there about the cautions and the fact that they're 1 lap down, and people might be wondering why on earth that matters. In a real life IMSA race, I think you really would be sunk if you went 1 lap down because of the cautions, but we don't have those in iRacing, and I think iRacing special events can be often criticised for not having those caution periods, especially in this race, Cam, because the Daytona 24 in real life stays so close because of those cautions. But I think races like these and other races we've seen down the years, I remember one year the Nürburgring 24 hours coming down to the final lap in iRacing. I don't remember what year it was, but don't kill me. 2017? I don't know, somewhere around there. You know, it shows sometimes, and time and again in these special events, that actually sometimes it's nice to have a race where there's, you know, a guarantee of no caution periods coming into play, because, you know, strategies can pad out properly, and once in a while we like to see that.
We certainly do. I do in many ways still prefer the potential for cautions, but at the same time, when it's just going like this, it still ends up being all about the teams that end up being fast, as we're seeing Arthur Lehouk there going into the Williams car. So certainly some good driving from Farrow, and he's going to now have a bit of a rest, maybe a little bit of a nap before he gets in the car a little bit later on.
Well, we've had a re-emergence of one of the LMP2s. We're seeing the leading gap come down to 40 seconds, but Corentin Guinez of SimRC is back out there on the circuit once again. He's 170 laps down, 160. I don't need to do the maths, do I? Connery's got a graphic. 168 laps down, 14th place. Absolutely miles until they get to the next car. At 60-odd laps, I think 62 laps until the next car. It does beg the question quite why, but personally, Cam, I think it's absolutely fantastic to see those teams and drivers who are so far down soldiering on nevertheless, even after hours in the pit lane.
I'm trying to do the maths on just how many hours that is. I mean, it's got to be something like 4 or 5 hours, something like that. Quite a lot of hours being sat there. So I wonder why, as you say, they're coming back. Maybe they just want to have a bit of fun. Maybe they want to do some stints, and because at the end of the day, this race only happens once a year. So if you want to get involved, then of course you need to keep racing, and maybe it's to do with availability. It's a 67, doesn't have a front wheel.
We were hearing reports of German sim racing taking a tow. I didn't quite realise it was quite that serious. It clearly is for German sim racing. It's going to be at the kink here. Such a fast corner, of course. Adam Bukovitz at the wheel of the 67. It's not going to be at the kink. It's going to be at the West Horseshoe. Probably even be after that. Let's wait and see before I speak too early again. Have to negotiate a little bit of lap traffic. A couple of GTDs. The outside line of the number 4 Williams, and that's a clumsy one from Adam Bukovitz. But once again, the new damage model on show. You don't get away with that kind of contact in real life, so you can't get away with it in iRacing any longer either.
I mean, that's awesome, to be honest. That was
not for them.
I know, that was a really nice looking crash, actually, for what it was, with the wheel going off. Just a clumsy mistake there, getting off into, obviously, the dirty part of the track, and I guess just no grip. Didn't see any lock-up or anything, but I guess just not the grip to be able to turn in. To be fair, the Williams car there, the Razor Williams, gave him the space, but yeah, interesting that he's straightened the wheel. Maybe he's trying to help with what part of the car got damaged, but yeah, just not enough grip, it looks like.
Absolutely. A new damage model looking fantastic as always. Sorry to German sim racing, by the way, we're not celebrating your crash, but yeah, wide at turn 6 into the barriers. Unfortunately for them, that's going to be a bit of a repair over the next few moments. We'll see how long that takes. New race leader is Pedro Sanchez Albert then, as Williams Esports have come in. Matt Farrow out of the car, Arthur Lehouk in, as you mentioned earlier, Cam. Valtteri Landa now trying to close in second place. That's the BS competition car we just saw. There is the overall race leader, just under 9 seconds up the road. But for fourth place, Williams Esports and SLC Movado Corsa are now pretty close on the road. It's going to be a weird battle because one's fresh out the pit lane and one is midway through a stint. But there they are, for fourth place. And a new driver, quite a situation to throw a new driver into this, I have to say.
Yeah, the driver swaps, there's been a couple of interesting ones. We saw Perez as well for Calce in the LMP2, but I guess the drivers, they just have the ability to switch on. They would have been doing some testing, which is, of course, one of the benefits of sim racing in general. You can basically drive and test the car literally just before you get into driving it in real, in reality in the race, which obviously you can't do in real life because there's a race going on. So they definitely can get up to speed as such, but then to turn on and get used to the battles and the mental side of that is definitely a skill that the drivers need to learn. But it's working out so far after Williams' car, as they have got ahead of this SRC Movana car, which they were net behind, I believe, at an earlier point, a stint or so ago. So definitely working the way of Williams. But Gourlay's still in this car, as he has been for quite a while.
Yeah, it has been for the entirety of the time we've been here. And that's not unexpected, really. We've been here for an hour and 40. It's not unreasonable to expect of a driver. One thing I have really noticed here, though, throughout this race, and this is where things certainly differ to some of the previous events that we've seen this car used in. For example, the Pro Sim Infinity event in December, also the GSI Endurance Series that used this car at this circuit for a 12-hour race. The way these drivers and these teams use the brakes now on this car is very, very much more controlled, I would say. I mean, a lot of the moments came when cars were just being lost under braking more often than not, and it seemed like a really nervous, really awkward car to drive. And I have to say, Cam, I feared that the GTP was just going to be like that in iRacing, and it was going to be and it was not going to be that enjoyable for a lot of the teams, and it would quickly fade away. But thankfully, these teams have got a handle of it. It seems a lot more friendly now. Once you've got the right setup on it, this car seems like it won't kill you at every opportunity like it might have done previously.
Yeah, obviously when the car first came out, and there were some fairly high-level competitions as well straight away using the car, obviously teams start maybe taking some risks, start pushing the boundaries before they really knew where the boundaries were. Whereas now they've had a couple of months to learn it, and especially for this Daytona race, they would have been doing so much practice over the last week or so, doing so many of the other races in the IMSA series, just in general, to get used to the car on this track. So they'll have the setup absolutely dialed, and everyone would have done hundreds of laps coming into this, I'm sure. So definitely feeling more comfortable. And when you do that, as you say, you can just have that little bit more control, a little bit more precision with your pedal inputs, which can be so critical and crucial in a car like this, because it's a more aero-based platform, so you need to be keeping the aero stable and not having the ride heights and the weights moving all over the place and making the car just not really in control.
It's all very complicated stuff that I've never been able to quite get a handle on, I have to be honest.
We need to get you driving, Ewan. We need to get you...
I say I'm not very good at driving. I'm even worse at making setups. I'm just absolutely awful. It's a right conundrum. If somebody does it for me, then I'll use it, of course. But otherwise, in pretty much every sim I've ever used, I just go with the standard setup. Maybe tweak one or two things if it's really horrendous. But I'm by no means anywhere near the level of these guys. Nicholas Laubich currently third place right now in the GTDs. Ryan Barneveld about 6 seconds behind, but more importantly, 16 seconds off the leading two for Apex Racing Team. I think Laubich would like someone to help him at this stage, someone to push or someone to push him. That's not happening, and the gap is only growing to the leading two.
What he needs is Barneveld to catch up and then have the pair work together, or even maybe just the Audi behind him as well, to push along, because that 16-second gap will come down fairly quickly. We've already seen how Apex can mess up their strategy of basically spinning each other out. So it's definitely a very interesting section of the race to see if Apex can continue with that one. But as you say, Laubich a little bit in no man's land as it stands.
Yeah, they are. The problem with them joining up with Team BMW Bank is the fact that they're not quite on the same strategy. The reason why the Apex Racing Team one works is because they pit on the same lap every time. This car won't. And to be fair, they've got Govan Keeney, so they're not bothered. Brad Barneveld is at the wheel, as you say. Is it still Govan Keeney? It is at the wheel of that one. So, yeah, they're still out there, still running in tandem, and they're still pushing one another as well. I do wonder whether Barneveld could actually catch Laubis in that way, but it is still 6.5 seconds. Last time around, Laubis did a 43.7, Barneveld only a 44.1, so it was actually 4 tenths slower, despite having the draft and being able to push the Audi.
Eni is one of those drivers as well who will literally drive for hours and hours and hours. So I wouldn't be surprised if, considering how many laps down, I think he might just be in the car himself just to drive, basically. So he might just keep going for however long until he gets bored doing this. So this might actually work out pretty well. Although I'm talking about the different pit stop cycles, these two cars are off strategy, but they seem to always come back together though. So I don't think that is necessarily the biggest issue, but you are right. The way that Apex are doing it is absolutely perfect, literally pitting right next to each other.
Yeah, Govan Keeney, by the way, was still coming towards the end, admittedly, but he was still in the first stint of his mammoth run in the Daytona 24 Hours last year, and he was leading as well, I think, or he was nearly leading. He was right up there in the GTD category, which of course we had a little bit more focus on last year because we didn't have 3 categories to try and keep across and only 2. But even so, Govan Keeney had an absolutely monumental opening stint, which was still ongoing at this time last year. Still out there right now. Unfortunately, this year's race has not quite gone the same way. Barneveld going to get to the back, though, of the Audi and going to push all the way along the front straight, but the gap only growing to Nicholas Laubis, and the gap growing even larger. The Apex Racing Team out in front of them. Well, pretty much matching Laubis there, really, but not making any inroads by any means at this stage. But it is a couple of the closest cars out there on the circuit. Another one of the closest ones is Farah Academy and Harvu as well. That's in LMP2. Really for 8th position out on the road, but other than that, cars spread out just a little bit. Let's not forget that it was Farah Simsport Green that took the win in GTD last year. That was in, I believe, in a BMW. Oh, I don't quite remember fully. I may be wrong. It was certainly Lasse Bach's second win though in the Daytona 24 Hours. And became the the third driver to win it 2 times, but hasn't quite won the most. That goes to Max Benecke in the GT. In terms of GT wins so far in the history of the Daytona 24 Hours. Still 14 hours 11 minutes to go though, and Cam, we're not long, it feels weird, but not long from stepping out of the commentary booth. It feels like this has flown by, to be honest, our 2 hours, but it's been thoroughly enjoyable to jump on this broadcast for a little bit of time. Hopefully people have enjoyed it. I know I certainly have from this side of things. It's shaping up to be a phenomenal race.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously just a couple of hours here, and you and me both doing other hours elsewhere today, so 2 hours definitely flies by in that case. But yeah, been awesome opportunity to jump on the top split of the Daytona 24, as you mentioned, one of, if not the biggest race, especially on iRacing this year, and yeah, great to be a part of that.